Izuku, you'll never have a quirk!
You don't need a quirk to be a hero!
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Quirkless Deku became the strongest #1 hero movie. Before we start, please go support LOL World 345 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. The beginning of my dream. On planet Earth live billions of people and living beings. Since ancient times there has always been good and evil, light and darkness, being the greatest imbalance that has ever existed on this planet. Some seek to have riches, fame and power, while others are willing to sacrifice everything for others. At a certain point in the history of this planet, a small being was born with a very powerful light, giving rise to a new era, a discovery that would change history as we know it. It was the first person to be born with a quirk. Since then the probability of having a quirk has been increasing to the present day. If you want to know what quirk you have, you should go to a specialized doctor. Inko. Turns off the TV, son, come on, it's getting late, remember that you are already 4 years old, and you will finally be able to know what your quirk is, crouching down to the height of a small green-haired boy. Izuku. Hey mom, gets up and takes her hand. Inko. We'll meet your father, let's go with the doctor. The little boy left the house with his mother holding her hand in the direction of a fairly large hospital. Upon arriving they entered and ran into many other families who came with their small children. There was one in particular that they already knew. Izuku. Kaken runs up to his friend, are you also here to find out what your quirk is? Bakugo. Of course Deku Baka, why else would I come? Mistuki. Hey, they don't fight, sorry Inko. Inko. Don't worry, I see you get along quite well. Doctor. Please let the next child come. Mitsuki. It's your turn son, come on. Bakugo. See you Deku, walking next to his mother. Several minutes later it was possible to observe how many explosions were created from the little one's hand. Doctor. Wow, so his quirk would be explosion, quite amazing I have to admit. Children. Oh your quirk is amazing Bakugo. Bakugo. I know, smiling. Izuku. Congratulations Kaken, approaching. Bakugo. HMP let's see what quirk you have, although I wouldn't be surprised if it was a weak one. Doctor. Who's next? Inko. Us, raises his hand, come Izuku. Izuku. Hi mom. In the doctor's room several tests were done and the final result surprised everyone. Doctor. Wow. Inko. Is something wrong doctor? Doctor. Well, takes off his gloves, I'll be honest ma'am, your son doesn't have a quirk. Izuku. Oh. Inko. How? He doesn't. Doctor. That's right ma'am, your son was born without a quirk, I'm sorry, but I have to keep caring for them. Inko. Hi, sad. They both leave the hospital, and then a green-haired man is seen arriving and approaches them. Izuku. And what happened? Inko. Izuku no he doesn't have a quirk. Izuku. What? Looks at his son and crouches down, me Izuku. Izuku. Can I be a hero right dad? With tears. Izuku. I don't know, sorry son, hugs him along with his wife, I hope you forgive us. Already at the green-haired man's house, he watched a video where a very tall and muscular man could be seen saving several people from an accident while smiling. Izuku. Almight, can I be like Almight? After learning the heartbreaking news for the boy, his friends made fun of him, and more because he continued with the dream of being a hero like Almight. The boy who bothered him the most was Bakugo, or as he called him Kaken. Most of his childhood was like that, but he never gave up, on the contrary, knowing that he didn't have a quirk drove him to try harder than the other children of his generation. Time passed and the little boy had transformed into a 16-year-old teenager about to decide which school he should enter. He obviously already knew which one, but he had a small problem. Bakugo. Breaks the door, you damn nerd. Are you making fun of me? How do you think you're going to be able to get into UA without a quirk huh? Izuku. Calm down Kaken, I know I can do it, I've trained my body since I was little. Bakugo. Without a quirk you're nobody, takes a notebook from him, what is this supposed to be? Explodes it and throws it out the window, you won't need it anyway. Izuku. Gets up and leaves the classroom, it's always been like this, but without some quirk I don't have the chance to face it, it would be committing suicide. Finds his notebook almost destroyed, this day is going from bad to worse, but it's time to leave, so I have to go home. The young man would walk to a train station with his headphones on, when he gets to the station he pays the ticket and waits for the train when he feels something sharp on his back. Don't move, give me the cell phone. Issei. Hi, hands him the cell phone with the headphones. The wallet too. Issei. Starts to take out his wallet and pretends to drop it. Come on hurry up I don't have all day, starting to get angry. Issei. Hi, sorry, bends down and takes out a bottle of water and throws it in his face. The young man grabbed his wallet and took the cell phone from the delinquent's hands. When he tried to run, he grabbed his arm and stretched it out, but the green-haired man turned around to hit him quite hard, causing the delinquent's nose to bleed. Izuku. If the boxing and karate classes helped. I don't have time for your nonsense, besides that we've already called attention. I have nothing to lose, starts to grow until it is huge and breaks the roof of the station. Izuku. God, what have I gotten myself into now? You're going to pay for this. Outside the station many people were seen running out of it and others were calling the police. Police. Stop right there, if you don't stop right now we'll open fire. Try it, I'll finish this kid off first and then you guys can follow. Police. Call the heroes now. Izuku. I think it would be better to hide for now, runs and hides under a trolley. Come on, where are you little bastard? Steps on all the trolleys, very well there's only one left. Izuku. Shit. The young green-haired man runs out of the baggage claim and the criminal sees him reaching to kick him with his huge foot, causing him to collide with a power source and start bleeding from the head. Izuku. Ah, I guess it gave him super strength too, sees a loose electrical cable, got it. The young man crawls until he grabs the cable with his right hand, but the criminal grabs him with his huge hand and lifts him up showing him to the police. Police. Take down the hostage. First I want you to meet my demands. At that point a superhero who looks like a log dressed in a dark blue suit appears and extends his hand to a loose cable and with it he propels himself to hit the criminal with both legs and fall on his feet next to it. Kamui. You have no right to ask for anything criminal. You. Izuku. It's my chance. The young man embeds the power cable in the criminal's hand, electrocuting him and causing him to drop it, falling to the floor in great pain. Kamui. Well done kid, but you should go, leave this to a professional. You could see how a fist was going to hit the professional hero, but the young man pushes him out of the way, receiving the blow full on the body, leaving him almost unconscious. Kamui. Damn it, I swear you won't get out of this easy. Kamui tries to get closer, but the criminal crushes him with his other hand, but Kamui manages to get out of the way, destroying the lower part of the station, causing the three to almost fall, if it weren't for a blue-haired hero who got under this carrying all the weight. F arms. Everyone move away, it's too dangerous, using all his strength. Izuku. Kamui is having trouble, what can I do? He sees that the electrical cable is very tense and some parts begin to come off, releasing several sparks. If I throw water on it, an electrical current so strong would pass through it that it would not only have more power, it would also explode. The young man starts running looking for a bottle of water until he sees a drink machine that was completely destroyed. Izuku. This will work, starts to collect several bottles, ready now, let's try it. The green-haired young man runs until, when he is in front of the power source and about to spray water on the cable, Kamui's body is projected towards him, both colliding. Kamui. He's quite strong, about to faint. Izuku. Hey, you're a professional hero, right? Act like one, there are people depending on you, look, pointing to the audience. Kamui. You should have left already, you're badly hurt. Izuku. I'm sorry but I will also be a professional hero and I don't plan on leaving you here, Death Arms is carrying almost all the weight of this structure. Kamui. We must take this fight somewhere else, it won't hold up for long. Izuku. We won't be able to move anymore, I mean, he's surrounded by people, we have to trust him, but we must end this quickly. Kamui. Okay kid, do you have any ideas? Izuku. Look, take these water bottles and spray them on the station's power source. He still has the cable connected to his arm, so with the intensity the force may end up leaving him unconscious. Kamui. And what will you do? Izuku. I'll be the bait, smiling. Kamui. You're crazy but it's a good plan, be careful. Izuku. Hi, starts running throughout the station attracting the criminal's attention. Kamui. It's time to act, runs to the power source and breaks all the water bottles on top of it. Ah. Izuku. It worked, is caught by the criminal and begins to squeeze him, H hurts. If I fall you will fall with me kid. Kamui. Damn. The young hero about to stretch out his arm to rescue the young man, appears a huge heroine at great speed knocking out the criminal by kicking him in the face, causing him to fall with Izuku in her hand. Lady. Sorry for being late, today is my debut. Kamui. That's not important, he had a boy in his hand. Lady. What? The cloud of smoke is seen and the heroes get off, the rookie heroine takes her normal height and when the cloud of smoke disappears, you can see the blue-haired hero carrying the green-haired young man who was still bleeding from the head. F arms. He almost missed him, you should be more careful rookie. Lady. Hi, sorry kid. Izuku. Standing up, no problem, it just surprised me a little, smiling. Kamui. Thanks for the help kid, it would have been worse without your help. Izuku. No, you guys are professionals, I just want to fulfill my dream of becoming a hero too. Arms. Well, you're on the right track. Izuku. I think I should go, if not my mother will start to worry. Lady. Don't you think she'll worry more if she sees you bleeding from the head? Issei. You're right, smiling. Lady. Let me help you for my mistake. Izuku. Don't worry, I didn't start bleeding because of that, it was already like that before, shaking with his hands. Lady. But if Death Arms hadn't caught you it could have been worse, I'm just going to close the wound, don't worry. Izuku. It's okay. Lady. Well, lie down on the ground. Izuku. Okay. The young heroine presses her knees to the ground and holds the green-haired young man's head, placing it on top of her knees, then moving his hair a little to find the wound. Today. Here it is, it might hurt a little. Izuku. I'm used to it, but is this okay? Lady. Why do you say that? Stitching her wound. Izuku. Well, they're recording and taking pictures. Lady. You just ignore them, nonchalantly. Hammerman. Brings the microphone closer to Izuku. How does the young heroine lady's lap feel? Izuku. I'm not someone important, you know. I'm just a kid trying to do his part to stop a villain. I should ask the real heroes important things. Lady. Wow, it seems you know how to deal with people. Izuku. I'm used to doing it every day. Lady. Well, I'm done. Izuku. Stands up, thank you very much, and it was an honor to meet some professional heroes in person, bowing. Arms. Thank you for helping us, they also bow. Media. They take pictures. After that incident the young green-haired boy was ready to go home. When he arrived he found his mother quite worried about her little one. Inko. Are you okay, Izuku? Holding him by the shoulders and watching him. Izuku. Yes, I'm fine, Mom, I just had a little mishap, smiling. Inko. Your father and I are going out for some things, are you coming, son? Izuku. Sorry, I have to do my homework. Inko. Don't worry, son, well, I'll see you in a while. After the green-haired boy's mother left the house, he went to his room and sat at his desk, starting to do his homework until he fell deeply asleep. Idle and training. I was asleep at my desk, I got up quite calm since I didn't think it was so late. I went to the shower and relaxed by taking a bath with ice water, since it's the middle of summer. When I left, I went to my room and grabbed my cell phone, it was 6:40 am, and I get in at 7 am, I was late. Izuku. Ah damn, because just today on my last day of high school, putting on his pants quite quickly, I already have to leave the house. The young green-haired boy adjusted his pants and grabbed his school shirt along with his tennis shoes. When he went down the stairs he put on the shirt, but since he couldn't see where each step was, he slipped and rolled down all the stairs until he fell to the floor in pain. Izuku. What a day, gets up and puts on his tennis shoes, I'm leaving. Inko. Wait, you haven't had breakfast. Izuku. It's just that I'm late. Izuku. Throws a slice of bread with strawberry jam at him, eat it on the way. Izuku. Hi, see you. I left my house in a hurry, if I didn't I would be late for the last day, and we couldn't miss a single more day. When I passed by the train station they were obviously still fixing it, so I had to keep running to school. When I arrived there were 2 minutes left, I had made it, but I still ran into school to find a not very warm welcome. Bakugo. Puts his foot. Izuku. What? Trips over Bakugo's foot and falls. Bakugo. Ha, idiot, leaves. Izuku. Well, he's still the same. I got up and removed the dirt from my uniform and then entered the classroom. Most of my classmates were already there, but there were still about 5 or 6 left to arrive. I didn't give it much importance and decided to go sit in my place, which was right next to the window. I was looking at some houses from my seat when I heard the teacher arrive and we all stood up. Teacher. Good morning. Students. Good morning. Teacher. You can sit down now, as you know today is your last day of middle school, and here we will tell you if you can take an exam to move on to high school, although you shouldn't worry too much since most of you passed. Izuku. Well, here I can find out if I can take the UA, even if I haven't failed any subject all year. Teacher. I will be saying the names and if you will be able to take the exam you requested. The teacher began to say the names of all his classmates. When he got to the name of the green-haired young man he gave some news that shocked the entire classroom. Teacher. Izuku Midoriya, if you can take your exam at UA, congratulations. Izuku. Thank you. Teacher. You made the effort, I didn't. Bakugo. Deku, withdraw from the damn exam, you don't even have a quirk. The young blonde walked towards the green-haired boy with quite annoyance until he grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and lifted him up. Izuku. Calm down, Kaken, if I don't have a quirk you shouldn't worry, moving his hands, besides, wouldn't you like to have an acquaintance at UA? Bakugo. Releases him, as if I care, just die. Izuku. Hi, sits down. Teacher. Well, I'm going to continue with the instructions. The teacher continued telling all the students that if they had finished with a good average and could take the exam at La Preparatorio they chose, the only ones who could have the opportunity to present it to A were the green-haired boy and a blonde. Teacher. Well, that would be all, and you know you will have a 2-month break. When the 2 months are up you must take the corresponding exam, you can leave. Izuku. Well, I'll go home. The Kugo. Grabs him by the shirt, if you don't want to end up dead you better drop the exam, Deku. Izuku. You're so good Kaken, you care about me, faking tears. The Kugo. Hit her and rot. Let's go, and leaves. After the little conflict the green-haired boy decides to go to a small supermarket near his school to buy some things that weren't in his house and he can cook since at that time his parents were working. Izuku. Passing through an alley, let's see, I think I have enough money. Finally a body. Izuku. Puts away his wallet and continues walking when he feels something slimy on his foot. What is this supposed to be? The young green-haired boy bent down to see what it was and a rather unpleasant green slimy substance could be seen. The green-haired boy removed it from his tennis shoe with his hand, but it stuck. The green-haired man began to try to remove it with the other, but a noise was heard and from the drain, a thing quite similar to the substance he had in his hand could be seen, and he caught it trying to eat it or something similar. Finally a body, that way everything will be easier, trying to absorb it. Izuku. What? Hitting the slimy mass without getting any result, shit. Come on, don't resist kid, it will hurt for about 30 seconds, but after that you will feel incredible. Izuku. Buck this. The young green-haired man began to walk with all his strength to be able to detach himself from the slimy substance when he felt that it was pressing even more, then he held onto the entrance of the alley. Although he thought there was no one there, he was surprised when a strong gust of air collided with the villain and he pushed him a little. Izuku. What was that supposed to be? Almight. Calm down young man, everything is okay now because I'm here. Izuku. Almight. Almight. That's right, don't worry, I'll quickly finish off this villain. Ah, you bastard. Lunging towards Almight. Almight. You're impulsive, makes a small burst of air with his fist. Aizawa. It's quite strong, I'm not surprised coming from the number 1 hero. Almight. Catches the villain in a bottle. Okay young man, this is over, now if you'll excuse me I must go. Izuku. Wait a moment. Almight. I have to go leave this villain with the police. Izuku. I just want to tell you, what if someone like me can become a hero? Can someone without a quirk achieve it? Almight. The world is different now, there are too many dangers, and without a quirk being a hero would be committing suicide. Izuku. I see, downcasting. Almight. Although if you want to continue helping people you can become a policeman, now I have to go young man, leaves. The young green-haired man continued walking until he reached the supermarket and being there he bought some things he needed. When he left the store he could see that a disaster had been caused by the same villain and he had a hostage. Izuku. Isn't All Might already have him? Who is trapped? The young green-haired man approaches the scene and can see many explosions, so he realizes that it is his blonde friend and decides to go help him. Izuku. Damn, it is a viscous substance, maybe I will find a way to catch it. You again kid, now nobody will save you from me. The villain tries to hit the green-haired man, but he dodges the blow by moving to the side, but is grabbed by the foot and dragged by the villain. The 2-in-1. Izuku. Grabs the blonde and starts to stretch him. The Kugo. What do you think you're doing? I don't need you. Izuku. I don't see it that way. Pulls him out of the slime along with him and they start running. Police. Get out of there right now kids. Izuku. That's what we're working on. Police. We'll open a fire to give the kids time. All Might. Arrives again and sees the young man's feet. It's clear he wants to be a hero. Get on the ground when I give the order kids. Hero number 1 starts charging a smash with his right fist. When he reaches 10% he yells at both young men and they throw themselves to the ground and then punch the air so the villain falls apart again. All Might. Now if you don't escape, closes the bottle tightly. Here are some officers. Police. Thank you All Might. Meanwhile, with the young people, some heroes scolded the green-haired boy for taking that action, but also thanked him for helping their friend and they told the blonde that he held up quite well. Izuku. I'll learn from my mistakes, sorry, bows his head. All Might. Hey, there's no need to get all worked up, you did the right thing. Izuku. Well, right now I think we should go. The young people set out to go to their respective houses by different paths, but when the green-haired boy was about to turn a corner, he could see his idol arriving running quite fast. Izuku. All Might. Surprised. All Might. That's right, I started thinking about what you told me, that if you could be a hero without having a quirk, you will be a hero. Izuku. But I don't have a quirk. All Might. Don't worry, I'll take care of that, first we'll have to get you in shape. Izuku. Get in shape. All Might. I want to see your physical capabilities. Izuku. Okay, and will we do some kind of training? All Might. That's right, go to the beach tomorrow at 5 AM. Izuku. Isn't it a bit early for you? All Might. Are you on vacation, right? Izuku. Well, you're right. All Might. Well, see you there, young man. The number one hero was about to run away, but a cloud of smoke is seen covering him, and when it disappears you can see a kind of skeleton. Izuku. Ah. Pointing with his finger. All Might. Hey, calm down, I have a good explanation for this, moving his hands. Izuku. I didn't know you were a skeleton, looking at him. All Might. I'm not, a while ago I had a fight with a pretty powerful villain, and one of his attacks hit me here, lifting his shirt a little they reveal a huge wound on his abdomen, it made me unable to have my muscular form for more than 3 hours. Izuku. Oh, I see, well, it's quite strange to know that your idol is now also a walking skeleton, besides you do have eyes, right? All Might. Of course I have, but you can see some empty eye sockets. Izuku. Well, I think it would be better to rest so I can get there early tomorrow. All Might. Well, see you, young Midoriya, walks away. The green-haired boy does the same action as his idol and walks to his house. When he arrives he opens the door and sees his parents sitting in the living room, so he sits next to them. Izuku. And how was your last day? Izuku. Incredible, and yes, I will be able to present it to you. Izuku. Congratulations, strokes his head smiling. After that short talk the green-haired boy lies down in his bed and sets an alarm for 4:30 AM and then falls deeply asleep. In the morning the young man wakes up because of the alarm, so he turns it off and goes to take a bath, then puts on some clothes and has a light breakfast, then leaves his house heading to the beach and sees that there is a blonde man sitting, so he approaches. Izuku. Sorry for the delay. All Might. Oh, you're here, don't worry. Izuku. And what will the training be? All Might. Simple, I suppose you want to enter the UA, right? Izuku. Hi. All Might. Well, you only have 2 months left to clean this entire beach, you will remove every trash you find here. In addition to that I will also have you do push-ups, and you will walk 10 laps around the entire beach a day. Izuku. What? All Might. Let's not waste time, let's get started. And so it was for every day of the 2 months the green-haired boy arrived at 5 AM and there was the number one hero waiting for him to continue with his routine. Sometimes he also made him fight against him in his muscle form, obviously without using his quirk, and he also climbed on the boy's shoulders while he did push-ups. The last day when the number one hero arrived, he could see that the beach was totally clear and the beautiful sunrise could be seen. Then he began to look for the boy to find him on top of the pile of garbage totally exhausted. All Might. You did well, young Midoriya. Come down for a moment. Izuku. Hi, exhausted. When the young man came down you could see a body with a not very muscular build, but it was not skinny, it was between those two. All Might. When I met you you were in good physical condition, but this will help you better control the new power that I will give you. Izuku. I can't believe it, am I really going to have a quirk? Seeing him happy. All Might. Besides helping many people with this and the planet, a hero also does things like these, don't forget young Midoriya. Izuku. Hi. All Might. Now for you to have my power you must do one last thing. Izuku. What? All Might. Pulls out a hair and shows it, eat it, in his muscular form. Izuku. Huh. Why, you have to be kidding. All Might. Come on, the exam is about to start, you don't have time. Izuku. Okay, holds his hair and closes his eyes, it's gum Izuku, it's just gum. After that scene, the young green-haired man and the number one hero left the beach, but the green-haired man was heading towards the academy until they stop him. Izuku. What's wrong, All Might? All Might. My quirk is called One for All, you can't tell anyone the name, but if you want to use it you have to concentrate, clench your buttocks and shout from the bottom of your heart the word. Smash. Izuku. Understood, All Might. All Might. Good luck. UA exam and new faces. I was here, finally I could begin to fulfill my biggest dream of becoming a hero like All Might. All I had to do was go through that huge door and give it my all to get into the best superhero academy in the world. My smile should be seen from several meters away, but I must concentrate, after all I've done many things to get here and fulfill my dream, nothing can go wrong. Izuku. Crosses the huge door and right in front of it there is a large hall. Oh, well Izuku, you can't afford to fail. I was about to enter the large hall when right in front of me a girl was about to fall, but I managed to hold her because she had a backpack on. Izuku. Are you okay? You should be a little more careful, helps her stand up. Ichako. Hi, thank you very much, my name is Ichako Uraraka, nice to meet you. Izuku. My name is Izuku Midoriya, I hope you do well on the exam. See you. Well, here I am, inside one of the UA facilities, and I have to say that it is a dream come true not only for me, but for many other people, since there are too many people who want to get in here, and I understand them because I feel the same. But I was walking so I wouldn't feel so suffocated when I bumped my shoulder into someone else's. Izuku. Sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going. Bakugo. Well, you should pay attention, you damn trash. Turns around. Izuku. Bakugo. Kaken. Deku. Pointing at himself. Bakugo. Grabs him by the collar of his shirt. I thought I told you not to show up, you damn trash. Izuku. Hey, calm down, Kaken, we're making a problem. Looks around, too many people are watching us. Bakugo. I don't care if all these useless people see, I'm just going to tell you one thing, Deku, if you interfere with the test and try to make me fail, I'll kill you. Making explosions with his hands. Izuku. I wouldn't do that and you know it, in fact I thought you would try to do that. Bakugo. I don't need to sabotage anyone to win. Izuku. I understand, Kaken, but I will tell you one thing, makes a serious face, I will not allow you or anyone else to try to take away my dream, and if you excuse me I plan to continue on my way, grabs Bakugo's hand and roughly removes it from his shirt. Bakugo. So the loser wants to show off, huh? Let's see how long your tough guy attitude lasts, Deku. I left there, the atmosphere was quite tense since everyone was watching us, I was always someone calm, but I also didn't like the idea of being bothered by Bakugo every day. He is a good friend and all that, only he does not know how to express his emotions, which is his biggest flaw, but even so I know that deep down he is a good person since I have known him since I was about 3 years old. Present Mick. Welcome potential new students of the UA, I the hero present Mick will explain the rules of the exams that will be done to see your performance and if you are well qualified to enter here. First of all, there is a somewhat complicated written exam to determine how you would act or perform in a situation, and the second exam is a practical exam which will be done after finishing explaining. The rules are simple and are the following. There will be 3 types of robots that you can destroy, each one has a different value, the weakest gives you 5 points, the medium one gives you 15 points, and the strongest gives you 25 points, also showing it on a huge screen. Lita. Excuse me, professor, but on the screen you can see 4 robots, raising his hand. Present Mick. You are Tenya Lita, right? Well, it's simple, the 4th robot that is seen on the screen is the strongest of all, but if someone destroys it, it will take away all the points that you have accumulated so far. Everyone. What? Izuku. I can't believe it, a robot that practically fails you the practical exam, it would be best to stay away from this one. Present Mick. So it would be best to avoid it, when the countdown ends a shot will be heard, and that will be your exit indication. The countdown ended and the door opened, everyone waited for the shot to sound, but the teacher spoke. Present Mick. What are you waiting for, did you really think there would be a shot in a real fight that doesn't happen? Go. Everyone ran out after hearing that, the green-haired boy was doing pretty well, he had already destroyed about 5 robots, 2 small, 2 medium, and 1 large, but when he was running towards a place where there were 5 other robots, a huge one appeared that destroyed them, causing a huge explosion, pushing away everyone who approached. Izuku. What was that supposed to be? Bakugo. So that's the robot that takes away your points, huh? It's not worth destroying it, walking away. Izuku. Kaken is right, about to leave, but sees that a brown-haired girl was right below it, damn. Present Mick. Well, let's hope recovery girl is ready to start her job. The huge robot was about to step on the brown-haired girl, but it could be seen how a green-haired boy had jumped quite a bit, putting himself right in front of the robot's face. Izuku. Concentrate, this robot might fail me, but it's better than someone getting hurt, remember what Almight said. Concentrate, clench your buttocks and scream from the bottom of your heart, smash. The green-haired boy's right arm lit up and a kind of red lines passed around it, and when he hit the robot it exploded, causing it to fall backwards. Izuku. Ah, my arm hurts, he looks at it, it seems like a small sprain, are you okay? He extends his hand to the girl. Ichako. Hi, thank you very much, but you. Izuku. Don't worry, there will be another chance, smiling. Almight. That was amazing, young Midoriya, I chose a good successor. Present Mick. Time's up. Izuku. Well, maybe with a written exam I can recover some of the points I lost here, see you. That action that the green-haired man did surprised everyone present and some were even scared by the huge explosion caused by his attack, but in the practical exam the green-haired man did well, but if he wanted to get in there he would be missing some points, that was more than clear. When everyone finished the practical exam they said that the result would arrive through a letter to their homes in approximately a week, and so it was a week later. The green-haired boy's father would tell him that they had sent him a letter from UA, and so it was the green-haired boy grabbed it and went to his room to open it and find inside a small sphere, which when touched, a video played. Almight. Hello young Midoriya. Izuku. Almight. Almight. Surely now you're wondering what I'm doing here, right? Well, it's simple, but now I'll be a teacher at UA. Izuku. What a coincidence, with a drop on his head. Almight. Well now I must tell you, congratulations. Not only did you pass with one of the highest grades of the entire exam, but you also discovered the true purpose of it. Izuku. The true purpose. Almight. When you tried to save that girl and destroyed the robot that would take away all the points, you showed that you really want to be a hero, and that was the greatest proof. Congratulations young Midoriya, your hero school is waiting for you. Izuku. Thank you, Almight. Almight. See you, the video ends. The young green-haired boy left his room with his parents waiting for him outside, just to hug them and tell them. Izuku. I'm in UA. The Izuku. You did well son, I'm very proud of you, kisses his forehead, you managed to show all those people that you could fend for yourself. Izuku. Hi. Inko. From now on your high school life begins Izuku, I'm very happy, with tears. After that family scene the day continued as usual so that at nightfall everyone went to sleep. Izuku. Tomorrow is my first day at UA. After the night the young green-haired boy woke up and went to shower, put on his UA uniform and have breakfast, ready for his first day as a high school student and his journey to become a hero. The Izuku. Remember to give your best son, raising his fist. Izuku. Hi dad, see you. The young green-haired man left his house and his parents stayed talking. Inko. I can't believe he's already in high school, I feel so proud. The Izuku. Well he's not a child anymore, he obviously has to grow up and have a partner and children in the future. Inko. Speaking of which, you've never talked to him. The Izuku. Sweating cold, what thing? Inko. Come on, he's already 16 years old, at some point you have to talk to him about Highschool relations. The Izuku. Can't we wait another year? Nervous. Inko. No, that's what you said last year and you haven't done it. Yes I want to have grandchildren and all that but not yet, which is why I'm going to ask you to talk to him, who better than his father? Smiling. The Izuku. I'll try. Inko. Thanks love, gives him a kiss on the cheek, well I have to go because I'm running late, and you too. Meanwhile with a certain green-haired man he was right in front of the door of his classroom when he heard an explosion coming from inside it. Izuku. It can't be, Kaken is in my classroom, opens the door. Lita. Hey you must behave in a classroom, you must show discipline. Bakugo. Shut up, I'm not going to pay attention to you damn it. Izuku. I see that everything is quite lively. Bakugo. You damn Deku. Goes to him and grabs him by the neck, you weren't supposed to have a quirk. How the hell did you do that? Izuku. I was hiding it, I can't think of anything better. Bakugo. Ah, so that's what it was, damn you didn't want to show your quirk to have an advantage. Lita. Leave our classmate alone. Bakugo. Shut up, nobody's talking to you. You better not keep telling more secrets like this Deku, or I'll kill you. Izuku. I get it Kaken, calm down a bit. Bakugo. HMP, releases him and sits back down. Lita. You're the boy who caused that huge explosion when he hit that robot, right? Izuku. Hi, my name is Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you, holds out his hand. Lita. I'm Tenya Lita, the pleasure is mine, shaking his hand. In the back of the classroom, a boy with white and red hair could be seen looking out the window. Todoroki. What a weird classroom. Everyone in the classroom was in their group of friends, but at one point the women started talking among themselves and the men among themselves. Kirishima. I'm Kirishima, nice to meet you, pointing to himself. Bakugo. I don't care. Izuku. How long until classes start? Lita. 10 minutes. Izuku. What if we all introduce ourselves? Everyone, except Bakugo, yes, why not? Mineta. You start. Izuku. Well, I'm Izuku Midoriya and I'm a pretty calm person, I'm like the counterpart that keeps Kaken calm. Bakugo. Shut up, you don't do any of that, in fact you annoy me. Izuku. Well, who wants to continue? Kaminari. I'm Denki Kaminari, my quirk is basically electrification, it allows me to release electricity from my body, but if I overdo it my brain shorts out and something strange happens, scratching the back of his neck. So everyone introduced themselves one by one until the time came when after introducing themselves a certain person would ask the group a question. Mineta. And for you, who has the best body in the room? Izuku. Hey, I didn't know you batted for the same side. Mineta. Not that. I mean the girls, pointing at them. Most of the boys blushed but 3 in particular remained silent and then said. Izuku Bakugo Todoroki. So you are the pervert of the class. Mineta. Ugin, that sounded very cruel. Izuku. We were not wrong. Mineta. I don't know, crossing his arms. Bakugo. Ah, how stupid. Izuku. Kakin, you have a heart too, don't act like it, hitting him with his elbow. Bakugo. What are you saying, stupid? I have never liked anyone making explosions. Izuku. But when we were 5 years old you declared yourself a. Bakugo. Shut up. I didn't know what I was doing back then. Mineta. You see, he even knows about this. Bakugo. Of course I am an idiot. Aizawa. Good morning, class. Everyone. Good tea. Aizawa. I'll be your homeroom teacher this year and maybe the next 3. Izuku. Excuse me, no, I don't mean to offend you or anything, but. Aizawa. What's wrong? Izuku. Do you consume or ingest marijuana? I mean, it's already legalized and all, and I have no problem with you using it, moving his hands. Aizawa. I don't do any kind of drugs, my eyes are like that because they're dry. Izuku. Oh, I see. Everyone. Laughing. Aizawa. May I know what you found so funny? Everyone. Aizawa. Like I said, I'll be your homeroom teacher and I hope you're prepared for one of the most difficult times of your lives. Everyone. Hi. Aizawa. Because this is UA. Heroes vs Villains training. The UA Academy is incredible. These last 3 weeks I have been learning a lot of things here that are very useful to me. Obviously UA is not only dedicated to training future heroes, it also gives normal classes, although they do give more importance to training. I remember the first day we met our homeroom teacher Aizawa-sensei, we had a somewhat low impression of him since he did not look like a very dedicated hero, although I had already heard of him, and that same day he gave us a few tests and said that the last place would be expelled. I still remember Mineta's face when Aizawa-sensei said it was a joke. But right now, as I said, it has been 2 weeks and right now we are in Midnight Sensei's class, although it was about to end and he told us. Midnight. If I am not mistaken, today Almight said he had a surprise prepared for you. Izuku. Almight. Hiroshima. I hope it is a training that strengthens us when it comes to fighting villains. What do you think, Bakugo? Bakugo. I don't care in the least. Hiroshima. As always, so discouraged. And you, Midoriya, what do you think the surprise is? Izuku. Well, being All Might, it's most likely some kind of physical test or something like that. I think he's fascinated by that kind of thing, looking at the ceiling. Midnight. Well, my hour is up, don't cause too much trouble. Well, All Might arrives, see you later, waving goodbye. Everyone. Hi, goodbye sensei. As soon as Midnight left the door, the number 1 hero All Might quickly entered, putting some papers on the desk. All Might. Remember a few days ago we told you to give us a design of the suit that you would like to have for some training and special missions. Well, it's finally here. Taking out several briefcases with numbers. Everyone. Amazing. All Might. Come get your briefcase and go change, I'll be waiting for you outside the locker room. All the students went to the locker room and were changing, some were fascinated by the quality of the suits and others were just putting them on. Izuku. Wow, Bakugo, your suit is something. Bakugo. Something what? Damn nerd. Izuku. Interesting, smiling nervously. Bakugo. Look at your own suit. Izuku. It's something normal, it's not very rocket science, taking it out of the briefcase, see? You could see a black suit with green around the edges and some lines that passed through the inside of it of the same color. The pants were mostly black, only that had some totally straight green lines along the front and back that passed from the hip until the pants ended. He also had a pair of tennis shoes that continued with the line of the pants and the sole of the tennis shoes were green. It also came with a sweatshirt cap and a mask that showed green eyes. Izuku. Puts it on, see, isn't it a big deal? Hiroshima. Are you kidding? It's incredible. Zero. Hey, and the green parts glow. Izuku. I think I had asked for a button for that, but since it's daytime it won't work. All Might. From outside, come on, come out, young people, it's been 3 minutes. All the students left and the suit that attracted the most attention was the green-haired one's, since it had a quite striking design in addition to the mask. All Might. Why the mask, young Midoriya? Izuku. Well, I'm a little embarrassed to show my face to many people. All Might. Well, that's not a problem, follow me, we're going to a testing ground. They all followed the hero and when they arrived at the field they could see a deserted city and there were several buildings. They stood in front of one of the tallest buildings that could be seen and the hero turned around. All Might. Well students, today there will be a heroes versus villains training, the rules are simple. Teams of 2 members will be randomly formed, when the teams are formed some will be heroes and others villains. The heroes must find a bomb that is inside the building, obviously it will change location in each encounter, and the villains for their part must protect the bomb before the time limit runs out. Now come in so you can take a ball that is inside this box to see if you will be heroes or villains and who you will be with. Izuku. From what I see we will have to think of a good strategy to be able to defend or find the bomb, being a closed building, maybe the best thing would be to go fast, since there are not many places where you can go unnoticed. Unless it has ventilation ducts, but I suppose they would also have that ready, although I may also have to be a villain. Almight. Young Midoriya, grab a ball from this box. Izuku. Ah. Hi, takes out a ball and it is her turn to be a hero, Hero Almight sensei. Almight. Very well, the next person who gets to be a hero will be your partner. The students were passing by and at one point Momo Yaoirozu passed by, and when she took out a ball, it was her turn to be a hero. Almight. Very well, young Midoriya and young Yaoirozu will be another team of heroes. Izuku. I hope we can understand each other well, smiling and stretching out his hand. Momo. Likewise Midoriya, shaking his hand. Almight. Well, let's continue. This is how all the students passed until the teams were as follows. Izuku Midoriya and Yaoirozu Momo, heroes. Bakugo Katsuki and Tenyolita, villains. C. Kirishima Ijiro and Kaminari Denki, villains. Tsuyu Asui and Ichako Uraraka, heroes. The Aoyama Yuga and Koji Koda, heroes. F. Tokoyami Fumikage and Mineta Minoru, villains. The first teams to face each other were Team D versus F. Almight. Okay Team F, you have 5 minutes to inspect the place and set traps to secure the bomb. In that same period of time Team D will have a map of the interior of the building which they can review. Both teams can start preparing now. By the way, the next team to face each other is Team A versus B. Izuku. So Ichako and Tsuyu versus Mineta and Tokoyami-kun, huh? It looks quite interesting. Momo. This Midoriya-kun. Izuku. There's no need to be so formal, you can call me Izuku. Momo. Okay Izuku, I think we should make a strategy to win. Izuku. You're right about that, if we think like Lita, he will probably be protecting the bomb while Kaken awaits us, since he mostly acts on instinct. Momo. It seems you know Bakugo well. Izuku. I've known him since I was about 3 or 4 years old, but his quirk is almost unlimited you could say. He produces a substance similar to nitroglycerin when he sweats in the palms of his hands, which allows him to create explosions at will. Normally he uses direct attacks that are almost impossible to dodge or block, so staying away would be a good option. Momo. Meanwhile Lita-kun has speed as an advantage by having in his legs a kind of implanted motors that give him not only a lot of speed, but also add extra damage to his attacks due to the speed at which he goes. Izuku. Then with one we should move away and with the other we get closer, since if we don't give Lita-kun enough mobility, he can't increase his speed that much. Momo. The building is somewhat small on the inside which takes away some advantage, but it is still dangerous. Everyone. What are you doing? With a drop on his head. Izuku. Were we whispering this the whole time? I'm so sorry. Momo. Me too. Everyone. You look too alike. Izuku. Well, if I'm not mistaken your quirk allows you to create any type of thing that doesn't have life. Momo. Exactly, I could create any type of weapon or utensil. Izuku. In that case, you would have an advantage against Lita-kun. You could put several things in the room so he can't move so easily. Momo. It might work, but it's not unlimited. Izuku. Well, then, I have a little idea. When they give us 5 minutes, we'll put it into action. Momo. Okay. The fight ended with Tokoyami-kun and Mineta winning over Tsuyu and Ikako. Almight. Okay, Team B can enter the building, and Team A can observe the plans for it. The 5 minutes begin. The villains were inside the building waiting for the 5 minutes to pass so they could start. Lita-kun was next to the bomb in the last building, while the blonde-haired man was several floors below waiting for someone to arrive. When the green-haired boy and the black-haired girl entered without any difficulty since there was no trap or anything like that. When they went up several floors they could hear the blonde-haired boy's voice coming from the next room. Izuku. Momo, can you create a smoke bomb and throw it when I open the door? Momo. Sure, no problem, from there I'll go with Lita-kun. Izuku. Fine, 1 2 3. The green-haired boy kicked the door open, and the black-haired girl quickly entered as soon as the smoke bomb took effect, going unnoticed by the blonde-haired boy. The green-haired boy also tried to go unnoticed, but an explosion happened right next to him, dissipating all the smoke and leaving them both exposed. Bakugo. Come on, Deku, I'm going to kill you. The blonde-haired boy ran up to the green-haired boy, and when he was about to hit him, he caused a small explosion that didn't hit the green-haired boy, but did propel him leaving him behind him, and then sticking his hand to the back of this one, and causing another explosion, but this time stronger. Izuku. Oh, that hurt a lot. Bakugo. Come on Deku, try to do something. A young blonde-haired boy appeared right above him and made an explosion, but the blonde-haired boy managed to move, breaking a part of the floor, causing the blonde-haired boy to fall one floor below. The green-haired boy got up and waited for the blonde-haired boy to use an explosion to be able to get to the place where he was, and when he did, the green-haired boy quickly ran towards him, giving him a punch in the stomach and then grabbing his arm and giving a small turn and abruptly throwing the blonde-haired boy's body against the floor. This action only caused more fury in the blonde-haired boy, so he got up quite quickly and went with an explosion to the green-haired boy, but he jumped and stuck his hands on the ceiling, bending his knees so that at the moment that the blonde-haired boy was right below them, he stretched them out to hit him with them and leave him on the floor. Izuku. Very well, I think if I continue like this I can dominate him. I trust that Momo will be able to with Lita-kun. Bakugo. Deku, I see that you have become stronger, you bastard, getting up, let's see what you do against this. Meanwhile the black-haired girl was in the last room, and to her not very pleasant surprise the speedster hero was waiting for her there. When she entered the room a huge explosion could be heard, and the building fell a little as if someone had destroyed an entire floor. When she looked out the window she saw a large cloud of smoke and automatically worried about her partner, but refocused. Since the green-haired girl told her that he would contain the blonde-haired girl while she fought against Lita. They both saw each other, and the speedster hero quickly ran towards her, but she created some small balls and threw them to the ground, making him jump them and hit him with his fist in the face, making him fall sitting outside the room. Lita. I don't like hitting ladies, but I'll have to make the exception, I hope and you forgive me. Momo. Why do all men say the same thing? It's a world where if a villain sees you it doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, you may end up in the same fate. Lita. I'm sorry but it won't be possible from here on out, you'd better retreat, getting into guard position. Momo. Good. The black-haired girl took advantage of the fact that the sprinter's eyes were closed and gave him a direct blow to the stomach with her right fist to continue with an uppercut with the same hand, causing the hero to fall to the ground and get up quickly to say the following. I hope and forgive me for hitting a beautiful lady. The black-haired girl got into a fighting stance. She had only recently begun studying a few styles of martial arts and gymnastics, which gave her an advantage in flexibility. She tried to kick the sprinter in the stomach, but he caught her before she could hit him and threw her upwards. The black-haired girl took advantage and did a backflip, then hit him in the jaw with her other leg, before landing on her feet. Lita. How elegant. The speedster ran and gave her a light blow to the face, followed by several of the same power in the stomach, and then grabbed her by the leg, but she reacted by hitting him in the face with her hand completely open, causing a small bleeding. The black-haired girl created an iron sword and tried to cut his arm, but the speedster retreated and she took the opportunity to enter the room and close the door. The speedster tried to hit her, but she reacted and blocked the attacks with her sword. Meanwhile, returning with the green-haired girl, they were one floor below since the building had literally fallen on them for a few moments. They both got up and the blonde-haired girl tried to make an explosion, but the blonde-haired girl prevented it by giving him a smash directly in the face, followed by one more, but this time with his other arm in the stomach, causing him to collide with the ceiling. Being on the ceiling, the blonde-haired girl pointed his hands at the green-haired girl and gave him an explosion, causing him to fall several floors even lower. The green-haired man's arms were numb, since that was the cost of using one for all, but the numbness disappeared about 2 minutes later. The blonde-haired man went down to where the green-haired man was and grabbed him by the hat of his suit, but received a blow to the head from the green-haired man. Then the green-haired man ran and slid across the floor, passing under the blonde-haired man, but knocked him down when passing under him, falling to the ground. When he was about to get up he received a smash, even more powerful than the previous one, in the back of his skull and burying his head in the floor. The green-haired man was about to turn around to go up, but the blonde-haired man used some kind of explosive shot, hitting right in the corner where the green-haired man was, causing a somewhat large explosion and leaving the green-haired man on the floor with half of his suit destroyed. Izuku. Oh, that's cheating, Kaken. Bakugo. Shut up, you bastard, I'm not going to let you get out of here. Getting up. The blonde-haired boy started to feel a red liquid coming out of his head. He grabbed some and saw that it was blood. This made him very angry and ran to the green-haired boy who was still on the floor and gave him an explosion in the face and destroyed the wall that was behind him, causing him to fall outside the building, but the blonde-haired boy held his foot. Bakugo. Oh no, Deku, let's have some more fun. Meanwhile, the black-haired girl and the speedster were both having complications, but in a moment the speedster tried to hit the black-haired girl with his leg on the head, but she blocked the attack and ducked to spin around and hit the speedster's foot that was on the ground, making him blind to the ground, and then bury the sword just a little in the speedster's shoulder and run to the bomb, but he removed his sword and quickly appeared in front of her and hit her in the stomach. Then he gave her another blow, but this time in the face. The black-haired girl was quite weak and the speedster still had enough energy to fight for a while longer, so the black-haired girl got up and in her hand created a kind of rope but more resistant and held it with both hands and jumped over the speedster grabbing him by the neck with the rope and then ran to a small tube that was in the place and caught him there leaving him with no escape. When she ran towards the bomb and was about to touch it, an explosion appeared right in front of her and a green-haired boy fell next to her quite hurt. "Momo. Can you continue Izuku-kun?" Helping him up. "Izuku. I'll take care of it, you worry about touching the bomb," smiling. "Momo. Okay." In front of them stood a rather angry blonde boy, so he started making explosions with his hands and then put both hands together to create an even bigger explosion, and when he was about to hit both of them, the green-haired boy stood in front of the black-haired boy and hugged her receiving the full impact of the explosion, and when he was outside the building because of the explosion, the green-haired boy with his last breath held the black-haired girl's hand and threw her towards the bomb with a smash, making the latter touch the bomb leaving them with 10 seconds of time. "Momo. We did it. Bakugo. It passed right in front of me and I couldn't stop it, damn Deku." Falling to his knees. "Almight. The heroes win." Everyone. It was incredible. Everyone went to the place and saw a black-haired girl helping a green-haired boy to get up. "Almight. Midoriya go to the infirmary to get healed." Izuku. "Hi Almight. Momo. Thanks for helping me, besides you took all the damage from the explosion on your own." Izuku. "Don't worry, the good thing is that we won," smiling at him. Momo. With a small blush and a smile, "Hi. Hero names. When I went with Recovery Girl to heal my wounds after the confrontation with Bakugo and Lita-kun, she scolded me for exposing my body too much to Bakugo's explosions and not thinking of something better, although the result was effective and we won the confrontation. I was angry because she says that young people today just jump into the fight as if there were no repercussions involved, and I have to say that it may be true, but at that moment they were not the words I would like to hear. After she healed my wounds, I rested for a while in the infirmary, since apparently when Recovery Girl heals you, she tires you out too much. When I woke up I saw that it was night, so I got a little worried and left the infirmary. I walked a bit around the school and saw that the teachers were having a meeting, so I didn't want to be nosy and just passed by, but apparently All Might saw me. All Might. Oh young Midoriya, I see you're awake. Izuku. Yes All Might, could you tell me where my things are? All Might. They're in your classroom, when you go to get them you have to leave the school, we can't let you spend any longer here. Izuku. Of course I wasn't planning on staying any longer, I'm sure my mother is going to kill me. All Might. About that we sent a message to your mother so I guess she won't be so worried anymore, see you young Midoriya. Izuku. Likewise All Might. I went to get my things and checked the time on my cell phone, unfortunately it was already 9 PM normally at that time I'm already doing my homework, and speaking of which I should ask someone in the classroom for the homework, Lita would be the best option. I left school and in order not to take too long to get home, I took the train where I was attacked by that villain who was huge, apparently they had already finished repairing it and it was an operation which was good. I bought a ticket and waited for the train to finally pass, when I got on it wasn't very full, but there were some people, but what surprised me the most was that I saw the heroine mount Lady Lady, to make it not sound so long. Apparently she was coming from a fight with a villain, since part of her outfit was destroyed and she looked somewhat tired. I decided to sit next to her even though she looked somewhat frustrated. Lady. Right now I'm not in the best mood possible, but it's okay if you want to take a picture with me, looking at the ground somewhat tired. Izuku. Photo. It can be seen that you're quite tired. Lady. Then why are you coming? Izuku. I just wanted to talk to the person who gave me a small scar on my head. Lady. What are you talking about? Turns to look at him and remembers, ah, you're that guy who helped Kamui when I made my debut. Izuku. It seems like the superhero life is a bit tiring for you. Lady. Yes, normally the media focuses very little on rookie heroes, but I caused a bit of a stir, so I've had a somewhat hectic schedule. Izuku. Well, but I guess that's part of being a hero, as frustrating as it may be. Lady. Unfortunately yes, although they normally always ask things about my private life and very little about my work as a heroine, I don't know how much interest they truly have in my work. Izuku. Well I guess they want to take advantage of having a superheroine to create controversy or get exclusives that others don't. Lady. I see you think quite a lot for your age, what was your name? Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. Lady. Midoriya-kun, I suppose you also want to be a hero. Izuku. Well yes, although it's going to be very difficult for me. Lady. Why? Izuku. There are many who have better skills and more experience than me, plus many deserve the opportunity to be at UA, and unfortunately they are not. Lady. So you are studying at UA? Izuku. Yes, but let's just say I don't have a grade A. Lady. As long as you help people you can call yourself a hero, you should not only fight villains, but give people peace of mind and look out for the well-being of society. Izuku. I know that, we must give everything for others so they can be at peace. Lady. That's right kid, if you want to be a hero you must train. Boz falls asleep. Izuku. It seems he couldn't take it anymore. Well, being a hero is complicated, but they are also people after all. Puts Lady's head on his shoulder, take it as a thank you from me. I was traveling on the train for a few more minutes, at one point the train stopped at a station, but I didn't hear the name because I had my headphones on, but I saw how Lady woke up quickly and I took off my headphones. Lady. Well, I have to get off here kid, see you, gives him a kiss on the cheek, thanks for the pillow. Izuku. Smiling, you're welcome, putting his headphones back on. Lady. He's a good boy, the girl who has him will be lucky, walks out of the station. I waited for the train to stop at the station because it is close to my house. When we finally arrived and the doors opened, I got off and took off my headphones to walk quietly to my house. When I arrived I saw that it was already 10 p.m. I saw that my mother was waiting for me to arrive so she could go to sleep peacefully. I stayed in the kitchen preparing a steamed fish fillet. I know it is a somewhat heavy meal for this time, but I really wanted to eat fish. After dinner I sent a message to Lida-kun asking him for homework and he answered me a few minutes later telling me everything they saw today in my absence, plus that tomorrow we will have to select our hero names in Midnight Sensei's class. Izuku. Well, let's get to work. I can't use as an excuse the fact that I was resting most of the day. The next day I got up and did what I do every day to prepare to go to UA. Today I have to choose my hero name, so I have to think it over carefully. I took the train again and arrived at UA a few minutes before classes started. I saw that several friends were already here, so I sat next to Kirishima and Kaminari before classes started. Kirishima. Hey Deku, how are you going to catch up with us? Kaminari. It's true, yesterday you weren't present in the other classes. Izuku. I asked Lida-kun for my homework and I did it last night, it wasn't that complicated. Kirishima. With a drop on his head and smiling, really? Kaminari. Let's just say that not everyone has the same intellect, Kirishima has a bit of a hard time. Izuku. Wow, I didn't know you had problems with your grades. Kirishima. It's just temporary, I'll improve with time. Bakugo. Ha, you don't even believe it yourself. Izuku. Hey, that was kind of mean, Kaken. Bakugo. Not that I care. Kaminari. Hey Deku, why do you and Bakugo never talk to each other by their names? Kirishima. That's true, you always talk by nickname. Izuku. Well, Kaken calls me Deku because he sounds stupid or something, and I honestly don't know why I call him Kaken, I guess it was just a habit that stuck with us. Bakugo. You'll always be a loser to me. Izuku. Deep down, we're good friends, aren't we Kaken? Putting his arm on Bakugo's shoulder. Bakugo. Shut up, get your damn arm off my shoulder, trash. Kirishima. Kaminari. Good friends with a drop on his head. Izuku. In fact, Kaken used to be less aggressive, he was a little more careless and always followed him. Our mothers say that when we were little we almost never separated. Bakugo. That must be you, damn nerd, you're always bothering us. Izuku. Calm down Kaken, I'm just joking a little even if it's true. Zero. Sits next to them, I don't know how Bakugo hasn't killed you yet Deku, I always see that he's about to send you to heaven with an explosion. Izuku. I'm like his conscience, he knows it would be wrong to do that even if he hit me. They all continued talking about unimportant things, when the bell rang everyone went to sit in their respective places, and midnight came in. Midnight. I see that everyone is here, very well as you know today you will select your hero names, this will be key in the future, since in this way you will be recognized by society and the other heroes. Lida. Hey Midoriya-kun, if you did everything I sent you, right? Izuku. Don't worry, it's fine. Midnight. Now that we know this, who wants to be the first to go through? Mina. Me. Raising her hand. Midnight. Very well, come in. Mina. I want to call myself Alien Queen. Showing it from a notebook. Midnight. Well, I guess it's a good name, although it could be improved, but it's okay. Mina. Yee. Izuku. She's always quite active, it seems like all she eats is coffee and chocolate. Midnight. Well, someone else comes in, or will they make me choose? Sai. I want to come in. Midnight. Fine, Sayu Asui comes in. Sayu. I want to call myself, writing in a notebook, Fruppy. Izuku. It's a somewhat childish name, but it might work with boys. Mineta. What a strange name. Momo. It's kind of cute. Mineta. Of course not, it's more than anything strange. Izuku. Are you serious? They're fighting over someone else's name, sees that the whole class was divided in opinions, this has to be a joke. Midnight. Enough, it's a good name I like, you can go take a seat. Sigh. Ribbit. Midnight. Well now let a man come in. Hiroshima. I'll pass. Midnight. Let's see what you have prepared. Hiroshima. My name will be Red Riot. Midnight. Well, I'm going to ask you a question, where did you get that name from? Hiroshima. Well, I was a fan of one of the first superheroes there was, he had a name similar to this one. Midnight. Alright, you can go sit down now. So all the students went and said the names they wanted to use to be identified until a certain blonde-haired man came to the front of the entire class. Bakugo. Killer Explosion King. Midnight. This won't be good for you to use that name. Bakugo. Why not? Midnight. It's not a name that inspires much confidence and protection. Zero. It suits him perfectly, he doesn't inspire any of that. Bakugo. What did you say, damn it. I'm going to kill you. Midnight. Calm down, you better think of another name. Bakugo. Oh okay, goes to sit down. Midnight. You're missing Midoriya. Izuku. Ah okay, steps forward, I'll call myself Deku. Midnight. Are you sure? Izuku. Is it a bad name? Midnight. Nobody said, maybe you can think of a better one. Izuku. The truth is I can't think of many things and I think that name is good. Midnight. Well it's your decision, now that everyone or most of them already have their names defined we will be doing some resistance tests. Mineta. What kind of resistance? Midnight. This is more than anything a little whim, I want to see how long they can hold my sleeping gas. Izuku. Midden sensei's quirk is sleepwalking, when he breaks some part of his suit a kind of sleeping pill comes out of it, more powerful in men than women, but it's still very strong. Midnight. Let's go out to the courtyard and the women will go first. All the students left, the men moved away a little, and the women got ready to do anything to stay awake longer. Midnight. Okay, let's start, tears off the sleeve of her suit. Most of the women fell asleep in the first 15 seconds, the ones who lasted the longest were Momo and Tsuyu, since Momo created a mask that transformed the gas into simple air, and Tsuyu resisted without breathing for a long time. Midnight. Okay now it's the men's turn. Izuku. It would be best to hold your breath even though I'm somewhat bad at it. Midnight. Okay, let's start, tears open the other sleeve. The first to fall was the perverted Mineta, since although he held his breath the air entered through his nostrils and put him to sleep, the average for the men was 7.5 seconds, but there were 5 who were standing out which were Kirishima, Bakugo, Todoroki, Tokoyami and Izuku. They had already been there for approximately 1 minute, but when the time reached 1 minute and 30 seconds, Tokoyami along with Kirishima fell asleep. There were only 3 left, the time reached 2 minutes, and the 3 were still going, but when the time reached 3 minutes the next to fall was Izuku, the time reached 4 minutes, and Bakugo was resisting because he created mini explosions near his nose, and the next to fall was Todoroki leaving Bakugo as the winner. Bakugo. Ah, breathing heavily, I almost fainted, but I still won, these extras are nothing. Izuku. It was quite difficult, in fact I still feel a little sleepy, he sees that Todoroki has trouble getting up, hey are you okay Todoroki-kun? Todoroki. Yes, I don't need help, gets up and walks towards the others. Izuku. I guess he has the same character as Endeavor. Todoroki. Don't compare me to that old man, turning to look at him. Izuku. Sorry, it wasn't my intention, it's just that since you are his son I thought you acted that way because you inherited his attitude, and well I. Todoroki. The only thing I inherited from that old man was his quirk, nothing more. Izuku. I understand, sorry for the comment. Todoroki. Okay, just don't make a comment like that again, leaves. Izuku. I guess he doesn't get along with his father. Midnight. Well now we will return to the classroom since class has not finished yet, apart from the fact that tomorrow we will have rigorous training. Everyone. Hi. Teachers versus students, a half. It's been about a month and a half since I entered UA, and in that period of time I've made new friends and had the occasional minor conflict. In fact the only one I don't talk much or at all to is Todoroki-kun, since a while ago, I think I offended him by talking about his father's bad temper, and to be honest, I don't know what kind of relationship they have, but he's tried to avoid me all this time, which makes me think I went a little too far. With women it's different since I get along with all of them, although I don't talk much with some like Mina and Kyoka, but I still talk to them from time to time, which has led me to arguments with Mineta, because he thinks I want to take advantage of the girls' trust to see them in explicit scenes. The truth is I don't know where he gets so much stupidity from his head, but sometimes his attitude frustrates me a little. Yesterday Aizawa sensei told us that all the teachers would get together to give us a special combat class, so I was preparing since I don't control very well the one for all. When I use it, my arm falls asleep for approximately 30 seconds, so I can use it again, but it is a quite big disadvantage, and if I don't use it 2 times in a row my arm could break, or that's what recovery girl told me. Aizawa. Okay, we're all gathered now, right? Almight. It seems like it, who's going to give the instructions today? Muscular form. Aizawa. You could do it for me Midnight. Midnight? Huh. It seems you lack chivalry Eraserhead. Aizawa. How annoying, well then I'll give the instructions. Today you will form teams of 2 members and fight against a teacher. There will be 10 teams formed among you. There are 2 ways to pass the test. 1. The first will be to use these handcuffs, showing some yellow handcuffs, and put them on your wrist yourselves. If you succeed the training will be over. 2. The second way is by going through a door that will be in all the circuits. You must locate it and exit through it if you want to win. Izuku. Then it will be a 2 versus 1, but taking into account that you are professionals, it is like a 5 versus 2. Aizawa. In these tests maybe we hold back a little. Hiroshima. I didn't like that one maybe. Aizawa. Do you have any complaints? Making his eyes red. Hiroshima. No sensei, soldier pose. Aizawa. Continuing, your partner will be decided as follows. Inside this box there are numbers from 1 to 20, you will go through and draw a paper with the indicated number. An example, if I get 5 and someone else gets 7, he will be my partner. Denya. So the teams would be more or less like this. 1 and 3, 2 and 4, 5 and 7, 6 and 8, 9 and 11, 10 and 12, 13 and 15, 14 and 16, 17 and 19, 18 and 20. Aizawa. That's right, well come and draw a number. All the students passed and the teams were decided. Izuku. I'm 13. Todoroki. I'm 15. Izuku. Oh then we'll be team Todoroki-kun. Todoroki. Hi. Izuku. How awkward, how am I supposed to team up with someone who probably hates me? Todoroki. I hope you give your all, I don't want to fail this test, putting his hand on his shoulder. Izuku. Hi, I expect the same from you. Todoroki. I always give my all in every test. Almight. There's some tension between those two, sweating. Hiroshima. Bakugo got matched with you. Bakugo. Listen to me, stranger, I don't want to carry around dead weight, so if you fail or get knocked out I'll leave you behind. Do you understand? Izuku. Someone didn't wake up in a good mood. Aizawa. Now that everyone knows who their teammates are, who have the numbers 1 and 3? Shiro Minato. Me. Aizawa. Well, you will face Midnight. As for me, I want to see how much you have improved. The others moved away from the combat zone, and you could see a somewhat rocky and neglected place. Both were alert in case Midnight were to appear suddenly, which happened, causing Shiro to throw Mineta into the air, and he fell asleep due to Midnight's quirk. Then Mineta began to run all over the place crying blood, which seemed strange to many. Mineta finally ran to the place where Midnight was, and with the balls of his head, he created a strange net and hit a rock, propelling himself to pass as quickly as possible next to it, but he was stopped by a kick to the face, causing it to bleed. Midnight. You should have thought more instead of rushing, it seems the desire for something was eating you from the inside. Mineta. Damn Shiro, I'm not going to forgive you. Aizawa. Shiro and Mineta were knocked out, let the next team pass. Hiroshima. It's Bakugo's turn. Bakugo. I know. Aizawa. I'll be his opponent. Hiroshima. Damn. Bakugo. I see, let's see what sensei is made of. Creating explosions. Hiroshima. You'll only make him angry. Aizawa. Don't worry, come with everything you've got, getting into a fighting stance and his glasses too. Hiroshima. Hardening, this will end badly. The first to go against his sensei was the explosive blonde-haired boy, but when he arrived his quirk was nullified and he couldn't cause an explosion, surprising him and receiving a light parry from his sensei. Aizawa. Come on kid, I expected more from you. Bakugo. Ah. The blonde-haired boy ran back to his sensei and tried to punch him in the face, but he dodged it and grabbed his arm and then spun around to stand behind him. Meanwhile the Redeed was about to punch him in the stomach, but the blonde-haired boy jumped and received the blow causing him to fall to the ground. Then the Redeed turned around to see where his sensei was, but he caught him with a ribbon behind his back and pulled him towards him, giving him a blow with his elbow to the back of the neck, leaving him on the ground. Aizawa. Not everything is about hitting like that without more, you must think of a strategy. Bakugo. Shine. The blonde-haired boy appeared behind his sensei and caused a huge explosion, leaving a cloud of smoke. When it disappeared, no one could be seen, which surprised the blonde-haired boy, but he was grabbed by the neck and then thrown to the ground, falling face down. The Redeed appeared out of nowhere in front of his sensei and hit him, but he covered him and returned it with a direct blow to the face with greater force, causing the Redeed's nose to bleed. Then he approached him and grabbed him by the head to hit him with his right knee, and when he fell to his feet, he bent down spinning and hit him in the legs, causing him to fall to the ground. Aizawa. It was a good hit, but I expected more from your hardening. Bakugo. Stop making fun of yourself. The blonde-haired boy caused a huge explosion, and the sensei was thrown towards a wall, leaving a small crater in it. The blonde-haired boy quickly approached and grabbed him by the neck and then took off the handcuffs, but his arm was grabbed and his wrist twisted and then hit him in the knee, leaving him handicapped and getting behind him. Aizawa. You need to get a little closer so the explosion has more effect. While the sensei was saying that, the Redeed appeared in front of him again and was about to give him a big hit in the face with his quirk, which is why he cancelled it, but when he made that mistake, the blonde-haired boy said. Bakugo. Am I close enough, sensei? When he finished saying those words, it caused an even bigger explosion than the previous one and destroyed the wall that was behind them. The smoke dissipated again, and you could see how both were about to leave, since the handcuffs had broken by the explosion, but their feet were held with some ribbons and attracted again by it, leaving them headfirst in the air. Then the sensei stood up and gave 3 very strong kicks to each of them in the abdomen and then threw them against a building and turned to look at them. Aizawa. I told you that maybe I would restrain myself, I didn't promise. Hiroshima. Don't think he's exaggerating, he left us 3 bruises with his kicks. Aizawa. Before, say that I didn't break your ribs. Bakugo. I will pass this test no matter what it takes, you hear me? The hero appeared in front of them and punched each of them in the stomach, knocking the wind out of them, but not leaving them unconscious. Aizawa. I hear you. Bakugo. Ah, spitting out a little saliva. Hiroshima. You know, he's not the only one who can act, smiling. The blonde-haired boy had hardened a moment before receiving the blow, but still resisted it. When the sensei reacted, he gave him a tremendous blow to the face, making him take several steps back and then approaching and hitting him several times in the face with both hands quickly, but in a moment the sensei stopped the blows and bent the Redeed's arms and then let go of him and turned around with a kick that hit him full in the face, leaving him on the ground. Aizawa. Not bad, they're on the right track. Bakugo. It's a fight, I shouldn't talk. It caused an explosion that the sensei dodged, but also caused one behind to propel himself and grab his partner, heading to the exit and passing it. Almight. Young Bakugo and Kirishima won. Aizawa. They are trying hard, although I'm sure the brat won't like this type of victory. Kirishima. Waking up, did we win? Bakugo. Yes, we won, but I told you I didn't want to carry dead weight and it turns out you faint. Kirishima. If you had received that kick directly in the face, you would have gone through the same thing, I still feel the mark of the blow. Aizawa. Well, the next to participate will be Shoji and Tokoyami, they are going to face Professor Snipe. The fight was somewhat difficult since the combat was in an abandoned building where almost no light entered, which made it difficult for Tokoyami's dark shadow to behave. Professor Snipe stalked them from the darkness, waiting for the right moment to attack. He fired 3 bullets at the student's feet, who immediately jumped back and saw the teacher standing right in front of them. Then Snipe fired again, but Tokoyami used his dark shadow to block the bullets, but it was very difficult to control and ended up destroying part of the building where several rubble was falling on it. A minute passed and Shoji came out of the rubble, but a bullet hit his neck, leaving him unconscious. Professor Snipe began to search for Tokoyami among the rubble, but when he found him, Dark Shadow attacked him, sending him a few meters in the air after falling on top of a pile of rubble. Snipe got up, but the numbing effect had ended, so he received a triple blow from Shoji in the chest and back a more controlled blow from Dark Shadow, since now there was sunlight, but that was not enough to defeat him. He got up and dissipated 6 bullets to Shoji, of which 2 hit him in the shoulder causing bleeding. Tokoyami approached and again tried to hit him with his Dark Shadow, but Snipe dodged it, making him almost hit Shoji, if not for the fact that he managed to stop him. Just as he stopped him, he received 1 shot in the left leg and a blow to the face with Snipe's gun, leaving him a little stunned. Shoji quickly ran up to him, but Snipe simply turned around and threw the gun, hitting him in the face as well, and then spun around and picked up the gun from the ground. When he got up, he could see that Dark Shadow had the handcuffs on next to Snipe, which ended as a victory for Shoji and Tokoyami's team. Snipe. I see that you took the opportunity to put the handcuffs on me the moment I grabbed my gun, well thought out, helping to get both of them up, it was a good fight. Shoji Tokoyami. Thank you very much, making a small bow. Izuku. Everyone is giving their best, I should also give my best. Snipe. Well, next up are Izuku Midoriya and Todoroki Shoto. Aizawa. Do you want to face them, Almight? Almight. Of course, I won't make it easy for them. Izuku. Damn, we're going to face Almight. Todoroki. I hope you're not intimidated just because you're Almight. Izuku. Of course I won't give my best, Todoroki-kun. I hope we can understand each other, stretching out his hand. Todoroki. I doubt it, walking to the combat area. Izuku. It's going to be harder than I thought. Everyone moved away and the combat area was similar to the previous one, except this one was in the streets of a city and the exit was quite far away in a place without any buildings. Izuku. All Might will be waiting for us at the exit, we must think carefully about what to do. Todoroki. Sometimes it's good to think about what to do, but right now we can't think much, if we don't move we won't pass. Izuku. The best thing would be to do combined attacks to stop him and get out. Todoroki. How are you supposed to stop the number one hero? Izuku. Just because he's the number one hero doesn't mean he's invincible, like you said. I hope he doesn't intimidate you just because he's All Might. Todoroki. Fine, but we must know something, we can't take too many hits from him. Izuku. The best thing would be to avoid them because they are very powerful even if he holds back. Todoroki. Well, let's not keep All Might waiting and go for him. Izuku. Walking beside him, a hunt is about to begin and I don't know if we are the prey or the hunter. As they headed towards the exit of the sky, the number one hero fell and caused a large cloud of smoke and broke a part of the ground. All Might. Don't make me wait too long, young Todoroki and Midoriya, you must give your best effort to pass even if I hold back a little. Izuku. Todoroki, getting into fighting pose. Todoroki. Hi, let's go with everything, serious and getting into fighting pose. All Might. That's how I like it, passionate and strong young people, pushing towards them. Todoroki. Here it comes. Izuku. This isn't going to be easy, but I can't give up or run away, I must fight alongside Todoroki-kun to prove my worth. All Might. Here I go. Raising his fist and directing it at both of them. Izuku. Todoroki. Shit. Teachers versus students, two halves. Who would have thought that I would face my idol, besides being the person who could give me a quirk and fulfill my dream of being a hero, but All Might is a much more superior version of me and with more experience, which leaves us at a great disadvantage, but even so, I plan to give everything I have to try to win alongside Todoroki-kun. Izuku. Todoroki-kun, turning to look at him. Todoroki. I know, puts his foot on the ground and creates a fairly high ice wall. Izuku. It won't be enough, but it might withstand about 3 or 4 hits. All Might. A quick decision, quite weak for my taste, crossing the ice wall. I was surprised that he crossed it almost instantly after Todoroki-kun created the wall, but we have a bigger problem, his name is All Might. All Might. Hits the ground leaving a small crater. Izuku. What is he trying to do? The number one hero after hitting the ground hit the green-haired young man's chest, although he blocked the blow was shot towards a building destroying a part of the wall. Then the bicolor young man tried to freeze his contender's fist, but it had no effect, so he managed to create a small wall that was instantly destroyed by a blow from the number one hero that hit the bicolor's face, causing him to crawl on the ground about 3 meters. All Might. They are using desperate tactics, it would be best if they work as a team. Izuku. Getting up in pain, Todoroki-kun, I trust you, give me support. The green-haired young man ran again towards the number one hero from behind, when from the front the young bicolor attacked with a powerful blast of ice, which was easily destroyed by the hero who subsequently turned around and threw a fist at the green-haired man, but he grabbed his arm and pushed himself up to give him a smash. With 5% on the top of his head causing the hero to duck, but when he did he was received by an ice attack from the young bicolor that hit his chin. Izuku. We're on the right track, we must continue like this, Todoroki-kun. Todoroki. Now you give me support, okay? Izuku. Okay, curse, I must wait to use one for all again, although if I use my left arm there will be no problem. All Might. I think I can increase the level a little. When the young bicolor approached sliding on ice, he was grabbed by the neck and thrown towards his partner, who tried to save him, but was stopped as he received a blow to the stomach that sent him flying about 7 meters. Meanwhile the hero at the same time grabbed a bicolor by the foot and threw his body to the ground, breaking a little of the wax and leaving him lying down. Later he threw him into the air and raised his knee a little, but the green-haired young man with tremendous pain approached and with his left arm tried to give him another smash in the face but was dodged by the number one hero passing by him, falling to the ground. Izuku. Todoroki-kun, are you okay? Todoroki. Hi, but we must hurry, we can't resist for long. All Might. He's right, appears in front of the bicolor and removes him from the way with a rather strong slap. Izuku. Damn. All Might. Let's see what you've got, young Midoriya. He pushed himself towards the green-haired man, but a gust of air stopped him. Izuku. Come on, come closer, smash. creating a gust of air again, but with his fingers leaving them red. All Might. If you do that you're only going to hurt yourself. Izuku. It doesn't matter, I plan to come out victorious from this match. Smoz. The number 1 hero instantly appeared in front of the green-haired boy and hit him quite hard in the stomach, in addition to the added force by the speed, it took the air out of him making him kneel. About to give him a blow that would leave him unconscious, the young bicolor froze the number 1 hero from behind and helped the green-haired boy get up to slide on ice through the air towards the exit. Todoroki. Thanks for giving me time to recover. Izuku. Thanks for not letting me get knocked out, leaning on his shoulder and smiling. They were on clear ground and they could already see the exit, but as if it were lightning, something destroyed the ice where they were sliding and made them fall. But the others. All. Oh. Hiroshima. They were so close to arriving. Shoji. We are talking about All Might, it would not be that easy to beat him. Bakugo. They will never be able to defeat All Might, they are not at his level. Amanari. And you're right. Bakugo. Shut up, nobody's asking for your opinion, bastard. Aizawa. Pay attention to the fight. Momo. They can do it, you should avoid fighting him. Returning to the fight. When they fell they quickly got up but were grabbed by the neck and thrown back. All Might. I have to say it took me a while to react to that young Todoroki. Izuku. I must use All Might's weak points to our advantage, but where? Todoroki. At the same time. Izuku. What does it matter? Both of them launched themselves towards the number 1 hero, and he waited for them in combat pose. When they arrived, a young green-haired man tried to hit him in the face, but his blow was blocked by the arm of the number 1 hero, while the bicolor was about to hit him in the ribs, but he was kicked before causing him to move away, and then threw the green-haired man along with his partner. Izuku. I have it, sorry All Might, but I must use your weakness. All Might. That will only tire them out. Izuku. Todoroki-kun, whisper, I want you to propel me towards All Might with your eyes, but aim for his rib. Todoroki. Sure. Izuku. Trust me. Todoroki. Good, get ready. And as they said, the young green-haired man was propelled with the bicolor's ice that caused a scratch to the number 1 hero in his rib, but then the green-haired man charged a smash. At 5% and hit him in the same area, causing the number 1 hero to spit blood and fall to his knees. Todoroki. Impressive, sliding on ice again and taking the green-haired man's hand to go towards the exit. But the others. Sigh. Incredible, Midoriya's plan worked. Uraraka. You can do it, Deku-kun. Koyami. His fighting ability is incredible. Returning to the fight. Both were only a few meters from reaching the exit, but a whirlwind of air destroyed the entire structure and sent them flying. It only moved Izuku a little away, but the bicolor sent him back to the city. Izuku. Almost, I have to go with Todoroki-kun, running towards the city, but he was grabbed by the face. All Might. Ah. I lift the green-haired boy and slam his head into the ground twice. You did well to use everything you know to stop me, young Midoriya, but I won't go down that easily. Izuku. I'm not much better. All Might. Don't give your opponent the advantage, hitting him several times with his right fist in the face, since with his left, he puts pressure on the wound. The green-haired boy was trying to block his master's blows, but he couldn't, he no longer had the strength in his body that could stand up to the number 1 hero. His eyes were about to close, but he saw that a rather pointy row of ice buried itself in the hero's foot, showing a face of pain, and then tearing it off and seeing a bicolor with the right side of his body, mostly covered in ice. Izuku. Todoroki-kun, you're back, huh? Todoroki. I wasn't going to leave you alone against All Might. Izuku. Don't you think you took a while? Todoroki. I don't think it's time to chat. The bicolor created ice in his hand, and when All Might appeared in front of him, he put his hand on his face, causing the ice to cover his face, completely clouding his vision. Todoroki. Hit the back of All Might's knee with his leg and then grabbed his head, and with both hands bury it in one hit into the ground, and then create a huge wall leaving it in the sky. Izuku. Getting up in a lot of pain, I think we did it. Todoroki. Yes, but not much to rush, besides that you're bleeding, it seems he opened your nose and forehead. Izuku. So that's why I felt something on my face, well let's go. They both ran towards the exit, but before they arrived someone grabbed their feet, they were about to hit him if it weren't for the fact that they saw All Might who had crawled towards them, they both charged and put his arms on their respective shoulders to get out and be winners. Izuku. Well we won Todoroki-kun. Todoroki. I have to admit your strength Midoriya. Izuku. Just tell me Izuku, are we friends after all right? Todoroki. Friends huh? It's okay Izuku. All Might. They fought well, it's clear that they are strong although they need to train, and you should use the fire side. Izuku. Although All Might is right, there are things that can only be fixed by oneself, take your time Todoroki-kun, you have no one pressuring you. Todoroki. Hi. When they arrived with the others they were congratulated for having won, although after that Izuku went to the infirmary to have his wound closed. Recovery girl. Well, let's close your wound and heal your fingers. Izuku. I feel like I've given her some work lately, sorry about that. Recovery girl. Don't worry kid, soon I'll have someone to help me. Izuku. Well then I might not see her as often anymore. Recovery girl. Exactly, but well today's work is finished now you can go back to your class. Izuku. Thank you very much. Leaving the infirmary, it seems that he almost broke my nose, the good thing is that I only have to put these bandages on my face, bumps his shoulder into someone's, or I'm sorry. Kendo. Oh don't worry, I wasn't looking where I was going. Izuku. Your name is Itsuka Kendo, right? Kendo. Yeah, how do you know my name? Izuku. I heard it from our homeroom president, well it was a pleasure to meet someone from another homeroom, stretching out his hand. Kendo. Sure, shaking his hand, see you, leaves. Izuku. Well I think I'll go see how the others are doing. I walked until I reached the place where the others were, I saw that Todoroki was talking to Lita which seemed strange to me so I approached. Izuku. Hello. Lita. Oh Izuku, we were just talking about you. Izuku. About me? Todoroki. The thing is, Kirishima has been having some trouble with his studies lately and Lita asked me if it would be a good idea to get together somewhere to help him. Izuku. And what does this involve me? Lita. Would you like to join in the idea? Izuku. Well, it's not like I have the best grades, but I think I'll go. Todoroki. I don't have anything else to do, so it wouldn't hurt. Izuku. Alright, now all that's missing is a place. Momo. Sorry to listen in on your conversation, but I'd be interested in helping out with your plan. Izuku. You say that as if we were doing something wrong. Momo. It's not with bad intentions, in fact I would like to help a classmate. Todoroki. Well, now that we're talking about Kirishima, have you told him Lita yet? Lita. Yes and he said he is very grateful for the intentions and that if something is done, we should not hesitate to tell him. Izuku. Well but we should invite more people. Momo. I'll take care of it, leaves. Izuku. Well. Momo. Returns, okay, I asked several people if they would come and the ones who said yes were Mina, Uraraka and Issei. Izuku Todoroki. How fast? Lita. I'll go tell Kirishima-kun, leaves. Izuku. Now all that's missing is the place. Momo. If you don't mind it could be in. Todoroki. Approaches Izuku's ear, what's wrong? Izuku. No idea, although maybe he wants to say something important. Momo. If you want it could be at my house. Lita. Okay, he said he was very happy for the help. Izuku. Hey, Momo said yes. Momo. Covers his mouth, I didn't say anything. Todoroki. Why so sad? Izuku. Takes his hands away from his mouth, what if it could be at his house? Lita. Sure, how about in a week? Izuku. I'm fine, no problem for me. Todoroki. Anyway, after all my old man is hardly ever home. Lita. I agree too. Momo. Well then I'll let the girls know and we'll see each other in a week, tomorrow I'll give you my home address. Izuku. Okay. The day ended and like everyone else I went to my house, but when I was on the train a little boy grabbed my shirt sleeve and said something to me, I took off my headphones and asked him again what was going on. Izuku. What's wrong friend? Boy. Where are we? With teary eyes. Izuku. Don't tell me he got lost, well this is going to be one more experience to become a hero well we're on a train, were you coming with someone else? Child. Yes, my mom, but she's not here anymore. Izuku. Let's tell me what happened. Nilo. It's just that I was standing next to my mom and I just walked away a little and when I got back to where we were she was gone. Izuku. This is going to be harder than I thought. Boy. I want to go home, starting to tear up. Izuku. Calm down friend, nothing is going to happen, everything is going to be okay, I'm going to take you home, hugging him. Boy. Really? Wiping his eyes. Izuku. Sure, you could call this a night trip. Boy. Okay, smiling. Izuku. Do you know where in the city you live? Boy. I'm not very familiar with my bearings, but if I recognize a way, I can get home. Izuku. Okay, look, we're going to get off and walk back several stations. When you recognize the way, I'll walk you home. Boy. Okay, thank you sir. Izuku. I'm only 16 years old, but well, it's time to get off. The train stopped and I got off with the boy holding my hand and I could feel him shaking, so I put him on my shoulders to calm him down a little and make him feel more secure. We had already walked about 2 or 3 stations when he told me that this was where he usually got off with his mom, to which I asked him if he could show me the way, and he started pointing me where to go. Easily 2 hours passed, and we still hadn't arrived at his house, and the boy fell asleep on my shoulders. I couldn't go on without knowing where to go, so I had to lie down on the sidewalk and took off my uniform so the boy could cover himself. The night passed and I took the opportunity to do my homework and sleep for about 2 or 3 hours. The boy woke up at 5:30 am because of a noise, and he looked a little worried, so I calmed him down. I asked him if he was ready to continue, to which he replied yes, and raised his hands as a sign that he wanted to get on my shoulders again, to which I carried him, and we continued on our way. About half an hour passed, and he said that we had arrived and pointed to a fairly large white house, to which I approached and rang a bell that was there. Izuku. What a trip I had today. Yeah, what does he need? Tone dull and sad. Izuku. You see, yesterday I found a boy on the train and I came to accompany him to his house, and he told me this was it. I'm getting down right now. Apparently it was her son. A minute later a well-dressed woman came out with a worried face, and tears came to her eyes when she saw me with the child on my shoulders. Izuku. Is he your son? Thank you very much. She ran and hugged me tightly along with her son, then I took him off my shoulders and walked to his mother, and she was checking him, then she turned to look at me, and behind her a man appeared. Is something wrong? Izuku. I suppose it's your husband. No, he's my butler. Butler? I see the young man is back, what a joy. He bent down and stroked the boy's head. Izuku. Well then I think I've done my part, it was a pleasure to help. Wait, I haven't thanked you properly, what is your name? Izuku. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Hatsu. Nice to meet you, my name is Hatsu, I would like you to come in and give you a shirt or something to wear. Izuku. Huh? Seeing that he was shirtless, I'm sorry, it seems I forgot to pick it up. Hatsu. Don't worry, come in, I may not have many men's clothes, since the only man here apart from my son is the butler. Izuku. I don't want to be a bother. Hatsu. Don't say that. You helped me see my son again, for which I am eternally grateful. Izuku. Well I guess it's okay, enters the house. Hatsu. I'll be back in a moment. I'll get a shirt for you. Butler. It's good to see that there are still good-hearted people in this world, so many things have changed. Izuku. Don't worry, if I want to become a hero this will help me a lot in addition to helping someone else. Child. Can we play? Izuku. Sure, smiling, there's no problem, right? Butler. Go ahead. Child. Come follow me. I followed the boy to what appeared to be his room. It was quite large and well decorated with some paintings. The boy took out some toys, and I started to play with him while his mother arrived, and now that I mention it, she doesn't look so old. Butler. Can I come in for a moment? Hatsu. Sure, what's wrong? Butler. I know it shouldn't be any of my business, but it seems that they get along well, quite well like father and son. Hatsu. I don't like to talk about it much, but you're right, he is a good boy. Butler. He doesn't look much older than you. Hatsu. What are you implying? Butler. I know you normally distrust men, but he seems like a good person. Hatsu. If he is, not just anyone would have done what he did but. Butler. But what? Hatsu. Except for my son, he spent the whole night with him and they get along well, he's even handsome and has a good body, but most importantly he's a great person. Butler. Maybe it's time for him to be happy with someone again, he's 17 years old and his son is 3 years old. Hatsu. I know, but I still think it's just a coincidence. Butler. Okay, it was just a guess. I played with that kid for so long that I even forgot I had to go to UA, but I couldn't go sweaty, what should I do? It wouldn't look good if I borrowed their bathtub. Hatsu. I see you two get along. Here's a shirt, hands it to her. Izuku, thank you very much and embarrassed. Hatsu. Is something wrong? Izuku. Could you lend me your bathroom? It's because I haven't showered since yesterday and well, I can't go to school like this. Hatsu. Of course it's on the top floor, the first door turning on the right. Izuku. Thanks. I went up and took a shower, the bathroom is quite spacious, and I relaxed since I needed it, this place is very nice, but I can't afford to take too long, I have to go to UA, it took me about 5 minutes, and turned off the tap to stop the water from falling, and put a towel around my waist and then got out. Izuku. A restorative bath, I really needed it, snapping his fingers. Hatsu. Going up, have I already left? She was looking at me and I at her, we froze, and I just forgot that I only had a towel covering my friend, so I quickly entered the bathroom again completely red. Hatsu. I'm so sorry. Runs down. Butler. Something's wrong. Hatsu. Nothing, wiping his nose. Butler. I'll just ignore that red color on his face and listen to him. Izuku. Damn. About 30 minutes passed and I said goodbye to everyone, and the boy asked me if I would play with him again, to which I replied that it would depend on his mother, and she gladly accepted, so I'll probably stop by there again. Right now I'm heading to UA and I haven't set foot in my house in a whole day. My mother is going to kill me, but what can I do? I had a great adventure today. Friends. The day is Saturday and I was right in front of a huge black gate. It was approximately 2 p.m. and next to me were Todoroki-kun and Kirishima as well as Lita-kun and the girls. We were waiting for Momo to open the door of her house since it looked more like a mansion than a house. I was thinking about various unimportant matters until someone pulled me out of my thoughts. Kirishima. Izuku. Izuku? What's wrong, Kirishima? Kirishima. Aren't you hot? It's not that it's wrong to wear the type of clothes that everyone likes, but it's 38 degrees. Izuku. The truth is I'm not hot and I know it's strange that right now I'm wearing a black sweatshirt and pants in this season, but I feel comfortable. Todoroki. Are you going to take off your hat? Izuku. Well, it's to protect me from the sun. Mina. Hey, who has the best grade of us? Izuku. Well, I was doing well in high school. I had an average of 8.5 to 9. Lita. 9 to 9.8. Todoroki. 8.8 to 9. Kirishima. 6.6 to 7.2. Uraraka. 7.9 to 8.5. Issei. 8 to 8.9. Mina. 7.2 to 7.9. Izuku. Then the best is Lita-kun. Well, I'm not surprised. Momo. Wait a moment, they'll open the door. Kirishima. Was that a microphone? After his partner finished speaking, you could see how the gate would open to show Momo on the other side dressed somewhat elegantly. She had a red dress or something like that, a somewhat long skirt of the same color and a book in her hand. Momo. Sorry for the wait, but please come in. Everyone. Hi. Everyone followed their partner down a long path until they could see a sort of mansion. The most surprised without a doubt were Uraraka and Kirishima by the size of the house. They all entered through the main door, which was opened by a sort of waiter or butler. Butler. Oh, I see your classmates have already arrived, Miss Momo. Welcome, bowing. Everyone. Hi, answering. Kirishima. Whispering to Izuku, I think we should have chosen a small bookstore or restaurant. Izuku. I agree. Momo. Well, we'll be a bit busy in the living room. Butler. If you need anything, don't hesitate to tell me or my classmates. Uraraka. How many servants do you have? When they arrived at the living room, they could see a large room with brown sofas, some paintings and photographs of what appeared to be Momo's family. Momo. Well, make yourself comfortable. Kirishima. How can I be comfortable here? Todoroki. Did you say something? Kirishima. Nothing. After that little scene, everyone started going over some things they had seen at UA. They were solving some problems together, while talking about unimportant things and laughing together. Everything seemed like any other friends meeting, but things got a little tense when certain people arrived. Momo, Momo's dad. So these are your classmates from UA, Momo? Opening the door. Momo. Odd ad, I see they've arrived. Momo, Momo's mom, that's right, and we see your friends are already here. Momo. Hi, they are my friends. Momo. Nice to meet you, I'm Momo's father. If you need anything, don't hesitate to tell the butlers. Momo. I am Momo's mother. It's good to see that my daughter gets along with trustworthy people. Everyone. Nice to meet you. Izuku. And thank you for allowing us to use your house to meet. Momo. You're welcome. What is your name, young man? Momo. What did you do, Izuku? Izuku. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Momo. I see, could you tell me what your quirk is if it's not too much trouble? Izuku. Ah, of course, in a nutshell, I can store energy and then expel it in a large amount. I can't think of anything else. Momo. Interesting, would you mind giving us a demonstration outside? Izuku. Well. Momo. Calm down, love, they are studying, we should leave them alone for the moment. It was a pleasure meeting them. Momo. Well, it will be another time. The parents, who were a spitting image of Momo since they both had the same hair color and light skin and were more or less the same height as Momo, had already left the room. Izuku relaxed and sat on an armchair while Todoroki created an ice in his hand and brought it closer to Izuku. Izuku. Thanks, biting it. Todoroki. It wasn't meant for you to bite it, but oh well. Momo. Sorry about that, Izuku, it's just that my mother has the habit of testing the people she finds most suitable, and since you were the only one to say something different from the others, I think you caught her attention a little. Izuku. Don't worry, she just had a very serious look on her face. Sigh. It would be best to continue and pretend this didn't happen. Hours passed and they forgot what had happened with Momo's parents. Suddenly it became night, and everyone had to take a different route to be able to go to their respective houses. Everything was calm, and it was approximately 8:30 p.m. when suddenly it started to rain quite hard. Luckily for the green-haired boy, he was already close to the train, so he didn't get too wet. He waited for the train to arrive and boarded it as usual, and then put on some headphones and started playing music. Minutes passed, and he had already gotten off the train, but it was still raining, so he had to run to his house. Since it didn't seem like it was going to stop anytime soon, he ran pretty fast until he finally got to his house, and when he was right in front of the door, he took out his keys, but he heard a thunder, and thanks to this a shadow could be seen next to him. The green-haired man got scared and got into battle pose, but saw that it was only an older man dressed casually entering the neighboring house. The neighbor noticed the green-haired man's presence and greeted him, and then entered his house since it was still raining, and the green-haired man decided to do the same. After all, he was just a simple neighbor. The next morning the green-haired boy woke up a little tired and went down to the kitchen of his house to prepare something to eat. It was Sunday, and his stomach was asking him to eat something, and he simply obeyed. He prepared the typical breakfast of eggs with bacon and a little orange juice. Then he sat at the table and saw that his father had left a note. Izuku. Let's see what it says. Izuku, if by the time you read this your mother and I are still not home, don't worry, we went to buy some things for the house. Remember not to leave the house without warning, you know how your mother gets. I love you. Sincerely. Dad. The green-haired boy read the note in his mind and then left it back on the table and gave it little importance. After all, it was not some kind of secret mission or something like that, which is why he devoured his breakfast and then went for his backpack to do his homework. An hour passed and his parents arrived to find him doing his homework quite concentrated and whispering some words that were not very well understood. Another 30 minutes passed and a message arrived on his cell phone. It was from Lita, so he checked to see what it said. Excuse me for bothering you at this hour, Midoriya-kun, but I need to ask you a favor. Could you go to the address that I will send you in a moment and pick up a box with materials? They are for my brother's work, but right now I'm a bit busy. The green-haired boy replied to the message with a yes and then received a message from his friend. He checked it and saw that it wasn't too far from his house, so he put on another sweatshirt and his black pants and tennis shoes. He grabbed the house keys and told his parents that he would go out, but he wouldn't be long. The green-haired boy walked for approximately 45 minutes and saw Death Arms, the hero he met in the incident where the train was destroyed, sitting on a somewhat large box. When he arrived, he approached him and greeted him, receiving his attention and standing up. Death Arms. So you were the one who would pick up the pieces, huh? They could have given me more details, but well, it's nice to see you again, kid, and in one piece. Izuku. I wouldn't be if you hadn't helped me that day. Could you know what's in this box? Death Arms. If I'm honest, I only know that they are some pieces to modify a suit. Now here and take them to Ingenium, carrying the box and giving it to Izuku. I have work to do. See you, leaving. Izuku. Well, let's see, Lita and Ingenium are brothers, so they should live in the same house. Checking his cell phone, I think it's here, it's quite far. I'll have to take the train. And as the green-haired boy said, he took the train, and a 1 hour and 30-minute trip awaited him. The brunette lay down, since he still had some sleep left, but the seat was too uncomfortable for his head, although it was better than nothing. He began to close his eyes when he saw Harem get in, but he didn't take it too seriously. His sleep was winning, and in the end he fell asleep. 1 hour passed, and the green-haired boy woke up a little scared since he thought the train had passed its destination, but he calmed down quickly. He saw that the heroine lady was sleeping next to him, which seemed strange to him. He didn't remember having seen her, but even so he didn't take it seriously and sat down again. 20 minutes passed, and the heroine woke up to see the green-haired boy talking on the phone. Izuku. Don't worry, I won't be long, I have the box here, I won't forget, don't worry, I'll see you there. Hanging up the call. Lady. Who are you talking to? Putting her head on his shoulder. Izuku. Ah, Circa, don't give me a scare like that. Lady. Sorry, but it seems that the train is a meeting point for the two of us. Izuku. If you say it that way it sounds a bit strange, but yes. Lady. And tell me, how is your life going? Sitting down again. Izuku. Sitting down, well, everything is going somewhat calm, although UA is somewhat complicated. Lady. But if you want to be a hero everything will be complicated from now on. Izuku. Yes, I know, although it doesn't discourage me in the least, I'm just a little tired. Lady. So young and you're already tired? Izuku. Not like that, smiling, I just haven't managed my time well these last few days, and what have you done? Lady. Nothing too out of the ordinary for a hero, villains come as if they were just around the corner, and well, one has to act, although in my normal life, it is somewhat faster and more difficult. Izuku. Why? Lady. Personal things, family, friends and that kind of thing. Izuku. Well, that's the difficult thing about being a hero, you have to make time for everything, or at least that's what I suppose. Lady. You're not far wrong, but well, let's stop with so much drama and tell me something more interesting. Izuku. What do you mean? Lady. I don't know anything that's happened in your life right now. Izuku. Well, a lot of things have happened. If you put it that way, I think the most interesting thing was an adventure I had with a kid. Lady. Adventure. Izuku. In short, the kid got lost on the train and I had to take him home, although we arrived the next day. Lady. Tell me, do you have a girlfriend? Izuku. No, I haven't had one. Lady. Poor thing, putting her hand on his shoulder. Izuku. And you? Lady. When I was in high school, but he turned out to be a jerk, so I don't like to count him as a boyfriend. Izuku. Poor thing, imitating her. Lady. Shut up, laughing. You know, it's good to talk like this from time to time. I hardly talk to anyone like this, and it's quite relaxing. Izuku. Yes, I know, just forget about things for a moment. Lady. Give me your phone number. Izuku. Okay, this is it, taking out his cell phone and showing her his number. Lady. Okay, I already wrote it down, if I just want to relax I'll call you, so I hope you're free most of the time. Izuku. I'll see, but I have to say goodbye since I'm getting off here, getting up and carrying the box, see you. Lady. Sure, gives him a kiss on the cheek. Izuku. You know what, you could go to jail for that, right? Lady. It's just a goodbye kiss, go now so you don't get late. Izuku. Whatever you say. The green-haired boy got off the train to walk about 2 or 3 blocks and see his partner's house. It was something common and nothing out of this world. He rang the bell, and several seconds later his partner had already come out. Lita. Midoriya-kun, how good that you arrived, I'll take care of the box now, carrying it, thanks for helping me with this. Izuku. Don't worry, it wasn't too complicated. Lita. Well, I'll have to say goodbye here since I'm quite busy, see you Midoriya-kun, entering his house. Izuku. Well, since we're outside, it wouldn't hurt me to train a little, right now I've only mastered one for all at 5%. The green-haired boy went to the same beach where he had collected all the garbage and noticed that it was quite beautiful, the brightness of the morning and the breeze in the air were a perfect combination, and it lifted his spirits. The green-haired man approached the sea and standing in front of it, he began to launch several bursts of air with his fingers. He wanted to have better stability when doing them, so as not to lose his balance so much, and to be able to have better precision, in addition to the fact that this would help him to be able to control the one for all even more. He also did several push-ups, sit-ups, handstands, and covered about 5 or 6 meters. He also tried to see weak or blind spots in his fighting style by pretending to fight someone. That was the daily routine that the green-haired boy began to do on his own to improve his control of one for all. Only during the week he did it at night. Approximately 2 weeks passed, and the green-haired boy prepared to wake up like any other day. It was Monday and he was a little tired, but he had to go quickly to UA, since his teacher Aizawa asked them not to miss that day, since it was an important training. The green-haired boy did everything he usually did in his mornings, and then left his house saying goodbye to his parents who were still having breakfast. Izuku. Let's see what Aizawa-sensei has prepared. The plan of attack. It's always dark here, but you get used to it because, in the end, the darkness will always be with you when no one else is, and I say this from experience, since those damn heroes who the hell do they think they are? They say they save and help people because they like to do it and it's such a stupid lie, but people believe them because they are stupid too. The time I waited for someone to help me was too long, I needed a hero, but at that moment I understood the truth of the whole thing. They only do what they want and nothing more. They save people who are in crowds so they don't damage their image, but the others like me who were alone and without having a minimum of attention they left us behind as if we were garbage. In the end someone was able to rescue me and offered me what no one had ever offered me before, help. Tamura. Ah, what a shitty news, it seems they don't know how to talk about anything other than heroes, watching television. Kurogiri. It's not surprising since they are what keeps society together, especially Almight. Tamura. I know that, but it's such a fake society, it makes me so angry that I need to destroy them with my own hands. Kurogiri. Currently we have the help of his father and several low-level criminals, although there are many. Tamura. That's good news, hasn't he contacted you to talk about the package? Kurogiri. He recently called to let you know that in a few days he would let us know so we could see what he had prepared, and I think I have an idea of what it is. Tamura. Well, what does it matter, just wait, getting up from the chair and going to the exit. Kurogiri. Where are you going? Tamura. I'll take a little walk through the streets, I need to clear my head a bit. Kurogiri. Okay, but remember that we can't just be walking through life as if nothing's happening. Tamura. I know, leaving, look what we have here, I just left and I'm already starting to get annoyed watching a report about heroes. The blue-haired man simply turned around and continued walking aimlessly. It was a fairly quiet night in Japan, and there was no problem, although several heroes could be seen patrolling. The blue-haired man simply put on the hood of his black sweatshirt and continued walking, seeing what was happening after that dark night. It was very popular to walk at night in Japan, and that way it was more difficult to be seen among so many crowds. He had already walked for a long time, so he was about to turn back, but he realized that he was right in front of the prestigious hero school UA. His face became serious and somewhat angry, since simply knowing where the place was made him explode with fury, but something caught his attention. He saw a light on at the top of the building, so he decided to go see evading the security that was in place. It took a while, but when he arrived he could see several heroes sitting at a table, and he kept silent to listen to what they were saying. Aizawa. Well, I think the meeting is over, so I'll go home. 13. Wait, Aizawa, you said you wanted to talk to me. Aizawa. Right, I need you to accompany me tomorrow with the boys from my class to USJ for a rescue test. 13. I see, you want me to help you qualify them and that kind of thing, right? Aizawa. Yes, since you are one of the most experienced we have in this. 13. Sure, then we'll spend the whole day there. Aizawa. Yes, we'll arrive at approximately 9 o'clock or 10 a.m. Tamura. I see, a rescue test. I think we'll have to go take a look. Added after that he simply left without a trace of his presence. When he arrived at the bar again he saw that Kurogiri was talking on the phone, so he simply sat down and started eating some snacks when this term turned to look at him. Kurogiri. He says it's ready and that he's going to surprise us. Tamura. Perfect, and we'll need it for an important mission. Kurogiri. Did you find something important? Tamura. Something that will spark a great controversy, I'm sure of that, drinking a glass of water. Kurogiri. And what is it? Sitting in front of him. Tamura. Attacking the heroes in progress, those small and defenseless students of UA. Kurogiri. An attack on UA is very hasty, we may currently have several people at our disposal, but we would not win a battle there. Tamura. You do not always have to win, friend, sometimes we just have to cause fear. Kurogiri. So you mean that the heroes see that the League of Villains is acting? Tamura. That's right, and the best thing will be to plan a good strategy. I need you to take charge of speaking to all possible criminals, I'm sure they will not refuse a request like this. Kurogiri. Fine, but you take charge of the plan, we should not just go attack like that without more. Tamura. I already have a plan that will stain the reputation of the academy. If they cannot protect some students on their own ground, how will they do it in other places? Smiling. Kurogiri. Well then the priority objective is the students, not bad, but you should sleep, you already have many dark circles. Tamura. I know, but these days have been somewhat difficult, getting up and going to a door, I'll take a bath. Kurogiri. I'll go tell everyone I can, and also prepare the gift, disappearing into a shadow. Tamura. Students, it wouldn't be bad to play with them, entering the room and closing the door. After taking a bath, the blue-haired man left the room wearing only shorts and a black shirt to sit on a chair in front of the bar, hold a sheet of paper and scratch his neck repeatedly while thinking of possible ways for his plan to succeed. It got too late and he finished his plan, so he entered a room with several beds and lay down in one to fall deeply asleep. The night passed quietly and the day had begun, waking up the blue-haired man somewhat angry since the sun's rays bothered him on his face. He got up reluctantly and put on a black long-sleeved shirt along with pants and tennis shoes of the same color. Then he put several white hands on various parts of his body and one on his face that covered his face almost completely. He checked the time on a clock he had and could see that it was 8:30, so he looked for Kurogiri, and they went to a kind of abandoned dump full of criminals with criminal records of the same style, improper use of their quirk, murder or attempted murder, robbery and kidnapping, rape, etc. The blue-haired man could see that at the back of the cave there was a fairly tall being, and at the top of his head only his brain was visible. It was something disgusting, but he approached it and saw it in detail. It was like a perfect creation, but without a very elegant design. In fact, it was terrifying, and more so when he got up and began to growl, scaring most of those present. He had a knife buried in his chest with a note stuck to it, so the blue-haired man removed it and held the note in his hands to see that the being simply regenerated. Tamura. Regeneration. I like it, looking at the note. Hello son, this is the gift I've been telling you so much about. It's somewhat temperamental but quite loyal and helpful, so I know it will be useful to you. It's a combination of several gifts, but it doesn't have the ability to think for itself, so in terms of strategy it's quite weak, but I know you'll take care of it there. He's the strongest of those I've created so far, so take advantage of it. See you and take good care of Nomu. Sincerely. Father. Kurogiri. Is his name Nomu? Tamura. It seems so. Wow, this Momo looks quite strong and eager to crush something, and who am I to deny him that? Let's give him what he wants, smiling, Kurogiri. Kurogiri. Everyone listen carefully because it will not be repeated even once. As you can see here, there are several doors. I was already examining the testing grounds at night in addition to sabotaging the defenses, and I saw what it was like, so I will tell you which door leads to your destination. The first will take you to an area of buildings that are on fire. Those who have skills that can develop well will enter that door at my signal. The second will take you to a kind of sea in which there is a kind of intense rain and tornado. From what I saw, I suppose the students will be rescuing people in boats. The third will take you to a huge mountain in which there will be a very strong earthquake, so only a few will go. Tamura. I hope and everyone has heard, now those who can go to the earthquake will enter in 15 minutes, so go prepare. Then those of the storm and the sea will go in 20 minutes, and finally those of the city will go in 25 minutes. Villain. And what about him? Pointing at the Momo. Tamura. He will have a different entrance, seeing a fourth door. Kurogiri. Remember that being there we will not be able to rescue them all, in fact some may stay. Dylan. You did not tell us that, angry. Kurogiri. I told you, in fact this is the third time I repeat it, if you did not hear it is your problem, turning around. Dylan. Well then I'm leaving, I do not plan to work with idiots like you, turning around, but someone grabs him, what do you want? Tamura. Hey don't be like that, we already had a deal, and you must fulfill it. If you do not do it will have very serious consequences. Dylan. What will you do to me? You can't kill me, you're weak so me. Tamura. Grabs him by the neck with his other hand and begins to fall apart. Don't say things you don't know. If you do not plan to work, then do not think that you are going to leave. Dylan. Let go. Tamura. I've reached your vocal cords, huh? Well, there's just a little bit left, squeezing a little more. After about 10 more seconds, the guy had completely disappeared. There was only a trace of a small kind of ash where he was and everyone stood still when they saw what happened. Tamura. Anyone else who wants to leave? Turning to look at them. Villains. Tamura. I thought so, now go get ready, he doesn't have much time, standing next to Kurogiri. Kurogiri. I think it would be best to leave the Momo as a last resort. Tamura. Why? The heroes might be tired after fighting all of them, and if we take it to the end, everyone will focus their attention on it, so it would be best to take it in the middle of the fight. Kurogiri. Okay, are you going to fight too? Tamura. Only if I see it necessary. Right now those children should be about to start their training, so it will be the right time to surprise them, seeing all the doors. Dylan. It doesn't matter if we kill someone, right? After all, that's what we came for. Tamura. If you don't mind being chased by the police much more than before, it's fine with me. Kurogiri. Now that I think about it, they will also have to deal with the professional heroes. Tamura. The only hero who knows how to fight there is the Successor head, because the other one specializes in rescue. Kurogiri. Good, I think it's time to go attack. Tamura. Very well, enter first now. Issei attack. The big surprise that Aizawa sensei had for us was that we would be going to a sort of testing ground along with one of the best specialized heroes there is, which is 13, and to be honest, it's been a long time since I knew what was happening to him since he was in the news, but not as frequently as before. Apparently now he will be part of the UA giving classes, and that's a good thing. We walked to what appeared to be a testing area, and when we entered everything was huge. There were buildings, a mountain and a sort of sea, but our teachers spoke to us. Aizawa. Everyone come now, let's explain some things. 13. As some of you know or maybe not, I am the hero 13, I specialize in rescue operations of any category. As you can see here there are several areas that have their advantages and disadvantages. Aizawa. Everything looks calm but presses a button. When Aizawa sensei pressed a button he took out of his pocket, everything began to look like an apocalypse. In the area of buildings many bombs exploded, causing some buildings to fall and start to burn. In the mountain there began to be a kind of earthquake, and lava could be seen coming out, although I don't know if it's real, and finally in the sea a huge storm could be seen. Aizawa. Very well, here the tests begin. Everyone will have to rescue people in the different disasters that there are in this place. Screaming because of the wind. 13. They must do it in the shortest time possible. All. Hi. Aizawa. What are you waiting for? Start. We all ran in various directions. I went to the buildings along with Lita, Todoroki, Uraraka, Bakugo, Mina and Jiro, and the truth is I don't know what's going on. It's like some kind of extreme level surprise exam. At first everything was easy for us, and we were only rescuing people under the rubble, while Lita used her speed to search for more people. But right now I hear someone screaming from what sounds like a burning building. If I'm going to go, it would be better if Todoroki-kun helped me. Izuku. Todoroki-kun. Todoroki. What's wrong? Helping a person to stand up. Izuku. I hear the voice of an adult in the burning building, he's asking for help. Todoroki. I understand, Bakugo, I'll leave you the rest. Standing in front of Izuku, hold my shoulders. Bakugo. Hey, we're not done here. Carrying a somewhat heavy wall. Todoroki. I won't be long. Bakugo. Damn, half and half. When I grabbed Todoroki-kun's shoulders he started to slide and I pointed at the building. When we arrived he stood in front of a window and froze the room because it was on fire. Then we went in and started searching all the doors. I know he's here, I can hear him. Todoroki. I think it's down here. Izuku. Okay, freeze the ground please. When Todoroki-kun froze the ground I jumped on the ice and broke it, falling into the room below, and if there was a person it was a man, but he dressed somewhat strange. I approached and stood in front of him to shake his hand, but he looked up and smiled. It seemed strange to me, but I helped him up. Thanks a lot, kid. Izuku. You're welcome, now give my partner your hand so he can help him up. Hi. He had turned around and I took some air because of the fire there was, but I felt some kind of lightning or something like that in my stomach that sent me flying out the window and falling to the ground outside the building. Izuku. What was that? Holding his stomach. Mina. Hey, weren't you with Todoroki? Izuku. Yes, but lightning struck me. Mina. Lightning. Just as I was about to answer I saw Todoroki-kun shot through the roof of the building. I quickly jumped and tried to catch him, but I saw how the guy launched a blast of lightning towards us and hit us full on, making us fall. Mina. Are you okay? Running towards them. Izuku. Hi, why is he attacking us? Villain. Exits the building, phase 1 over, let the others come. When the guy screamed I saw that some cracks or something opened in the sky and out of them came out many villains. I'm sure it can't be anything else. One of them was about to fall on top of Mina. Izuku. Damn, Mina jumps towards her and catches her. Villain. Destroying the floor, don't ruin the fun, kid. Izuku. Are you okay? Mina. Hi, thanks, getting up. Villain. Cracking his neck, let's have fun, kids. Todoroki. I'm tired of your games, freezing him. Bakugo. Breaking a wall, what the hell is going on? Izuku. They are villains, I'm sure. Without realizing it we were surrounded by many villains. There were easily 50 or 60 of them, and there were only 4 of us. This would be a massacre, but if we can't defend ourselves how will we defend others? Mina. We need help. Izuku. We don't know if it's only happening here, for now we will have to resist. I ran towards a villain and gave him a smash. At 5% leaving him unconscious, but I felt like someone grabbed me from behind, so I turned around and I could see a huge guy with his fist very close to my face. If it weren't for an acid that fell on his hand, I took advantage and gave another smash. Directly to the stomach and then one to the chin, leaving him unconscious. Several more ran up to me, but Mina stood by my side and watched them with a serious face. The villains had useful quirks, but they didn't know how to use them, which gave us an advantage, but there were still too many. In fact, Bakugo was quite angry and caused several explosions, leaving many villains unconscious with a single explosion, although things got complicated when a guy dressed entirely in black approached us and touched the ground. Todoroki froze the ground so he couldn't use his quirk or whatever he was going to do, but some roots passed through the ice and they began to throw out several thorns or something like that. From what I saw they had some kind of poison at the tip and were quite sharp. Bakugo approached from the front and caused an explosion, but the villain avoided it and grabbed his arm and then threw him to the ground and pulled out a root that hit Bakugo directly in the back, leaving him quite sore. Villain. Insolent children, you have no chance of winning. Mina. Izuku, throw me into the air as hard and high as you can. Izuki. Are you sure? Dodging a thorn. Mina. You trust. Izuku. Alright, Todoroki. Todoroki. I've got your back. Standing in front of him. I grabbed Mina by the waist and jumped onto Todoroki's shoulder to propel myself and jump pretty high using one for all. As I was falling Mina climbed onto my shoulders and jumped, but I propelled her higher with a small burst of air. I was falling right in front of the villain, so I prepared my smash if it weren't for the fact that I was holding Bakugo by the neck, so I just landed on my feet and stood next to Todoroki-kun. Villain. Don't move, you're both too tired and have no way to win, so if you give up maybe I won't do anything to you. Todoroki. We can still fight. Sweating. Villain. Really? Several roots coming out behind him. Izuku. What are you planning, Mina? I activated my one for all full cowl at 7% since I improved a little, but it would not be enough if I wanted to defeat a villain who had an advantage and a hostage. He moved his hand towards us and the roots approached quickly, but acid began to fall from the sky. I looked up and saw Mina spinning while taking acid from her hands and falling quite quickly. Me and Todoroki ran under the building, but the villain used several roots as protection, although they were useless because the acid pierced them and he fell unconscious. He ran and saw that Mina was about to fall, so I held her in the air and hugged her to fall slowly to the ground. Izuku, are you okay? Releasing her. Mina. Hi, just a little dizzy, her eyes rolling. Todoroki. Good strategy, but now we must go with the others. Mina. Recomposing herself, I saw that Mineta and Sai were on a boat surrounded by villains. There are several people here, and we must protect them in case more come. Izuku. Todoroki, who goes? Todoroki. Go you, I already used too much ice, and I should rest a little. Izuku. Very well, take care of Bakugo for me. Bakugo. Yes, I heard you, getting up in pain, I defeated more than you, Deku. Izuku. Hi. English. I ran as fast as I could, and when I got to the sea I saw something worse. There were many more villains than the ones I had faced before with the others. I quickly looked for the ship and saw it, so I jumped as high as I could, and luckily I arrived. I hit my jaw, but Sayu helped me get on. Izuku. Thanks, rubbing his chin. Sayu. You're welcome, but I think we should worry about them, pointing to a villain who was getting on. Izuku. There's no rest, gets up, but a tongue hits the villain, and he falls. Sayu. That's how we've held on until now, Kiro. Izuku. You have to be joking. Mineta. And where are the teachers? Izuku. I'm sure they have more problems than us. Mineta. How can you say that seeing our situation? Sayu. We'll have to get out of here because we won't be able to defeat them all. Izuku. If Kaminari were here. Mineta. Where is that yellow rat when you need it? Izuku. Maybe. Before I could finish I received a blow that left me on the ground. I tried to get up, but I saw how a villain held Minera by the head and twisted Sayu's ankle. I got quite angry and got up to hit the villain, but he dodged a blow and hit me with his knee in the stomach, followed by a blow with his elbow to the neck. I got up again, but he grabbed me by the neck and threw me into the water. I was about to fall, but I made a gust of wind with my fingers and propelled me back into the boat, and I saw how the tornado grew stronger, absorbing several villains. Izuku. You're not done with me, big guy, hitting him on the back of the head. Villain. On his knees, damn kid. I grabbed my foot and threw myself towards the floor of the ship, leaving a dent, and repeated the process 3 more times. Then I threw myself towards what looked like the cabin and broke the glass, fitting several in my arm. I got up, grabbed a glass, and when I grabbed myself, I hit him in the eye and then gave him a smash. At 7%, making him bleed and hold on to the bar. Villain. Izuku. Leaving the cabin, are you okay? Sayu. Take care of him, I'm fine, holding her ankle. Izuku. Let's end this quickly, holding her arm. Villain. Turning around, don't move, I'm going to end this quickly. Izuku. Smash. Hitting him in the face, leaving him unconscious, like this or faster. Mineta. If that made us just one with the rest, we're going to die. Izuku. Nobody is going to die, now help me find something so Sayu doesn't get hurt anymore. I was looking with Mineta for something and he found a board and a rope. It wasn't much, but it was the only thing we had, so I tied the board next to her ankle so she wouldn't get hurt. Izuku. I remember when I made the gust of wind I strengthened the storm, maybe if I do the same we can defeat them. Sayu, I know you're not very well, but I need you to jump and carry Mineta, no matter how unpleasant it is. Mineta. Hey. Izuku, and you throw all the balls from your head into the water, even if Snagras keeps doing it, and don't you even think about touching more, because you'll have to deal with me, looking at him seriously. Mineta. Hi. Sayu. I can only jump a little and in a straight line, blushing. Izuku. That's more than enough, I'll tell you when. I stood on top of the ship and began to load a smash with my fingers. I gave the indication to Sayu, and she jumped to do what I told them. When Mineta could not throw more balls I shot and created a whirlwind that empowered the storm and sucked all the villains, but also began to take the ship. Izuku. I have them, catching them in the air and falling into the ship. Let's go inside the ship now. I entered the ship with Sayu in my arms, since she could not stand up because of the pain, and we threw ourselves under a sofa and lied under a table. The ship was moving a lot, and I could feel Sayu's breasts and I blushed, but I could not think of anything bad if it were not a mini Mineta. The ship started to move even more and after a few minutes it stopped moving, but it was raining. I got off the couch with Sayu, and I could see her blushing, and I knew why. I was about to apologize, but she told me that she knew it wasn't my intention. Izuku. Mineta, get on my back, we're leaving. Mineta. Good thing I don't want to be here anymore. Izuku. Hold on both of you, leaving the room, it seems it's raining. I jumped and both held onto my neck, leaving me with little oxygen. When we got to the buildings I could see that everything was calm. Mineta got off and started kissing the ground while I helped Sayu so she could walk to go with the others. When I arrived, I could see that Zero and Momo were a little tired. Izuku? Is everyone okay? Momo? I should ask you that, they told me you went to the ship after fighting here. Izuku? I couldn't leave you alone, seeing Minera and Sai. Todoroki? You're bleeding. Izuku? Well, we also had to face a villain. Momo? Creating some bandages, this will help, bandaging Izuku's arm. Izuku? Thanks, smiling. Momo? You're welcome. Mina? We should meet up with the others, but we have to get there quickly. Uraraka? I have an idea. Zero gathers everyone in a ribbon and then uses my gravity. Zero? Can you handle all of us? Uraraka? I must be able to since everyone is giving their best, so am I. Lita? I can help you give it more momentum, Zero-kun. Zero? Okay. And like he said, they wrapped us up with tape and then catapulted us towards the teachers who were fighting several villains, along with the rest of the group. Bakugo? I can't believe this shit worked. Izuku? Don't be pessimistic, we have to help the teachers. Momo? I'll take care of Tsai. Izuku? Okay, the rest of us have to go. We ran towards the teachers, defeating several villains along the way. We arrived at the teachers and stood next to them when someone appeared. Tamura? I see that these inept people can't do their job, well, it's time for the beast to come out. Izuku? Beast? Just as I said that, I felt something behind me appear and grab me, throwing me into the sky, giving me no time to react. I used a gust of wind to stop myself and saw that there was a monster that had its brain outside. Izuku? Falling to his feet, what is that? Tamura? Welcome to Nomu. Raising his hands. Beast versus hero. Tamura? Come on Nomu, you know what to do. What is a Nomu supposed to be? And where are the other heroes apart from Aizawa-sensei and 13? That thing is much taller than All Might and I'm sure, but its eyes doesn't matter now but its strength. Izuku? Why isn't it moving? Aizawa? Back up. Hiroshima? But sensei. Aizawa? Now. We followed Aizawa-sensei's order, but just as we took a few steps back, a kind of portal appeared next to Aizawa-sensei, and from it a fist that hit Aizawa-sensei's side directly. He ducked a little, and the Nomu approached to try to hit him if it weren't for Tsuyu bringing it closer to us with her tongue. Haminari? Are you okay, sensei? Aizawa? Hi, what is that supposed to be, is it an experiment? Tamura? Okay Nomu, now let's finish them off and we'll take care of that, they say if you want something done right you have to do it yourself. The blue-haired guy ran straight towards us and we got into fighting stance, but this Nomu appeared in front of us all and hit the ground, causing it to shatter, creating several craters and pushing us further back. Izuku? How are we going to defeat that? It seems invincible. Tamura? Hello kid. Izuku? What? Turning back. Just as I turned my head, he grabbed me by the neck with his right hand and I could feel like I was burning. It was a pretty strong sharp pain and I was beginning to see how my skin was starting to peel off, although I acted quickly and hit him with my leg in his stomach. When he let go and held his stomach, I gave him a smash. Straight in the chin, and a strong current of air was created by the blow. I felt that I was in the same position, and when his face could be seen movingly it was almost in the same way, and his hand was holding mine. He blocked my attack in an almost impossible way. Tamura? Not bad, in fact I even feel that my arm is somewhat hurt, but bending Izuku's arm, I think yours is worse. Izuku? Ah. Tamura? Get on your knees. Izuku? As if I were going to obey you. Tamura? Breaks Izuku's arm, now. Izuku? Ahhh. Falling to the ground. Where are the others? Right now I need a lot of help and I barely feel my arm. I turned to see where the others were, but they were all trying to fight against that Nomu. I'm alone and can't do much except. Tamura? Nowadays one must teach respect to brats. Izuku? Really? I got up and stopped him with a smash. At 5% to the groin, he winced from the pain and I took the opportunity to hit him with the same percentage of 1 for all with my left arm directly in the face, leaving him on the floor bleeding a little. Apparently it affected him a little and he got up a little dizzy, so I quickly approached, but something tackled me and sent me flying very far. It looked like a cannonball and I fell into a pile of rubble with my arm broken. Izuku? How is he so strong? Lie. Izuku, whispering. Izuku? Mineta, since when are you there? Mineta? When the villains arrived some rubble fell right on top of me, but it didn't hurt me much, although I can't get out of here. Izuku? I see, it would be better if you stay there, things are a little ugly, trying to get up. Mineta? How much? Izuku? Well. I was just going to answer Mineta, but the Nomu grabbed my shirt and threw me towards my friends, falling backwards directly on the ground. I was quite sore and I couldn't get up, but Mina and Kirishima helped me. Kirishima? You shouldn't stray too far, you're in bad shape. Izuku? What do you think? I heard footsteps approaching us quickly, and I saw how the Nomu, despite its large size, its speed was incredible, and it was going to wipe us all out if we didn't move, but Aizawa-sensei hit it with a kick in the part where its brain could be seen, leaving it a little dazed. Apparently that was its weak point. Tamura. Don't interfere. Tries to hold him. Aizawa. Do you think I'll stay without doing anything? With his glasses on and his hair standing up. Tamura. You. Aizawa-sensei dodged the villain and pushed him behind him, so 13 could try to suck him in with his black pot, if not for the fact that a portal appeared before that happened, making him disappear. The Nomu was about to hit Aizawa-sensei, but couldn't because he dodged it and caught him with his arm ribbons. Although the Nomu got angry, he grabbed the ribbons and lifted Aizawa-sensei up, and then slammed him against the CO strongly. Then the ribbons tangled around Aizawa-sensei's neck and he pulled him towards himself, strangling him and then hitting him on the ground quickly like a beast. Each blow seemed stronger than the last, and I couldn't resist. I was so close and I hit him with a smash in the eye, causing him to get on his knees holding his eye. Then everyone followed me and started attacking him only on his head, since it was the only place which had an effect. Todoroki. Move. Everyone. Jumping back. Todoroki. Alright, let's see how long the ice lasts, freezing him from the head. Izuku. Alright Bakugo, blow it up. Bakugo. Don't give me orders, I know what to do. Bakugo jumped at him and gave him an explosion directly in the face, destroying one of his eyes, jumping out a lot of blood, but he grabbed it and threw it towards Todoroki, colliding with him and falling to the ground. Then he jumped too high and fell in a dive, although we all ran and I held Aizawa-sensei, while Shoji and Kaminari held Bakugo and Todoroki. When he fell to the ground with all his weight, the ground began to crack, and then we all flew out in different directions, causing a large cloud of smoke. It was very dark and I had several debris on top of me. Next to me were Aizawa-sensei and Hagakure, unconscious, very barely, and I could move and see some somewhat serious wounds they had. For my part, I had a broken arm and was bleeding from the head, in addition to some somewhat minor cuts all over my body. And a small tube was embedded in my leg. Izuku. I have to move, but first, holds the small tube and removes it little by little. Ah. It hurts quite a bit, removes it suddenly, HMMP. I'm never doing that again in my life, writhing in pain. Although the tube was small, it had a quite sharp tip, plus my broken arm, and the weight of maybe a building on top of it didn't help. I tried to lift the rubble with one arm, but obviously I couldn't, so I was about to use one for all, but someone quickly lifted the rubble. Luckily for me, it wasn't a hero. Izuku. Maybe he's like a T-Rex, if you don't move he can't see you. I stood still and he started to approach me and then grabbed me by the head. I was trying to free myself when he started to tighten his grip more and I was losing consciousness if it weren't for the fact that something hit him, taking him quite far, and he held me. Almight. Sorry for the delay, young Midoriya. Izuku. You should be more punctual, Almight. I couldn't take it anymore and I fainted in All Might's arms. The only thing I was still conscious for a few moments ago was to know if my friends were okay or if someone would come to help us, but now everything went dark for me and I felt at peace. I needed to rest and I could feel how he gently put me on the ground. All Might. You've done enough, now it's the turn of a professional. Turns to look at the Nomu. I don't know what you are or what you want, but I won't let you interfere with the well-being of the students here. Nomu. Ah. Angry. All Might. Let's see how much you can hold out. The number 1 hero ran directly towards the Nomu and punched him in the face, followed by another in the stomach, and finally gave several blows to the Nomu's chest, causing him to also start attacking. Although at first they were both going at the same pace, All Might began to beat him in speed, without giving the Nomu a chance to even block the number 1 hero's attacks. After about 2 minutes receiving blows from the number 1 hero, he grabbed his foot and jumped and then threw him to the ground, leaving many more craters than there already were in the place, and once again suffer a huge beating from the possessor of One for All. The Nomu could barely recover from the blows when another one hit the chin of this one, raising him a little, and then finishing him off with a direct blow to the chest, causing him to fly and destroying the roof of the place and then getting lost in the sky. All Might. Ugh ugh, apparently it took me longer than expected to beat him, spitting blood. In my best moment, I could have avoided all this, looking around. After about 30 minutes, many ambulances and several heroes arrived at the scene to help remove the debris. Some villains had been able to escape without a trace of their whereabouts. Many heroes were surprised to see the state of the young people, but especially that of a green-haired man who was unconscious and being carried on a stretcher to the private hospital that UA now had on its facilities. The young heroine who found him in that state was none other than the lady who quickly picked him up and worriedly took him to the doctors. His clothes were destroyed in many places, and especially his torso, which had several wounds. The young woman felt a lump in her throat without knowing the reason why, but it hurt her to see the state of the green-haired young man whom she considered a great friend. Several media outlets arrived at the scene and took several photos of the place, and the students, obviously the heroes, got angry since they weren't allowed to do their work and asked them to come back another day to do the necessary interviews, but not at that time. Almight. Approaching Snipe in his muscular form, none of this should have happened. Snipe. Hey, don't blame yourself, the League of Villains hasn't attacked for a long time, how were we going to know when they would appear again? Almight. I'm sure a lot of criticism will come to the school, but we will have to face it. Aizawa. Thanks for the help, Almight, appearing behind him. Almight. In fact, I'm sorry for not arriving earlier. Aizawa. Don't worry, we did what we could, although if you had arrived a minute late, maybe things wouldn't have turned out the same way. Almight. True, he's right, if I had arrived a minute later the young Midoriya would already be dead. I must improve, I'm still a hero, and I can't allow that to happen. Midnight. Hey, how is the green-haired boy? Aizawa. Do you mean Midoriya? Midnight. Yes, from what I saw, he was quite serious, I'm sure the media will try to interview him as soon as he wakes up. Almight. But he has to rest. Midnight. The media wants everything at once, they don't care much about how the victims are, maybe it would be good to stand guard. Aizawa. Well, even though it sounds strange, maybe so. In fact, all those affected will go to the hospital that the director wanted to create for these situations. Snipe. Has it already been inaugurated? Aizawa. Hi, and it's part of the facilities. Almight. Well, although we must continue with normal classes, I'm sure this won't end that easily. 30 minutes later, unknown location. Tamura. Damn. Throwing several glass cups. Kurogiri. Calm down, remember the main plan was to cause fear. Tamura. I'm not angry because of that, but because of the damn kid, that idiot is going to be next on the list. Kurogiri. You should tell him what happened to the Nomu. Tamura. Did you get the recording? Kurogiri. Of course, giving him a usp. Tamura. It would be better if he saw it with his own eyes, entering a room. 40 minutes later. Tamura. And what do you think? A young man will be a problem, but nothing that can't be solved. As for the blonde-haired man who creates explosions with his hands, he has potential. Tamura. Are you serious? Of course he will be a great acquisition, although you don't do anything rash, you should wait so they can recover strength and members. Tamura. Okay, I understand why. You spend time unnoticed, off the radar, but recruit people from the shadows. Tamura. Understood. I'll see you later. UA Private Hospital, 5 p.m. Izuku. What happened? Waking up. Doctor. I see you're awake, you had your friends quite worried. Opening the door, you can come in now. Everyone. Hi. Bakugo. Why did I have to come? Tsundere mode. Mina. How are you feeling? Izuku. To be honest, my body hurts quite a bit. Okoyami. Well, you're not the only one, but you're the most hurt. Izuku. How long will I be like this? Shoji. The doctor said approximately a month. Lita. Don't worry, I'll take care of writing down the notes. Izuku. Thank you, smiling. Uraraka. Try to get well, don't try to do things outside of what is indicated. Izuku. Of course. Sai. And thanks for saving me, it would have ended very badly if it weren't for you. Minera. And me too. Izuku. You're welcome, after all we are friends and aspiring heroes, right? Todoroki. He's right. Akira. Group hug. All the classmates of class 1 hugged each other in that hospital room, most were happy to get out of the place alive, while others just wanted to rest. They all stayed in the room for a while, talking about things that happened and trivial things, until visiting time was over. Doctor. I'm going to have to perform a small surgery on your left rib since it suffered a slight fracture that is now hasn't done much damage, but we can't risk it. Izuku. I understand, will it hurt? Doctor. A lot, but we have already notified your parents. Izuku. What an asshole. Well, when will they do it? Doctor. Tonight, while I let you rest, leaving the room. The break. I've only been resting for a week after the attack by the League of Villains to USJ. At first several friends came to see me and my mother along with my father. In fact Hatsu and his little son also came, who looked quite sad about my current state since I could only lie down in a bed. Yesterday Lita-kun came with several notes and I had to catch up while I was lying down, and he helped me with some simple things like getting up to go to the bathroom, or he also helped me by bringing my food. Today is Monday, so everyone is a bit in a hurry, but I'm surprised that Almight comes to see me so quickly. These days I was supposed to be working with the police to see if they could find the whereabouts of the League of Villains. Izuku. Is something wrong, Almight? Almight. Not much, the investigation is not progressing at all since it seems they disappeared from the radar, but I didn't come for this, I want to see how you are now. Izuku. Well, I'm doing well if you could say so. I'll have to rest these 3 weeks to be as good as new, but it's the least of it. How did my parents react? Almight. At first they were quite scared and nervous, not only because of your condition, but because of the level of danger that the operation they performed on your left rib had, but they calmed down when they were told that you were fine. Izuku. That's good since they didn't want to tell me much and were just looking out for me. Almight. This is me, scratching his cheek. I want to ask for your forgiveness, young Midoriya. Izuku. Why? Almight. If I hadn't arrived at that moment you wouldn't be here right now. Izuku. Hey, don't say that, Almight. You shouldn't regret anything since you saved me. Yes, I may be hurt, but it's the least of it since there was no loss except the material. Almight. Thank you, young Midoriya. My time is limited so I will have to go, so I'm sorry, young Midoriya, but see you later. Izuku. No problem. These days have been quite boring. Sometimes they help me get up to watch the others train, and I start to think about how much I'm going to fall behind compared to the others. I wish I could recover with the help of Recovery Girl, but even she has her limits. In fact, if she hadn't helped me, maybe I would have to rest for half a year. Another thing that surprised me just after I woke up a few days ago is that the young heroine lady was outside my room and her eyes were teary. I remember that she slapped me lightly and then hugged me and started telling me that I shouldn't act like that again. It's good to know that there are people who care about me. It's quite nice of her. Izuku. I want to go back to normal classes. This is very boring. Knock on the door, okay? Mina. This, with her eyes closed, you're not changing, right? Izuku. Don't worry, you can come in. Mina. Okay, comes in and opens her eyes. How are you? Izuku. Well, I'm fine, but a little bored. Did something happen? Mina. Right. Lita-kun asked me to give this to you. Giving him a notebook. I think it has some math stuff or something. Izuku. I see, thank you very much. Smiling. Mina. You're welcome. In fact, I'd like to thank you for helping me when the villains invaded. I was pretty nervous. Izuku. You weren't the only one. At first, I didn't know how to react, but you have to overcome the situation, right? Mina. You're right. Now that I think about it, you're a Bagan full of secrets and abilities, so when you recover, I'd like to train with you. Izuku. Of course, it wouldn't hurt since I'll be a little rusty. Although I don't realize it, I get along quite well with Mina Shido. Her cheerful personality isn't very similar to mine, but she's like a compliment and I get to spend some pretty nice moments with her. In the end she had to leave an hour later because she had to go to classes, but she told me she would be coming with the others to see me. Sometimes I think I don't deserve to have these kinds of friends, but I'm glad to have them. Aizawa. Very good, now that we're all or most of us. As you remember, a week ago the League of Villains attacked us and we weren't prepared for that. Therefore, we'll have more intensive training to know how to act in high-risk situations. Shoji. It suits you like a glove. Mineta, you were the first to disappear. Mineta. They were villains, I didn't know how to react. Bakugo. Shut up. Aizawa. Stop already, now form a line and head to the gym. When they arrived at the gym everyone was a little surprised since they modified it a little by putting a few more obstacles, in addition to having a kind of scoreboard in the center of it. Tokoyami. What is the scoreboard for, sensei? Aizawa. We will divide the group into 2 teams with the same number of members. Jiro. That can't be done, there are only 19 of us missing Midoriya. Aizawa. Well then one team will have the advantage. Zero. That's not fair, sensei. Aizawa. Did I ask? Zero. And no. After forming the teams and each of them was placed at the end of the gym, Aizawa sensei's voice could be heard through the microphone. Aizawa. Very well, the objective is the following. Behind you there is a red or blue sphere depending on the side you are on. You must protect the sphere, in addition to stealing the one from the opposing team and placing it next to yours. Obviously there will be obstacles around. Mineta. It can never be that easy. Aizawa. Let's see what they come up with. At one end of the gym you could see several people in a circle talking as well as at the other. Finally 5 minutes passed and a bell rang, indicating that they should start. Shoji. Remember Bakugo, it's teamwork, try to help. Bakugo. I know what to do, you just do your job. From the other end. Sai. Todoroki-kun, remember that you are the main defense, we will need you to cover us. Todoroki. I'll take care of that, you go for the sphere. Zero. I'll stay to help just in case, I can't just leave you alone. Todoroki. Whatever you say. After having outlined their strategy, a kind of pitched battle could be seen in the center of the gym between the members of 1A. Uraraka tried to fight Sai. Although she had more practice, she ended up defeating her without any problem, but after a second an explosion hit her back, sending her flying falling into a net trap. Bakugo tried to get rid of Kirishima, but Kaminari used a 1000-volt shock on his back making him kneel, then he got up, but Kirishima ran up to him and punched him in the stomach that knocked the wind out of him, and Jiro kicked him in the face, leaving him on the ground to be saved by Tokoyami, thanks to his dark shadow. The others tried to sneak around the sides and ran into the defenses of both teams. Both defenses were victorious, since on one side, you could see a few frozen people, and some trapped with tape while on the other, they were unconscious. Returning to the center of the gym you could see Tokoyami using his dark shadow to carry Bakugo who jumped to stand next to Tokoyami. Tokoyami? Are you okay? Bakugo? Don't worry, it seems after all the extras are useful for something. Kirishima? We are at an advantage, we have to take advantage. Jiro? Virginia. When Jiro was about to run towards his enemies a jet of acid fell right in front of her, making her jump back and see that next to Bakugo was Mina with a smile. Mima? Now we are even right. Bakugo? You took a long time alien. Mina? Sorry it wasn't easy fighting Momo, in fact I had to get out of there. Kaminari? I'll take care of Tokoyami, could you give me support Jiro? Jiro? I think I understand what you mean. Kirishima? Well then it's me against Bakugo. Bakugo? You won't be able to beat me damn it, and you know it. Bakugo ran towards Kirishima with his hand extended seeming to cause an explosion, but he hardened and covered his face to feel how he was grabbed by the arm and thrown into the air to receive several acid attacks from Mina. Meanwhile Tokoyami tried to attack Kaminari, but he used small discharges that prevented him from getting closer, and Jiro tried to attack from the side, dodging his attacks. At one point Tokoyami jumped forward using Dark Shadow as armor, but Kaminari made a 10,000-volt discharge that not only left Tokoyami unprotected, but also electrocuted him a little, and Jiro took advantage by hitting him in the stomach and then kicking him in the face, which he blocked with his arm, and then backed away a little. Tokoyami. If it continues like this I will lose in no time, I will need support. Kirishima. I have to avoid fighting at the same time with both of them, but how? Both were receiving attacks from their enemies until they both jumped back and collided with their backs receiving the attacks, leaving them on the ground unconscious. Bakugo. Damn crow, you were supposed to resist. Kaminari. I hope you recover Kirishima, but now we must continue. Kaminari approached Bakugo, but he ducked and caused an explosion in his jaw, leaving him a little dizzy, then he grabbed his leg and knocked him down, and then caused another explosion, but Kaminari rolled to the side and hit Bakugo's leg, causing him to fall, and then touch his back and give him a shock of 100,000 volts paralyzing him. With Jiro and Mina she was fighting, but Mina had the advantage since she created acid with her hands and attacked her, so that her attacks had more effect, but Jiro blocked them with the palm of his hand and counter-attacked with blows to Ishido's legs. They were like that for a while, until Kaminari arrived and tried to hit her, but she got down and hit her partner in the face. Kaminari. Sorry. Bowing. Jiro. Watch out. Kaminari. Huh. When Kaminari raised his gaze a little he received a stop with the tip of her foot to the jaw by Mina, causing him to get up completely and holding his face. Then Bakugo got up and appeared in front of him, causing an explosion in his face, leaving him unconscious. Bakugo. Well only she remains, creating explosions. Mina. Do you do the honor? Bakugo. Of course Shiny. After knocking out Jiro they went straight for their rival sphere, but found Todoroki and Shiro waiting for them, so they called Shoji and Mineta leaving Momo to take care of their sphere. They quickly arrived to find Mina frozen and Bakugo hitting Shiro in the face several times until he was unconscious. Shoji. Well only Todoroki-kun remains. Todoroki. It's likely that we will lose, but I'll still fight. Bakugo. We'll see half and half. Bakugo jumped towards Todoroki and tried to make an explosion if it weren't for the latter jumping back and freezing his hand and then hitting him with his right hand in the face, causing his nose to bleed a little. Shoji ran directly to Todoroki with Mineta and he created a wall of ice blocking their way, but Bakugo got up and created an explosion next to him which he blocked with a block of ice, although he received a part of the explosion. Meanwhile Momo was resting when she received a blow to the top of her head leaving her unconscious, then Aridid held a sphere of the same color as her hair and headed to her base limping a little. Upon arriving he saw Bakugo holding Todoroki's shirt which was somewhat destroyed like his face was about to explode, but he heard a voice. Aizawa. The blue team wins thanks to Kirishima. Bakugo. What but he's unconscious. Aizawa. Well he picked up his sphere and approached its base and then threw it inside it without anyone noticing. Bakugo. Damn. After that training everyone returned to their classrooms somewhat sore but continued their classes normally. Later Mina went to tell him everything that happened with Kirishima, Tsuyu, Lita and Uraraka. He was happy for them, although he was also somewhat sad for not having been present in this. Several hours later everyone left the room to go to their respective houses. Return. Finally the month of break passed and I can attend classes again. I should be a little careful. But I think these days will not be so hard since I did not miss much thanks to Lita-kun who brought me my homework and helped me do them all month. I was about to enter the classroom, but I felt someone grab my arm, so I turned to see who it was, and I could see Aizawa-sensei looking at me. Izuku? Is something wrong, sensei? Aizawa. I want to talk to you in private. Izuku. Hi. I walked behind Aizawa-sensei to the teacher's lounge and saw that there was no one there. He leaned on a table and saw me. Aizawa. First of all, I hope you have fully recovered, but I do not want to just tell you that. I need you to come after class at 9 p.m. here. Izuku. Why? Aizawa. Approaches his ear and whispers, there are cameras here, I'll tell you then, leaves the room. Izuku. What was that supposed to be? The day passed normally with classes and with my friends. I went home and remembered what Aizawa-sensei told me, so I changed my clothes and returned to UA. Before entering I could see that Aizawa-sensei was with Almight, both with their superhero clothes. Aizawa. You took a long time. Izuku. Sorry, but what are you doing here, Almight? Almight. Didn't you explain, Aizawa? Aizawa. The school has cameras that capture not only the image, but also the sound, and they are of good quality. I didn't want to risk it. Almight. Well, no problem, you see we discovered a kind of portal inside the school. Izuku. Portal? Aizawa. After the attack on USJ, several portals opened around the city emanating a strange aura, and when you were unconscious, they performed some tests on you. Izuku. Then Almight. The same aura comes out of your body, young Midoriya. We tried to enter to see where they were going, but we couldn't, we just walked on it. Izuku. You want me to try to enter, right? Aizawa. That's right, but we'll be outside in case something happens. Izuki. But why couldn't you tell me at school? Aizawa. It's a confidential mission, the only ones who know about this are Almight, Principal Nezu, you and me. Izuku. I understand, I guess it's because we don't know what's on the other side. Almight. Exactly, but we'll take sophisticated precautionary measures. 5 minutes later, UA management. Izuku. Is this your sophisticated measure? Almight. It was the only thing we found, tying a rope to Izuku's stomach. Aizawa. If anything happens, pull the rope twice and we'll pull you up quickly. Izuku. Well, I've never been to UA's office, it doesn't give me a good feeling. Almight. If I could I would accompany you, but unfortunately I can't, young Midoriya, I hope and you understand. Izuku. No problem, I'm just a little nervous, will you tell me when? Almight. You can jump now. Izuku. Good, jumps and enters the portal. Aizawa. Well, if it worked, I hope and nothing bad happens to you. When I entered the portal I closed my eyes and felt like I was falling, but I didn't feel air, so I opened my eyes and saw that I was on some kind of slide, but without light. I slid down it, and at one point I fell into some kind of secret vault or something like that. I got up and saw light quite far from me, but I approached slowly in case something happened. When I arrived my eyes took a moment to adjust to the light, but when I saw properly I was in front of some kind of hospital room. I entered the room and saw several tables with papers on them that had some rather strange information in a language I didn't know, so I took out my cell phone and took a picture of each paper I found. Then I bumped into a door and opened it to find a stretcher stained with blood and several injections on a small table. A monitor next to it which was off, and just as I was going to turn it on, I heard the door open, so I hid under the table. He has the habit of leaving everything in a mess, but well, at least he's recovering. Removing the syringes from the table and steps on something. What is this, a rope? Izuku. Curse the rope. Who will be the guest? Holds a syringe and follows the rope. Izuku. It's coming, I have to get out of here, I'll push it and pull the rope 2 times to get me out of here. This is it. When I saw someone move the table I pushed it and heard it hit something metal, then I pulled the rope 2 times and felt how they started to move me. I was about to reach the slide, but I felt like someone grabbed my foot and went up with me, so I started to kick my foot in the air until I felt it free, and seconds later I heard a knock and I came back. Almight. What happened, young Midoriya? Izuku. Someone found me but couldn't see me because of the darkness in the room, nor could I see him. Aizawa. Room? Izuku. It's a long story, so it's better to go somewhere else. Aizawa's house. Aizawa. Here you can tell us everything without worry. Izuku. It's somewhat small. Aizawa. I live in an apartment, I don't need many things, what did you see? Izuku. Right. I explained to them everything that happened inside the place where I was and showed them the photos of the documents. They also couldn't understand what those symbols meant, but I still sent them the photos by email to see if they could decipher them. Almight. Thank you very much for helping us, young Midoriya. Izuku. No problem, but I have to go home, if I don't arrive before 11 o'clock my mom will kill me. Aizawa. Remember that you must keep this a secret from anyone, we can't afford to spread this information. Izuku. I understand, well, I'll see you tomorrow, sensei. I left Aizawa sensei's apartment and headed home by train. Everything was quite quiet, but suddenly the power went out and I managed to see that it was raining quite hard. I called my mother with a little difficulty because of the interference, but I still managed to tell her that it would take me a while to get there because the power went out and the train stopped. I was sitting, but I felt like someone tripped over me. Izuku. Are you okay? Trying to help. Hi, it has to be him, it's the same voice, can you help me get up? Izuku. CL, I heard that voice before. What's wrong? I can't see you. Izuku. I'd better leave discreetly. I started walking quietly away from where I was. That voice was that of the guy who tried to do something to me at the place I went to gather information. I walked between several people asking for forgiveness, but the train light came back on and I turned to the seat where I was, but there was no one and a door had been forced open. Without a doubt it was him, but the train started to move and the door closed again. I got home and opened the door somewhat soaked by the rain. I saw that my mother was waiting for me and when she saw me arrive, she kissed me on the cheek and with a relieved face she said, "Try not to be late more often, okay?" I just nodded and she went up to sleep, to which I followed her, but I went to the bathroom and undressed, filling a tub with cold water. I lay down already naked in the water and relaxed as much as I could since the day was quite heavy. Next day, UA. Izuku. Yawns, I'm very sleepy. Zero. What's up with that face, Izuku? Izuku. Yesterday I couldn't sleep much because I was studying for the written exam. Zero. There was an exam. Hiroshima. What? Bakugo. Shut up. Izuku. Anyway, I think I'll sleep a little while until Aizawa sensei arrives. I lay down on my desk and slept a little. After all, there was a while before classes started. Sigh. It's weird to see Midoriya-chan asleep. Mina. Now that I think about it, I've never seen a boy sleep. Uraraka. Really? I did. Hagakure. Your father doesn't count, Uraraka-chan. Uraraka. Then neither. Mina. He looks so cute, let's take a picture, taking out her cell phone. Momo. You shouldn't disturb someone while they're resting. Mina. Come on, I don't think he'll wake up, he seems to be quite tired, pointing her cell phone at Izuku's face, and that's it, takes a picture. Aizawa. Everyone go to your seats, class is about to begin. Denya. Midoriya-kun has already arrived, Aizawa sensei. Izuku. Ugh. Sorry, I didn't notice, yawns. Classes went on as usual, but when Aizawa sensei was about to leave, he called me and I followed him. The first thing that came to mind was what happened the night before, so when I saw Almight sitting in a small room, my suspicions were confirmed. Izuku. Did you find anything, sensei? Almight. Unfortunately not, but we found another portal, only this one is inside a prison. Aizawa. In the cell of one of the deadliest criminals, he disappeared without a trace from one day to the next. Izuku. So he was also able to enter the portal. Almight. Watch the video, taking out his cell phone, some prison guard sent it to me. In the video you could see that everything was pretty calm minutes before the incident, but at one point a kind of red aura enveloped the thief, and you could see how he went from being completely normal to a skeleton that then turned to ashes and disappeared, leaving a portal. Aizawa. For some strange reason you can see that he was trying to hold on or something, but he couldn't, it seemed like someone was forcing him. Izuku. But his eyes seemed to be scared. Almight. The prison quarantined that place and prohibited total access, but they let us in. I know this time it's much riskier, but we'll be leaving the school, you don't have any problem, right? Izuku. Not at all, I'll see you at the exit, sensei. I left the room a little scared because the video was a bit too strong, but his gaze looked almost petrified and he was trying to hold onto the tubes but couldn't. At the end of the day I met up with Aizawa sensei and All Might to go to jail. When we arrived the police looked at me quite strangely but allowed me in. When we got to the cell everything was intact and they put a camera on my head so they could also observe the same thing as me, in addition to an automatic cable that would get me out if something happened. Police. Remember, just press the button and this metal cable will get you out of there almost immediately, be careful kid. Izuku. Hi. All Might. This doesn't give me a good feeling. I entered the portal again, but this time I appeared in a standing place. It was totally different from the previous one, since this one was lit, but I did not know what it was exactly. It looked like a clandestine laboratory, quite neglected and abandoned. I could also see some drops falling from the ceiling, making me somewhat nervous. I passed a door and it closed automatically, breaking the metal cable. I tried to open it, but I felt like someone grabbed my shoulder, to which I quickly turned around and tried to get out of the grip, but they grabbed the camera and broke it. It was a man a little taller than me and had a metal arm, although he already looked somewhat old. He had brown hair and a scar on his eye. I freed myself from his grip and kicked him in the stomach, knocking him down, and then destroyed the door with a smash and ran away, but I felt something sharp bury itself in my back, to which, without turning around, I shook it off and jumped into the portal. Almight. Are you okay? Izuku. Hi just threw something at me, holding his back. Aizawa. Who? Izuku. I don't know, it was an older man, he had brown hair and a metal arm with a scar over his eye. Police. We will do some tests to see what he threw at you, please come with me. Izuku. It's okay. After they did an exam and removed some blood, they discovered it was some kind of snake venom that was quite lethal, but they managed to extract it before it took effect. The portal disappeared a few minutes before we left, and I simply went to my house. When I arrived, I lay down on the couch and fell deeply asleep. Yesterday and today had been a difficult few days. Alliance. These last few days were no longer as heavy as the days when we had to investigate those portals. Today we do not know exactly what all those symbols and strange letters mean, but they recommended that I continue with my quiet life and not give the matter too much thought, since I had done everything I could and it would not benefit me in any way. Right now it is Saturday and I was to come to Hatsu's house to talk to her and play with her little son. Sometimes I wonder how many times I come a week, and it is almost every day except Sunday, Monday and Tuesday, but I do not dislike it at all. In fact, I feel quite comfortable visiting them. Hatsu. And nothing new has happened. Sitting next to him. Izuku. Well, somewhat insignificant things, some small tests and the typical heavy days of UA, but from there everything is fine. And you? Hatsu. I wish my life was as simple as yours. A few days ago I had to sign a contract again for the magazine. A covers his mouth. Izuku. Magazine. Max, butler. Did you know that the young lady works posing for several magazines? Hatsu. SHHH. Covering his butler's mouth. Izuku. Wow, no wonder, it is a pretty big house, but I thought it would be rude to ask what you do. Hatsu. Well, there's the secret, hahaha. Sitting down again, I hope and don't mind that I haven't mentioned it to you, it's just that I thought it would be weird for you if I told you that, scratching his cheek. Izuku. Not at all, any kind of job is worthy and I shouldn't make fun of any of them. I would like to know what magazine you are posing for. Hatsu. That if it would remain a secret, crossing his arms. Izuku. Oh come on please, there's nothing wrong with it. Hatsu. Find out for yourself, turning around. Izuku. I'll make you tell me, jumps on her and starts tickling her. Hatsu. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Hahaha, please stop. I was so wrapped up in my own world that after that I hadn't realized that Max, Hatsu's butler, had left the room. We both looked for him and saw a note on the front door of the house that said, I took young hero to accompany me on some shopping, we will arrive a little late so don't worry. Hatsu put on a face of relief at the news, but then got a little upset because Max didn't tell her. She sat down on the couch and asked me if I wanted to watch a movie, to which I answered yes, and she started looking for a comedy movie. In the end she chose the movie Grown Ups, and I have to say it was quite funny. She even brought a blanket because after she finished it, she asked and said she would like to see more, and so did I, so we stayed up late and fell asleep. The next morning, I woke up and the first thing I saw was Hatsu's black hair, which was covered with a blanket like me. She was still asleep, so I got up and went to her kitchen to see if I could prepare something for breakfast. The fact that I'm here is that I'm going to be gone until tomorrow. Since I didn't go this week, Hiro got a little sad. When I got to the kitchen I could see Max, who was preparing something. Izuku. Good morning Max-san. Max. Oh, Midoriya-sama is awake. Izuku. You don't have to tell me that, we are on good terms and besides, you are older than me. Max. Did you sleep comfortably next to young Hatsu? Izuku. That has a reason, we stayed up late watching movies and we both got sleepy, so we fell asleep. Max. I don't need to know the explanation, but I can say that they look so cute that I took a picture. Look, taking out a cell phone and showing a photo of him and Hades hugging. Izuku. When did you take this? Blushing. Max. When I arrived with young hero I saw them like that so I took a picture, it's a nice memory. Izuku. Two can explain it, seriously. Max. Don't worry, I'm not someone to get into other people's love lives, I'm just saying that they look good together. Izuku. Let's change the subject, looking away. Max. Hi young people, smiling. After that embarrassing scene I started helping Max by making breakfast. We made some hotcakes with natural orange juice and a little jam. When we finished I heard someone coming so I turned to see who it was and I could see that Hatsu was a little disheveled and was rubbing her eyes. They are very pretty, they are purple and they stand out with her somewhat pale skin tone and her black hair. She sat at the table and said good morning to us, to which we reciprocated, and just a moment later Hiro arrived just like his mother. They looked quite funny, but I sat down and started to have breakfast with them while we talked calmly. I would love to have this kind of tranquility always, but I also want to help others and stop the villains, even if the latter is more difficult. Next day, UA. The day before was somewhat quiet, and in fact we went out for a walk to a mall, and I could see that Hatsu indeed works as a model for a magazine, and several women approached him to ask for autographs, and one or another asked him if I was his boyfriend, to which we both got a bit nervous, but oh well. I entered the classroom normally, but I saw that Aizawa-sensei was talking to some people who had a uniform quite different from ours. Aizawa. Oh Midoriya, come here a moment. Izuku. Hi. Aizawa-sensei stands next to him. What's wrong? Aizawa. You see, whisper, it seems that Shiketsu school has also had problems with the portals. Izuku. So they are the students of the Shiketsu school, they consider it UA's rival. Aizawa. Only in terms of academic level, when problems arise we are allies and this is the case. Izuku. So they will help us. Aizawa. Yes, but they will also come here more often, which is why you, being the only one who knows about it, will give them the tour of the school. Izuku. Mimi. But I don't know them. Aizawa. Well, this is your chance to make more friends, now go. Izuku. How ironic, said by someone who almost has no friends, with a drop on his head. Aizawa. But don't talk too much, they know very little, don't mention the guy or the files. Izuku. Understood, and when will I start? Aizawa. Well now, pushes him, good luck. Izuku. My name is Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you, waving his hand. Inasa. My name is Inasa Urashi, laying his head on the ground smiling. Izuki. What the hell? Seiji. Excuse me, it's always like this, my name is Seiji Shishikura. Inasa. What? There's nothing wrong with being energetic with other people. Inasa. Of course it just makes you look like a psychopath. Nagamasa. My name is Nagamasa Mora, nice to meet you. Izuku. Hi, isn't there anyone who looks normal here? Heimi. I hope and apologies are somewhat expressive. Izuku. I understand. Heimi. Well, my name is Kami Utsushimi and I love children. Izuku. That's good I guess, with his hand on the back of his neck, everyone is a bit strange, but you shouldn't judge too soon. After the four of them introduced themselves, Izuku gave them a tour of all of UA. First they went to the gym where the 3 Shiketsu students had a little competition, then they went through the infirmary and some first, second and third grade classrooms to finish with the bathrooms and the dining room. Izuku. Well, this was mostly a brief tour of our facilities, I hope you like them. Inasa. I would love to be able to compete here someday, maybe soon, but thanks for the tour, with his typical disturbing smile. Izuku. You're welcome, if you have any questions about something you can ask. Heimi. Aren't you going to class? Izuku. Well, Aizawa-sensei gave me the day to show you the facilities and explain some things, so no. Inasa. How about a test? Izuku. Well, first we should ask for permission, and if they don't give it, we should prepare the ground ourselves and then. 10 minutes later. Izuku. How did I end up here? In 100 meters starting position. Heimi. At the whistle they run away, let's see who arrives first, the use of quirks is allowed. Izuku. Well, it will be a good way to learn new quirks. Heimi. Yeah, whistle, begin. I ran out with the one for all at 7%, recently with the training I do at night I could reach 10%, but my bones hurt a little, and it's a big disadvantage so right now the most I can master is 7%, I was going somewhat fast, but I saw how a kind of mass passed right next to me, and when I turned back, I could see how Seiji-san throws those things from his arms. I dodged it with some difficulty, and when I was about to arrive a gust of wind passed by me, and I could see how Inasa-san flew in it and arrived first than me, the results were. Inasa 1, me 2, Seiji 3 and Nagamasa in 4. After that little contest we sat at a table in the cafeteria and started talking. Inasa. Your quirk is quite amazing Midoriya-kun. Izuku. Yours too, I've never seen anything like that before. Nagamasa. Well, in the world there are all kinds of people. Izuki. True. Heimi. Hey, and the teachers here are strict. Izuku. Too much, laying his head on the table, they should rest a little, but I understand why they don't. Heimi. So we can train. Izuku. Exactly. Seiji. It's incredible to know that this is where many famous and powerful heroes of today were in the same situation as us. Inasa. We all have to go through a path to become what we want and that's why we have to make an effort. Seiji. Hey, do you have a pool? Izuku. Yes, but if we want to use it we have to ask a teacher for permission. Seiji. Well, we'll go with you. Izuku. Oh okay. Teacher's lounge. Aizawa. Let's see if I understand, do you want me to let them use the pool just because they're hot? Izuku. I didn't propose the idea, it was them. Aizawa. Okay, but you have until 12:30, take advantage of it. Izuku. Okay, leaves the room. Amy. And what did he say? Izuku. That we have until 12:30 to use it. Nagamasa. Well, it's 11 o'clock, we have 1:30. Seiji. Let's go. UA pool. Amy. It's pretty big. Seiji. I would like to have one like that at school. Inasa. Wouldn't you like to go in Nagamasa-kun? Nagamasa. Haha, how funny. Inasa. I'm joking, I know you don't like going into pools. Nagamasa. I'll rest a little while. Izuku. Well, inside each bathroom there are water sport suits for you to use, look for your respective size. In the men's bathroom. Izuku. Takes off his shirt, I guess it will help you relax. Inasa. And those scars? Izuku. The ones on your back. They're from the fight we had against the villains at USJ. Seiji. So you were the one who got hurt the most. Izuku. Hi, embarrassed. Inasa. I heard that news, you're a true hero, you weren't afraid. Izuku. I wouldn't say that. Inasa. But well, we're making a lot of noise, let's go out. UA pool. Izuku. What? Lita. Oh, Izuku-kun, I didn't know you were here. Todoroki. So you're giving the Shiketsu guys a tour. Izuku. Yes, they came to help us with something. Todoroki. I see. Izuku. Ah. How disrespectful of me, Lita-kun, Todoroki-kun, they are. Inasa-san, Seiji-san, Kami-san and Nagamasa-san is the one sitting. All. Nice to meet you. Lita. The others will arrive in a moment and we're going to have some competitions, are you joining us? Inasa. Of course. Todoroki. Very well, leaves. Inasa. That look. Lita. He is somewhat expressionless, forgive him. Inasa. Of course, smiling. After a few minutes the rest of the class arrived and I introduced them respectively. First we did some individual swimming competitions with the use of quirks, and the winner was Bakugo, in second place was Todoroki, and more surprisingly in third place was Mineta, who used Shoji-kun as an impulse to take the spot. For my part I finished in fifth place. Later the girls entered, Bakugo, and I had to tie Mineta to a metal tube that was there, so that he wouldn't think of doing one of his typical perverted madness. The winner in first place was Tsuyu-san, second place was Mina and third Kami, then they started fighting for the other places. The day ended and I said goodbye to my friends and the new ones from Shiketsu, who would be visiting us for a few days. I got on the train as usual, and when I was about to put on my headphones, I felt someone grab my shoulder. Stop interfering, kid, you don't know what you're getting into, whisper. Izuku. Is that the same voice as before? Stay away from all this or else, squeezes his hand on Izuku's shoulder, there will be bad consequences. Izuku. Ah, covers his mouth, what is that supposed to be? It's something pointy and very sharp. Removes his hand, you've been warned, exits the train and the doors close. Izuku. It hurt too much, looks at his shoulder and sees that it's bleeding, I should clean myself up at home. When I got home I saw on the news that a person had been murdered and that on his neck he had some marks from something. I didn't pay much attention until they showed the marks and I saw that they were the same as on my shoulder. I got scared and threw away the bottle of medical alcohol with which I was cleaning and disinfecting the wound. I started to sweat cold and thought the worst, but decided to calm down and watch the report more calmly. Izuku. Let's see what it says. Inko. Is everything okay, son? From above. Izuku. If nothing happens. Reporter. Apparently the marks on your neck are from some kind of animal tooth, but it is impossible that it was one, which is why it is believed to be a quirk with the likeness of an animal. Izuku. Teeth of an animal. The size of the hole is quite large, what kind of animal would it be? Reporter. The deceased person has been transferred to a hospital to do some tests and see what killed him, that's the end of the report. I got up and picked up what I threw on the floor, animal teeth. I felt a little tired and went to sleep. I could train tomorrow, but something wouldn't let me sleep, so I opened the window to let in some air, and at that exact moment I saw someone entering the house in the building across the street. I'm sure whoever it was didn't see me, but I didn't give it any importance, since I thought it would be the owner since he entered his house like any normal person. The next morning there was another murder and it was in the building across from mine. I was in shock by the news and immediately remembered the guy, but I didn't tell anyone. A lot of things are happening right now and I don't know if I'll be prepared for them all, but I must try to overcome them. When I get to UA I'll tell Aizawa-sensei and Almight everything. Theft and UA exam. Everything is quite tense today, why? Well, very simple. It seems we will have an exam that will allow us to see if we can enter the UA tournament or not. I sincerely think that it is going to be very complicated to be able to do all this, since we did not know that we would face two of our teachers each alone. That is a disadvantage, considering that they are professional heroes, and we are apprentices, but I remember that they were also at a disadvantage in the first exam. Many of my classmates had passed and none passed the test, even Kakin lost and came out boiling with anger for his defeat. I began to analyze the movement pattern of all the teachers, since some would be repeated, but they were always different and changed style, even more Aizawa sensei. But the good thing is that I will not face him, but Midnight sensei and Snipe sensei. Almight. It's your turn, young Midoriya. Izuku. Hi, entering the arena. Almight. Microphone, remember that the only way to win is to knock out both teachers. Izuku. He says it as if it were something simple. Almight. Begin. At the other end of the mountain were the teachers. I could use the trees as camouflage and so on, but it still wouldn't do any good to hide, because they also give us a time limit of 30 minutes. I ran straight through the trees to reach the teachers when I heard the sound of several gunshots and saw a few bullets passing through the trees. I immediately ducked and walked quickly towards a tree, but I felt someone cover my mouth, so I jumped and put my feet on the tree. It seemed as if I was about to climb it, but I used one for all at 7% to jump and break the tree. I turned back and couldn't see anyone, and when I looked back, Professor Snipe hit me directly in the face, preventing me from continuing to advance. Snipe. You should be more careful with what you think, catching Izuku's arms from behind. Izuku. I know, but they are complicated situations. He pushes himself and crashes into a tree, but they are somewhat efficient. When I hit the tree, Professor Snipe took the full impact and let go of me, so I was about to punch him in the stomach, but he moved faster and hit me in the jaw with the handle of his gun. It hurt too much, and I was sure he almost broke my jaw, but I felt a liquid coming out of my mouth, and I quickly covered my mouth, but it kept dripping. I could see a large amount of blood coming out, and I got a little euphoric. Snipe. I think I went a little too far. Izuku. This is nothing. If I want to become the best in the world, I must hold on much longer. I wiped my mouth a little and hit the teacher in the stomach with 7% of one for all, and it was enough since I caught him off guard. I was going to approach, but I saw a pink smoke pass under my feet, to which I quickly held my breath and turned around to see where Midnight Sensei was, but I couldn't see her, since the smoke blocked my view. I quickly ran out of there so as not to be defenseless, and also because I needed air. When I came out of the smoke, I received a kick in the stomach that knocked the wind out of me. I held my stomach, and I could see that Midnight Sensei was in front of me smiling. Midnight. Come on, little one, you have to fight. My morals told me that it was wrong to hit a woman, but being in the tournament is a great opportunity, so it was that or lose, and I can't afford that luxury. I got up and started trying to hit her, even though she was a little faster than me. I was about to use one for all, when I felt my arms grab behind my back, and I turned to see Snipe Sensei putting a lot of pressure. Midnight Sensei was about to hit me, but I lifted my feet and pushed myself on Midnight Sensei's shoulders to fall behind Snipe Sensei and pushed him with Midnight Sensei. He stopped before they collided, but I kicked him in the head that left him a little stunned, and I took the opportunity to grab Midnight Sensei's arm and throw her a little hard to the floor, even though she was smiling. Midnight. I like that not just because I'm a woman they want to think that we are weak. Izuku. It's my chance in the exam and I don't intend to waste it. Midnight. Perfect, that's the attitude. She caught my arm with her legs and rolled on the ground. I fell next to her and was about to get up, but I felt how she put pressure on my arm, and I saw how she practically had me subdued. I tried to move, but I couldn't, so I bit her foot as hard as I could, and she let go. Midnight. That's cheating, holding her foot. Izuku. Sorry, but I'm going to take advantage. I was about to punch her in the face when I felt someone carry me, and it was Snipe Sensei again, but this time I was being lifted into the air and had very little mobility. Midnight Sensei kicked me in the jaw, and I started bleeding again, while Teacher Snipe knocked me down on the ground and put his gun to my head. Snipe. That's it, you put up a good fight. Izuku. There's still one last trick. I turned around and fired a gust of wind with my left hand. The pain was less, but I was able to lift both of them in the air, so I quickly got up and prepared to hit them when they fell. But Midnight Sensei took out a whip and caught my arm. Both of them landed on their feet, but Midnight Sensei pulled me towards her, and Professor Snipe spun around to try to hit me, but he missed because I ducked and carried him over my leg and threw him hard against the floor on his back. Midnight released his grip and tried to hit me, but I stepped back a little. She tore some of her clothes again, and sleeping smoke came out of her body, so I covered my mouth, but Professor Snipe shot a police rubber bullet at my neck, so I had to breathe. I inhaled a lot of sleeping smoke and started to see everything blurry as it started to take effect. Izuku. This is going to end badly. Midnight. Where did the enthusiasm go, kid? I could see her running towards me, but several people were seen, they were like clones of her, and obviously I knew it was because of the effect of the sleeping pill, although I didn't know which one was real, and a fist approached my face that hit full on, I couldn't do anything, and both teachers started hitting me until when midnight was about to hit me again I fainted and fell to the ground. I knew that was my defeat, but I gave everything I had. Almight. The winners are Midnight and Snipe, please return to the room. Snipe. I'll take care of him, carrying him on his shoulder, he's quite light. Midnight. Even so, he put up a great fight and I like that he didn't hold back with me just because I'm a woman. Snipe. You gave a lot of what you had, didn't you? Midnight. Yes, but it was necessary, we couldn't take it lightly. All the matches passed and no student could defeat the duos of teachers. These at the end told them that they would be in the UA tournament, but the one who resisted the longest was the one who got the best result, and the first 3 places were 1 Bakugo with 23:46 minutes. 2 Izuku with 22:11 minutes. 3 Mina with 19:50 minutes. As surprising as Mina was, she snatched 3rd place from Todoroki by just a second, which was how long it took to fall to the ground, but continuing everyone was relieved by that, but then Professor Aizawa told them that they would have the written exam and that could help them a little with their grade. They were given 1 hour to answer a rather complicated 200-item exam, but in the end they all finished, although some with a little loss in their eyes, because they knew they would do badly. The day ended, and everyone went to their homes respectively. On the way back home Izuku received a call from Almight, which told him that he had to go urgently. After that Izuku called his parents and told them that it would take longer than usual to arrive, so he returned to UA. Izuku. Is this Almight? Almight. It's good that you're here, please sit down. Izuku. Of course, sits in a chair, what's wrong? Almight. I want you to be very honest with me, young Midoriya, who gave you the bite on your shoulder? Izuku. Did you notice? Almight. I saw that you were hiding something on your shoulder in my class, so I looked closely at it and I could see the bite marks. Who did it? Izuku. I don't know, it happened very quickly and it was on the train. Almight. How did it happen? Izuku. Long story short, I was walking home when someone grabbed my shoulder and threatened him. Almight. Please promise me you'll be more careful, you have to get away from all this, you're not ready yet. Izuku. But I'm the only one who can go in there, and if that causes harm to people I could prevent it. Almight. But if something were to happen to you it would be my fault for not instructing you well and stopping you, and I don't want that on my conscience. Izuku. Okay, I'll do it. Almight. Please, I don't want you to get mad at me, but I wouldn't like anything to happen to you or anyone else, placing his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku. I know that, but there are things that can't be avoided. Almight. That was all, have a nice night. Izuku. Thank you. I left school and on the way to the train I was thinking about everything Almight told me. I know this is dangerous, but a hero always looks out for others before himself, and if necessary, I will continue to go in there to prevent more bad things from happening. I was very distracted in my thoughts, although I heard a small group of people screaming and I didn't take them seriously. I was about to get on the train when I felt someone take my arm and hold on. Lady. Sorry, I'm going out with someone. Izuku. Lady. Lady. SHH, winking. Audience. Ah, what bad luck, they leave. Izuku. What was that? Lady. I'll tell you on the train. We got on the train and she explained to me that she was on night guard duty when a group of fans started following her and wanted to ask her out, and that luckily her shift was over. We were talking normally since I've run into her many times here on the train, but suddenly the train stopped abruptly and we fell to the ground. Several people came in armed and started pointing at people, but a second later the power went out. I hope they've located him. Soldier. Yes, boss is under those seats, pointing with a flashlight. The light blinded me for a moment and I felt like someone grabbed me by the neck and started hitting me, but I couldn't see. His blows were very precise and very painful, as if a layer of something was reinforcing his attack. I covered myself with my left arm, but the moment she hit him I felt a great pain. The lady slipped away without being seen and knocked out several soldiers, but one of them grabbed her by the neck. Soldier. Don't think I don't see you, stupid. Oh, there was someone else, but it's the heroine lady. They threw me somewhere and I got up quickly. I heard as if they were covering someone's mouth, so I quickly activated my full cowl, and the place lit up a little green. There were several guys with night vision goggles, so I deactivated it and destroyed the goggles quickly. I activated it again, and I could see a guy with teeth covering his entire arm, from shoulder to hand. I tried to hit him, but he blocked the attack with his right arm, and with his left he hit me, and the force of the impact caused me to go through the train window. Even the mercurial light had gone out, and I heard how someone got out and stepped on the broken glass. Thanks for letting me see you, it will be easier to finish you off. Izuku. I shouldn't fight him, I have to save people. Soldier. Boss, we have the package, but the messenger is unconscious. Fine, just let me get rid of him. He tried to hit me, but I dodged the attack and freed lady who defeated a few henchmen. I turned around, and the guy with teeth in his arms rammed me against the wall of the train, but lady grabbed a metal tube that one of the henchmen had and hit him in the head. I tried to hit him again, but he blocked the attack with his left arm and stared at him, to which I gave him a 7% smash to the stomach that he received, completely going to the other end of the cabin. He got up and one of the henchmen pointed a rifle at us and started shooting in the air, so we all ducked. By the time we were able to get up, none of them were there. Lady. Imbeciles. Izuku. Well, we protected the people and look, the power is back on. People. Thanks. You make a great team. Clapping. Izuku. Wow, it feels a little strange. Lady. And sometimes uncomfortable, but it's part of the job. Izuku. True, smiling. Lady. Don't give my smile to me, give it to them, pointing at the people. After that little incident, everything went back to normal and I got home peacefully. Now that I think about it, the attacks are occurring in a fairly short period of time. I hope it ends soon. Persecution and a celebration. I'm out of UA waiting for Almight since a few days ago there was a robbery in one of the most important banks in the city. Not only did they take money and jewelry, but they also asked about some heroes and students, of which I was mentioned. All thanks to the security cameras of the place we were able to know all this, and one of the heroes mentioned was found dead a few blocks from his house. Right now the teachers are having some protection with everyone, since they also mentioned Kaken and Lita-kun. He was alone when they also arrived, but Kaken is always with his frustrated face. Bakugo. Where are we supposed to go? Izuku. I don't know, they just called us. Lita. I hope everything is okay, hopefully no other hero has lost their life. Almight. Sorry for the delay, I had some business to attend to. Izuku. What happened now, Almight? Almight. We have identified the villains who robbed that bank, unfortunately we are in trouble. Bakugo. Who the hell are they supposed to be? Almight. They are a group of 4 brothers who created their own group of villains, both have similar quirks. The oldest has the ability to transport himself to any place he sees with his eyes. The middle one can do something similar, only instead of transporting himself, he creates a kind of black hole that absorbs everything in its path. The third can transport a person to the place he wants as long as he sees them and the place to which he will transport them. And the last one is the strongest, he can teleport to any place that comes to mind as well as transport another with him. He is like the improved version of the other 3. Lita. I did not know of their existence. Almight. They started acting recently, but they are dangerous, that's why we want them to be as safe as possible. Bakugo. Will you tell us why we came? Crossing his arms. Almight. The point is that I need your help, I would like you to pretend to be hurt in a public place so we can catch you. Izuku. Will we be the bait? Almight. In a nutshell, yes, but they won't hurt them, what do you say? Bakugo. I'm not going to stoop so low to be the bait. Izuku. But let's help pro heroes. Kaken, come on please, making a cute puppy face. Bakugo. As if you're going to convince me with that, angry. Izuku. I'll let you blow my face off in the mornings for a week. Bakugo. Done. 6:30 p.m., Tokyo City. Almight. It's here, they're supposed to rob this place. Lita. And what exactly is it? Almight. They produce machines worldwide, they have large deposits of iron and plans for some quirk improvements. Bakugo. SHH, a car is heard. We all crouched down and could see how several people entered the place. We did not know the leaders of the group well physically, but only 4 people had masks on, so I assumed it was them. Lita-kun pretended to be a worker, since his height looks better than us. One of them approached him and touched his shoulder. When Lita-kun turned around, he received a blow to the face, and they removed the mask that covered his mouth and then stood behind him and pointed a gun at him. Okay, everyone calm down. We don't want him to pull the trigger and a bullet to pierce his head, right? Izuku. Curse. Where are the other 3? Don't think we don't know what you were going to do, get out at once. Almight. Help is on the way, we don't have to go to extremes, it would be better to calm down. Brother, it would be better to take them to a more private place. One of them saw us, but Lita-kun used his quirk and quickly ran towards the person who was watching us, but a shot stopped him. I see you're fast, you'll be a problem. Lita. That was close. Jack, get us out of here. Jack. I know what I have to do. So the youngest is called Jack, he closed his eyes but received a dart in the neck that put him to sleep almost instantly. We turned to look back and there were several police officers aiming at the 4 criminals. Ray carries Jack and George, get us out of here. George. Give me time, Ray. Ray. Very well. The hole was created next to us and began to absorb things. All Might quickly grabbed us and jumped to the roof of the place. Ray ran out of the place and the police shot him, but a car picked him up and they fled. Meanwhile Lita-kun was chasing them with his quirk through the streets and we were in a police car. All Might jumped from roof to roof, watching where the four brothers were going shooting at us. The Kugo began to growl and kicked the door and dented it, then made a small explosion that knocked her out of the car and she left using her quirk to propel herself. I opened the door and climbed on top of the car to jump with a one for all and barely reached the car of the four. I held onto the rear bumper with one hand and I could see how Lita-kun was about to reach us, to which I extended my other hand and he held it. Izuku. At the count of 3 you jump. Lita. Okay. Ray. Didn't they teach you to ask permission to enter a place? Shooting at Izuku, but he lets go. I fell but Lita-kun managed to jump and I saw how I hit him in the face. For my part I was rolling and I felt some small burns, but I felt how someone grabbed my shirt, it was Kaken, and he threw me again into the car, but this time I fell in front of the front mirror. George. Get out of the way, breaks the glass and takes out a gun. Izuku. No weapons, hits George's hand with his foot. Move, I can't see. Skidding without seeing the road. Izuku. Wow, sticks to the hood, if I don't hold on I'll fall again. George. Now if what? Ray. Truck. Shit. The guy made a complete turn with a wheel trying to avoid the truck hitting us, and when it was about to hit us All Might caught it and stopped it, saving the people inside it. The guy continued on the road while George got out through the front window which was broken and tried to hit me. Izuku. We'll both fall. Dodging the blows. George. I don't care. Kicks him in the shin. When he kicked me in the shin I tripped and hit my jaw directly, but I held on to the car. I'm sure that if I hadn't done that the car would have passed over me and crushed me. George started hitting my fingers and when I was about to fall I heard something. Bikugi. Shiny. Pointing at. Lita. Izuku. Don't do it. The Kugo hit the driver with an explosion in the face who couldn't protect himself and his body caused him to make a very sharp turn and since we were on a bridge, he destroyed the protective wall falling into a river. Izuku. Ah, I'm alive. Coming out of the river. Jack. Get out of the way, kicks him in the stomach, the product is fine, the good stuff. All Might. That doesn't belong to you, so, hits him hard in the face and knocks him out, I'll take it to give it to its rightful owner. Meanwhile Lita-kun hit Ray several times with both legs until he used his recipro burst to give him a last kick, much stronger than the previous ones in the head, knocking him out. I pulled George out of the water and Kaken took out the other guy who was quite hurt, he was bleeding a little from the face as were Kaken and I from the crash. It doesn't matter, the boss will continue with the plan. All Might. Who is your boss? In due time you will know him, we only did what we had to and it turned out as he planned. The Kugo. Tell us your name, garbage. Ace. Just call me Ace, fainting. Lita. How about the letter? Izuku. I guess so. All Might. Let's take them to the police and take care of them, I was a bit busy with some people. We were in an ambulance while they treated our injuries which weren't very serious, in fact the most hurt was Az since the explosion caused a brain concussion, but from that point on everything went well and we returned to our homes. Friday 1 p.m, Hatsu's house. Hatsu. I'm coming, opens the door, did you bring what I asked for? Izuku. Yes, I have everything here, with some bags. Hatsu. Perfect, he's still asleep, help me decorate. The thing is that today is Hiro's birthday and Hatsu wants to throw him a little surprise party with us. We had just finished decorating and were drinking some water when Max signaled us and we heard Hiro's footsteps coming. We all got settled and when he came down we yelled. Surprise. He was very happy and hugged the three of us, but then Max took out his cell phone and we took a picture all together. After all it's good to spend time with friends. We spent the whole afternoon playing and having fun with him until nightfall and we had to go back to sleep. I was falling asleep when I felt someone touch my shoulder and I could see Max so I got up. Izuku. What's wrong Maxan? Max. You see, tomorrow is Miss Hatsu's birthday, but she almost never celebrates and since you're here well. Izuku. I understand then I'm going to help you, although it's surprising that her birthday is a day after Hiro. Max and I left the residence and went to a 24-hour supermarket to buy several things and among them I bought her a small silver necklace with a bright moon, it was quite pretty and I wanted to give her something nice for her birthday. Saturday 9 a.m. Hatsu. How strange I don't see Izuku or Max, where are they? I was asleep when I heard footsteps and woke up quickly to hide behind the couch with a gift box in my hand. I was waiting to see who it was and if it was Hatsu so when she turned around, I walked towards her slowly and placed the necklace around her neck to which she freaked out. Hatsu. Don't do that again, I almost had a heart attack, putting a hand over her heart. Izuku. Sorry but I wanted to surprise you, smiling. Hatsu. Holds the necklace, it's quite nice, thank you very much Izuku-kun, but how did you know today is my birthday? Izuku. Max told me. Hatsu. Oh I see. The rest of the day was pretty calm and somewhat pleasant. We went out to eat something all together and we walked through a park. Hiro looked very happy to be living all that, and it's normal, since it's obvious that he needs a father figure too, I hope, and the man who ends up marrying Hatsu in the future protects her, although it causes me some pain in my chest to think about that, but well, I don't think it's that important, maybe it's just because of the fight a few days ago. I returned home and I was talking a little with my parents, since it's been a long time since I spoke with them, since I've been somewhat busy with UA and the villains, but we still have frequent communication. After that I went to train at night as I am used to doing every day, and I arrived home sweaty, so I took a bath, dried myself and put on some clothes to go to sleep peacefully, since I have a weight less than on my shoulders now. Near the sports festival. These last few days all of UA has been quite hectic because we are just a few days away from a sports tournament or festival, whatever you want to call it, in which the 3 years participate, but obviously compete between those of the same grade. It would be unfair for someone from the third year to compete with someone from the first year, but this is a perfect opportunity for us to make ourselves known and for us to receive proposals from some superhero companies so that we can help them. In itself they are preparing what appears to be the stadium, and the first years are explaining some things to us, although since it is an event that is seen worldwide, it would be strange if someone did not already know a couple of the rules and what it is about. We were in Aizawa sensei's class doing some physical tests, and everyone has improved a lot. I wouldn't like to be left behind, but the things that are happening outside of school keep me quite busy, and sometimes it doesn't give me the chance to train a little, but I must adapt. The life of a hero is not simple, and I have to be prepared for many more things if I want to become number one. Aizawa. Okay, we'll do some small 1 versus 1 training fights, everyone line up. Izuku. It will help me make up for lost time, next to Denki. Aizawa. Okay, now Bakugo, step forward and you two Tokoyami, you will be the first to face each other. Bakugo. I would have preferred someone stronger. Tokoyami. Do I really have to go against the Muslim? I would prefer to fight someone less explosive. Bakugo. Do you have a problem with me, bird? Standing in front of him. Tokoyami. I won't respond well to your insults, so get used to this attitude from me if you continue with this behavior, turning his back on him and walking to the center of the gym. Bakugo. Very well, I prefer to solve my problems with blows, bumping fists. Both stood in front of each other, although Bakugo had a quite noticeable angry face on his part, Tokoyami had a mostly serious and carefree face, Aizawa sensei just said to start, and Tokoyami hit Bakugo in the face with his right fist which made Bakugo angry, but when he turned to see Tokoyami, he was attacked by Dark Shadow, who caught him and threw him into a small bowl warehouse. For a moment nothing could be heard, and Tokoyami remained in the same position without taking a single step, but being alert, suddenly an explosion occurred, and all the balls went in the direction of Tokoyami, who dodged a few and Dark Shadow caught others, but before he could react, Bakugo appeared in front of him and caused an explosion in Tokoyami's stomach, causing him to fall to the ground. After that Bakugo held him by the beak, but Tokoyami kicked him in the chest, making Bakugo step back a little, which simply smiled and about to cause an explosion was grabbed by the hands by Tokoyami. Bakugo. Is that all you have? I haven't even started. Tokoyami. Me neither. Tokoyami tightened the grip on Bakugo's hands which began to create more sweat. Bakugo smiled and said, "Thank you." To which Tokoyami also replied, "You're welcome." Bakugo was about to cause an explosion, but was unable to defend himself by Dark Shadow, who gave him a clean blow, similar to a boxer's, to the stomach, causing him to fly away. Just a second later, he unconsciously created an explosion that gave more momentum to the blow, causing him to crash into a wall, leaving a small crack. Bakugo got on one knee and started to get too angry to the point that a small amount of smoke came out of his shoulders. Bakugo. Damn bird, who do you think you are? Bakugo created a devastating explosion, but Tokoyami managed to cover himself a little thanks to Dark Shadow, although it was no use since he ended up unconscious and was able to get up with the help of Kirishima and Lita. Aizawa. Bakugo won, now you can take a break. Bakugo. It wasn't as weak as I thought, turning around. Aizawa. Alright, the next ones to face each other will be Momo and Jiro, stand in the center of the gym. Momo. Friendly duel. Stretching out her hand. Jiro. For all my good, accepting the gesture. Aizawa. You can begin. The moment after Aizawa sensei announced the start of the match, Momo tried to break free from the handshake, but couldn't, which confused her, but she reacted instantly and dodged a kick that was going straight to the side of her head by ducking, then she got up and being a little taller, and Jiro being so thin she was carried without any problem, but with a small eye poke, she managed to save herself and then kick Momo in the right leg, making her hold it. Then she was about to kick her again, but this time in the chest, which was blocked by Momo and created a metal tube with which she hit Jiro's shin to make her fall to the ground. Jiro rolled on the ground to get up but was hit by a small steel ball in the face, which caused a bleed in her nose. Momo ran towards Jiro, but she did a 360-degree turn with her extended fist hitting Momo's face. In terms of tactics, Momo had the advantage, but in physical strength, Jiro surpassed her by a little. Both stopped for a bit to breathe a little, but Momo created a police baton with which she tried to hit Jiro, but she dodged the attacks easily. At one point Momo ran out of air and had to stop her attack, which Jiro took advantage of and grabbed her friend's arm and then put her left leg over hers and turned around to put both legs together and start putting pressure. Both fell to the ground since Momo couldn't carry her with just one arm, but Jiro continued to exert pressure to the point that Momo regained some of her strength and created a clown box from which a boxing glove came out that hit Jiro's face, releasing her grip. Momo got up and created a somewhat small shield on her left arm and rammed Jiro, causing them to collide with a wall, but Jiro taking all the damage. Both were exhausted but kept hitting each other. Although Momo was the one receiving more damage, she had an idea that would give her victory, no matter what, even if it was cruel. She knew that her friend had trained a little self-defense and her style was high kicks, so when she tried to hit her again that way, she ducked and created a gauntlet in her right hand with which she hit Jiro's jaw, leaving her unconscious. Aizawa. Momo has won, you can rest now. Momo. Hi, carrying her friend and laying her down on a chair. Aizawa. Okay, now Shiro and Mina will fight, you know what to do. Mina. Okay, this is nothing personal, snapping her fingers. Shiro. You won't hit me that hard, right? Mina. Maybe, smiling. Aizawa gave the indication again to start the fight and Shiro quickly tried to hold Mina with his tape, but it melted her before she could touch her. Mina's weak part was her legs, since she didn't concentrate much on that, so Shiro attacked with his right arm from above and with his left leg, which worked, and then pulled the tape to knock Mina down. Shiro ran towards her, but when she was a few centimeters away, Mina placed her hands on the ground and pushed herself with them to fall on her feet in front of Shiro to give him a very painful blow to the jaw, and he could have lost there, but he put a hand that cushioned the blow a little. Mina threw another blow, but this time with her other arm, which Shiro blocked with his left arm and counterattacked with his right one, hitting Mina's face. Shiro. I hope I didn't make you angry, sweating. Mina. Okay, I'm going to finish this. Mina threw acid at Shiro's face, but he blocked it with his arms. Then Mina hit him with her left arm in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him, and then finished with another much stronger blow to the jaw, and Shiro couldn't react, which left him unconscious. Aizawa. That was something fast. Very well, next Lita and Izuku go to the center of the gym, yawning. Izuku. Okay, let's apply what we learned, looking at his fist. I went to the center of the gym with Lita-kun and we both gave each other a small handshake and then let go and get into a fighting stance. When Aizawa-sensei started the fight, Lita-kun quickly ran towards me and tried to hit me with a kick to the side of my rib, which I caught with my right arm and hit with my elbow with my other arm. Lita-kun used his other leg to hit me in the stomach and fell to the ground to spin back and get up. Athletically speaking, he is much better than me, but after having analyzed him, I am more aware of what he can do. I ran towards him, and when I was very close, I rolled on the ground, passing through his legs to get up and turn my back on him. He turned around, but without turning around, I gave him a stop in the stomach, followed by a blow with my elbow to the back of the neck. I turned around and Lita-kun used his reciprocal burst to charge at me, and we crashed into some metal steps that are here. My back took the full impact, and I sat down holding my back, but Lita-kun hit me several times with both hands on the face. He kept hitting me when I dodged an attack from him. Izuku. Okay, now smash. I hit Lita-kun directly in the stomach with a smash, which made me fall to the ground and slide to the center of the gym. Lita-kun got up holding his stomach, and I ran towards him and jumped to punch him in the face, which he dodged and received a blow with his knee to the stomach. I held my stomach and contracted a little, making my body look like an L, but lying down since the pain was too much, but what followed was even worse. I was about to lift my torso when Lita-kun kicked me as if he was going to make a clearance or soccer throw in the chest with a reciprocal burst, causing me to crash into the ceiling. Obviously gravity brought me back to the ground, but before I could touch him, Lita-kun jumped a little with his right foot and in the air turned around to fall with his left foot and hit me again with a reciprocal burst, only this time I went straight to the window, breaking it and falling out of the gym. Aizawa. Let's go see how he is, running to the window. Uraraka. I think he overdid it with the last attack. Hiroshima. Do you think so? I'm sure that could have killed him. Enki. Don't overreact. Shiro. That they did that to you, pained. Enki. No thanks, that's fine. I woke up quite sore and saw how Lita-kun jumped out the window, but I received him with a smash. in the jaw. I didn't think I would stay behind as for the intensity of the attacks, so I had to do it. Lita-kun got up somewhat confused. It seemed that the blow affected him too much, so I took advantage and stood behind him to hit him with my elbow in the back of the neck and then put him on his knees. My right arm started to hurt a little, and Lita-kun slowly got up, so he hit him in the face, and he stretched his entire leg to hit me with it on the side of the face with a reciprocal burst. It left me stupid or something like that, since I fell like a feather, and so did he. Aizawa. Whoever gets up first wins. Mineta. It would be better to end it here. Aizawa. If you get up at the same time you should continue. I got up and Lita-kun too, but we were both so tired that we got on our knees, but he tried to hit me with his head which seemed strange to me, but I dodged it and gave him a smash. At 7% on the right side of his face that left him unconscious. Aizawa. Well, the winner is Midoriya. Izuku. Can I go with recovery girl? Aizawa. By the way, take Lita with you. Izuku. Hi sensei. The day continued and the fights ended. We all came out sore, but we could see that we improved a lot compared to the beginning of the year. Now we only have to wait a few days for the sports festival. I just want nothing bad to happen these days. The bigger problem. There's only one day left until the UA sports tournament or festival starts. I'm nervous and at the same time excited by the fact that I'll be able to be seen by many people and show them what I'm capable of. Maybe even some hero agency calls me to go as an assistant or for something else. Right now I'm at the supermarket since my mother asked me to come buy some things, and the good thing is that it's not dark yet, because otherwise I would have one or another problem. I left the supermarket and was putting some money in my wallet while walking when I heard a gunshot. I quickly ducked down and realized that I was already on the bridge near my house. Several people were getting out of their cars and throwing themselves to the ground or running away very scared since the shots continued to be heard. I wanted to help and I had to, but I didn't even know what was happening, so I backed up a bit and held onto the metal bar on the bridge so as not to fall into the river below it. I was seeing what I could do when I felt someone pull my sweatshirt roughly and I fell into the river without causing any harm. Izuku. What happened? I couldn't have fallen just like that, I was holding the bar. Well, I finally find you again, kid. Izuku. What? Turns around, and who are you? The name doesn't matter, what really matters is the problems you've caused me. Izuku. I don't even know you, but you don't give me a good feeling, raising his fists. Do you want to settle this by hitting? Well, that seems perfect to me. Izuku. I have to call the police or someone, although I can't get unprepared to grab my cell phone. If you don't come, I'll be the one who strikes first. Izuku. I just have to hold on until someone comes and sees us. Ah, you've made me desperate, so I'll start. I was looking him straight in the eyes, and I could see his brown hair that reaches his shoulders. His eyes are the same color as his hair, and he's taller than me, plus he has a much larger physique which gives him more resistance. He approached me and tried to hit me, but I dodged a blow and grabbed his fist. He grabbed my leg with his other hand and lifted me up as if I were a sack and then threw me into the river abruptly and hit my head with a rock. I was bleeding and I could see how the river water was taking away the blood that was running from my forehead. When he grabbed my hair and hit me on the side of my face quite hard, I fell back into the river and felt him crush my head with his foot and say something, although the water didn't let me understand anything he was saying. Give me more problems, kid, I haven't even used my quirk, although I shouldn't have so much fun with you. He picks him up and drops Izuku's sword on his knee. Izuku. Ah. I love the crunch of bones breaking, it's so satisfying, grabs Izuku's neck and left leg to put more pressure on his back. Izuku. Ah. Stop. You survived a high-grade car crash, I don't think you can take this, maybe I should take it up a notch. I was in agony of pain when I looked up and saw a row of huge teeth magically form on his arm, and he drove his elbow straight into my stomach, even though it rolled over and hit me. Izuku. What's that supposed to be? I'll put it in a way you'll understand, kid, my arms can create teeth of the marine animal that caused the most terror in the history of this planet. Izuku. Marine. The me. That's the megalodon, but I'm better, these teeth can withstand the impact of 150 bullets, each making them very resistant, and they easily pierce skin and bones. Izuku. It must be one of the strongest abilities, sweating. Although I can only use them for a short period of time to rest 2 or 3 weeks without using it, are you ready for the best beating you will get in your life? Izuku. Someone call the police or Almight. I was thinking about how to get out of this situation alive when I heard the water start to hit something, and I unconsciously moved to the right side, dodging a blow from that guy who could have easily knocked me out, and when I hit a piece of ground it was scattered everywhere. I got up and tried to hit him, but he blocked it with his forearm, and my wrist cracked when it collided with his teeth. I grabbed my wrist but received a direct blow to the jaw that almost knocked me unconscious, but I felt something strange inside me and my body moved on its own. I felt something take control of my body for a moment and gave it a smash. At 7% to the entire face, causing it to crash into the wall of the bridge. That hit, I have to admit, it wasn't bad. Izuku. I can give many more similar to that. We'll see. He ran quickly towards me and punched me in the stomach, but I grabbed his fist with both arms and hit him with my head, causing us both to start shaking a little. But I recovered and gave him 2 hits like the previous one, with 7% of one for all. Only the first one made him duck a little, and the second was the one that almost took his jaw off, I think. I was about to approach him when he suddenly got up and jumped back, hitting my head with his leg, causing me to fall sitting in the river somewhat stunned. You're not the only one with tricks up your sleeve, you know how to fight, but you don't use your legs, which is why I have an advantage. He ran straight at me, and I protected my face with both hands, but nothing hit me, which was strange, but I felt how he hit me in the back of the neck with his foot and then grabbed my hair and threw me to the wall of the bridge where he had crashed. I was sitting again, but this time I didn't react in time, and he kneed me in the face, which added to the speed at which he was running directly towards me, left me practically defeated and bleeding from the nose. But this, I'll solve all my problems, grabs Izuku's hair and lifts his face. How does it feel, huh? Izuku. Ah. I guess it hurts you a lot, I hope, and with this you understand that you shouldn't mess with the wrong people, because you're going to lose like now. Throw some water in his face. I was almost unconscious when I heard many police sirens approaching, and a scream was heard followed by several shots which were stopped by him. Looks like we have company, we better go. I grabbed my shirt collar, but I gave him a kind of double stop with both legs to the stomach, added with the force of a smash. At 7% he was thrown against a tree, which he went through. Many police officers got out and some paramedics began to check my wounds. When I was able to get up, several police officers arrived with a megalodon tooth. Apparently it had escaped. Police. Kid, you will have to give us the testimony of everything that happened. We will ask you to accompany us and we will call your parents when you are at the station. Izuku. Hi. Paramedic. Your injuries are not very serious except for the one on your back, but by tomorrow you will be better and you will be able to act normal. Izuku. Thank you very much. They took me in a car to the police station and I explained everything that happened. They had other people and their testimonies were somewhat similar, but apparently it was some kind of distraction what they did. City sewers. That damn kid, wiping his mouth, even made me spit blood, but this isn't going to end there. The leader needs him to carry out his plan. He walks slowly up some stairs and leaves the sewers to find himself in the city center, which at this time is somewhat crowded, but exits a dark alley. I'll have to wait longer and I won't get too confident again. He's going to fall at some point, clenching his fists. But Izuku. I arrived home and received several messages from my friends at UA. Apparently the news circulated quickly through the media and the internet, so they were somewhat worried. I thanked them for their concern and told them that everything was fine and I was ready for the UA sports festival that would start tomorrow. They trusted me and said goodbye to do some things they had pending. I lay down on the couch while my dad was putting some kind of gel on my back to heal faster, and my mom was talking to one of her sisters. After that I prepared dinner and went to bed. Unfortunately today I couldn't train, but it would help me replenish the energy I needed and be 100% tomorrow at the sports festival. I hope and everything goes well. But at a bar. Give me a shot of whiskey, leader. Owner. I don't serve losers, cleaning a glass. What's my name, idiot? Getting up from his seat. Owner. Here we gather the best criminals and you can't even defeat a child. Say that my men gave you the chance to enter. I would like to see you kill a fly, old man. I doubt you at least know how to fight. Guard. Puts a hand on his shoulder. Show more respect, you are before a legend among us. You don't touch me, removing his hand. Guard. Is that how you want it? The guard hit his face and he responded in the same way, causing a fight while everyone watched with a beer or some alcohol in his hand. The guard was losing brutally since despite being injured, he hit him fiercely in the face and chest, causing several blows and fractures in him, which is why the whole place got into the fight and hit while he was on the ground, trying to receive the least damage possible, but it was useless since the fight with Izuku did leave him quite injured. After a while, he was bleeding from many parts of his body and the owner of the place picked him up and placed him on a table. Owner. Thomas, come here for a minute. Customer. Are you crazy? He's going to kill you. Owner. I want that. The guy, about 7 feet tall and easily 620 pounds, approached slowly, holding a full keg of beer in one of his arms. Owner. Would you do us the honor? Thomas simply walked up to the table and saw quite hurt, but he spit in his face making him angry. He subjected himself to a fairly strong metal chain and saw some criminals, implying that they should lift him. Many began to lift him with all their strength, and in the end, they had to help 19 people to be able to lift him to a considerable height, and others chained so that he could not escape at the right time. Thomas simply broke free and fell like dead weight on top of. But he managed to use his teeth as protection, although he received most of the impact, but managed to survive with his broken ribs. Owner. Get him out of here, I don't want to see him again, and to think that at one point he was my best man. Some petty criminals carried and threw him out of the place almost dead. Blood came out of his mouth and nose as he lost consciousness, but he could see how a purple portal was created in front of him and some people came out, but before he could see his face he fainted. The sports festival begins. Today is the day, the UA Sports Festival finally begins, and there were too many people. I can clearly see how full the stadium is, but I understand that they will give us some tests first. I have practiced a little, but I have also rested to be at 100% of my capacity, and to win. I am not the only one who is excited about this, but maybe one of the most nervous. Hiroshima. And how are you doing, Izuku? Are you calmer now? Issei. Sure, trembling. Hiroshima. Calm down, you are not the only one nervous about this, we are all nervous, but we will still do our best so that hero agencies can hire us. Izuku. You're right, I will do my best, clenching his fist. Hiroshima. That's how you talk, man. Aizawa. Entering the room, very well, as you know, today is the sports festival. Period will be held for a period of time, you will be the first to participate on this occasion, so it would be best to go. Outside of UA. Izuku. Why are we all outside? Aizawa. They're going to explain it in a moment, watching a giant screen. Person. Look, they're the children who fought against the villains a long time ago. Person. It's true, it's good to know that they have heroism since they were little. Mineta. They're talking about us. Mina. I honestly thought that people would see us strange. Boy. I would like to be here someday. Girl. Me too, and that way I can be the #1 hero. Boy. No, I will be the #1 hero. They run away one after the other. Bakugo. Don't you think it took you too long? Present Mick. On the screen, hello citizens and people from abroad. As you know, I am the hero Present Mick and I am accompanied by the hero Eraserhead. Zero. When did he leave? Turning around. Present Mick. This time the first year boys will start and they will have to make a tour of the entire UA school to get to the stadium. Aizawa. Obviously it will be a competition and quirks and any type of strategy can be used. The students will have to run throughout the school dodging and facing minefields, acid rain, toxic gas, robots, aquatic tests and more. Of course all this is specialized in its respective area, but you can't skip any of it and it has to be in a specific order. Izuku. Do they want to kill us? Uraraka. I don't think I'm ready for this. Hagakure. Cheer up, everyone is watching us. Aizawa. The first 3 places to reach the medal will be rewarded, which is the combat area inside the stadium. First place will have 10,000 points, second will have 1,000, and third place will have 500 points. Everyone. What? Izuku. That's too big a separation of points. Haminari. Maybe they do it so we defeat each other. Immediately a rather dark aura formed between all the students since the first place would be quite promising. From 1 second to the next everyone was positioned on the starting track and several people were at the side supporting them. The sound of a bell was heard and everyone quickly ran through the place. Izuku. They've already been running for 2 minutes and nothing happens. Some have already activated their quirks, but I'll save the best for last. From one moment to the next someone who was in front of Izuku was sent flying by an explosion. Everyone stopped automatically and knew they were at the first obstacle, the minefield. It wasn't lethal, but it was enough to knock you out, so you had to be quite careful unless. Bakugo. Move over extras, don't get in the way. Boosting himself with his explosions. Izuku. Here we must perform with our quirks for which. I began to charge a little of the strength of the one for all in my legs and took a big jump. I was about 10 meters above the others and I could see everyone dodging mines and others going through the air. I saw Kirishima who was using his hardening to reduce the pain of the explosions and be able to move forward, so an idea occurred to me. Izuku. Well, I'll fall on Kirishima's shoulders and then jump propelling myself on his chest, since using his hardening it won't affect him and I can take the advantage. And so it was since I fell on Kirishima's shoulders and did what I said, although he was somewhat confused later he realized, but I was already quite far away, but I felt like someone grabbed my leg. Bakugo. Don't think you'll beat me, Deku. An explosion was coming towards me, but a robotic arm hit Kaken, and he flew through the air. I fell to the ground, and I could see several robots watching us all when their eyes turned red, and they started to follow us. But the good thing is that the minefield ended. I was escaping from several robots, and I saw one in particular that was quite large, so I ripped off a piece of metal with a little force, and it looked like a surfboard. Then I saw how Todoroki defended himself with his ice, so when he launched an attack, I put the piece of metal in front of me, and I was shot out surpassing many, but obviously that didn't last long since I couldn't fly and fell to the ground. Izuku. Well, I think I got rid of the robots. I was about to run again when I felt something hit me in the rib and they were robots, but they had a different appearance since they were in fighting pose. Izuku. What the hell? Dodging a punch, wait, they're hitting like in my boxing classes. Present Mick. Surprise, some robots are smarter than they seem. I started fighting some robots without using one for all since it wasn't necessary, but I lost time, so I ran again and reached the aquatic area. It looked like a simple pool, but a shark came out and swallowed a companion. Zero. What the F? Jiro. Ugh. Vomiting. Momo. My god. Covering his mouth. Mineta. Freeze the water, Todoroki. Todoroki. I tried, but the water has automatic heating when it gets too cold, which is why the ice evaporates. They thought very well about this. Mina. So are we going to die? Sai. Maybe we should cooperate to get out of here. Present Mick. Calm down, the friend who was swallowed by the shark did not die. They are automatic sharks with artificial intelligence that swallow their prey, that is, you, and through a tube in your stomach, they take you to the starting line, indicating that you have lost. Mineta. Wow, that explains a lot. Jiro. That was quite unpleasant, wiping his mouth. Izuku. Are you okay? Putting his hand on her shoulder. Jiro. Yes, I'm better now. Present Mick. Come on, you're running out of time, you can work as a teamer individually. Bakugo. Deku, think of something. Although it's hard for me to admit it, I'll need help from the extras, turning his head. Izuku. Well, maybe I know. With the force of your explosions and the support of my speed, we could make Todoroki start creating an ice line that can make us all pass without problems, but the others will have to hold on to one of us. Bakugo. I won't be able to be comfortable like that. Todoroki. I'll lose my balance and we might fall into the water. Izuku. Fine then, me, but it would be best to have extra strength in case my arms fail. Sai. I'll take care of it, surrounding Izuku's entire abdomen with her tongue and then surrounding his chest, but with her hands. Izuku. Tsai. Red. Sai. Blushing, why you're not the only one embarrassed. In the end, the line was completed and Mineta was behind Sugar Rush, or his name Rikito Sato, and his buttocks were in his face due to the size difference. Lie. Someone kill me. Todoroki. It would be best if you stuck closer because it could be that you might not reach. Mineta. I'm last in line and I have to stick to him. Rikito. Just do it. The women were stuck together and the men as well to avoid misunderstandings, although there was obviously a point where a man should be stuck to a woman, so Ijiro held onto a shield which was stuck to Momo's back with his tail. Izuku. I can feel Tsayu-chan's breasts again, why does this always happen to me? Red. Mineta. Rikito's butt feels so disgusting, please help. Izuku. Calm down, this is teamwork, maybe I'm the only one embarrassed here, turns his head and sees Tsayu red, her too. Bakugo. Get ready Deku, we're going to start. Izuku hi, red. Todoroki. What's wrong with him? Maybe he's just nervous, hold on tight Midoriya. Izuku. I know, very well Kaken, on the count of 3. Todoroki. 1. Bakugo. 2. Izuku. 3. I used one for all to propel Todoroki, which created a line of ice, and we could all pass, plus Kaken was helping me with his explosions, but I couldn't get something out of my mind. I felt Tsayu-chan's breasts getting more and more stuck to me, and I was about to faint, but I managed to pass it. In the end we were one of the few who passed the test, and when we got to a safe place, I could see how Tsayu-chan was the same as me. I will apologize later, but now I must concentrate. Izuku. Very well, I must take advantage, runs out with one for all. Bakugo. Come back here loser, nobody takes advantage of me. Uses his explosions. Todoroki. And here we go again, sliding on ice. The race continued and at one point the air began to feel somewhat heavy and had a rather unpleasant smell. I was breathing heavily and decided to cover my mouth to try to continue, but I couldn't, I felt my body getting weaker and I crashed into someone. Izuku. Sorry but. Mina. Izuku, don't you feel dizzy? Falls unconscious. Izuku. What's going on here? Present Mick. Hello students, I see that you have already reached the toxic area where your vision is now cloudy, the air now turns green, and every time you breathe more you will fall deeply asleep, although someone may save you, you never know what can happen, good luck. Izuku. Maybe it's a sleeping gas or something, but I have to move, carries Mina on his back. The air didn't let me see anything, and I felt weaker and weaker, and my vision was starting to blur, I was about to fall. But I hit my face and continued walking slowly around the place, my strength was disappearing, but I managed to see something on top of a kind of bar. Izuku. They are masks to purify the air, perfect, holds two and puts one on, fresh air at last, although I don't know how long the effect will last, so I must hurry. I put a mask on Mina, and she woke up a few seconds later thanking me, we continued walking, but we got lost, so I continued the path alone until I crashed into a wall. I started walking to the side while touching the wall with one hand to see where it ended, but after a while I turned to look at the sky, and I could see that I had to climb it. Izuku. Very well Izuku, you have enough strength to do it, in fact I think you are the only one who has managed to get here. I began to climb the wall with some stones that protruded from it as supports, at a certain height the air stopped clouding my visibility, and I could see how Uraraka climbed with her zero gravity and Tsuyu quickly, thanks to her agility, I continued climbing until I heard an explosion. Izuku. One cannot be calm nowadays. I continued climbing until Mineta passed by me, climbing with the sticky balls that come out of his head, who would say that his quirk has functionality, but I managed to climb the entire wall, and I could see how there was a precipice which seemed to have no bottom. Izuku. And now? Todoroki. I don't know, I've been here for 2 minutes, turning down. Izuku. Do we jump? Bakugo. Move aside crybabies. Zero. Wait, listen. Present Mick. Hello again, now I come to give you all a notice, here you will have to jump from 20 meters high to fall into an exact hole which has water and will cushion your fall. Hiroshima. That is going to hurt, but not with my quirk. Present Mick. By the way, it is prohibited to use your quirks. Hiroshima. Oh come on, this has to be a joke. Izuku. Momo, could you create a lantern? Momo. Of course, creates the flashlight, let's see where the hole is. Hagakure. I see it, it's in the upper right corner, but it's too small, we can't get in. Present Mick. I forgot to mention that every time a person enters the hole will get bigger, now if you continue. Uraraka. Who is the smallest of us? Lita. Well, holding Mineta, him. Izuku. I haven't seen you in a while, Lita-kun. Lita. I was also a bit busy, well, but we'll have to be very exact when throwing it. Mineta. Wait, what? Lita carried Mineta and started aiming towards the hole as if it were a bowling ball, although Mineta begged us not to, in the end she threw it and it went in perfectly. Then other students from 1B, 1C, and other grades entered, just like me, but there was a limit and not everyone in our class entered, one of them was Rikido. Izuku. What's next? Present Mick. Come on, you're only 100 meters from the finish line. Run. We all turned forward and saw the finish line. I automatically activated one for all and ran directly, but Kaken surpassed me with his speed using his explosions, and then Lita-kun also beat me, so when I was about to surpass Todoroki-kun, I jumped on him and pushed myself very hard to reach and hit Kaken with my shoulder, stealing the first place since I rolled down first than him. Present Mick. We have a winner and it's Whisper, come on Aizawa, you have to say something at least. Aizawa. Izuku Midoriya. Person. What did he say? Present Mick. Izuku Midoriya is in first place. The stadium stood up and started to applaud, I was quite happy, and I saw how Kaken left angry for his defeat, although he came in second place and Lita-kun in third, the festival has barely started and I already gave almost everything I have. Combats. After the race we were given 10 minutes to rest, and all of us who had passed the test were told to gather in the arena, there were quite a few of us, and on the platform was Midnight Sensei with a microphone. Midnight. Alright students, you are the ones who have moved on to the combat phase, you will have to fight each other to get on to the next round, but, to warm up the engines, there will be a small competition in teams of 4 members or less. Izuku. Isn't it just to tire us out more? Midnight. It's simple, we will give you a ribbon with the number of points you obtained in the previous test. Iida. If this continues like this we may not be able to arrive in our best condition to the final test. Midnight. Now we will pass the microphone to one of the most outstanding students, Katsuki Bakugo. Haminari. It had to be him. Midnight. Please come in and say a few words. Bakugo. Okay, with his hands in his pockets and steps onto a small platform, I'll just say don't even try you bunch of losers, the only one who will come out victorious here is me, gets off the platform. The place was filled with boos and screams of dissatisfied people, but it was obvious knowing that Kaken is not someone who has the gift of speaking very well. After the boos they gave us 5 minutes to form teams, although as expected, nobody wanted to team up with me because of the amount of points I have. My time is almost up and I won't be able to participate. Uraraka. Hey Deku, I want to team up with you. Smiling. Izuku. Ah really? Surprised. Uraraka. Of course it's better to team up with our friends. Izuku. It seems that angels exist, looking at the sky. Uraraka. And I brought someone with me. Izuku. Who? Tokoyami. Me, behind Izuku. Izuku. Turns around, don't do that please. Uraraka. Well right now we can participate although it would be better if we have someone else helping. Hey, can I team up with you? Izuku. Thank you God. I turned around and saw a not very tall girl with short pink hair and some very strange glasses. She was smiling and had some very strange boots on. Izuku. Sure, but what is your name? Mei. My name is Hatsume, nice to meet you Izuku Midoriya. Izuku. How do you know my name? Mei. You are the one with the most points of all of us and the ultimate objective to move on to the next round, how can I not know your name? Izuku. Makes sense, very well Mei-san, then the team is ready, what is that you are wearing? Pointing to her feet. Mei. Ah, these are my babies. Izuku. Huh. Uraraka. Why your babies? Mei. That's what I call them, they're my creations in the support class led by the hero power loader. Izuku. So you're from the support class? Mei. Exactly, and I'd like you to try one of my babies if you don't mind, approaching. Izuku. Of course I have no problem. Mei. Great, I just have to take your foot measurements to adjust it and make sure it has no flaws. Izuku. Okay. Mei bent down and with a tape began to measure the length and width of Izuku's foot, although she was bending down and he was standing, it seemed like another scene that most people misinterpreted and Izuku tried to fix it. Izuku. It's not what you think. Uraraka. Oh of course, I'll do some stretches while I do them, turning around. Izuku. Tokoyami-kun, seriously, I don't have that intention. Turns to the other side. Tokoyami. I'm not misunderstanding anything, looking away. Izuku. And why are you looking away? Tokoyami. It's kind of uncomfortable, covering himself with dark shadow. Izuku. What kind of reputation awaits me now? Covering his face. Persona. It seems that they are. Izuku. Cover your ears Izuku, just cover them, putting his hands over his ears. Mei. I'm done, getting up, what's wrong? Izuku. Removes his hands from his ears, what did you say? Mei. What's wrong, why are you red? Izuku. For nothing, it would be better to prepare, we only have 1 minute left, walks towards Uraraka and Tokoyami. Mei. How strange but oh well, walks behind him. Izuku. Very well, let's not say anything about the previous ones, let's just concentrate on what we must do to win. Mei. First put these on, they are boots that help you jump great heights. Izuku. Very well, although they are somewhat big. Mei. They may be big, but they do not affect mobility, let's try them. Izuku. Okay. Present Mick. Time's up, all teams group together in the center of the arena. Midnight. Very well, the challenge will consist of a kind of medieval fight where before the riders climbed on horses, in this case one of your team will have to be carried by the other 3 and remove the bandage that they can put on any part of the neck or head. This bandage will say the amount of points that the highest of your team got in the last test. Izuku. Well then it will say the 10,000 points. Midnight. Without anything else to announce or say, begin. Mei-san, Tokoyami-kun and Uraraka-san squatted down and I climbed on top of them, then they got up and started running all over the arena, well I visualized it to get an idea of what to do or how to defend ourselves, although it didn't help much that it's just a flat arena, but oh well. A minute later the first to attack us were Shoji-kun, Sayu-san and Mineta, these last 2 were covered by Shoji-kun's arms, so we couldn't attack them, so we better head to the other end while they chased us. Izuku. Mei-san, I think it's time to try out your babies. Mei. Perfect, you trust me, everything will be fine. Izuku. Tokoyami, please defend us with dark shadow while we try to avoid the others. Tokoyami. No problem. Izuku. Uraraka, make us float and when I tell you release us. Uraraka. Understood Deku-kun. We kept running, but we didn't see that 3 other teams approached, which were Kaken's, Todoroki-kun's, and the weird guy from class 1B, plus Shoji-kun's team was still chasing us, they had us cornered and dark shadow protected us from the attacks and prevented them from taking the ribbon I had on my head. I threw some blows with one for all, creating air waves towards the others, trying to make them go away, but it was no use. I told Uraraka to lift us with her quirk and she did since we were floating above everyone. Izuku. Thanks Uraraka-san. Uraraka. You're welcome Deku-kun, but I won't be able to last long with all of you. May. I can keep us out of trouble with my babies, just hold on. Right after saying that we shot off in the opposite direction from the others, we were going so fast that I had to throw a punch in the air with a one for all to stop us and not fall out of the arena. Bakugo. Damn it, let's get Deku. Todoroki. Iida, how fast can we get closer? Iida. You tell me. Todoroki. As fast as you can. Iida. Alright, hold on because after this I'll be dead weight. Bakugo. What the hell are you doing? Kirishima, let's get them. Kirishima. Yes, just. Nito. Too slow, steals their blindfold, I'd like to talk, but I want to show my superiority over Class 1A. Bakugo. You weirdo. Nito. See you later, they run out of there. Bakugo. Kirishima, you idiot, let's get them. Kirishima. But. Bakugo. Do it, damn it. Kirishima. Since. We were falling when out of nowhere we saw someone pass below us and leave a trail of ice. When we fell we couldn't get up and Todoroki-kun was watching us. Todoroki. Let's see now, thanks for the help Iida-san. Iida. You're welcome. Momo. I'll prepare myself in case something happens. Okoyami. We won't fall that easily, use his dark shadow as a shield. Todoroki. Kami. Haminari. I know what to do, I just have to discharge a little of my energy, puts his hands on the ground. Momo. Give me a second, creates a kind of protective cloth, now do it. May. Whisper, let's surprise them. Izuku. What did you say? The moment I finished speaking a discharge came straight at us, but May-san put a strange device which captured all the energy of the discharge. Haminari. Hey, that's cheating. May. The use of my babies is not prohibited. Haminari. You're what? Izuku. Great move May-san. May. Of course, and now look at this. Todoroki. We don't have time for this, we must continue. We approached and so did they while we launched attacks at each other, Todoroki-kun with his ice and me with the airwaves created with a one for all, but time was about to run out when Kakin approached us and the place looked like a war zone since the explosions, ice and airwaves created dust all over the arena. May. I can't see. Izuku. Careful May-san. An explosion was about to hit May-san when I managed to grab her arm and pulled her towards me. We would have lost our salvation on 2 occasions, besides I don't plan on letting any of us lose. May. Thanks Midoriya. Izuku. You're welcome, now we have to keep going. Okoyami. Midoriya-kun in front of you. Izuku. Huh. A burst of ice caught me and I couldn't see anything, I felt like I disconnected for a while, but after I was thawed and I could see that I was hidden next to my team. Izuku. What happened? May. Good to be awake, time's almost up, you were frozen by that guy's attack. Izuku. It must have been Todoroki-kun and the blindfold. Okoyami. You still have it on so it's best to hold on for this last minute. Izuku. Alright, let's go, Uraraka-san, I'll have to ask you for help lifting us back up. Uraraka. I can take care of that, don't worry. Izuku. And May-san, I hope you have more of your babies with you. May. I haven't finished using the previous one so when she lifts us up I'll use it to avoid damage. Izuku. Alright, let's go. We barely got out and everyone was staring at us, they headed towards us and Uraraka-san lifted us up again, but this time we got a little higher. May-san launched a Kaminari discharge with her machine, which surprised me and impacted everyone leaving them in shock immobile, so I activated the one for all, and when we fell hit the ground creating a huge crater. We only had 10 seconds left when I felt someone take off my bandage. Todoroki. You have strong companions, but the good thing is that you directed your attack well. Haminari. Yes, we were able to dodge it by little, and I'm surprised that your machine contained one of my discharges, although it wasn't at my maximum power. May. That's good because it would have been a disappointment since I only used 25% of my power. Haminari. 25%. Izuku. The bandage. Okoyami. Very well, we only have 5 seconds left. I felt like time stopped, so I quickly jumped over Dark Shadow and boosted myself with one for all, removing a bandage that Todoroki-kun had on his hand. Just before falling, a bell rang. Midnight. The match is over, everyone please come here. Izuku. I did it, I got our Ven right. Getting up. Todoroki. Quickly switched it to another hand and it was the one I won in the previous match. I couldn't allow you to beat me twice. Midoriya, walking away. Okoyami. Look on the bright side, we all move on to the next round. Izuku. Yes, but. May. No buts, it was a good match and I'll get to promote my babies. Jumping. Thank you very much. Midoriya-kun, hugging him. Izuku. Why, you're welcome, blushing. May. If you ever need anything, just go to the workshop. I'll be there. You could even help me with future projects. Izuku. Sure, smiling. We headed to the platform, and indeed we managed to get to the final matches, which would be 1 versus 1. I don't know what awaits me now, but I will give my best to win, and if I don't succeed, I will at least give everything I have. Midnight. You have 30 minutes to rest and then the fights will begin, see you until then. First battles. I was quietly eating a sandwich in what appears to be some kind of waiting room for the fights. Next to me were Uraraka-san and Iida-kun with whom I was talking calmly. Izuku. How much time do we have left, Iida-kun? Iida. 5 minutes, but they still haven't told us who will be the first to participate. Uraraka. I'm very nervous, I've never been in front of so many people. Izuku. Me neither, but I guess everything will be fine, right Iida-kun? Iida. Of course we should be positive. The 5 minutes passed and we all went out to the arena again. This time Midnight Sensei looked a little more serious and at the same time fun, which is a dangerous combination coming from her. Midnight. Well, first grade students, it's time to reach your final participation in this tournament, and what better than individual fights to have the 3 best of your grade. The crowd was getting pretty excited and started clapping and shouting a few words, then Midnight Sensei continued. Midnight. The rules are very simple, the one who knocks out their opponent or makes them leave the combat area marked with a white line will win. Hiroshima. It's a pretty large area, turning to his sides. Midnight. Killing anyone is obviously not allowed and they will have a 30-minute limit to fight. If both students are still standing after 30 minutes or both end up knocked out, there will be a small Bensitas competition to see who will move on to the next round. Izuku. There are still a few of us, but I guess we'll be eliminated. Midnight. Okay, if you lose don't worry, you'll have a chance next year, but now you'll have to prove who is the best. They asked us all to leave the arena and gave us a small card showing us some numbers. They told us that they were specific seats for the students who will participate in the fights. Izuku. They accommodated us in groups. Todoroki. I guess it would be a problem being among such a crowd when they call us. Issei. That's true. The first to start were some students from 1C, although I didn't know their names, I wrote down their quirks in a notebook, which were somewhat strange but very effective. One seemed to create a kind of spiritual power, since a yellow light covered his fists and apparently enhanced his blows, while the other became very small and almost impossible to see. Several very interesting fights took place, but it seemed strange to me that none of our group went on to fight yet. Midnight. Very well, the next to participate will be Tenya Iida from Group 1 against Hatsume from the support class, both of you go to the arena please. Iida. Well, my turn has come, I'll see you in a moment, going to the arena. Izuku Uraraka. Good luck. Iida. Thank you. Iida-kun went down to the stage, and a moment later Mei-san arrived, and she had many more gadgets than last time, although they didn't look very heavy. Several asked if that was legal in the fight, and apparently so, there was no problem. Mina. Hey Izuku-kun, who do you think will win? Izuku. The truth is I don't know, it's a somewhat even fight, but with Mei-san's babies, she may have the advantage, so she. Mina. Boom in your face, not seen Hagakure-chan. Hagakure. What he says doesn't mean it will turn out like that. Momo. We should support our class president. Bakugo. No matter which of the two wins, neither of them will make it to the finals. Todoroki. You look very confident, the last time that happened Tokoyami-kun gave you quite a fight. Bakugo. Apparently the bird wasn't as bad as I thought, but that doesn't mean it's good, turning his head. Tokoyami. I'll pretend I didn't hear anything, but the fight is about to start, so be quiet. Izuku. Sure. Midnight. Alright, you know the rules, please when you see that the opponent can't continue, stop the fight. If you get hurt, recovery girl will take care of you, so don't worry. Iida May. Hi. Midnight. Alright, let's start. Leaving the arena. Iida got into a running position, but Hatsume activated some boots and pulled out a kind of hook from her backpack that she had on her back. Iida got a little confused but ran quickly towards her, but she fired the hook and her boots turned into skates with which she even reached Iida's speed since they were running around the track. At one point Iida was about to reach her, but when he touched the backpack, a discharge was activated and he was electrocuted, causing him to fall to the ground. At that, Hatsume put an earphone in his ear that also had a microphone. May. They are defense systems for any type of attempted robbery, assault, rape, etc. It is a very useful protocol and you can put it anywhere on your body since it is this size, taking out a chip. Mineta. What are you doing? Izuku. He is promoting his creations in this type of events, and more so since it is UA. Many company administrators and hero agencies look for people capable of creating objects that facilitate their work so they could catch the attention of someone important. Momo. It's a good move. Returning to the fight, Iida-kun got up, but Hatsune grabbed his arm and put something on his wrist that when he pressed a button, it turned into a kind of huge weight. May. This is for the heroes with super strength. If you want to test what you're made of, you can carry this small device which when activated will increase your mass and weight. It can weigh up to 350 kilos. Hero. Not bad. Iida. This is not fun. May. We're just getting started. May jumped towards Iida and put her feet on his face and then pushed off and was a considerable distance from him. May took out some kind of box and put it on the ground, but Iida managed to free himself and somewhat angry, grabbed May by the shoulders and was about to take her out, but a drone caught her and lifted her into the air. May. This little one here serves as a search and rescue drone. It has heat vision, night vision and an audio sensitivity to hear sounds that humans cannot. It can also easily lift debris and a person weighing 125 kilos. By the way, it has a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. Iida. This is already annoying me. Iida jumped with his recipro burst to May and grabbed her arm, but the drone threw some kind of net which caught him and made him fall headfirst into the ground. May. I forgot to mention the defense protocol which you could already see, although it can also shoot non-lethal but somewhat powerful rays. The drone lowered May and then turned into the same box again. May. And finally. Iida. I'm tired of this. Iida managed to stand up and abruptly broke the net. May was about to do something, but Iida ran towards her and hit her not very hard in the face with his open hand. May recovered and hit him with a closed fist in the face as well. May. It's the first time I hit someone in the face. Iida calmed down, but May activated her drone again and it tried to shoot Iida, but with its speed it couldn't very well. Iida jumped not very high and turned around to hit the drone on top and ended up destroying it, and for the last time Iida held May by the shoulders and pulled her out of the arena since she was stunned by the fact that they destroyed one of her babies. Izuku. Even though Iida-kun won, it looked somewhat embarrassing the way they used it. Bakugo. That 4 eyes took too long with a simple mechanic. Todoroki. Winning is winning, right? Bakugo. No, because I prefer to have a good victory over a bad one. Izuku. Kaken, that doesn't make sense. Bakugo. I didn't ask you, idiot. Creating explosions. Izuku. High. Midnight. Very well, the winner of the match is Tenyu Iida. The next to participate will be Ajiro Kirishima from Class 1A and Tetsutetsu, NA. That's the complete version. I looked it up on the internet from Class 1B. Both of you please go to the arena. Mineta. You got someone similar, Kirishima. Kirishima. I hope it's a great match. Walks down to the arena. Iida. Class arrived. Jiro. You look a little down, are you okay? Iida. I was used to promote some gadgets. Izuku. It's not that bad, you won. Tapping his shoulder. Iida. Hi. Midnight. The 2 students have arrived. You've already heard the rules, so let's begin. Kirishima. Good luck. Tetsutetsu. You'll need it. The fight started and both quickly activated their quirks which were very similar. Kirishima hit the side of Tetsutetsu's face, but he returned the blow in the same area, both having increased resistance, did not feel the blows as much, but still it was not a reason to fight with brute force, or so the others thought except them. Kirishima grabbed Tetsutetsu's arm and turned him around bending his arm, but received an elbow from Tetsutetsu and then a blow to the jaw in the form of an uppercut. Kirishima recovered and kicked him in the abdomen and that made Tetsutetsu take a few steps back. Tetsutetsu. Not bad, I see you're resistant. Kirishima. Same here. Right after saying that, Kirishima hit Tetsutetsu's face quite hard, but he resisted the blow and bent down to carry Kirishima like a bag of cement and throw him to the ground abruptly. On the ground he got on top of him and began to hit him strongly, but Kirishima blocked the blows with his forearm. Izuku. They are having a very physical fight. Haminari. It's obvious coming from their quirks, although apart from that they are using brute force. Returning to the fight, Kirishima hit Tetsutetsu with his knee in the stomach that caught him off guard and knocked some of the wind out of him despite using his quirk. Then Kirishima grabbed him by the neck and got up to throw him a little far away. Tetsutetsu got up very quickly just after falling, but received an elbow to the face from Kirishima that caused him to start to lose his balance. Person. That was a very direct hit, I loved it. Kirishima. You won't be able to continue like this much longer, approaches and grabs him by the shoulder. Tetsutetsu. Neither will you, headbutts Kirishima in the face and they both fall to the ground. Todoroki. They don't think before acting. Izuku. Well, he's Kirishima, we can't expect him to think too much without offending. Bakugo. That idiot is very impulsive, although sometimes it works for him. In the fight both stood up and began to hit each other roughly in the face and body at the same time. At one point the quirk of both disappeared due to excessive use and time they used it, but they continued with their fight. Tetsu was about to hit Kirishima, but he grabbed him by the hair and threw his head to the ground, but Tetsu got up and jumped to hit Kirishima's face with his knee, causing them both to fall to the ground again. Present Mick. It shows that these guys are giving everything they have. Kirishima Tetsu. I'm not going to lose. Hitting heads. Kirishima pushed Tetsu and he slapped him in the process, then Kirishima grabbed his foot, but Tetsu hit him in the head, making him back up. Tetsu ran away, but Kirishima activated his quirk in a moment and ran towards him and bent down to tackle him, knocking the wind out of him and throwing him to the ground. While there he hit him roughly until he was unconscious. Midnight. The winner is Ejiro Kirishima. Kirishima. I won, gets up and carries Tetsu to a stretcher. Recovery girl. I'll take care of it, although you should come too, you have several cuts on your forehead and abdomen. Kirishima. Hi, walks behind her. Izuku. Well, we'll have to keep waiting until our turn. The fights passed and finally the first round ended, which had been somewhat good, although Izuku had a fight with a 1C student named Shinzo, but it was not a great fight, except for the fact that Shinzo's quirk was to control the mind or something like that when someone talks to him, but he did not have a great ability in combat. Midnight. Very well, the first round has concluded, now we will begin with the second round, get ready. Students. Hi. Round 2. The second one was about to start and there were very few of us who could participate, in fact only 8 of us could participate, because the third round will define who will be in the first grade finals. I was calm watching some announcements that passed through the huge screens that were in the stadium, so that the people farther away could watch without any problem. From one moment to the next a loud whistle was heard, and we all turned to see what it was, and Midnight Sensei was in the arena again. Midnight. Okay, the next round is about to begin, and the first to participate will be Izuku Midoriya and Denki Kaminari, both from class 1A. Kaminari. Wow, I didn't expect that. Izuku. A fair fight, stretching his hand. Kaminari. Of course, smiling and accepting the gesture. We both went down the same stairs, only when we reached the arena Kaminari was the first to stop, and I went to the other end of the arena, and Midnight Sensei reminded us something. Midnight. Remember that in this round you will have a time limit to vary a bit, the time is 20 minutes, understood? Izuku Kaminari. Hi. Midnight. Okay, let's start. I know I have to get close to attack Kaminari and avoid his discharges of more than 2000 volts, in fact I think he once reached 1,000,000 volts, but he was unconscious after that. I saw a smile on his face that confused me a little until he spoke. Kaminari. I won't start with all the discharges since if your body resists them I'll be fried, so it would be better to start easy. Izuku. What is he planning? Maybe it's best to just play along. I approached and he threw a punch that I dodged to respond with another, but he dodged it too. I feinted with my left fist that was aimed at his left rib, but I finished with my right fist in the face, although when my fist made contact with his skin, I felt a small shock that made me jump back. Izuku. What was that? Kaminari. Nah, you should never tell the trick to a spectator, otherwise what would be the fun? Waving his hand in a no sign. Izuku. Alright, maybe we should get started. I approached again and he got into a fighting stance with his left leg in front and his right leg back. I for my part was the opposite and took small steps across the sand without taking eye contact with Kaminari, and him too. He was the first to approach and started trying to hit my face with both fists, but I dodged the blows and responded with a punch to the stomach, and I felt that electric current again but more powerful. It even numbed my hand a little, and Kaminari took the opportunity to grab my arm that I could use to immobilize him and hit me several times in the face. Then I tried to free myself, but he squeezed more and pulled my arm closer to his rib, so that obviously not having that much strength I was pushed and fell to the ground on my back. I tried to get up, but he did the same thing, only this time he raised his hips a little more and I fell a little rougher. Izuku. Locks, huh? Kaminari. Basic but they work. Izuku. Well. I jumped up and stood up. I grabbed Kaminari's left wrist and spun around, bending his entire arm, so I was behind him and hit the back of his head with my elbow and then kicked him in the back, making him fall to the ground. Kaminari. You know too. Izuku. Very little, I'm mostly a puncher. Kaminari. Then let me help you, smiling. He got up and tried to punch me, which I stopped with my forearm, but he opened his fist and held me. I was about to hit his face when I felt a large current of electricity run through my body, so instinctively I hit Kaminari's hand, and he did a 360-degree turn to hit with his fist. Izuku. I think I understand what's going on. Kaminari. Say it to see if you're right. Izuku. You're like a manual drum set, you turn on and off whenever you want. Kaminari. Yes and no, your answer is correct, but you're missing something else, creating electricity in his hand. Izuku? What? Kaminari. Let's see if you figure it out. He ran towards me and tried to put his hand that had electricity on my chest, but I activated one for all and threw a fist in the air, creating a gust of wind causing him to back away. We looked at each other's eyes for a few seconds, and then we approached each other to hit each other in the face. Kaminari started to bleed a little from the nose, but he didn't care and gave me another blow that I received directly. We were two hitting each other in the face without trying to dodge each other's attacks. Since when I saw him I knew he wanted this, so I accepted without a doubt. At one point he hit me with a fist charged with electricity, which left me paralyzed for a moment, and then he kicked me causing me to fall to the ground. He grabbed my right leg, but I activated one for all and pushed him with both legs, causing him to fly through the air, but he took out what seemed to be a hook. Kaminari. Did the engineer's device really help? Izuku. Can I lend it to you, Mei-san? Kaminari. I didn't steal it, I wasn't looking so I took it because I felt it would be useful. Izuku. And boy was it. Kaminari. Alright friend Izuku, I'd like to have a little more fun, but I want to move on to the next round so sorry, but I'll go all out. Izuku. Me too. He put his hands on the ground and I quickly jumped with a one for all as high as I could, but I saw a ray of light head towards me and in less than a second it hit my shoulder, causing me to fall to the ground in pain. Kaminari. I can draw electricity from my body in large quantities Midoriya, but I'm still not used to molding it into a shape, although maybe I can with time. Izuku. I can't feel my shoulder. Kaminari. Let's finish in style. Kaminari put his hands on the ground again and discharged 1,000,000 volts throughout the combat area. The electricity blinded everyone who was watching, and an Izuku could be seen on the ground convulsing, while Kaminari approached him with a somewhat silly face. Kaminari. Gan. Izuku. Smash. I got up and gave Kaminari a direct hit in the jaw, with 7% of one for all. I still haven't been able to improve that much, but I haven't trained every night with All Might on the shore of the beach. We should resume that excessive training he puts although it works. But continuing Kaminari flew through the air and crashed into the wall to finally fall to the ground losing the fight. Mina. How did he resist the discharge of 1,000,000 volts? Momo. He asked me to put an insulating fabric on his suit. Apparently Kaminari was not the only one who used a gadget. Midnight. The winner is Izuku Midoriya and he advances to the third round of fighting. Izuku. I need to rest a little, falling to his knees on the ground. Midnight. Approaches, do you want us to talk to the paramedics? Izuku. Please. Midnight. Please, the paramedics, come closer and help the two young men so they can get to the break room. Several people arrived and helped me get up while they carried Kaminari because he was unconscious, but there was no need to use the stretcher. Midnight. Okay, the next ones to participate will be Kyoka Jiro and Itsuka Kendo, please go to the arena. Jiro. This will be interesting. Uraraka. You can Jiro-san. Jiro. Thank you. They both arrived at the combat area and gave each other a light handshake, then they each positioned themselves at the end of the area and Midnight announced the start of the fight. Hiroshima. Let's see who will be the winner. Bakugo. And you. Hiroshima. I think I'm the next to fight although I don't know who. Todoroki. It's very likely that I'm your rival, so do your best. Hiroshima. What's that supposed to mean, a threat? Todoroki. Not only do I tell you that I don't plan on losing here, and even less with my old man watching me, I'll show him that I'll win with a single quirk that is useless. Returning to the fight, both knew how to fight, but Kendo's quirk obviously specializes more in fighting, and Jiro's in rescue and some other things. Jiro approached quickly, but Kendo enlarged his fist and hit the ground, causing a mini tremor for which Jiro stopped. She looked Kendo in the eyes, and with the cables sticking out of her ears, she tried to put them on her ears, but her attempts were in vain. They decided to get closer since time was passing, and the first to land a blow or rather a kick was Jiro, a fairly strong kick aimed at Kendo's stomach, followed by a blow to her nose. Jiro. I just have to move carefully, not too close and not too far. Kendo enlarged his right hand and caught Jiro who tried to jump in the air, but it was no use. Kendo began to put pressure to see if Jiro would give in to the pain, but Jiro used his cables and buried one in her eye, causing her to quickly release it to hold her injured eye. Jiro took advantage and approached to try to hit Kendo, but she spun around and grabbed Jiro's arm to throw her to the ground abruptly and she fell on her head. Mina. That had to hurt. Momo. Obviously I don't know if I can continue much after that. Midnight. Through an earphone, what do you say cements, do we stop them? Cementos. Let's wait a little longer. Jiro got up very sore and bleeding a little from the head, but Kendo was still holding her eye. It seemed she could not open it anymore, so Jiro walked up to her and when she was close enough hit her with her head, causing her to fall to the ground somewhat confused. Then Jiro took a few steps back to run and did a complete turn forward to fall with her feet on Kendo's stomach, knocking the air out of her, and then she did a complete turn in the air, but this time backwards and fell with her knees on Kendo's stomach, then she helped her up and took her wrist, she was about to spin on it to put pressure on her arm, but just as she jumped Kendo enlarged his other hand and hit her quite hard, causing her to fall to the ground several meters away from her. Jiro. I just have to resist a little longer, I'm sure she's close to her limit, getting up in pain. Kendo. If she keeps trying to defeat me like that I'll end up winning, I just have to land a serious blow to end this. Both approached and Jiro hit her twice in the face with each fist and then kicked her left leg and slapped her. Kendo got a little angry and responded with a blow to the jaw with her enlarged fist a little, followed by a kick to the stomach which made Jiro duck, but Kendo jumped and hit her face with her knee, and while in the air, she did a 360-degree turn to hit her with the sole of her left foot in her face. Jiro was a little dizzy from the combination of blows, but still responded with a kick that hit Kendo's chin, causing her to almost fall to the ground. Kendo. Sorry but I'm running out of time, seeing a clock that shows 5 minutes to finish. Jiro. Me too and this is not personal. Jiro was going to hit Kendo with her right fist, but she charged her and threw her to the floor abruptly on her back, causing her to hit her head again, only this time on the back of the neck, and then enlarged her fist and hit her on the ground 4 times in a row to fall very tired and sore to the ground, with Jiro unconscious and bleeding a little from the nose. Midnight. The winner is Itsuka Kendo and goes to the 3rd round. The audience applauded the fight until both left the place by means of stretchers. Midnight. We will continue with the fights. The 2nd round ended and those who went to the 3rd round to see who would be the participants of the finals were 4 students, Katsuki Bakugo, Todoroki Shoto, Itsuka Kendo and Izuku Midoriya. The last 2 were somewhat nervous, but Todoroki was much more distant than usual, so he approached Todoroki to talk. Izuku. Is something wrong Todoroki-kun? Todoroki. What should be happening? Izuku. I mean, since your father was here I thought you'd be a little uncomfortable so. Todoroki. I'm not uncomfortable but furious, and I'll just say one thing, we may be teammates, but I'll still defeat you to move on to the finals, looking at him angrily. Izuku. What are you talking about? Todoroki. Look at the screen, pointing behind him. I turned around and I could see that they had announced the 3rd round fights, and I was against Todoroki-kun, and our friends were looking at us with some concern. I think they managed to hear what Todoroki-kun said. Izuku. Well that doesn't matter, the best will still win, right? Stretching out his hand. Todoroki. Obviously, and rest assured that I won't use my damn left side, leaving. Izuki. Okay but even so you shouldn't be so mean to the others. Todoroki. I'm not here to socialize, I'm here to be a hero. Without turning around and continuing on his way. Izuku. Clenches his fist, he's hurt, his father's presence not only infuriates him, it also terrifies him. I think I'll go talk to him. I walked all over the arena looking for Todoroki-kun's father, and I found him. He was in one of the hallways where you entered the place. He was leaning back with his eyes closed. Izuku. Endeavor. Endeavor. I don't give autographs. Without opening his eyes. Izuku. I'm not here for that, I'm here to talk about Todoroki-kun because I'm his next opponent. Endeavor. Opens his eyes, you're that Midoriya. What do you want? Izuku. I just want to tell you one thing, no matter what you have done to Todoroki-kun I will make him use his fire side, if he goes through too many traumatic events in his life, I will make him put them aside and he will be able to overcome it. Endeavor. I have been trying to do that since he was a child, you will not succeed. Izuku. I assure you and when that happens you will be nothing more than a shadow of the past. Endeavor. What are you insinuating? Stands up straight. Izuku. I may respect him as a hero, but as a father I feel sorry for him, I hope and understand that not everyone can be number 1 at something, and despite that they give everything they have like you, thank you for listening to me, leaves. Endeavor. Brat, you don't know what you are saying, he is destined to surpass me and be number 1, nobody will change that. Round 3. Everyone was somewhat excited since the finals were approaching, and in this round the students who would participate in it would be decided. Kendo was somewhat nervous about going against Bakugo and would have preferred to fight against Izuku, but both were in an unfavorable situation, but Izuku on the other hand, was quite focused and fixed on something. Izuku knew he couldn't win this fight, but at least he wanted to help Todoroki, so he could use his fire side. Despite the fact that in the past he told him to take his time every time it seems to be further away from achieving it and that not only affects him, but also the people close to him, which is why he is determined to act. The fight was about to begin and both went down to the arena. Midnight. We have 2 students from class 1A, on one side Izuku Midoriya and on the other side Shoto Todoroki, now start your fight. But the rest of group 1A. Haminari. I feel like this isn't going to end very well. Bakugo. Knowing Deku's idiot, he's going to come up with a trick. Shoji. Will a trick save him from Todoroki's ice? Tokoyami. You can't rely on tricks to win, victories are achieved with skill and effort. Mineta. Even so, they're on a different level, and it seems like Todoroki is somewhat angry and unstable. Momo. Maybe it would be best to cancel this fight, it doesn't give me a good feeling. Jiro. Both of them will give their best, and that's what terrifies me. Sai. Don't worry, there are professional heroes who will stop the fight if this gets out of control. Mina. This won't end well and I'm sure of it, please don't do anything stupid Izuku-kun. Arena. Todoroki. Aren't you going to attack? If you don't start, I will. Izuku. I know you're angry Todoroki-kun, but… Todoroki. Throws an ice ball that hits his face, then I'll start. Todoroki approached Izuku and tried to hit him, but Izuku stopped the blow and looked him in the eyes. He was about to say something again, but Todoroki froze his left hand and then kicked him in the stomach that knocked him to the ground. Izuku was getting up when Todoroki grabbed him by the head, but Izuku broke free from the grip and with his hands still frozen, he turned around and hit him in the face breaking the ice and causing a small cut on Todoroki's face. Todoroki. Are you going to be rude? Izuku. Only if you do. Todoroki. Then it's a yes. Todoroki began to freeze the entire arena track, so Izuku jumped and activated One for All to hit the ground and destroy a part of the ice, but Todoroki approached sliding and rammed him to take him to the line, but Izuku threw himself to the ground and made Todoroki hit his head against the ice again. Later they got up, but Izuku hit him twice in the head with his right fist, and then Todoroki hit him in the face too, and then threw a burst of ice at him that froze his chest a little. Izuku. Too cold. Todoroki. I know, I think right now I'm capable of reaching temperatures of -10 or -15 degrees. Todoroki hit Izuku's chest and broke the ice, in addition to destroying a part of Izuku's suit. The blow was quite strong, but Izuku simply resisted and hit Todoroki's stomach with 7% of One for All lifting him a little in the air to jump, and when he was about to connect another blow, Todoroki grabbed him by the neck and threw him headfirst into the ground to land on his feet. Before Izuku could get up Todoroki grabbed him by the back and carried him with both hands and then created a small block of ice with one hand and threw Izuku against it falling very hard on the back of his neck. Then Todoroki lifted the block and put both of Izuku's arms under his legs so he couldn't block the attacks and began to hit him wildly in the face with the ice block that after 15 hits broke. Mina. Todoroki-kun isn't thinking about what he does, he's just acting on impulse. Iida. It must be because of his father, he is present and I heard that he doesn't get along very well with him and that he fought with him verbally before the match with Midoriya-kun. Momo. If this continues, Deku will end up very hurt. Uraraka. Since when does he call him Deku? Returning to the fight, Izuku was bleeding a little from the face and Todoroki made him stand up, which was a mistake since Izuku put a finger inside his right eye to make him release it and then he turned around and kicked Todoroki's stomach with his foot, making him kneel and then hitting him in the spine with his left fist with 7% of One for All, creating a small crater. Izuku. If this continues, we will both end up very badly. Todoroki. And why don't you finish me off already? Getting up. Izuku. I would be breaking a promise. Todoroki. How important could it be? Looking into his eyes. Izuku. I did it to your pad. Todoroki. Throws an ice attack that sends Izuku far away, I've heard enough. Todoroki ran to Izuku and then grabbed his face, lifting him up and hitting him several times in the stomach, although Izuku kicked him several times in the process. Todoroki was not fazed by the anger and threw Izuku to the ground and then held him by the feet, but Izuku pushed him abruptly, with 7% of One for All. Todoroki created an ice barrier behind him so he wouldn't leave the arena, but he hurt his back a little from the impact. Todoroki. Now you get along with my father. Izuku. No, in fact I hate him for how he pretends to be a hero, but my real goal is for you to open your eyes and realize that it doesn't matter if you are the son of an idiot obsessed with being the #1 hero. You are Todoroki Shoto and you define who you are, if a shadow of your father for acting like him or a hero. Todoroki got angry and ran to Izuku who didn't move and received a very painful attack. In fact the pain was quite fast and he felt his blood cool rapidly. He had closed his eyes and when he opened them, he could see how Todoroki had created a kind of ice dagger and had pierced the left side of his abdomen, causing a lot of blood to come out. He got a little scared and hit Todoroki in the face very hard with the One for All, and he fell several meters away. His anger grew, but when he calmed down a bit, he saw how Izuku was staggering and ran to try to help him, but Izuku slapped him. Izuku. You're in a fight, right now I am your rival, and you must win giving everything you have not just half. Todoroki. You're bleeding out, idiot. Grabs him by the shoulders. Izuku. Do you think I don't know? Right now I'm very scared and I don't know what's going to happen to me, but I'll make you give everything you've got. Removes the ice dagger and makes a cut on Todoroki's chest. Todoroki. You're an idiot, give up and go to recovery girl. Izuku. Hit me damn it. Hits him twice in the face with a one for all in the face, causing him to fall quite far. Give everything you have, right now you're scared and you don't know what to do, but if this continues like this, I won't keep my promise, I just have to hold on for a few minutes. Todoroki. Why go so far? You could bleed to death and die. Izuku. Because you're my friend and you're in trouble, and I want to help you get over it, so hit me with everything you've got. Destroys the dagger. Todoroki. I've already given you everything I have. Izuku. Don't say that, you still have your fire side. Todoroki. That part is cursed. Izuku. Understand, no matter what things your father has done, just forget him and forge your own destiny, after all, it is your quirk, not his. Todoroki was flooded with memories of being with his mother and all the words she said to him when he was a child. Apparently all those words had an effect and Todoroki's left side burned in very strong flames quickly. Izuku. That's it, this will be what defeats me, I'll just take one hit and I'll faint, I'm sure of that. The good thing is that one for all helps me with resistance to these types of attacks. Todoroki. You know. Now that I think about it, this is a great time to thank you for all the things you've done for me, really sometimes words are stronger than blows. Izuku. I only gave you a little push, you had the will to do it, smiling. Todoroki. Thank you Midoriya, raising his left hand. Izuku. Thank you for this fight Todoroki-kun, now it's your turn to surpass yourself, I already did. Izuku ran very sore to Todoroki and he increasingly increased the power of the flames, the attack was going to be devastating, but Cementos created several walls and Midnight tried to use her sleeping pill. But it didn't work and both managed to connect their attack, Todoroki using his maximum power with his fire side and Izuku using the 8% one for all that he still hadn't mastered and could only use it once every 3 weeks. The attack itself created a devastating explosion and a cloud of smoke, preventing all the spectators from seeing. Everyone was amazed by the fight, but when the smoke dissipated only Todoroki was on the track buried and very sore in a wall of ice. Midnight. And Midoriya. Cementos. Getting up from several rubble, I don't know, very barely, and I could see a second of the explosion. Endeavor. That kid did it, but Shoto's power is incredible and I knew he was going to win, without a doubt he will surpass me. Present me. Aizawa, don't you see your student? Aizawa. No, something bad happened. Getting up from his seat. Persona. Someone do something, he's falling too fast. Pointing to the sky. Izuku was falling at great speed from the sky, it seems the explosion sent him very far, but if he fell from that height it would be fatal, so Tsuyu tried to catch him with her tongue when she was close, but failed, and Uraraka floated to him although she didn't get there fast enough. On the other hand Todoroki with the last of his strength, created a large ice ramp so that he would fall as delicately as possible, but Izuku's body broke it. It seemed like no one was going to stop him, but All Might appeared and caught Izuku a few centimeters from the ground falling into the arena. All Might. Young Midoriya wake up. Checks his pulse, but it's very slow, damn it doctor. Todoroki. What's happening? On the ground almost fainting. All Might. Resist young Midoriya. Carries him, but someone stops him. Amy. No, if he does that, it will hurt his body more, the best thing would be to give him first aid, touches Izuku's hair, leave it to us. All Might. It's okay, leaves him on the ground gently. Uraraka. It's the Shiketsu Academy, what are you doing here? Amy. The good thing is that we came to enjoy a walk and watch the tournament, now calm down Izuku, you'll be fine, the truth is that he is serious, this is only to keep him longer. Amy began to do some first aid procedures while the paramedics arrived. Amy. Okay, now the last part. Amy approached Izuku's face and joined her lips with his. Todoroki. What are you doing? On a stretcher carried by doctors. Amy. Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Todoroki. Let me lift him up. Amy. Give me a second. Todoroki stood up with the little strength he had and waited for Izuku to wake up. Kamyu did mouth-to-mouth resuscitation 2 more times until Izuku woke up and they helped him sit up. Izuku. Is it over? Todoroki. Yes, you deserve to win. Izuku. Of course not, almost falling to the ground. Amy. Gives him a short quick kiss, it was an accident, it seemed like you were going to faint again. All Might. Accidents don't exist. Izuku. Thanks, blushing, but it would be better to go, we're in the way. All Might, can I carry him now miss? Amy. Go ahead, smiling and blushing. All Might. Ah youth. Izuku. Why the kiss? I can't like him, well maybe I do, but that's a topic for another day. Izuku and Todoroki hugged the Shiketsu Academy students and finally Kami as a sign of gratitude, and she was happier than usual. Almight carried Midoriya in his arms and just took a step he fainted from exhaustion like Todoroki. The Kendo and Bakugo fight was good, but honestly most knew how it would end, and Bakugo won with a bruise on his face. In the end, Izuku was resting in the infirmary with Kami by his side. Kami. I think I went too far, but sometimes it's good to take a risk for something you want or in this case someone, smiling. Todoroki. Excuse me, but if a tall guy with red hair and a fire beard comes, don't even let him pass, I'll be asleep, closing her eyes. Kami. No problem. Now the final battle was approaching, but they would give Todoroki some time to recover and be able to participate, and on the other hand, most of Izuku's teammates were a little upset about what happened today, but they let it pass since Izuku had to rest. Tournament final. Izuku was resting in the infirmary after having surgery for the intense fight he had against Todoroki, where he accidentally buried a dagger in his abdomen. The operation had been successful, and now he was waking up with several bandages around his abdomen and bruises on many parts of his body. Izuku. Recovery girl. Turning to the sides. She is not here right now, she is attending to other patients. Let me introduce myself, I am Aremi. Izuku was stunned since in front of him was a young woman of what seemed to be his same age, with long, loose, slightly dark blue hair. She was wearing a white nurse's outfit, and her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she also has white skin. Izuku. Ah, hello, nice to meet you, I'm Izuku, extends his hand, but feels a pain in his abdomen. It hurts a little. Aremi. You shouldn't overexert yourself, your operation was very delicate and you will have to rest for a month and a half. Izuku. Oh, I see, I guess I overdid it a bit. Aremi. Well, for the first time, I was tasked with being your caretaker. If you need anything when I'm not alone, press the button next to your stretcher. Izuku. Thank you very much. I remember Recovery Girl mentioning that she wouldn't be alone in the infirmary anymore. Aremi. If you'll excuse me, I need to talk to Recovery-san for a minute. Izuku. No problem. Aremi. Opens the door and leaves. Izuku. So I have a room to myself. I should have held back a bit. Wait, where's my shirt? Turning around. Stadium stands, room 1A. Everyone. Sensei, how's Izuku-kun? Aizawa. Don't worry, he's fine, but right now he's resting. I think he'll be out for a while, but he's stable. Todoroki. I overdid it too much. Maybe I shouldn't have used my side. Iida. Don't say that Midoriya-kun wanted to help you, he made that decision knowing it was very risky. Almight. I should have stopped that fight from the beginning, I had a bad feeling. Aizawa. Now they will give you some time so you can rest, in the meantime you can leave the arena if you want. Uraraka. Can we go see Deku? Aizawa. No, right now he is being treated, they will let me know when visits are available. Uraraka. I see. Bakugo. That idiot doesn't know when to stop, he always gets hurt. Infirmary. Aremi. Recovery sensei, I have a question. Recovery girl. What's wrong? Aremi. Don't you think they gave me a patient who is too delicate for my first time? I mean, it's not that I'm complaining, but I don't think I'm ready, bowing her head. Recovery girl. Yes, it is somewhat delicate, but I gave you Midoriya as a patient because of his attitude. He is not like other patients who are demanding and notice the silliest details. He appreciates even the smallest things, and it is something that you will give yourself time for little by little. Aremi. Really? Recovery girl. Yes, I assure you, now go and try to give the best you have. Aremi. Hi, thank you very much Recovery sensei. Izuku's room. Izuku. I understand but I don't know until when you can come see me, but as soon as you tell me I will let you know, I want you, hangs up the call. Aremi. Knocks on the door, can I come in? Izuku. Oh of course, tries to get up but can't. Aremi. You don't have to worry about that, I can do it, besides I have to take care of you. Izuku. You're right, sorry about that. Aremi. Very well, I see that you don't have your gown so I will bring it in a moment. Izuku. Thank you very much. 45 minutes later, arena. Midnight. Alright spectators, we're about to begin the final battle of the first grade students, in this case the competitors are from the same class and they are Katsuki Bakugo from 1A and Shoto Todoroki from 1A. The audience was excited to witness the last match, they were sure it would be a great fight and had high expectations for it. On one hand, Balugo felt a stronger anger and helplessness than usual, and on the other hand, Todoroki, despite using his fire side, felt he should practice it first, so as not to hurt anyone else severely like he did with Izuku. Bakudo. I want to see the power that caused Deku to almost go to the hospital. Todoroki. Unfortunately for you, I'm not going to use it again, he's too unstable. Bakugo. You said the same thing with Deku. Todoroki. He helped me, you didn't. Both looked at each other fiercely. It seemed that a lion and a wolf were facing each other in a fight to the death, although Todoroki had the disadvantage since he was still injured from the fight with Izuku. But he only came because it was an obligation, since to fulfill his dream, he destroyed the one of someone who helped him get out of hell. Midnight. Begin. Bakugo propelled himself with his explosions to Todoroki, and when he was close enough he tried to cause an explosion in Todoroki's face, but this created a spiky ice doll for which Bakugo destroyed it, but when it broke and he could see Todoroki, he punched him in the face with his right hand. Bakugo became enraged and grabbed Todoroki's wrist and then bent it completely. Bakugo. Who do you think you are? Bending Todoroki's wrist further. Todoroki. I am Shoto Todoroki, son of Endeavor. Todoroki put his other hand on the ground, and from it came out a wall of ice aimed at Bakugo's stomach, which impacted fully, moving him quite far away. Todoroki held his wrist a little, and then broke the wall, so that it had an edge, and began to throw several pieces of ice at Bakugo, although he destroyed them easily. Bakugo. Don't think that I'm someone easy to defeat, no one in this class has defeated me, nor will they. Todoroki. There's a first time for everything. They both ran to the center of the arena, and when they arrived they hit each other simultaneously in the face, followed by another in the stomach, but then Bakugo kicked Todoroki's knee, strongly causing his bone to move a little, and he fell to the ground. Bakugo. Get up. Todoroki. If this continues, my knee is going to cause me great pain for the rest of the year. Bakugo began to desperately step and kick Todoroki's knee until he attacked with an explosion to the ground, but Todoroki moved a little, but his back was still serious. Todoroki was getting up when he felt how they held his head, so without turning around, he threw a punch with his elbow in the air to see if he hit Bakugo with luck, and he did. The punch hit Bakugo's nose, causing a small bleeding which enraged him and caused another explosion on Todoroki's back, leaving him on the ground again. Bakugo. Stupid, if you continue like this you will never be able to beat me. Todoroki. And who did I tell you wanted to beat you? I had the honor of facing someone much better than you who had great intentions and helped me do something I never believed, use my fire side, and that was the person who deserved to be here, since he waited for it more than anyone. Bakugo, don't talk if you don't know what's going on. That idiot has always been on my bucking heels. I go up and he does too. I have not been able to create a gap of separation so big that it defines us. Holding Todoroki's shirt collar. Todoroki. Why the desire to surpass him? Bakugo. Because that idiot has always been what they wanted me to be. They wanted me to be like that stupid, and that's not me. All those looks directed at him just for being a damn quirkless. The arena suddenly fell silent, no one was speaking, but a word in their minds echoed, which was quirkless. Everyone was confused, since that was a nickname for people who didn't have a quirk, which was very strange in itself. Todoroki. What are you saying? Bakugo. They will never understand my frustration for being compared to someone like him. He was always there trying to help me despite being trampled not only by me, but by everyone else. Nobody spoke and only listened to the words of the blonde-haired boy. Even the teachers were surprised by what he said, except Almight, who was worried about the situation. Bakugo. Tell me where he gets so much bucking willpower that after having beaten him until exhaustion for 15 years he continues with his dream. Tell me where he gets the idea of wanting to help the person who made his life impossible for a long time and despite that consider him one of his few friends. Tell me. Releasing him. Todoroki. Bakugo. Bakugo. I don't understand anything about him. I don't understand why he calls me Kaken. I don't understand why he tried to help me when I was in trouble. I don't understand why after I hit him he can smile and ask me. Are you less frustrated now? I don't understand why he tells me that we are best friends. I don't understand how it is that he is the person who can stand me the most. I don't understand how it is that despite the fact that I hate him, he is the only damn friend that I have truly had in my entire life, covering his face with his hair. Todoroki. I had never seen him like this. Bakugo. Everyone was always looking for something from me, not to be hit or to be among the most famous in the academy, but he didn't, he just came closer, and despite the fact that I hit him, and that's why I hate him, for being an idiot who puts up with so many things and does nothing to change it. Bakugo lifted Todoroki with both hands and then punched him in the stomach with an explosion, causing him to fall several meters away. Bakugo. And yet he's still the same stupid Deku. Todoroki was stunned by what he had just heard as well as the entire stadium and his classmates. It was no longer the word quirkless that was heard in their minds, but it was everything mentioned by the blonde-haired boy. Everything he did to him and still remain friends was something that no one understood, but Bakugo decided to end the fight. Bakugo. Even if you defend yourself you won't be able to resist that, so go say goodbye. Bakugo began to create small explosions in both hands that after a few seconds increased in size, so Todoroki launched ice attacks, but they were melted before they impacted with Bakugo. Then after a minute, Bakugo launched a devastating explosion that almost made him unconscious from using so much power, and Todoroki created the greatest amount of ice possible, but even so the attack destroyed it and impacted it, causing it to be knocked out. Midnight. The winner Katsuki Bakugo. The people returned from the trance and began to applaud, the teachers came out, and several small platforms rose showing 3 in total, one larger than the other. They let some time pass for Todoroki to wake up and then they both went up to their respective place, but the person who had the third place was missing. Almight. Well, third place could be young Midoriya or young Kendo, but since Midoriya is very injured, we will give it to young Kendo. So were the 3 in their respective positions. At the time of handing out the bronze, silver and gold medals, the first 2 accepted it with pleasure and bowed their heads so that they could be placed on them, but Bakugo simply took it and squeezed it tightly. The participation of the first-year students in the sports festival had concluded with a closing full of applause and cheers. Infirmary. Amari. This Midoriya-san, it's time for me to eat. Izuku. You can call me Izuku, and thank you very much. I will try to settle in, getting up a little and then pressing his back to the wall. Remy. I won't be long. Izuku. Don't worry, I feel like something unexpected happened, but they are the surprises in tournaments, smiling. Bleachers of 1A. Bakugo. If any of you dare say a word to Deku about what I said in the arena, I'll kill you, turning to see all his teammates. All. Hi. Infirmary. Remy. Very well, I will help you eat. Izuku. I would like to try to do it alone. Remy. Oh, very well, but I will be here in case something happens. Izuku. You are very attentive, I will try. Holds the spoon with his hand, but starts to shake a lot. I think I will have to ask you for help, sorry, embarrassed. Remy. Don't worry, it's part of my training to be a good nurse, now say ah, holding the spoon with a little rice. Izuku. Ah, opens his mouth and eats the dish, it tastes pretty good. Did you do it? Remy. Well, I wanted to surprise my first patient, blushing. Izuku. You shouldn't have tried too hard for me, you know, I would have settled for anything else. Remy. Of course I don't have to treat you well, besides I've known how to cook since I was a child. Izuku. Me too, I still remember when I cut myself with a knife. Remy. Or when I burned myself for not turning on the stove properly. Izuku. Those were good times. What are your hobbies? Remy. Oh well, I like to cook, help people, sometimes I go for walks with my dog, I also like to exercise, talk to people and other things. What's the question? Izuku. I want to have a good relationship with the person I'll be seeing the most during this month and a half. Remy. Then it's your turn to say. Izuku. Well, they're very similar, although I would add that I like to write down people's quirks in a notebook. Speaking of which, what is your quirk? Remy. I am able to see abnormalities in the bodies of living beings. An example would be that I can see when a person has an injured or weak organ. It helps me since if I have to operate on someone I would know where to do each thing. Izuku. It's quite interesting. Remy. Although I have been told that when I activate it my eyes look somewhat dark and so far I can only do it for about 10 minutes, which is a short time for an operation. Izuku. I see it as a disadvantage, but it still sounds pretty cool, smiling. Remy. Do you think so? Izuku. Of course it is a great quirk and you could save many people. Remy. That is my dream and I would like it to come true. Izuku and Remy continue talking while she fed the green-haired man. Apparently they were both the same type of happy and active people, which is why they began to get along from the first moment. Some time later. It had been a month since the end of the tournament, classes had returned to normal pace, but Izuku was still recovering. He could walk and jog, but it still hurt a little to run or push himself too hard, so he didn't do it. The times he went out jogging around the academy, he was accompanied by Remy with whom he had already formed a good friendship. His friends had already visited him several times and gave him the announcement that several companies were looking for him to go to be a kind of companion for a while. Izuku. I would like to, but I think I'm still going to rest a bit. I mean, even though a month and a half has almost passed, it doesn't mean I can fight or have the same training as before, sorry. Todoroki. Don't worry, Aizawa-sensei understands and it's not mandatory, but if you recover don't hesitate to call us to see if we can help. Izuku. Thanks Todoroki-kun, see you later. Now I have to go with Remy-san to check how I'm doing. Todoroki. Goodbye. Izuku. I wouldn't like to miss this opportunity. Izuku arrived at the infirmary and opened the door. He sat on what was previously his stretcher to wait for Remy to arrive. Minutes passed and she did not arrive, which seemed strange to him since she was very punctual. Another 30 minutes passed, and he could not hold back the urge, so he went to look for her. That was not normal, and it was giving him a bad feeling, so he searched the entire school and could not find her, so he left UA. Izuku. Please, this is not right, where are you, Remy-san? He walked quickly to a store. Excuse me, have you not seen a young woman my age, a little shorter with blue hair like her eyes? Sir. Oh yes, I think I know who you're talking about. I saw a girl pass by here a few minutes ago and was heading that way, pointing to the left. Izuku. Thank you very much. Leaves. Izuku walked in the direction the man indicated with his hand. He walked 5 blocks and still couldn't find her whereabouts, so he started to get desperate and started asking people on the street. Izuku. Please tell me if you've seen a young woman shorter than me, with blue eyes like her hair. Madam? Yes, I saw a young woman enter that store, but there were some suspicious young men who entered a few seconds after her. Izuku. How long ago was that? Madam? No more than 3 minutes ago. Izuku. Thank you very much. Heads to the store. Upon entering, Izuku noticed it was a clothing store. He walked through the aisles but couldn't find Remy until he saw her cell phone on the floor. Izuku. It's Remy-san's cell phone, she was definitely here, I must find her, puts the cell phone in his pocket, thinks if you see a suspect behind a woman, what is the first thing he would do? Steal maybe, but there were several, so it would be very little grape. Izuku saw a guard and asked him if the store had bathrooms, to which he answered yes and mentioned where it was. Izuku quickly walked to the men's bathroom and in front of it was the women's bathroom. He put his ear to the door and could hear Remy's voice. Remy. Get out. SHH, come on, you're taking too long, friend, covers Remy's mouth. I too. It's not my fault, she moves her legs too much and I can't undress her. Izuku slammed the door abruptly and the guys turned to look at him, but he activated one for all and hit one in the face, knocking him out and making him start to bleed. The other tried to run, but Izuku grabbed him by the shirt and took him to the wall to hit him several times until he left him unconscious too, then he put both of their heads inside a toilet. Izuku. Are you okay? Remy. Yes, thank you very much, with tears. Izuku. That's good, hugs her, let's go with the guard. They both walked to go to the guard. Remy was so scared that she wouldn't let go of Izuku's arm and he hugged her. When the guard arrived they both explained to the guard what had happened and he was very embarrassed and went to the place to pick up the unconscious bodies and take them away. Izuku. Let's go to UA so you can relax. Remy. Thanks, I thought they were going to, crying. Izuku. Don't say that, hugs her a little tighter, I wouldn't let that happen to you or anyone else, now we have to go. Remy. Hi, wiping away his tears. The two went to UA and when they got to the infirmary recovery girl was waiting for them, but they explained what happened so she calmed down. Recovery girl. Hey girl, this time you got into a lot of trouble, but it's good that you went to look for her. Izuku. Well now I'll leave you, I have to go see the patients. Izuku. Well, this helped a bit to see that I can use my quirk again, although my wrist hurt a little, but I think it was because of the intensity of the blow. Remy. Sorry, it's not supposed to cause you problems, I hope, and that's. Izuku. It wasn't a problem at all, what would have been a problem is if something happened to you knowing that I could act. A day passed and both continued with their current routine. When it finished Izuku went to the support class to look for something that would help him recover faster. Izuku. Okay, it's here, opens the door and everyone looks at him, what's wrong? Hatsum. Oh Midoriya-kun, I haven't seen you in a while, sorry for not coming to visit you often, but I was a bit busy, what's wrong? Izuku. I wanted to see if you could help me by creating something to help me recover faster. Hatsum. Leave it to me, I'll just have to see what you need to be 100%, for which I have to ask you to give me some analysis that they do on you. Izuku. I'll be back in a minute. 1 minute later. Izuku. Ready, here I have an analysis, shows him the analysis. Hatsum. Let's see, your body is fine right now, your defenses are still the same, maybe the only thing I can help you with would be to make your wound heal faster, and that in itself would help you with other things. Izuku. Can you do it? Hatsum. I'll need help from my teacher, but if we can, we just need to get permission from the infirmary. UA infirmary. Recovery girl. Let me see if I understand, power loader, do you want to implant a device that heals the wound in 2 weeks? I could wait longer for it to heal on its own. Power loader. Yes, but I understand that they are about to start with the assistant work and I don't think he wants to miss it, besides he came to look for us. Izuku. Please, recovery girl-san. Recovery girl. Okay, even though it's risky I'll accept it, but I want to be present in case something happens, besides she will be there too. Remy. I don't know if I should. Hatsum. No problem, it will only take about 5 or 6 hours. Izuku. Well, I hope it goes well. 2 days passed where they were preparing to carry out the operation. Izuku told Aizawa although he wasn't very happy, but he had no choice, his parents were worried, as well as his friends who were with him right now before he underwent surgery. Izuku. Don't worry, it's going to be fine, as soon as the operation is over I'll feel like new, lying on a stretcher. Mina. This is crazy, you shouldn't do it. Izuku. I don't want to waste any more time, just trust, okay? Sai. It's in the hands of professionals, I don't think anything will go wrong. Izuku. Thank you, Sai-san. Sai. Kiro. Iida. Well, we have no choice but to wait and see how this turns out. 1 hour later, UA Infirmary, operating room. Recovery girl. Power loader, we have to open the wound to remove the remaining ice fragments. We had planned to remove them from the beginning, but some were embedded, so we had to wait for them to melt a little over time. Power loader. I guess that's also why it takes much longer to heal. Hatsum. You tell me when my part begins. Power loader. Don't be desperate, we're talking about a living being. Recovery girl opened the wound with a scalpel lightly. It had been a while since they put the anesthesia in Izuku's body, and he no longer felt most of what was happening. When they opened it, they could see Izuku's rib and some of his muscles, working, something that disgusted the little girls in the place. Recovery girl. You should get used to it, girl, if you want to work with this you're going to have to do too many operations. Remy. Hi. The 2 teachers removed all the fragments that could be seen with the naked eye. It took them approximately 40 minutes to do so. Power loader. Girl, tell me if you see something that we don't. Hatsum. I don't see anything out of the ordinary. Power loader. Now comes the complicated part, we'll have to let the body rest for 30 minutes for each screw you put in, understood? Remy. Hatsum. Hi. Recovery girl. We will keep the wound open so that the machine can do its job, girl, remember your practice. Remy. Hi. Both took some kind of tweezers and held Izuku's skin so that it wouldn't join together, then power loader put some kind of metal patch over the wound and placed a screw, then Hatsum began to drill a little into Izuku's bone, since the screw was somewhat large and would go through a part of the bone. Outside the infirmary, UA hallway. Mineta. Was that a drill? Shaking. Mina. I told him it was a bad idea. Momo. Come on, we should trust our sensei, they are already experienced in this. Jiro. Besides, Midoriya is resistant, I'm sure he won't have problems with this. Infirmary, operating room. Returning to the scene, Hatsum finished drilling Izuku's bone and now placed the screw to tighten it. When she finished doing it, they had to wait the 30 minutes they had mentioned. This went on successively until they finished after a long time. UA hallway. Power loader. It was quite boring waiting 30 minutes. Tokoyami. And how did the operation go? Hatsum. Excellent, raising her thumb. Recovery girl. Well, Midoriya left this world for about 3 minutes, but he's fine now. Everyone, except those in surgery. What? Remy. Well, we don't know why, but his heart stopped for a moment, although thank God we managed to stabilize it and he's back to normal now, scared. Recovery girl. By the way, you did well for your first time, congratulations girl. Remy. Really, sensei? Thank you very much. Power loader. You're also one of the few times I see you serious. Hatsum. I was operating on a friend, obviously I was going to take it seriously. Bakugo. That idiot will be bothering us for a while longer. Uraraka. I knew it was too dangerous, but at least he's okay now. Almight. And can we go see him? Recovery girl. It would be best to let him rest, and tomorrow you can see him, girl, you know he's your patient, so you'll be taking care of him. Remy. Hi. The week passed and Izuku was practically as good as new, he could do everything and he felt much stronger. It would take a while to remove the device and he is under observation, but he can fight again, just in time since practice started right now. Almight. Look, young Midoriya, I think you should go with my master, he is a great hero and he can teach you many things. Izuku. All Might's master, imagining 1,000 superheroes, and what is he like? All Might. What is he like? Well, he's a great person, his teaching methods are somewhat strong, and I can't say more, trembling. Izuku. All Might is trembling, I should take a video, recording it discreetly. All Might. Whatever, you shouldn't make him wait any longer, good luck young Midoriya. Izuku. Hi. All his classmates had chosen different companies, Izuku went with All Might's teacher, and when he met him, well, it wasn't what he expected. Izuku. Does All Might's teacher live here? When I opened the door I could see that everything was dark, I called to see if anyone was there and something hit my stomach, causing me to fall on the street. Izuku. Oh. Very slow, come in kid Toshinori told me about you. Izuku. But me. Gran Torino. I know who you are, I am Gran Torino and I will put you to the test. Izuku. Well you shouldn't judge by height. Gran Torino. Aren't you going to pass? Izuku. Oh hi, runs towards the building. The presentation was not the most subtle, but it was indicated. Izuku observed the place which would be practically his home for 1 month. Blazing fire. Illuminated darkness, extinguished fire, shattered life, separated family, villain is all that remains. It's 3 a.m. in the city of Tokyo, Japan, and you can see a young man, somewhat tall, about 23 or 22 years old, leaving a restaurant with a few bills. He begins to count them carefully without worrying about the few things around him. Perfect, with this I can be 1 more month in this bucked up world, saving the money. The restaurant was on fire, but it wasn't a red fire like normal, it was an even more powerful and uncontrolled blue flame. There were also 3 unconscious people about to be burned and unable to escape, such was the cruel and unfair fate. Maybe I should start saving a little to stop doing this, it's slowly taking away the fun. Black hair that camouflages itself in the dark white skin color, but with strange purple parts in various areas of his body that seem to be sewn, a kind of thin black jacket open. The other clothes he owned were the same color, all black, since at the end of the day that represented his life, his eyes were blue that shone in the dark. A small metallic sound takes him out of his thoughts, and he looks for the place of origin of that sound, finding 2 people. I think I'll make a quick stop, approaching. Thief. Give me the bucking money. Hitting an innocent person with the handle of a gun. Person. It's all I have, taking out a cell phone and 5,000 yen in cash. Thief. Not bad, I'll take off the damn watch, pointing the gun at his head. The young black-haired man was behind both of them without either of them noticing. He was waiting for the right moment to act while staring at the scene. Person. It's not that expensive, but here, gives him the watch. Thief. Perfect, this is all the good you have, now I hope you can rest comfortably, about to pull the trigger. The young man did not speak and grabbed the thief's head from behind. He was about to turn around, but a blue flame melted his head, instantly causing the body to fall to the ground and smoke to come out of it. The blood was even evaporating. Is there a problem? Putting away everything stolen. Person. No, I was already leaving, running. Nobody said you were going to leave. Again fire came out of the black-haired man's hand in the direction of the innocent who could not defend himself and began to burn quickly until his death. Both bodies were burning and the black-haired man watched them while the blue fire illuminated his eyes. It would be better to go home. Walking through the lonely streets at dawn is so relaxing. You don't know how many things happen on the street at these hours. I mean 3 blocks back I met 2 children who can't stand getting to a bucking motel, and I wanted to help them by increasing their heat. I think it was too much for them, but I just wanted to help. Even though I hate doing unnecessary things like that, I was somewhat frustrated. I wanted to release that accumulated tension and anger. Well, home sweet home, opening the door of an abandoned house. It has its advantages living in a town that is dominated by thieves and drugs. The police and heroes don't even come near this place, so you can do as many things as you want. The black-haired man lay down on a bed that had a thin blanket and placed it on his face. He was falling asleep when he heard someone open the door. Those idiots are back, I thought I told them not to come smoke marijuana at my house, getting up irritated. I walked to the only table there was in the house. The house was quite small, but enough for a single person. When I arrived there were 4 guys inhaling some kind of drug through their noses that I didn't recognize, since I've never put that in my body. The 4 of them saw me and started laughing. Addict 1. Haha, hello Dobby, what's up? Hi, like the others. Dobby. Well, I'm a little tired, you know, I was very busy this day, scratching his nose. Addict 2. I understand you, do you know how difficult it is to get this small amount? Dobby. I have no idea, I don't do that shit. Addict 3. A lot, so much that we didn't want to wait any longer and we came here. Dobby. Yeah, but my bucking house is not a place for you to smoke weed and bring boars to buck. Junkie 4. What are you insinuating, idiot? Getting up and pushing him. Dobby. You think you're really tough, kicks the table and all the drugs fall out. Junkie 4. Asshole, you're going to pay. Dobby. You already stressed me out. I couldn't control myself and caused a bigger fire than necessary. I ended up burning down the 4 morons in the house, but well, who knows how many types of AIDS and cancer were present in that place. I went out a window and walked to another house. I don't remember the chick's name, but she had already slept with every man here except me. I'm not denying that I have a good body and I'm attractive, I just don't want to get shot while I'm penetrating her or have the most lethal type of AIDS in the world. I knocked on the door and no one came. I put one ear to the door and as if someone else was knocking on it, so I opened the door and lay down on the couch. Dobby. Damn, it's okay that you want to cheer the guy up, but you're not a cheap porn actress, covering his ears. I was falling asleep when suddenly I heard a gunshot. In my mind I quickly counted how many men had died here and decided to go to sleep, but I heard her come down the stairs, but I didn't pay attention and closed my eyes. I heard a glass break and opened my eyes. Abby. Is nobody planning on sleeping tonight except me? Woman. Shit, I had to leave the glass here. Well, it doesn't matter, let's see if I pay what was indicated, sitting naked on the table. Abby. She's finally going to shut up, falling asleep. I was asleep and I didn't know how much time passed, and I needed to rest. I had been without sleep for like 3 days when I felt a hand on my forehead. Woman. What the hell are you doing in my house, Dobby? Dobby. I was resting and get dressed, giving her a pillow to cover her intimate area. Woman. It's my house and I do what I want, now go, someone else will arrive in a few minutes. Dobby. You guys do your own thing, I just want to sleep peacefully. Woman. Look Dobby, you know I respect you, but I need to continue living peacefully. Dobby. And I need to sleep peacefully to recover. Woman. Aren't you going to leave? Dobby. No. Woman. Very well, goes up the stairs. Dobby. Come and pointed at my head to end this. And as the woman said, he came down with a weapon somewhat larger than expected. It was a remembered shotgun that used 2 bullets. Woman. Are you going to leave now? Pointing it at her head. Dobby. Hi, raising his hands, just one thing. Woman. What do you want? Dobby. Look up, leaves the house. Woman. Huh. When he turned around he could see that a small cable broke and a somewhat large glass fell, burying itself in the woman's eye, causing her to start bleeding and screaming. Dobby. Stupid. I continued walking through the dark streets until I decided to enter a hotel through the back without anyone noticing and fell asleep in the basement. I was finally able to rest in peace, and when noon came I got up to leave without anyone noticing. I was wandering around the city with a cap on that covered my face. Whenever I passed by a policeman I ducked. I mean, I could easily finish them off, but if there's no need I won't. I was thinking what to do when I saw a small sign that said bar. I decided to go in since I haven't drunk alcohol in a long time, and it's not bad from time to time. When I entered everyone stared at me, but I ignored them and sat down in a chair in front of the bar. Dobby. What the hell with these cheap criminals? Kurigiri. I think the same too, we're recruiting people, but these are the weakest, we don't have truly strong people. Dobby. Give me a light bottle, what are you planning to do? Kurigiri. I can only say if you get into this, taking out a bottle of rum, complete. Dobby. Only half. It's been a long time since I've been in on something important, since if you don't want to mention it, it has to be, so I'm going in. Kurigiri. And it is, just give me a second. Several portals were created and all the henchmen entered them, leaving Dobby and Kurigiri alone. Dobby. Wow, what a strange ability. Kurigiri. It's not the first time you've told me. Well, we are planning an assault on the heroes since at the moment we understand that the students of the hero schools will be companions. Dobby. Just that. Kurigiri. Everything in good time, it's quite a strong commotion since we will involve all the civilians and use some experiments. Dobby. I don't like how that sounds, taking a sip from the bottle. Kurigiri. Calm down, if we control them, only we have 2 strong members counting you. Dobby. Who's the other one? Kurigiri. The hero killer Stain. A silence fell over the place, and Dobby took another drink from the bottle, much larger than the previous one, before continuing. Dobby. If that son of a bitch is involved then it's something big. Kurigiri. He has strange ideals, but they benefit us, although he doesn't really agree with us, he would give us a little support. Dobby. Well, it would be a way to annoy the heroes. For the first time in my life I'm involved in something really big. Kurigiri. Have you never killed someone? Cleaning a glass. Dobby. I do it if necessary, I don't like drawing attention. I left the bar and said goodbye to the guy. He told me that most of the time they would be planning what we should do and when, but they would only let me know when I should act, so it was fine. I walked aimlessly and it seemed that time passed a little faster than I thought. The sun was at its highest point and the heat was noticeable, so I went to a park and sat in a chair away from other people. Dobby. Only 2 strong people apart from me, they would need to get more, so I guess I'll help a little, watching some children playing away from him. Next day. I was in an illegal asylum, one of those that don't have papers and treat the mentally ill terribly without caring in the least. Getting in there was simple. I had an old acquaintance who owed me a favor, so I didn't have any problems. I was walking through several hallways observing all the mentally ill, but I couldn't find anything that caught my attention. Dobby. Aren't there any psychopaths? Doctor. Well, there was one, but he escaped. We closed the whole place, and we don't know if he's still in the building or if he's already left. Dobby. Everything is more complicated. Well, anyway, it would be better to go now. I was heading for the exit when I heard a noise on the roof and saw a shadow that quickly fell to the ground and grabbed me by the arm and put a knife to my neck. Open the door or I'll kill him. Doctor. If we open the door you'll kill him too. Oh no, I'm a man of my word, crouching down a little. Dobby. So you're the psychopath. Psychopath. They consider me that way, but no, I'm an ordinary man, looking at Dobby. Dobby. Of course all ordinary men have a mask that covers their face. It's not a simple mask. Releasing Dobby, it's a way to keep me together and prevent my other selves from escaping from my body. Dobby. You said I was a psychopath, not that I was crazy, looking at the doctor. Doctor. They both fulfill the same function. Dog, they already ruined my plan, now I'll have to sneak away again, about to jump. Dobby. Hey wait. I put my arm around his neck without using force, I looked him in the eyes, and he had a very strange expression, he seemed confused and intrigued at the same time. Dobby. I would like you to accompany me so you can meet some friends. And what could they get from me? Dobby. The ability to fight against heroes and make this world worse, serious tone. I like the way you think, just give me a second, throws the knife at the doctor's head killing him, he was a son of a bitch. Dobby. Wouldn't it be a bitch? No rudeness, wagging his finger negatively. Dobby. Anyway, are you interested? I see you are someone skilled. You flatter me, putting his arms together. Dobby. What kind of bug bit you? Anyway, you've convinced me with your proposal, when will that start? Dobby. They'll tell us in a few days, but in the meantime, we'll get more strong members as soon as possible, what do you think? Magnificent gentlemen, let me introduce myself, my name is Twice, with a French accent. Dobby. I'm sure that's not French, with a drop on his head. Twice. How bitter, what is your name if you'll allow me? Dobby. Just call me Dobby. Twice. Well Sir Dobby, I know someone who will be useful to us. Dobby. Go ahead, see you around here, giving him a sheet of paper. Twice. Alright, I'll see you soon, see you later, leaving the asylum. Dobby. Well, one more to the list, seeing the corpse. Bloody clone. God finally free me from that stupid asylum, they didn't even give me good food to be there, and that's despite the fact that I did them many favors, they are all ungrateful, but what does it matter right now, it wouldn't hurt me to get together with people like me, since that way, it would be more difficult for them to catch me. That's why I agreed to help my dear and new friend Dobby, who despite being very serious, we will surely get along. Twice. Oh I'm so hungry, maybe I should go and eat something, seeing a street restaurant, nothing better than the most delicious and poisonous food possible. I approached the stand and the guy stared at me, it was at night and he didn't seem to be in a very good mood, so I'll cheer him up for a while. Twice. What's up friend, tell me what is the food that will give me cancer and diabetes if I eat it. Sitting on a table. Vendor. If you want to sit down, this is the chair, cutting meat. Twice. But this way we can talk better and we're closer. Vendor. Look, I don't know what you want, but I'm not in the mood. Burying the knife in the meat. Twice. Wow, how aggressive, and I just want to brighten your night. Shouldering his shoulders. Vendor. Well, you have the opposite effect. Are you going to eat something? If not, leave. Twice. Yes, give me what you're preparing. Sitting on a chair. Vendor. I won't be long. Angrily. What a bitter guy, he reminds me of those in the asylum, they kept talking badly to each other in secret. When he served me it was a pretty cheap cut of meat, but I lifted my mask a little and started eating. Vendor. Enjoy it, sick man. Twice. Gets up abruptly and grabs the vendor by the collar, you idiot, what did you say, friend? Vendor. Let me go, idiot. The guy kicked me in the stomach and held his knife, which is why I smiled. It's been so long since I fought with someone, so I decided to give him a little surprise. Twice. Look at a bird. Pointing to his side. Vendor. Do you think I'm an idiot? Throwing the knife at him. I caught the knife in the air and split into two, my clone quickly went and hit the vendor's face and then got behind him and immobilized him. Twice. Thanks for the help, other me. Twice, see. Hurry up, I want to get out of here. Twice. It seems like everyone is in a bad mood today, piercing the vendor's eye. Vendor. Ah. Twice, see. Shut up, snaps his neck and lets him fall to the ground, okay, I'm not going to be here anymore, it's a dump. Twice. Don't you want to join me for dinner? Putting a hand on his shoulder. My clone grabbed my arm and threw me against one of the tables, they were cheap, so when I hit it broke and I fell to the ground, I tried to get up, but he put his knee on my throat and held the knife. Twice, see. Look stupid, I'm the one and only now so goodbye, about to cut twice. Without thinking I hit my clone's knee and freed myself from his grip and then hit him in the face and take him against the wall, he hit me in the stomach and tried to cut my face with the knife, but I caught his wrist preventing the attack. Twice. The original is always better, I kick his clone's leg and he falls to the ground. My clone tried to cut my left leg, but I lifted it up and then stepped on his face hard. I couldn't see, so I snatched a knife from him and began to bury it many times in his back until he disappeared, turning into a kind of brown liquid. Twice. Now I see why you didn't make more clones of me, they are so aggressive. Where did they get it from? Throwing the knife. I hope you forgive me, friend, but I don't have money, so next time. I left the place and started walking. I had to find an old friend to tell him to join Dobby's cause, although I don't know which one it is until now, but it doesn't matter. If I am not mistaken right now, he should be practicing one of those magic tricks that he loves so much. He wanted to be a magician, but the world didn't allow it, so he decided to use his tricks for a better trade, which is stealing, and I don't blame him. If I knew how to appear and disappear spontaneously, I would steal all the money I could, so I wouldn't work anymore. Anyway, I got to his house and opened the door. Twice. Hey Mr. Compress, I'm back, go bigger house, hello. The silence was created after he waited for an answer. He decided to investigate the house and could see several photos of his friend doing some magic tricks. At the end he decided to sit on his sofa and start watching television. He changed the channels quickly until one caught his attention, in particular it was about heroes. Twice. Oh yeah, let's see what our dear friends are doing, clapping. The channel broadcast several recorded moments about some of the most popular heroes, among them were Almight, Endeavor, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Edshot, Mirko, etc. Twice was fascinated and saw how they caught the criminals in an amazing way, but he paused the program for a moment because he saw someone familiar. Behind the main scene where they caught a villain was his friend Dobby with a cap covering his face. Twice. I have to tell you that he is going to become famous since it was on television. The documentary continued, and they also gave information about some facts about the heroes, and there was an interview with the heroine Mirko. Presenter. Well, as you saw, here is with us the heroine Mirko, one of those who is in the 10th position of the best heroes. The people who attended the problem began to applaud, and the heroine made her presence felt sitting next to the presenter, who was an older man. She dressed casually with tight jeans showing her attributes a little, a white blouse and a short denim jacket as well, and she let her long white hair fall loose down her back. She also had white tennis shoes. Mirko. Good night, shaking the presenter's hand and greeting the audience. Presenter. Good night to you too, heroine Mirko. As you well know, here we ask all kinds of questions, so we hope not to offend you with any of them. Mirko. Don't worry, you can start. Presenter. Very well, what do you consider to have been the most embarrassing moment of your professional career? The interview continued and they asked all kinds of things. Twice was about to fall asleep until he heard a question that caught his attention. Presented. Tell me, for you, who would be your ideal man to form a relationship with? Mirko. Well, first of all, at this moment I don't think I would have a relationship, maybe in the future yes, but for now no. Answering your question, I would like him to be taller than me, determined in what he wants to do, not selfish, and if he is a hero, it should be clear why he is, not just those people who work as heroes for fame and money, also why not maybe a little shy or something like that. Presenter. Well, now you heard, friends, thank you very much for joining us, and Twice. Turns off the TV, that man shouldn't even exist, it's impossible for someone like that to exist. Twice was about to leave the house, but heard the sound of the door opening, so he ran there and could see his friend. Twice. Mr. Compress, are you back? Hugging him. Mr. Compress. What the hell, Twice? Twice. Himself. Mr. Compress. What are you doing here? No wait, you shouldn't be here, so I'll have to ask you to leave, letting go and pointing to the door. Twice. No, listen, I know we fought, but this time we could be in on something big. Mr. Compress. I'm not interested, I just robbed a bank and that's enough for me. Twice. Oh come on, please just listen to me, I swear this time it's real. Mr. Compress. You have 1 minute. Twice. Perfect. Twice began to explain everything to Mr. Compress, and he began to get a little interested, but he hid it until he finally managed to convince him, so they both left the house in the direction of the bar. When they arrived, they opened the door and saw 3 people sitting talking to each other. Dobby. Wow, you're back. Tamura. Was that the one you told me about? Dobby. Yes, it is him, but I didn't know he would bring a friend. Twice. I figured it would be better to bring more people, I'm Twicer. Tamura. I'm not that old either, in fact I think I could be your age. Twice. Well, I consider myself a gentleman, now if you'll allow me, this is my friend Mr. Compress. Mr. Compress. Hello gentlemen, and excuse me, what are you? Looking at Kurogiri. Kurogiri. I'm a man too, angry. Mr. Compress. Sorry, anyway my friend here convinced me to join his small but still growing group. Tamura. That's good, although I'd like to see why I should trust you guys. Twice. I could bring him a bouquet of flowers. Tamura. Where did you find this idiot? Looking at Dobby. Dobby. In a mental asylum. Twice. Cheap by the way. Tamura. Ah, I can't be demanding right now, Kurogiri. I would like you to see how trustworthy you are. Kurogiri. Okay, you two come with me. After a few questions, Kurogiri confirmed that they were trustworthy and resembled them in some way, so he accepted them into the group. Days passed and everyone was planning what to do in their plan, but some people were missing, so they started searching and found a few more people. Everything was fine, but they needed one more person although they couldn't find him, and they were willing to start their plan like that, but that would mean risking the entire operation, so Twice decided to go out again in search of more recruits. Twice creates a clone of himself. Look, I know I can't control you, but I ask you a favor, if you find someone please bring them, okay? Twice, see. And what do I gain? Twice. Please just do it. Twice, see. Ah, okay, I'll do it, runs away. Twice. Well, I'll go investigate too, otherwise I won't find anyone. Both were searching all night. It was 2 a.m. and Twice's clone was still searching the streets when in an alley, he heard the screams of a woman and another laughing sadly. Come on, just a little more blood. Burying a knife in her stomach. Twice, see. Hey, you stop a moment. The girl turned around, she had her hair tied in two kinds of buns on the side of her head, her blonde hair and smile with sharp teeth made her look terrifying, also the blood stains on her clothes that looked like those of a normal student made her look even worse. Oh, we have a guest, tell me how would you like to dance? Cleaning his knife with his tongue. Twice, see. I didn't come to argue or fight, you see a friend is gathering people for something big so. The girl approached quickly and tried to bury her knife in the clone, but he dodged it and created another one. Twice, see. Why did I listen to him? Twice, see too. Should we kill her? Twice, see. She's no good, she could be useful, we'll have to take her. Let's have fun guys. The fight started between the two clones and the girl, she caused small cuts on both of them, and at the same time she retreated, she was very fast, although her attacks were not that strong, the clones tried to hit her, but they couldn't and the second clone ended up dying, so Twice feeling that ran to see what had happened. He searched everywhere, and when he reached an alley he saw his clone on the ground while the girl buried her knife in him several times until he turned into a liquid. What a disappointment with these guys, sees Twice arrive, another one has arrived, how good. Twice. Listen to me girl, I don't want to fight you, they were clones of mine, but they are very stupid. I could already see that on my own. Twice. I just want you to join our group, if you do you could kill a lot of people, what are you saying? Really, and why trust? Twice. Because I'm crazy too. I'm not crazy. Twice. Whatever, just trust yourself, that's how they convinced me, stretching out his hand. If you lie to me I'll cut you into pieces and drink your blood, putting away his knife. Twice. Well, at least I succeeded. Toga. By the way, I'm Himiko Toga, laughing, it will be a pleasure to kill you, walking next to him. Twice. Are you sure you're not sick? Moving away a little. Toga. Maybe, laughing. Attack on the city. Well, I've been here for about a month now. Normally, you'd be in a building with some young hero, where you'd hang out to see how he works and see how you perform in the future, improving little by little. But I've only left this building a few times, and that's to bring food. When Almight told me that I would be training with his former mentor, I imagined someone tall, muscular, and with an air of superiority, like Almight, but I ran into someone short, chubby, and old, although he still has that air of superiority. Izuku. So, Gran Torino, are we going to do the usual routine today too? Eating a kind of bento. Gran Torino. No, kid, we've trained your body enough. You've had a big change since you arrived, and I can see that you're going to continue doing it, so we'll do something different. Izuku. I can't lie that I'm very grateful to him, since now I can better control the full cowl at 8%, although it still hurts to use it a little. He also knows the secret of All Might, but it was something to be expected. He's been doing this for a long time and has helped me greatly, so I can't complain about his training or the place where I am, since the ways in which we train are effective, looking at his scarred arm. Gran Torino. And tell me boy, when will they remove the metal device? Izuku. They were supposed to remove it soon, but it seems that there are still a few traces of ice that hinder healing, but I'm fine, maybe in a week. Gran Torino. Even with your injury you do surprising things for your age, you remind me a bit of Tsuhinori. Izuku. Really? With a sparkle in his eyes. Gran Torino. Yes, because of how stubborn you are. Izuku. Oh. Gran Torino. Just kidding, after eating we're going to train your body a little like we've been used to, and then we'll do some shopping. Izuku. Hi, eating from the bento. After eating I rested for about 30 minutes to get the food down and started doing some push-ups. Gran Torino felt himself on my back while I was doing it, but he was already used to it so it was no problem. A few minutes passed and he got up to touch my shoulder. Gran Torino. You know you have 5 minutes to catch me. Izuku. Hi, gets up. This was the biggest problem with my training. Whenever I was about to catch Gran Torino in speed, he would find a way to escape or increase his speed. He has always beaten me in that time, but now I will do it. Gran Torino. Come on, the 5 minutes have already started on top of a table. Izuku. I'll go all out, activates the full cowl. I jumped towards him, and he quickly got off the table, jumping towards the ceiling. I put a hand on the table and pushed myself with it to reach the ceiling, but Gran Torino dodged the attack, then quickly went to the refrigerator and opened the door, taking out a bottle of water to start drinking it. Gran Torino. Hydration is always important, stops drinking water. Izuku. Is he making fun of me? I jumped towards him, but when I was close he squeezed the bottle and the cold water wet my entire face. I dried myself with the sleeve of my shirt and turned around looking for Gran Torino until I felt a kick in my back that knocked me to the ground. Gran Torino. Use your brain, kid, it's your greatest advantage. Izuku. Hi, getting up. Gran Torino. Jumps to his head and pushes himself to reach the living room. You're desperate, it's not all about speed. Izuku. Damn, Izuku, control yourself, I have to find a way to catch him. Searches the entire kitchen and sees a rope. I grabbed a rope and threw it to Gran Torino. He dodged the attack as planned and caught a small cushion which I pulled towards me and hit Gran Torino in the back, leaving him on the ground. I quickly jumped towards him and dodged my hand, but I kept trying to hold him throughout the room. At one point I even shot out the window, breaking it. Gran Torino. You're going to fix this? Sticking his head out the broken window. Izuku. Hi. I caught Gran Torino off guard and grabbed his suit to throw him out and fall on top of me. On the ground I began to rest and he got up to enter the old building again. I entered a few minutes after him. Izuku. Gran Torino. Gran Torino. You took advantage of the advantage you created, that's good, you left a spare aside and that helped you, congratulations, kid. Izuku. Thank you very much. Gran Torino makes a small bow. Gran Torino. Now we go to the train station, we will take a short tour of the city to defeat the criminals we find. Izuku. Really? With a sparkle in his eyes. Gran Torino. That's right, but we will go to a very busy neighboring city, we will arrive at night so there will be no problem. Izuku. Which one? Gran Torino. To Hosu. Izuku. Oh no. Gran Torino. Is something wrong, kid? Izuku. There's the hero killer stain and. Gran Torino. And what's going on? Izuku. Ingenium, the brother of a friend, was one of his victims, he lost his life fighting him. Gran Torino. Then your friend must be very sad. Izuku. Hi, but he is also training to be a hero and decided to go to Hosu. I know it is to seek revenge, but that is wrong. I want to help him, so I need to find him and make him understand. Gran Torino. Then it would be better to go quickly, we might be late. Izuku. Hi, Gran Torino. Train to Hosu, 8:55 p.m. Gran Torino. We are already near, we will arrive in about 5 minutes, are you okay? Izuku. Yes, just a little impatient, moving his legs and looking out the window. Gran Torino. Everything will be fine, kid, calm down, puts a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku. I'm going to the bathroom. Gran Torino. Oh okay, moves back a little. Izuku. I'm going to wash my face. I got up from the seat and went to the bathroom. I washed my face and looked in the mirror. The concern was noticeable on my face, so I tried to ignore that and returned to Gran Torino. I was about to sit down when I saw something in the distance that approached fiercely against the train and crossed it to hit me. Gran Torino. Kid. Izuku. Ah, Gran Torino, move. I felt a claw sink into my shoulder and took flight, but Gran Torino hit him in the eye and he began to fall, but he recovered. Gran Torino could not reach us, so I activated the full cowl and hit him in the leg so he would let go of me. When I fell, the whole city was in chaos since it was on fire. Izuku. Falls on top of a building, there are several heroes there, I'll go with them. I went down the stairs of the building and people were trying to get out of it, apparently it was also on fire, so I broke a wall and they got out quickly. I ran towards the heroes and saw something that made my blood run cold. Izuku. Enomu. It was huge and was fighting against 4 other professional heroes who were losing. There was a girl who was crying, so I quickly ran towards her and carried her to get out of there. Izuku. Where is your mother? Girl. I don't know. Crying. Izuku. Calm down, everything will be okay. Lady. Daughter, I'm glad you're okay. Holds the girl. Izuku, so you are her mother, you should get out of here, it's not a safe place. Lady. And you? Izuku. I'll be fine, I'm a hero in training. I saw winged Nomu approaching from behind the lady, so I moved her and the Nomu caught me. I saw that she ran away from there, so I started to hit the Nomu, but it wouldn't let go until a spear of fire pierced its eye. Endeavor. You again? Izuku. Where is Todoroki-kun? Endeavor. I don't know, I lost sight of him, but he'll be okay. Izuku. I have to go with Iida-kun, I saw him when he was in the air, he was alone fighting against someone. Endeavor. Shouldn't you be with a pro hero? Izuku. If you see Todoroki-kun tell him I need him and I'll send him an address, running into an alley. Endeavor. Wait. Gets hit in the face. Endeavor grabbed a small Nomu and melted his face to see that Izuku was gone, he turned around and continued fighting other Nomus. Izuku ran through the city until he came to an alley and heard a small scream, it was somewhat far from all the others and was not on fire, so he entered and saw Iida on the ground with someone stepping on his head, so without hesitation, he hit the aggressor's face with the 8%, making him back away. Get out of here, young man, this is none of your business, I plan to correct the society. Izuku. You're about to kill an aspiring hero. The aspiring hero? He's just looking for revenge because he killed a false hero who was his brother, society needs to open its eyes and see who the true heroes are. Izuku. I don't plan on leaving him alone here, a hero always gets into other people's problems to help them, in a fighting pose. Ah, I see, smiling, looks different from him. Iida. There's a wounded man over there, take him. That's why you should help the others, right? What will you do? Izuku. I'll get the two of them out of here, no one will be left behind, and if necessary I'll stay alone so you can leave. That's it, I like that mentality, giving your all for someone else, that's being a hero. The villain came out of the shadows and it was Stain, I froze, but when he threw a dagger at me, I dodged it and picked up Iida-kun from the ground to put him next to the other hero, I turned to see where Stain was and he got too close trying to cut me, but I ducked and hit his jaw. Stain. Come on hero, you must be better than that, give it your best, kicks him. Izuku. Takes out his cell phone and sends the address to Todoroki without Stain noticing, I just need time to save them. Stain. How strange, you never said you wanted to defeat me. Izuku. My priority is to save them so I can go and help other people, I must make sure they're okay, I must. Stain. This is what I was looking for. Grabs Izuku and throws him into a trash can, come on hero, I want to see what you're made of, I could already see your spirit, now I want to see your ability. Izuku. He's crazy, but I have to help them, they won't be able to get out of this without help I hope, and don't take long Todoroki-kun. I ran towards him and hit him in the rib, he grabbed my arm and threw me to the ground and then took out a dagger, but I raised my leg to hit his face, he stepped back a little and I got up to hit him with a smash, but he dodged it and hit me with his knee in the stomach and then hit me with his fist in the face. Stain. You're scared and yet you show seriousness so that they are calm, you care a lot about them. Izuku. A hero always looks out for others first and for himself last, otherwise he couldn't call himself a hero. Stain. Finally someone understands you are worthy of being a hero. That young boy looked at me scared but still maintained his stance to his ideals, I continued standing to help him and I saw myself as a young man, thinking that everyone was a true hero, but he must have known the truth of the society, no matter how harsh it is, if it is necessary to purge all the false heroes, so that only those who truly deserve to be called heroes exist, I will be the one to lead society to be just and without sin. Izuku. If I don't get out of here at least I'll make them do it, I hope, and Todoroki-kun doesn't take long. Stain. Come on aspiring hero and show what you're capable of, taking out a dagger. Hero killer. Who would have thought that my old man would think of going to Hosu to train, he is not much of a good because he does not like to interact with people, but at least I will learn to control my quirk more. Endeavor. Hey, keep your eyes open, you never know when a disaster can occur. Todoroki. Yes, they taught me that, what worries me is the fact that nothing is happening right now in such a big city. Endeavor. You'll see that something will come, I'm sure of it. Minutes passed and they found nothing, so Endeavor was thinking of returning until a scream was heard, they both turned around and saw a strange being flying with a person being held by the shoulders. Endeavor. Look closely, Shoto. Creates a fire spear and points at the being. Todoroki. Wait, I'll catch the person. Before Endeavor used a spear, the being released a person and was about to fall, but Todoroki created an ice ramp down which he slid without harm, Endeavor attacked, but the being moved and flew into a train, causing a huge disaster. Behind them everything quickly turned into a disaster and some kind of man with purple skin and his brain sticking out, enormous stature went through several buildings and attacked the heroes. Endeavor. Shoto, help me with this, turns back, Shoto, where did you go? Nomu. Ah. Grabs a car and throws it at Endeavor. Endeavor jumped to the side dodging the car and then created a fireball in his right hand to throw it at the Nomu, the attack did not work and the fire shot out in other directions, quickly causing a huge fire. Endeavor. That thing was called Nomu, right? Almight was supposed to kill him, I see he can't do his job right. Streets further back. Todoroki was on the ground with several scratches on his face and some cuts on his arms. In front of him was a small Nomu along with others. They had their mouths open and saliva was quickly running out of them as if they were hungry. Todoroki got up a bit and all the Nomus approached to start tearing him with their claws and removing small pieces of skin. They put them in their mouths and ate them quickly to do it again, but Todoroki touched the ground with one hand and froze everything around him along with the Nomus. Todoroki. Will they be like the one we saw in UA? Nomu. Ah. A Nomu appeared behind him and took him to the ground. He was about to put one of his hands on Todoroki's back, but this caused a small fire making the Nomu step back. Todoroki got up and saw the Nomu. He had blood on his hands and brown hair in his mouth. Todoroki. They're cannibals. The Nomu ran towards him, but Todoroki created a large eye spike that pierced the Nomu's stomach. Unlike the others, this one had blue blood. Todoroki. What kind of experiment are you? Touches his face. Todoroki left the place and halfway there he received a notification on his cell phone. He didn't give it importance, but he didn't stop, so he quickly looked at his cell phone and it showed a message from Izuku with an address. Todoroki. Will he have problems? You should be more specific for the next one. Midoriya runs towards the place. Todoroki met his father and without turning to look at him he told him that when he finished his work he should quickly go to the same address that Izuku told him. Endeavor was confused, but Todoroki quickened his pace sliding on ice. Endeavor. Ah Shoto, you just give this old man more work, burns a Nomu's head and drops it. Todoroki. If you're in trouble just hold on Midoriya, I'm coming. With Izuku. Izuku was on the ground and had a cut on his face. He couldn't move like Iida, but the hero killer was standing in front of him until he started walking towards Iida pulling out his sword. Izuku. Wait, don't do it. Stain. False heroes must be purged, they are a cancer to society, pointing to Iida's head. Iida. And who are you to judge? You are no better than those false heroes you kill, they have families, and I'm sure you haven't thought about that. With tears, my brother was one of them, he was an exemplary person. Stain. He was weak, he didn't have the will to do his job, and I'm no better than them, I'm just the one who sacrifices his own good to seek that of others. Izuku. You're wrong, everyone has a dream, and ours is to be a hero. I'll be like Almight, I'll save everyone with a smile, that smile that people once took from me, trying to get up. Stain. Ah, I remember those words. 10 years ago, streets of Hosu, 5:30 p.m. Jism. Friends, listen to us, this society today is blinded, false heroes abound among us. Raising a sign. Man. Is the kid with his crazy ideas again? Woman. You already know him, he should be with his family. Jism. You have to believe me, now many heroes work for fame and money, not because they want to save people. Police. Ah look kid, you know the routine, I don't want to take you to a juvenile detention center or anything like that, so please go. Jism. They have to know what happens to today's heroes. Police. And you have to understand that heroes are also human and need money to survive. Jism. I know that, but it shouldn't be your source of inspiration, it should come from the bottom of your heart to want to be a hero. Police. Better that they be on our side than to fight with them, this is life, and that's how we have to live it. Jism. I refuse. Runs through the streets, they don't understand, those false heroes will end up destroying everything. I can see it, someone has to do something. That little occasion where you feel weaker than usual, when you think you're doing the right thing for people, but what moves you is the greed of having more things. Those are the false heroes who only seek fame, money, reputation and nothing else. I will be the one to purge them, I will be the one to get his hands dirty, so that society can shine again, I will be the one to judge the actions of the heroes. The young man at that moment left the alley with a gloomy look, his family had recently died, but that had not taken away his desire to show society how wrong they were. He had already been in a hero school for a while, and there he realized the sad and harsh reality. The heroes now sought fame and the respect of others, which is why he decided to specialize in some type of deadly martial art. No one knew that that day one of the greatest assassins had been created, the hero assassin Stain had been born, and nothing would stop him until he fulfilled his goal. Present. Stain. You have a pure and kind heart, keep it up, and you will be a true hero, pointing at Izuku, but now it's my turn to do my job to improve the society. Stain raised the sword and placed it on Iida's head, he had some tears of frustration for not being able to do anything, the sword was falling when a strong flame appeared, and Stain jumped to dodge it. Todoroki. Midoriya, you must be better at sending a message, I almost didn't see it. Izuku. Sorry, smiling. Stain. I know you are the son of the hero Endeavor, he does not deserve to be called a hero, he just wants to be the first in something, but he can't, greed ate him up little by little. Todoroki. I thought the same, but after a while you get used to it. Stain. Let's see if you deserve to be a hero. Stain threw his knife and Todoroki stepped aside, but he didn't see the moment when Stain stood behind him and kicked him hard in the back, causing him to crash into a wall. Todoroki held his head and created a wall of ice on his back that protected him from attacks for a moment. Stain quickly cut the ice, and when he saw Todoroki, he raised his hand creating fire that was quickly expelled. Stain moved and kicked Todoroki's leg, making him fall to the ground. Stain, just like the father they always fail, places his sword on Todoroki's neck. Izuku. It's now or never. Izuku got up without knowing how he did it, and when Stain was about to make a cut on Todoroki's neck, he quickly approached and hit him in the face so that he fell to the ground. Stain. That's a hero, it shows why you deserve that title, on his knees. Izuku. I won't let you kill one of my friends. Izuku activated One for All at 8% and kicked Stain's stomach as if he was going to make a soccer clearance. Stain was thrown towards a trash can which he went through. Izuku helped Todoroki to get up and they went to get Iida who still couldn't move. Todoroki. Did he cause any serious injuries? Izuku. No, but apparently when he cuts us he can paralyze us. Iida. Although Midoriya-kun broke free first for some reason. Todoroki. There must be something we don't understand. Stain. Exactly. Todoroki and Izuku turned back and saw Stain who was in the air, both prepared to hit him, but he kicked with the sole of his foot the face of both, first Izuku and then Todoroki to fall on his back in front of Stain. Iida fell to the ground, since the aforementioned were holding him because he still could not move. Stain slowly turned around sticking out his tongue seeing Iida on the ground. Stain. Is that all kids? At your age I was better than this. With Endeavor. Endeavor. Hey old man where is your student? Hits Inomu in the head. Gran Torino. I don't know, where is your son? Endeavor. I don't know either, these things never end. Kicks Inomu. Gran Torino. About to jump but the ground shakes, do you feel that too? Endeavor. There is something big coming. All the Nomus ran towards a building and turned to see the heroes, they all approached, but a Nomu of approximately 3 meters passed through the building breaking its walls. Endeavor. That one looks too similar to the one we defeated a few minutes ago. Gran Torino. But it can't be the same one. Nomu. Og. The Nomu ran towards the heroes followed by the smaller Nomus. Endeavor. Old man with me, the others take care of the little ones. All. Hi. In the city a small battle broke out in which the heroes were at a disadvantage, the small Nomus were too strong for some, but things calmed down a bit when a huge foot knocked out most of the Nomus as it crushed them. Mount Lady. Wow, sorry for the delay, we found out recently. Endeavor. They took too long, the good thing is that there aren't many losses yet. The Nomu grabbed Endeavor's head and slammed him against the ground, then threw him against a building that had glass walls, and Endeavor's body passed through it fitting small pieces. Gran Torino. Take this. Gran Torino launched himself and hit the Nomu's face, but the Nomu grabbed his foot and threw him against the concrete to then lift him up and begin to bend him. Mount Lady. Goodbye. Mount Lady approached in her giant form and kicked the Nomu, causing him to release Gran Torino, but now he had grabbed Mount Lady's foot to quickly lower himself to the ground. Endeavor. Rod animal. Endeavor's fists were burning and he began to hit the Nomu quickly and then bury his thumbs in his eyes and begin to burn him from the inside so that he falls dead. Endeavor. How are the rookies doing? Hero. With a little help we could finish. Endeavor. Perfect now follow me my son must be in trouble, I don't know what he got into now, but it must be important. Mount Lady. I'd better shrink, stays at her normal height. Gran Torino. Maybe your son is with Midoriya. Mount Lady. Midoriya is here. Gran Torino. Yes we came to train, but I hadn't planned for this. Mount Lady. We have to find them quickly they may be in serious trouble, running behind Endeavor. With Izuku. The ground had pools of blood, 2 people were on the ground unable to move, and one of them was standing in a fighting stance, while another man was smiling. Stain. I see I was not wrong about you, you will be someone strong, runs towards Izuku and hits him with his knee in the face knocking him out, but you must die, turning around. The promising future. Several heroes ran to an address that Endeavor's son had left for him, it wasn't very far, but it would still take a while to get there, but to their misfortune, several thugs dressed in black with a very strange mask appeared. Gran Torino. A hand on his face. Endeavor. I've never seen a group dressed like that. Mount Lady. It doesn't matter how they come but how we stop them. Mount Lady increased her size and the thugs started shooting, so she quickly grabbed a car and placed it in front of them to shrink and avoid the bullets. One of the thugs took a grenade out of a bag they had and threw it at the car, the heroes ran quickly, but the explosion still reached them a little as well as the thugs. But Izuku. Izuku was on the ground and seemed to be unconscious, but in reality he wasn't. He still had a sense of what was happening around him and wanted to move, even though his body didn't allow it anymore. He was very weak, the only thing he could do was watch as Stain approached his friends and pulled out his sword. He was about to kill Todoroki when a car door came flying, but Stain flipped back and split it in half. Stain. What the hell with that? Todoroki. Remember what you want to be a hero, and heroes get up in the worst moments to get out of bad situations. Todoroki got up with the little strength he had left and hugged Stain, as if he were a bear. Stain was about to hit him with his elbow, but Iida entered into action, and with a recipe burst, increased the strength and speed of his leg to hit Stain's face. Todoroki let go, and he fell to the ground bleeding a little from the nose and mouth, but cleaned it up a little. Iida helped Izuku get up, and the three were in a fighting position very badly injured. They would not resist more than 2 minutes, but even so they were still standing and just waiting for someone's help. Stain. They are simple children, at their age I could do better things than these. Gets up. Todoroki. Sorry to disappoint you, throws a small flare of fire, but Stain jumps towards a window. Stain. Do you guys really think I'm fighting seriously? If I wanted to, the three of you would be dead a long time ago. Well, more like the two of you, pointing at Iida and Todoroki. Iida. You're confining yourself, we'll beat you. Stain. Yeah, how? Iida. Like what we are, turns to look at Izuku and then at Todoroki, a team. Stain. Maybe I should lower the level a bit to see what they do. Izuku. Iida, I have an idea, but it will have to be the final blow. Iida. I'm listening. Todoroki. I'll cover you for now, slides towards Stain to try to burn him with his fire. Iida. What's the plan, Midoriya? They leave the alley. Izuku. I need him to be distracted, can you still run? Iida. Yes, but it hurts. Izuku. Do you think you can use your maximum speed? Iida. I can do it, although I will have to rest for a whole week. Izuku. You will not be the only one, sacrifices have to be made. Iida. Okay, but what will we do after distracting him? Izuku. I will hit him to raise him a bit and go quickly towards him like you to combine our hits. Iida. Some kind of combo. Izuku. Hi. Iida. Okay, then I'll wait for the moment, I hope everything goes well. They both entered the alley again, and Stain had Todoroki by the hair. He was bleeding more than before, and most of his clothes were destroyed from the torso up, showing multiple cuts. Stain turned around, but Iida appeared in front of him with his maximum speed and grabbed him by the leg to throw him out of the alley. Izuku. Todoroki-kun resists. He charges it, but sees a shuriken in front of his eye. A shuriken embedded itself in Izuku's right eye, making him fall to the ground, and his eyes start to bleed too much. Iida was about to help Izuku, but Stain stood behind him and with his sword, made a large cut that went through the armor, causing Iida to fall to the ground. Stain. Is that part of the plan? The three UA students were on the ground unconscious. The one who was most hurt was Iida, and then Izuku followed, and last, but not least was Todoroki. All of them could not move and had very severe injuries that if not treated in time would kill them. Stain saw the three, but put Todoroki on top of Iida. He began to say a few words as if he was releasing the evil inside someone, and when the time to kill came the sword only pierced Todoroki's body a little since Stain left the sword embedded because a fire spear almost hit his shoulder. Stain. I'm sick of the interruptions, goes out of the alley, go, but if they are the false heroes. Endeavor. Do you dare to hurt a member of my family? Clenching his fist. Stain. If you did it, why can't I? Mount Lady increased her size and tried to squash Stain as if he were a mosquito, but he disappeared for a moment. Nobody saw it, but a small knife was embedded in Endeavor's shoulder from his back, betraying his location. Stain. I wasn't using half of my skill with those kids, and look how they ended up. They need training, but the green-haired one will be a great hero. Mount Lady. And you have the nerve to say it. Mount Lady was about to attack, but Endeavor threw a fireball at her that she dodged. She got angry, but saw how Endeavor's fire seemed to increase its heat, indicating that he was getting too angry. Endeavor. I'm the most suitable to stop you, the others help the children. Gran Torino. We'll take them to a hospital, it won't be long. Endeavor. It doesn't matter, I can handle myself. Stain. Will you stop me as a hero or as a father? Endeavor. Both ways. The other heroes ran with the three injured students, many focused on Iida and Todoroki, but Mount Lady and Gran Torino went with Izuku. Mount Lady. Can you hear me, Izuku Midoriya? Izuku. Huh? His other eye was starting to fail, making his vision blurry. Mount Lady. Gran Torino. Gran Torino. Hang in there, kid, we'll take you to a hospital right now. Izuku was getting up with the help of Mount Lady, but in the distance he could see an incredible scene. Stain was subduing Endeavor and had his spiked boot stuck in his throat. Something inside him knew that if he didn't do something at that moment, Endeavor would die. So out of nowhere, he ran with the full cowl activated and using 9% hit Stain in the head, causing him to crash into a car, burying several glasses. Izuku. It's all I have. Mount Lady ran towards him and took him in her arms. He was almost unconscious, and an ambulance arrived. Since the other heroes called them for an almost fatal emergency, they did not have time to take the four to a hospital, so they treated them right there, while some police captured Stain, who was unconscious with a contusion on his head. Mount Lady. He's going to be okay, right? Nurse. If you let me do my job, yes. It seemed that calm had come and everyone was resting on the ground from the adrenaline until a kind of growl was heard coming from the sky. Everyone turned to look and Nomu swooped down to grab Izuku with his feet, who was unconscious, and take him away. Mount Lady increased its eyes and Gran Torino flew towards him quickly, but a shadow suddenly appeared and rammed the Nomu, making him fall abruptly to the ground to kill him at that same instant. Stain was covered in blood and his hair was covering his face. Stain. A child cannot beat me, but he can be a hero. I forgave him because I trust that he will be someone of example in the future. Gran Torino. How much longer will he hold on? Stain. This world of heroes is corrupted by money. Nobody has the right to lock me up or kill me except one person, the hero par excellence, the purest and kindest person I have ever met, Almight. The policeman recorded the scene behind the ambulance, and when he cut the recording to take out his gun, Stain was on top of a building. Endeavor. I could have defeated him if I hadn't gotten distracted. It was a feint what he was trying to do. Flashback, Stain and Endeavor fight. Endeavor had brutally beaten Stain several times and had burned his face a little, but he had hit him in the stomach with a kick and then in the face with his other leg. Endeavor ran towards him, but Stain crouched down and licked the tip of his boot with his tongue, where there was a small drop of his blood. Endeavor stopped for a moment, but before he had managed to hit Stain in the face, making him fall to the ground. Endeavor. What is this? Stain. I hope you like the sound, maybe you hear some screams. Stain threw a dagger at Todoroki, but it missed him. He was badly hurt, so he started to shake a little and decided to go for a bigger prize, so he threw Endeavor to the ground and planted his boot in his throat. Present. Endeavor. I've never seen a quirk like that. Stain quickly disappeared into the darkness, and although some heroes wanted to go after him, they knew that despite being injured, he was dangerous, so they stayed. The days passed, and miraculously everyone came out alive. Izuku, Iida and Todoroki were in a hospital, in the same hospital room after a month of rest, where the news went viral. Their friends went to visit them every day and were sad about the state their friends were in. Sigh. And are you feeling better now, Kiro? Izuku. Yes, thank you all for your concern. Haminari. It's the least of it. It's incredible to think that they fought against a hero killer. Iida. I'm glad to be alive after seeing him, and even though I know I'm not at his level yet, maybe someday, but the first thing is to save people. Uraraka. That's how you talk. Mineta. And you, Todoroki? Todoroki. Although the sword pierced me a little, I'm fine. The one who is worse is Midoriya. Izuku. Of course not, Iida has a huge scar on his back. Momo. And you probably can't see with that eye. Izuku. I hope and no, I mean I can see but too blurry. Momo. Let's see how many fingers I have raised. In one hand I had 3 and in the other I had 1. Izuku. 3 and 2. Mina. Well, and here we see how bad you are. Izuku. Sorry, bows his head. Hiroshima. It's not your fault, everything will be fine, just recover, okay? Izuku. Of course. Days passed and the three left the hospital. Although Izuku had an eye patch over his left eye, several buildings were created in UA for the students to live and be safer, since tons of requests came to UA to take better care of their students. Aizawa. I know it's too fast, but you will have to live here during your school stage. Obviously you can go visit your families on the weekends. Izuku. It's very big. Everyone had suitcases and was dressed in casual clothes since it was a Saturday. Aizawa. You have these 2 days to organize your things and don't come out with nonsense. You will be a kind of roommates but bigger. They all entered and checked the building. It was huge and quite well equipped. It was divided into sections that each group had. It had several bathrooms, a large kitchen in each section among other things in addition to the rooms. Izuku. Do you remember when we cooked together as children, Kaken? Bakugo. Of course not, walks past, and don't call me that. Izuku. Well, at least he didn't get mad. The day continued and everyone tidied up their respective rooms to then continue talking as they normally did and go to sleep. I have to go. First of all, the title is a lie, but there is an explanation, and that is that they nominated me. That's right, the title is fake. I'm not leaving Wattpad until I finish this and other stories I have planned. Now I'll leave you with an image of what I should do in this that they nominated me. Well, the catchy title is already there, so now it's my turn to mention who nominated me and it's. So another step is ready. Now I have to say 10 things about myself, so let's start. 1. I'm bad at this kind of things, and they embarrass me a little. 2. I don't talk to practically anyone from the community that writes fics about Boku no Hero Academia or any other type of stories. 3. In fact, it seems strange to me since the person who nominated me has never had a conversation with him that I remember, so that's a curious fact. 4. I write on Wattpad, so to speak, in a secret way, since I feel like my friends would judge me if they knew all the things I do. 5. I am a very insecure person, that is to say, I do take into account the opinions of the people around me, but sometimes I give them too much importance, such as the case of things they would say about me if they knew that I write stories here or on any other platform. 6. You could say that I am a two-faced person, since with my friends, I act a bit exaggerated and comical, while with people who are not so trustworthy or strangers, I am very closed. 7. I always repress what I feel. It is rare that I say what I am really feeling at any time, and it is not because I have some trauma or something like that, or that's what I think, since I do not remember anything that caused it. 8. I have not had any relationship at my 14 years because I do not want to, and because I know that I am going to hurt the person who dates me. I am sure that I will not be good enough for her. 9. Maybe everything I have written sounds like a very sad and depressed person or something like that, but it is not the case. I know how to face the things I do and the consequences that entail. I always see the mistakes of others, but especially mine, and I tell others so that they are not like me. 10. And finally, despite all the bad things I've written about myself, I consider myself one of the few people I know who, even if it hurts, knows what's best for themselves and others. Well, there are 10 things about me, and now the step of nominating 28 people is still going, but as I mentioned before, I practically don't know anyone from the community, so I'll omit it, sorry for that. Well, the last step is to give a spoiler, so if you want, skip this part since I'll give a message at the end. How's everything going? 2. Well, it's going great. I honestly thought he wouldn't resist and would die quickly. Perfect, then your usefulness is over. Grabs a man by the neck and breaks it to leave him on the floor. And to think that with this, I will cause such a commotion. The chained silhouette stood out in a dark room, a new enemy had emerged from the darkness. And spoiler. I know it probably doesn't make sense, but there's very little time left until they get there, so I'll do my best to make it epic. Now with a message, it's related to the story. I know it's been taking me a while to post, but there's a reason, and it is the following. Recently 2 close relatives of mine were diagnosed with cancer, more specifically breast cancer, and well, these weeks have been somewhat complicated and I haven't had time to update. That doesn't mean that I won't update again, just that it will take me a little longer, so I ask for your patience, since I've been wanting to write the parts to get to something that in my opinion, I really want to write, and I hope you like it, but with the little free time I have right now I can't, so I hope and know how to excuse me. Now without anything else to say. Goodbye. The UA camp. Wow, time has passed quickly lately since the encounter with Stain. Obviously we came out very hurt, but there weren't too many repercussions from UA, and they controlled the press pretty well, so that there were no misunderstandings about what happened. Recovery girl helped us heal faster, so we could go to the camp that UA had prepared for us first graders. We were all excited, and today was finally the day we will go to camp. Uraraka. And how is your eye, Deku-kun? Izuku. Well, I'm better now, I can easily distinguish things, although it is still a little difficult for me to read. Uraraka. Well, that was to be expected, you hurt yourself too much in that fight. Izuku. I wasn't the only one. Uraraka. But yes, the most serious, you should be more careful, one of these days something could happen to you. Izuku. This short period of time at UA has given me many experiences that I never thought I would live in my life before. Momo. Sorry to interrupt, but that doesn't mean you should take things lightly. Izuku. I know that it was just a situation that warranted it, smiling. Momo. What else can you do? He's right, if they hadn't done anything maybe they wouldn't be here anymore. Izuku. Yes, that's why I preferred to risk everything with them, right Todoroki-kun? Todoroki. Hi. Izuku. But well, I would like to rest a little. Momo. Oh okay, we won't bother you anymore. The bus ride lasted a few more minutes in which the entire class fell asleep, except for their teacher Aizawa. He looked at Izuku with a worried face since something happened before the trip. Flashback, UA first grade dorms. Aizawa was walking towards the dorm since the police had asked him to interrogate the students who participated in the fight against Stain. It was best to go at night so that no one would suspect, and so it was, and when he arrived first it was with Iida, then with Todoroki, and finally when he verified that everyone had fallen asleep, including the two aforementioned, he entered Izuku's room and saw a man with a red bandage. He quickly identified him, but he took out his sword and pointed it at him. Stain. Do you really want to provoke a confrontation here? Aizawa. What are you doing here? Stain. Nothing too important, I'm just leaving a letter. Aizawa. Uses his quirk on Stain. Stain. Even if you use your quirk, mine is not specified in the fight, without my quirk I could still defeat you. Aizawa. We still don't know exactly what his quirk is, so I'm at a disadvantage. Stain. I don't plan on doing anything bad to this boy, after all if he keeps training and being himself, he'll be a true hero unlike the others, so he doesn't deserve to die, but in return I see darkness inside you. Aizawa. You're sick, I may not have an angelic appearance or anything, but I'm a better person than you. Stain. Maybe now but in the past, puts away his sword. Aizawa. Does he know something about my past? How? Stain. Don't worry Eraserhead, I have no intention of killing you yet, since you are important for him to achieve his goal, points to Izuku who is asleep, see you later. Stain jumped out the window, and Aizawa ran towards it to see where he was, but there was no one there, he was too fast, so he started checking the green-haired boy's room to see if there was a trap or something like that, but the only thing he found was a letter on Izuku's desk. He opened it and began to read it. True heroes give everything they have to save at least one person. I could see that flame lit in your heart, boy. Maybe it will take a long time, but you will become a true hero not like the others, so if you need anything just destroy this letter, and I will know how to get there. See you soon, I am sure of it. Stain hero killer. Aizawa wanted to destroy the letter, but decided to keep it and give it to Izuku at the right time, and let him decide what he was going to do with it. Present, UA camp. All the students had arrived at the camp, and the first thing they did was leave their things in a building that was quite large. They were all in the same room that looked like the main room of a hotel because of its size. When they left they could see Aizawa next to several heroes, 3 women and a quite tall man. Approaches Aizawa, is the green-haired one, the one who faced Stain. Aizawa. Not only him but also 2 others, but he was the one who ended up the worst. I see. Aizawa. Well listen, I along with the heroes that make up the team called Wild Hussycats will take care of your training during your stay at the camp. Izuku. I can't believe it, they are the professional heroes that make up one of the most iconic groups in Japan. Tiger. We will not fool around and we will start with difficult tests. You will have to defeat and search in the large forest that is behind us for a blue sphere. Ragdoll. This will shine when someone is near and we will notify with a microphone who of you has it. I am eager to see the quirk of each of you, please do your best, while jumping and moving her arms. Pixie Bob. You will have all day to find it, there will be tests and you may run into one of us. Mandalay. Besides that you can fight each other if you decide, now start. They all ran towards the forest quickly while dodging explosions from Bakugo, who was the first to arrive at the forest. The UA students were doing their thing when Aizawa walked behind them but was stopped by Tiger. Tiger. Do you have any problem if I give your student a challenge? Aizawa. Just don't be so rough with him, he just got out of the hospital a few days ago. Tiger. I'll try. Ragdoll. If someone catches Tiger's attention they must be strong, who is it? Tiger. Izuku Midoriya, the boy who faced a hero killer. Only some heroes know that they faced a hero killer and kept it a secret from the press, walks towards the forest. Mandalay. So you are his teacher? Aizawa. This class suffers all kinds of things, but that one was very complicated for them, although they united like a family, puts his hands in the front pockets of his pants. Pixie Bob. Well we also have work to do, can you stay to let us know when someone has the sphere? Aizawa. No problem. They all ran through the forest divided to try to find the blue sphere that had been mentioned before. An hour passed, and they hadn't found anything except traps that they miraculously dodged. Izuku walked and knew he was far from the others since he didn't hear any explosions, voices or footsteps from his other classmates, but he continued walking aimlessly until he heard a branch break. He looked to several sides, but he couldn't see, so he activated one for all, and when he was about to jump Tiger appeared and grabbed his foot, but Izuku, surprised by his appearance, kicked him in the mouth and then fell to the ground. Izuku. Oh no, sorry, I didn't know who you were. Helps him up. Tiger. Your will is good, boy, but carries him like a sack of potatoes and crashes him against a tree trunk. Never help the enemy. Izuku. Enemy. Tiger. Remember we said there would be obstacles, we are one of them. Tiger began to punch but not at his full strength, but Izuku covered them with his forearms. At one point, Tiger grabbed him by the wrist and threw him to the ground, then kicked him hard, causing him to drag 1 meter on the ground, getting dirty. Izuku. His blows are very strong, holding his rib. Tiger. Maybe I went a little too far, I'll lower the level a bit. Tiger approached Izuku, but he got up and hit him in the jaw a little hard. Tiger was a little impressed and held his jaw while looking at Izuku. Tiger. Not bad, I expected less for someone your age. Izuku threw another punch, this time aimed at his opponent's stomach, but he stopped it with one hand and began to put pressure on him, then kicked Izuku in the chest, making him fall again. Tiger. I can see you're not giving it your all. Right now I'm not a hero to you, but a test. I'm not asking you to surpass me, just that you give everything you have to surpass yourself. Izuku. He's right. Whenever I fight with the teachers I hold back for fear of what they're going to say or how they're going to react, but I forget that it's a test. They want me to see where I'm wrong to surpass myself, and this is one of my biggest mistakes. Tiger. He looks thoughtful, it seems he understood the message. Izuku. If I continue like this, maybe I won't be able to become the best hero. I need to leave that mentality behind and show what I'm made of. Gets up. What is Tiger waiting for? Tiger. You got the message right, I like it. Tiger approached Izuku, but he stepped back and with his right hand he grabbed some dirt from the ground and threw it into Tiger's eyes, clouding his vision for a moment, and then began to hit him several times without activating One for All. But when Tiger regained his sight, Izuku jumped towards a tree from which he jumped and, with the speed he accumulated, he managed to hit Tiger in the stomach with his 2 fists, making him fall to the ground and on top of it. Izuku. I'm doing well. Tiger. Don't get excited, you haven't used your quirk. Tiger grabbed Izuku by both arms and lifted him a little in the air and then hit him with both feet in the stomach and released him so that he flew a little and fell to the ground in pain. Izuku held his stomach and Tiger approached slowly. Izuku turned his back to Tiger and he grabbed him by the hair, but Izuku with his left leg pushed Tiger's right leg to put him on his knees and then with the One for All, give him a smash in the face with 8% power, leaving a large mark on his face. Tiger. What a blow, it's one of the strongest I've received. Izuku. Come on sensei, what exp? Bakugo. Move Deku. Izuku. Kaken. Izuku turned to his left side and Bakugo came at an incredible speed with which he ran Izuku and took him with him to crash into a stone wall several meters later. Izuku. Oh, what happened Kaken? Bakugo. Don't call me that, and the problem was sensei. Izuku. Did Aizawa sensei make you go that speed? Bakugo. Not exactly, but don't ask for details, now go away, I have a fight to continue. Aizawa. And this is how you plan to win? Aizawa was behind both students and when they turned around Bakugo received a strong blow to the face that knocked him to the ground. Aizawa. Will you help him? Sees Izuku. Izuku. What does a hero do? Aizawa. Help those in trouble. Izuku. Exactly. Izuku activated his One for All again and tried to hit Aizawa's face, but Aizawa put his arms in an X shape to block the blow and then ducked down and with his ribbon, he held Izuku's leg to throw him and then threw him towards Bakugo, causing both of them to fall to the ground. Aizawa. That hit hurt me, maybe I should go to the infirmary later, sees his right arm. Ragdoll. Attention, one of the students already has the sphere, I repeat one of the students already has the sphere and his name is Ejiro Kirishima. Bakugo. That idiot. Everyone screamed and ran out to look for Kirishima. The first to find him were Mina and Momo, then Todoroki and Tokoyami arrived, and finally Izuku and Bakugo. Bakugo. Give me the damn orb. Kirishima. Take it away from me if you can. Smiling. Bakugo. With a vein in his head, you. Izuku took advantage of the fact that everyone was distracted with Kaken and used his full cowl to run towards Kirishima without anyone seeing him and take the orb to run quickly towards the building, and that's when the others noticed. Bakugo. Ah, come back Naldito Deku Malpa. Everyone chased Izuku through various places preventing him from reaching the building. 2 hours passed where Izuku was chased until he managed to reach the building and behind him everyone was quite tired. Izuku. I did it, lifts the orb. Todoroki. Ah, it was time for him to win something. After that everyone went to take a bath and change into casual clothes. At the beginning they were also mentioned that they would make their own food, but they would leave the members to them obviously, so everyone was outside where there was a kitchen area. Izuku. What do you think about cooking together again Kaken? Bakugo. I refuse, you can't even keep up with me. Izuku. Oh come on, I've improved. Bakugo. If you get in the way I'll kick you to make you leave. Izuku. Done. Everyone was preparing various things and they saw a bizarre combination, but it worked. Izuku and Bakugo made a perfect team when it came to cooking. Well, Izuku quickly cut some vegetables and Bakugo cooked them and also gave it a little flavor. They changed positions several times. Izuku. And what do you think, Kaken? Bakugo. You're not as trash as before, I must admit, but you still have a long way to go. Izuku. Well, you haven't taught me anymore. A silence fell over the room and then Bakugo grabbed Izuku by the shirt. Bakugo. Who the hell let you talk about that? About to punch him in the face. Izuku. Sorry Kaken, it was my mistake. Bakugo let go of Izuku and hit him on the head with a frying pan and then continued cooking as if nothing had happened. When they finished, everyone enjoyed dinner, but when they were in the bedroom they found Mandalay talking to a little boy. Iida. Is something happening? Izuku. Should we ask? Iida. I don't know if that's a good idea. Izuku. What could go wrong? Izuku went with Iida to the professional heroine and they asked her if something was wrong while all his classmates saw and heard the scene. Mandalay. Oh, he's my nephew, I just had a little inconvenience, say hello, they are first grade and are training to be heroes. Izuku. Let me introduce myself, I'm Izuku Midoriya and like your aunt said, I'm training to be a hero. Heroes can't live a happy and peaceful life, I can't understand them giving everything for someone and then not coming back. Izuku. Ah well, it's something complicated, I think it would be a kind of peace of mind within the heart to know that your work helps people, scratches his cheek, well a pleasure. Izuku bent down a little and stretched out his hand, but the little one hit him directly in the crotch, causing him to fall to the ground in pain, but Iida managed to catch him, the boy ran away quickly after that. Mandalay. Kota-kun. I'm sorry, really I'm so sorry, bows a few times. Izuku. No problem, but why don't you like heroes? Mandalay. His parents were heroes who died trying to stop a villain, he loved his parents too much and didn't understand why they risked their lives so much if they knew that they might never see each other again. Both students were surprised and put on a sad face, but then Izuku spoke. Izuku. It must have affected him too much, it's difficult for a child to have to go through that. Mandalay. He admired them too much and their loss made him very bad, now he is much better. Izuku. I will make him have faith in the heroes again, I promise. Everyone was surprised by what was said, but then some smiled at the green-haired man's action, Mandalay thanked him and everyone went to rest. New villains, new problems. It had been 2 days since the start of the camp that UA scheduled for its students, the day was sunny and it was a very quiet morning where Izuku was doing several push-ups outside the building, most of the students were asleep, but he continued training to master the one for all with greater capacity. Izuku continued with his training until he felt his cell phone begin to vibrate, so when he took it out, he could see that it was a call from his father. Izuku. Hello dad, how are you? Izuku. Fine son, but I have to talk to you about something important. Izuku. Of course I'm not busy right now. Izuku. I know well that I don't talk to you much and that despite being family sometimes we are somewhat distant, more specifically you and I, so when you return from your camp I would like us to not go somewhere to spend family time, what do you say? Izuku. Sure dad, I know we don't talk much and even less now with all this UA thing, but I would love to. Izuku. That's good son, then I'll see you soon, I love you, take care. Izuku. Likewise dad, hangs up the call, I haven't seen him in a while, so it wouldn't be bad. Izuku continued with his training without knowing that Mina was watching him from the door of the building, leaning against it with small shorts and a short black blouse while drinking some water. Mina. He really tries hard, it's something incredible about him, enters the building. An hour passed and Izuku entered the building to take a bath and not smell bad the rest of the day. His classmates left the building and began to prepare things for breakfast, and when he left the bathroom, Izuku could see Kota walk towards a small room. Izuku put on clothes and went to the room to knock on the door and be greeted by Kota. Kota. What are you doing here? Izuku. I came to talk, can I come in? Kota. If you're going to say something, say it from there. Izuku. Okay, I found out your parents passed away and it's unfortunate, but it's up to us to get up and overcome, I'm sure they would have loved for you to be a great hero. Kota. You don't know anything about that, lowering his head, I'm sure you haven't lost anyone important, about to close the door. Izuku. Hey, it's okay to feel frustrated and cry, it's something we humans do, and it characterizes us, since we show the affection and feelings we had toward someone. I'm not asking you to forget them, on the contrary, I want you to continue remembering how the people who took care of you and will always be there to support you, maybe not physically, but they will be by your side, after all. Kota. They are your parents. Izuku. That was what I was going to say, I see you understood the message. Kota. Go. Izuku. Ah but. Kota. Go away. Enters the room and closes the door in front of him. Izuku. If you need anything don't hesitate to tell me, see you, exits the building. Inside the room the little boy was crying at the memory of his parents, the words had reached the bottom of his heart and although he knew he was right, he felt immense anger since he did not want his parents to leave, he wanted to be with them and hug them, but for a child of such a young age, it was difficult to assimilate the situation. Tiger. Where were you student Midoriya? Izuku. Talking to Koda-kun. Tiger. I see then there's no problem but do not be late again, everyone is preparing for today's test. Izuku. And what will we do? Tiger. First of all put on your sports uniform and then go to the mountain, do not take more than 5 minutes. Izuku. Okay. Izuku activated the full cowl and ran towards the building to put on his sports uniform and then go to the mountain that Tiger had told him about. Upon arrival he saw that Aizawa was handing out some papers, so he approached. Aizawa. You finally arrived, here is the paper that corresponds to you. Izuku. Hi, holds the paper. Aizawa. Now everyone tell me the number of your paper. Everyone began to say the number of the paper they had and Izuku got 19. Aizawa. Okay then you will make teams of 2, an example would be 1 and 2, 3 and 4, and so on. Izuku. Who is 20? Bakugo. Yo. Izuku. Oh Kaken we are a team. Bakugo. Why did I have to be paired with you? If you're useless. Aizawa. I haven't even told you what you are going to do yet. Bakugo. Arg. Aizawa. Well as you know the students of class 1B are also here and their homeroom teacher for some strange reason wants to improve their relationship as classmates so there will be a mini scare competition. Bakugo. You get scared of anything. Izuku. That was before but I'm not afraid of many things anymore. Everyone looked at the scene eerily while some wanted to go in and stop them but they found it funny. Aizawa. They will have until nightfall to get an idea of how to do it, those who win will be able to have a full day off. Kirishima. Incredible, I can skip the exam. Aizawa. Oh, good that you reminded me, 4 students from here failed an exam that I said a while ago, so they will stay in the building to answer an even more difficult one and without the option to leave. Kirishima. But sensei. Mina. I wanted to do the competition. Izuku. Did you fail the exam, Ashido-san? Mina. Not all of us are geniuses, Midoriya-kun, shoulders drooping. The 4 students were Kirishima, Mina, Mineta and Sato. Time passed and all the students prepared for the test. The first to go would be the president of class B with Tetsu. Izuku. Hello Kendo-san, approaches the 2. Kendo. It's good to see you again Midoriya-kun, it's been a while since we talked. Tetsu. It's true, it's been 2 weeks since you last passed by our classroom. Izuku. Sorry, I've been a bit busy with various things, but it's good to see that you are well. Kendo. He said the same thing and it seems that you are gaining more condition. While the 3 were talking outside the building, all the other students of Class A saw the scene surprised since they all had a certain rivalry with Class B and seeing Izuku talk to several of them as if nothing impressed them and their surprise was greater when most of the class approached to greet him. Jiro. Since when does Midoriya get along so well with the Class B students? Momo. I've only spoken a few times with the president and it was because of hero practices but no more. Mineta. We don't have to worry, it's not like Midoriya is going to leave us right. Everyone was still watching the scene and how Izuku got along quite well with the Class B students, but the time came where the test would begin so he returned to the building. Izuku. Wow, everything is very quiet. The silence was present after that making him more uncomfortable. Izuku. Did something happen? Iida. Were you going to tell us that you were friends? Izuku. Well, since you don't get along very well with them, I thought you would get angry, scratching his hair, I'm sorry. Todoroki. Are we friends? Izuku. Of course we are Todoroki-kun. Todoroki. Do friends hide things from each other? Izuku. Sometimes but not like this. Todoroki. Then please don't do it, it's not like we're going to discriminate against you, it just surprised us. Sai. Exactly. Izuku. Sorry. Not far from there were several people sitting, one was playing by throwing his gun in the air and then catching it like that for a long time, another was snapping his fingers and every time he did a spark of blue fire appeared and disappeared a short time later, a much taller man with great muscles was lightly hitting the trunk of a tree as if it were a punching bag. Tamura. We've almost started with the plan, do you all remember what to do, right? Of course, but it seems stupid to me to kidnap a simple child. Abi. There must be something for he to have his eye on the child. Twice. Hello, I see everyone is here. I should have knocked him out before leaving, leans his head against the trunk. Twice. Oh come on Muscular I know you love me just like Dobby, you should take classes for emotion management. Muscular. Calm down remember you came to kill someone, not to talk to idiots, hitting the trunk. Twice. Who are you talking to? Muscular. Myself. Twice. Oh, you also have voices in your head, hit them. Raising his hand. Himiko. Sorry for the delay, but a policeman interfered and twice decided to run as fast as possible, leaving me behind. Twice. Were you coming with me? Turning to look at her. Tamura. Ah, concentrate, girl, remember that you must get the blood of at least 3 students. Himiko. Don't worry, it will be easy. Tamura. Well, at least I trust you have the skill. Himiko. And could you help them feel my love? Taking out a knife while smiling with a small blush. Tamura. Ah, try to get the blood, then do what you want. Himiko. Perfect. Tamura. If this doesn't go as expected, I don't know what we'll do, this is your ace up your sleeve. Kurogiri. Here I bring our dear friend Mr. Compress. Mr. Compress. Sorry for the delay, but I needed to get something. Tamura. You're just in time, we'll start with the plan. Everyone approached and looked at the place, the forest covered several areas, but one of the most important areas could clearly be seen, the building. Tamura. Kurogiri, do me a favor and take you to the forest, pointing to Dabi and twice. Kurogiri. Well, go through the portal and remember, if someone falls we won't go to rescue them. Dabi. We already know. They both went through the portal and appeared in an uninhabited area of the forest. Tamura. Muscular, go to the building and take care of the teachers, I understand that you like killing professionals and not simple children. Muscular. Cracks his knuckles, the moment has finally arrived. Kurogiri. I'll leave you at the top of a rocky mountain, but you have to wait for the signal to start moving. Muscular. Okay, I have no problem with that, crosses the portal. Tamura. Kid, I don't remember your name and I don't care, but use your quirk to affect as many people as possible, for which you'll have to be in the center. Hi, crosses a portal and disappears. Tamura. And you? Himiko. I have my own method of acting and I've already investigated this place, I know where to start, smiling. Tamura. If you say so. Himiko left between the trees, disappearing almost instantly. Tamura calmly observed the place and then got up to leave. Kurogiri. Are you sure it's okay to leave them alone? Tamura. They already know how to call you to open the portal. The UA building. The students who had failed the exam were inside being watched by the Class B teacher, while Aizawa was outside in case something happened. All the teams were outside trying to scare and not be scared, but out of nowhere, a strong blue flame appeared and the forest began to burn, followed by a pink or purple mist almost transparent. Izuku. What's going on? Bakugo. Shit, we have to go back, the fire almost caught us, but we have to stop the culprit of this. Izuku. Kaken, we have to go. Bakugo. Go yourself if you want, I'm not leaving. Izuku grabbed Bakugo's wrist and used the full cowl to quickly go to the building where he met more students and Mandalay. Izuku. What's happening? Mandalay. We don't know, but they're probably the villains, although I can't find Kota. Izuku. What? Stay here, I'll go look for him. Mandalay. But. Izuku. Trust me, I'll bring him back safe and sound, running quickly. Mandalay. I have to protect the students, please Izuku. Midoriya, bring my nephew back, watching him leave. On the rocky mountain, Kota could be seen throwing several small stones until he witnessed the fire and was about to go to the building when he collided with a tall man who was wearing a mask and some kind of black cape. Muscular. Hey kid, where do you think you're going? Kota. Ooh, you're a hero, right? Muscular. Hahaha, me a hero? Unfortunately for you, I'm not one, kid, I'm the complete opposite. The man took off his cape and mask, showing a large wound on his eye, and put something on so he could see. Korra quickly recognized the man, and a painful scene came to mind, the death of her parents at the hands of the villain known as Kota. Muscular, on the ground with tears. Muscular. Wow, I didn't know there were children who knew me, approaches Kota. Kota. Why you killed my parents? Tries to run, but they catch him and grab him by the neck. Muscular. Kid, I've killed a lot of people and I couldn't care more about your parents, lifts him up to see his face. Kota. My parents were the hero duo water hose, you killed them, you took them away from me. Crying while trying to free himself. Muscular. What a coincidence, so you're the stupid kid of those heroes, they were the ones who took my eye, so I took their lives, maybe I should make them get together. Muscular began to choke young Kota, and when he was about to hit him with his fist with great hatred for knowing that his parents were the heroes water hose, something happened. Muscular. Die damn kid. Izuku. Stop. Izuku quickly approached and hit Muscular in the injured eye, causing him to drop Kota and then catch him in the air and leave him on the ground. Izuku. Are you okay, Kota-kun? Kota. What are you doing here? Izuku. I came to save you, Mandalay was very worried about you, fighting pose. Muscular. Ah, another brat, it doesn't matter, you won't stop what I came to do, in fact, you can even help me. Izuku. I would never help a villain. Muscular. I'll still ask, do you know Katsuki Bakugo? Izuku. What are they after Kaken? With a confused look. Muscular. That means yes, but if you don't want to tell me, don't worry, I'll beat the answer out of you. Izuku. Concentrate, you can't let him go for Kaken, but now you're saving Koda-kun one thing at a time. One more fall. Some students had returned to the building to take shelter from the fire that had been caused, along with the strange fog that had suddenly appeared. Some students from Class A still had not returned, so Aizawa went out in search of them, but halfway there a blaze of fire got in the way. Abi. Maybe you should go back, hero, your students are in trouble, disappears into the fire. Aizawa. I got careless, I have to go back to the building quickly, those who are outside please take care, runs back to the building. Upon arriving at the building again he saw that everything was in order, although the students were somewhat desperate, so when he began to search if something was wrong, he heard a strange sound quite familiar to everyone. Aizawa. A gas tank. The kitchen. Aizawa ran into the building and went with the students where another hero was taking care of them. Aizawa. Everyone get out now. Hero. What's wrong, Aizawa? Aizawa. Just get out of here. When they were about to leave, the gas tank exploded along with the others, knocking down a part of the building. The fire increased and the students as well as both heroes were under some rubble unable to get out, but Aizawa managed to see a small opening not far from him, so he crawled in pain to it. When he arrived he managed to get out and lifted several rubble to make it easier for everyone to get out, but he managed to see how Ragdoll was attacked by two villains. Aizawa. The situation is getting out of hand. Tiger. Ah. Aizawa turned back and could see how Tiger passed by him running at great speed to hit one of the villains in the face, who had glasses on, and broke them. Ah, that hurt. Tiger. Are you okay, Ragdoll? Ragdoll. Hi, I just have to rest a little, lying on the ground. Tiger. I'll give you time to rest. And how exactly will you do that? Aizawa. He's not alone, stands next to Tiger. Tiger. What are you doing here? Your students are. Aizawa. They're fine and are already being evacuated by my partner. Although there are still several we haven't found, they'll be fine, but I need Ragdoll to give them a short message. Tiger. Ragdoll, could you? Enough talk. The villain threw a large metal tube with which he hit Tiger, making him fall to the ground, while his partner, who looked like a turtle, threw a small knife at Aizawa, which buried itself in his shoulder. Both villains approached, but Tiger threw the metal tube strongly towards them, but one of them caught it without problems. Tiger. Magni, a villain wanted by many heroes, 6 murders, 18 attempted murders, 50 robberies, a villain who deserves immediate imprisonment. Magni. Wow, I didn't know he had a fan, do you want an autograph? Tiger. Aizawa, I can handle these two, you go get the students. Spinner. A feline is on the loose, someone call the zoo, taking out a sword. Aizawa. I leave it to you, runs towards Ragdoll, I need you to tell the students that they are allowed to use their quirks for defense. Ragdoll. Hi. The students who were scattered around the place heard in their minds the voice of the heroine Ragdoll, telling them that Aizawa allowed the use of quirks for defense. Izuku. Aizawa-sensei, I have to avoid him at all costs, it seems he's stronger than me. Muscular. What are you going to do, kid, do you think you have enough strength to stop me? Muscular jumped towards Izuku, but he dodged it by rolling to the side. The place where Muscular had hit the ground created a fairly large crater, and a few rocks hit Izuku's face. Izuku. How strong is he? Run, Koda-kun. Muscular. Shut up, kid. Muscular approached him and hit him in the stomach with tremendous force, causing him to collide with a sharp rock that was there. Izuku felt a great pain in his back, but when he was about to get up, Muscular began to hit him hard in the face and chest. While that happened, Koda looked at the scene horrified and unable to move. He was paralyzed with fear and seeing how someone with aspirations of a hero was destroyed by a villain. Izuku. Come on, Izuku, if I can't save a child, how will I be the #1 hero? Izuku dodged a blow that was going towards his face and managed to connect a big right hook with 8% of one for all in Muscular's face, causing him to take a step back. Izuku got up very sore and with parts of his uniform torn and with his nose bleeding, but he began to give many powerful blows with one for all. Muscular covered them, but at one point, Izuku stepped back to run, but Muscular held a large rock and threw it at Izuku, but he slid down Muscular's legs to stay behind him. Being there, he hit the back of Muscular's neck hard with his right fist, causing him to kneel. Izuku. What are you doing here, Koda-kun, run. Izuku held a very large rock with both hands and broke it on the back of Muscular's neck swiftly. The villain got angry and with his elbow hit Izuku's stomach without turning to look at him and then squeezed his neck with one hand and lifted him up. Muscular. You're not a hero, kid, you'll die here and now. With his free hand, Muscular began to hit Izuku too hard until after a few seconds he managed to get out of the grip and kicked Muscular very hard in the groin. He knelt for a few seconds. Izuku. Runs towards Kota, we have to go now. Kota. Hi. Izuku carried Kota who was paralyzed and when he was about to run Muscular grabbed Izuku's foot and threw him into the air, causing Kota to fall to the ground. He stepped back a little and started to run away from there but heard a loud bang and several stones almost hit him, so he turned back scared to see Izuku on the ground bleeding from the head, with his uniform torn in the torso area and his arms badly hurt. Kota. Why do you do it? Runs towards Izuku. Izuku. Kota Kunji go away, spits out some blood. Kota. This is the same as before. Izuku. I'll protect you, now go. Muscular. How do you plan to protect him? Izuku. Giving everything I have. Muscular used his quirk and you could see a kind of flesh surrounding both of his arms and part of his torso. He smiled and threw a punch at Izuku, but he also attacked with one for all. Izuku. Go away Kota-kun, everything will be fine, I'm here to protect you, smiling. Muscular. And you still have the nerve to smile. Muscular began to increase his strength which caused Izuku a lot of pain, causing him to back away further and further. At one point Muscular was about to completely crush Izuku, and several memories came to mind of the aforementioned. Izuku. Sorry dad, I can't go with you after camp, and mom, I'm sorry for promising you that I'll be okay, but this is what a hero does, save others. And the final blow came. Muscular crushed Izuku and he was almost unconscious, watching how Muscular panted a little from tiredness, but a jet of water hit the back of Muscular's neck and some fell on his face. Kota. Leave him alone. With tears. Muscular. I already told you that you're next, so wait. Izuku. Kota-kun, get up, give it all you've got and go further. Hey Muscular. Muscular. Are you still alive kid? Then you're a good rival. Izuku. Go further plus ultra. Izuku began to charge a punch with his right fist. Several red rays were present in that arm and just as it began to shine a little, Izuku's eyes also shone green. Izuku. Delaware Detroit smash. The powerful blow hit Muscular's face and he couldn't block it, the force of the impact was too much for him and his quirk began to retreat while Izuku was standing and felt as if several lights inside him were present, changing location and color until one reached his heart and it was green. Izuku. 1,000,000%. Muscular fell to the ground defeated, unable to move and unconscious. Izuku raised his fist in victory and shouted in the air while Kota looked at him in amazement. Kota. Someday you will understand what it feels like to be saved by someone who gives everything so that you are well, and that's when you will meet your number one hero, while crying. Izuku. Now I have to go with the others to warn Kaken, let's go. Kota-kun won't get up for a while. Izuku walked very hurt towards Kota and then he climbed on his back to get out of there. They both went towards the building and in the middle of the road they found Aizawa. Izuku. Aizawa-sensei, take care of Kota-kun, I have to go find Kaken. Aizawa carries Kota. Hey wait Midoriya, just look at you, you can't even move your arms. Izuku. Of course I can, now I have to go, runs away from the place. Aizawa. I'll have to talk to him seriously when I get back, goes to the building. Izuku ran through the forest looking for his friend when he saw that a kind of huge wire fell next to him and he backed away, but right in front of him, he could see an explosion and someone sliding on ice. Izuku. I finally found them. Todoroki. Midoriya, what happened to you? Izuku. Jumps towards both of them and Todoroki creates a kind of shield to protect them. It's a long explanation, but they're looking for you Kaken. Bakugo. Don't call me that idiot and they won't be able to have me if that's what they want. The sphere was destroyed and one of the wires made a large cut on Izuku's chest, causing him to fall to the ground, but from behind Bakugo hit him hard in the face, causing the villain to fall to the ground and then caused 3 explosions knocking him out. Bakugo. He wasn't as strong as I thought. Todoroki. Are you okay Midoriya? Izuku. A little tired but I'm fine, we should go back to the building, they're looking for you Kaken. Bakugo. For whatever they want me they will have to fight and I'm not going to leave here. Todoroki. You always cause problems, let's go back to the building, grabs him by the arm. Bakugo. Are you going to force me? Breaks free. Todoroki. I'm stronger than you. Bakugo. Prove it to me, hits Todoroki's face. Todoroki. Hits Bakugo's face. Izuku. Enough. Separates them, don't you understand that the others are in danger? And you're here fighting like idiots. Both boys remained silent and surprised by the green-haired boy's attitude. Izuku. If we don't do something, they'll kidnap you Bakugo and then UA will lose prestige for not being able to protect its students and they will create false news. Bakugo. He called me by my real name, he got angry with a drop on his head. Izuku. So we'll go to the building where the teachers are so that an incident doesn't happen. Walks towards the building. Todoroki. See, you made him angry. Bakugo. It was half and half your fault, walks behind Izuku. As they walked towards the building, Izuku was hit by a shadow and was almost knocked unconscious, but Todoroki and Bakugo managed to hide him in some bushes. When they were looking for the person responsible, they were surprised since they saw Tokoyami fighting against Dark Shadow. Tokoyami. Stop, Dark Shadow, you hit a friend. Shoji. I have to stop him, sees Bakugo and Todoroki. Shoji ran towards them avoiding Dark Shadow's powerful blows, while Tokoyami tried to control him. When he arrived with them they could see that he was injured in one arm and had his clothes with some scratches. Shoji. You two are practically a source of light, so please use your quirks to weaken Dark Shadow, he is weak against light. Bakugo. I need an opening, if that hits me I'll end up badly. Todoroki. Are you going to do it alone? Izuku. Ah. The three turned to see why Izuku had started screaming and managed to see how Dark Shadow held and pressed Izuku, causing great pain in his abdomen. Shoji. There is this, your opening is unfocused. Tokoyami. Let go of it, Dark Shadow. Izuku. Ah, it hurts a lot. Todoroki and Bakugo quickly approached Dark Shadow, and Bakugo created some explosions near him without hurting him, while Todoroki created a ring of fire around him so he wouldn't get out, so they managed to contain Dark Shadow after a minute, but Izuku fell to the ground unable to move and began to cough a little. Tokoyami. Midoriya approaches him, sorry for that, but you'll be fine, we'll take you to the building, and there they'll heal you. Izuku. Hi, but I can't move, no matter how hard I try I can't, tries to get up, but can't. Bakugo. We'll have to carry him until we reach the building. Shoji. I'll take care of that, with his limbs he creates a kind of bag on his back, get him up there. Todoroki carried Izuku and put him in the bag where it fit perfectly. After that little mishap they ran towards the building, but in the middle of the road, they saw Tsuyu and Uraraka being attacked by someone. Bakugo. Are these cheap villains always going to interfere? Himiko. Ah, I wanted to keep talking with you, sorry, but I'll keep in touch, smiling. Izuku. Come on, one for all, don't let me down. Himiko was about to leave, but saw Izuku totally hurt and bleeding, which caused her to blush, but she had to leave since he jumped towards her with the intention of catching her, but he didn't succeed and fell heavily on the ground headfirst. Uraraka. Deku-kun. Tsuyu. What happened to you, Midoriya-kun? Izuku. I'm fine, I just need to rest on the ground. Shoji. What were you thinking? Izuku. I wanted to catch her. Todoroki. It wouldn't have done any good, but what does it matter, he picks him up and places him back in the bag. Uraraka. Your arms are really hurt, I have an idea. Uraraka held two pieces of wood and tore off the vest she was wearing, and with this she tied the pieces of wood so that Izuku's bones would not break, she was left only with a black blouse. Uraraka. Now let's go. Mr. Compress. Where are you going, children? Everyone turned around and saw a man standing on top of a tree wearing a rather strange outfit. Mr. Compress. I see you are confused, I introduce myself, I am Mr. Compress, and I am dedicated to the art of deception, just observe, I have already fooled you. Todoroki. What are you talking about? Mr. Compress. I'll ask you a question, where are two of your companions? Izuku. What are you saying? Everyone turned in all possible directions to find out that Bakugo and Tokoyami were not there. Izuku. I caught them. Tsuyu. What are you talking about, Midoriya? Izuku. They were looking for Kaken for something, and now they have him. Mr. Compress. Oh, correct answer, kid, now if you'll excuse me, see you later. Todoroki. I don't think so. Todoroki launched an ice attack, freezing a part of the forest they were in, but Mr. Compress was simply on top of all the ice. Mr. Compress. That took me by surprise, flies away. Izuku. Can it fly? Shoji. They have to have them in those marbles, I saw Tokoyami's face there. Izuku. But how will we get there? Uraraka. We have to think of something, please work brain, hits his head. Izuku. I have an idea, Shoji, hug me and Todoroki. Uraraka touches Shoji's back to make him float, but I'll tell you when you release him, only I need something to propel us with. Tsuyu. Leave it to me, tangles Izuku's waist with her tongue, you're the lightest of them so it works better. Izuku. Okay then, Tsuyu-san will throw us towards him right after Uraraka-san uses her quirk. Tsuyu. Okay. And as the green-haired boy said, everyone did what he said. When Tsuyu threw them they flew quickly towards Mr. Compress, who had slowed down a bit but was hit by the three of them, and they all fell to the ground. Mr. Compress. These idiot kids, runs away from them. Todoroki. Oh, you're not going. Todoroki tried to freeze Mr. Compress's feet, but a blue fire melted Todoroki's eyes, and the one who caused it was Dabi. Dabi. Mission accomplished, let's go. Himiko. Appears behind Izuku and knocks him down. Hi, I'm Himiko Toga, you look so hurt and I like those kinds of guys, don't you want me to hurt you anymore? Takes out a knife. Shoji. Get away, psychopath, throws Himiko towards the villains. Himiko. Are you interfering in our meeting? I don't like guys like you, but I'll have to hurt you, serious look. Shoji. She's crazy. Abi. Let's go now, a portal is created behind him. Izuku. We don't have to save them. Shoji. I have them both here, takes out the marbles. Izuku. Perfect, Shoji-kun. Mr. Compress. Don't get excited, they're fake, the real ones are here, takes 2 marbles out of his bag. Mr. Compress snapped his fingers, and the spheres were destroyed to show ice in one of Shoji's hand, but Tokoyami was in the other. Mr. Compress. Wow, they saved one, crosses the portal. Abi. What does it matter, we have the important one. Bakugo was held by the neck by a hand that protruded from the portal and couldn't move. Himiko. See you another time, Deku-kun, crosses the portal blushing. Twice. Retreat successful, crosses the portal. Izuku. I can't let them go. Izuku ran using the full cowl towards Bakugo, but when he was in front of him he was thrown and fell to the ground, the same hand grabbed Izuku by the neck and dragged him to the portal, surprising everyone. Bakugo. What the hell happened? Todoroki. They took him away, paralyzed. Shoji. But he said they would take Bakugo. At that moment Uraraka, Sayu, Kendo and Tersatetsu came running. Uraraka. What happened? The previously present fell to the ground from exhaustion, but Bakugo sat down looking at the place where the portal used to be. Bakugo. They took him away. Kendo. Who? Bakugo. To Deku. Months without Izuku. After a day the students returned to UA, but 2 specific groups looked more discouraged than usual, and these were Group A and B. As strange as it may seem, those of Class B loved Izuku, as if he were someone else in their class. Returning to Class A, they were in class with Aizawa, but he did not speak, he simply looked at his students' faces with a little sadness, some contained tears of sadness, others had dark circles under their eyes, from not having slept well the night before, others hit the wall feeling guilty, among many other things. Bakugo. Damn stupid Deku. Creates an explosion and breaks a window. Sayu. What are we going to do now? With tears. Ida. We must calm down to act and see a possible solution, clenching his fist. Hiroshima. Sensei, we should go out and look for Izuku everywhere. Aizawa. That's not up for discussion, there are already police officers looking for him everywhere, it's not our responsibility, we'll act when necessary, write several things on the board. Haminari. If you go at that damn turtle pace, by the time you find him he'll be dead. Gets up from his desk. Mina. Stupid. Slaps him, how could you say that one of our friends is going to die? With tears. Tokoyami. It pains me to admit it, but Kaminari-kun is right. Todoroki. Shut up, he's going to be fine, I'm sure of it, he's not weak. Zero. It doesn't matter if he's strong, right now he's trapped somewhere with some villains and without knowing what the hell they're doing to him. Aizawa. Enough. Hits the board and everyone sits down, I know you're frustrated by what happened, but you have to understand something, sometimes it's better to wait. Bakugo. As if it were true. Aizawa. It is, now try to free yourselves from all those thoughts and continue with this after the break I will go search the streets. Momo. What hero is doing it now? Aizawa. Almight. The class next door heard the fight the students were having and felt a little bad with them, but the classes continued although it was somewhat complicated for Class A. With Izuku. He was on the ground and had several bruises all over his body, as well as some recent scars. Izuku tried to crawl, but a man grabbed him by the hair and took him to a stretcher and then tied him to it. Are the preparations ready? Doctor? Yes, I just need him not to move so much. I'll take care of that. Izuku had a rag over his mouth so he wouldn't talk, a tall man whose face couldn't be seen hit Izuku very hard in the face knocking him out. I guess that's enough, I don't think he'll wake up for about 3 hours, leaves the room. Doctor? Well now let's start with the experiment, the objective is to improve the quirk without affecting the individual's anatomy. The doctor injected a blue liquid into Izuku's neck, then put on gloves and held a scalpel to open Izuku's chest. He could see some of the green-haired man's organs perfectly, so he quickly went to the heart and checked that he did not have any heart problems. Doctor? Everything is fine, now comes the hard part. The doctor held a syringe much larger than the previous one with both hands and delicately inserted it into the heart without hurting it. It took approximately 30 minutes, but he managed to do it and let out a red substance. After that he removed the syringe and closed the incision he made to walk towards the green-haired man's wrist. Doctor? Now come the arteries. The doctor checked Izuku's pulse again and everything was normal, so he slowly pricked an artery with a scalpel, giving way to the syringe where he let the red liquid out again and continued with other parts. 2 hours later. Doctor? Leaves the room, oh yes, that was tiring. How did the operation go? Doctor? Good, but they can't start the treatment yet, they have to wait a day, and by the way, give him this every 12 hours, hands over some pills. Himiko. I will do it, grabs them and puts them away. Doctor. Okay, when he wakes up you will give him the first dose, girl, it's just one pill, understood? Himiko. For how long? Doctor. Until the pills run out, now I have to go, leaves the place. Tamura. Well then everyone get ready for tomorrow. 1 hour later. Izuku woke up and was chained, he tried to use one for all, but for some reason he couldn't, and that scared him a little. He heard the door open and saw a young woman come in who seemed somewhat familiar. Izuku. HMKHM. Himiko. SHHH little Deku, I'll take care of you here, now take your medicine. Himiko took the cloth off him and Izuku spit on the ground. When he looked back he received a kiss from Himiko, but tried to get away, but couldn't. What was strangest to him is that he felt something happen, but it still didn't stop Himiko. She took off Izuku's robe, leaving his bulls exposed, and ran her hands over it, but unfortunately for her they called her. Himiko. I couldn't have fun, but next time I will. Deku leaves the room. Izuku. What the hell happened and what are you going to do to me? Izuku tried to free himself but he couldn't, despite trying to use one for all. For some strange reason it didn't work, so he stayed looking at the floor until he heard the door open. Tamura. I suppose you recognize me. Izuku. What are you planning to do now? Tamura. I'll take that as a yes, but I don't have much time today, so I have to be quick and precise. Tamura took a small knife out of his pocket and made a cut on Izuku's arm, then put the blood that was dripping from Izuku in a small glass tube and sealed it so that no foreign particles could enter. After that he began to sew the wound. Tamura. Well, that's enough, heads to the door. Izuku. Aren't they going to kill me? Tamura. Luckily for you, no, but we'll see later, leaves the room. Izuku. Damn. 1 month later, UA. The classroom of Class A was a little better than a month ago. They had already been helping the teachers with the search for Izuku, but they just couldn't find him. They were in the middle of class when someone knocked on the door, and Aizawa went to check who it was. Luckily for them it was Izuku's parents who came looking for information about their son. They came every week, but the answer was the same, only this time Aizawa took longer than expected, and some cries could be heard that they tried to suppress. Everyone watched the scene with sadness and wanted to imagine the pain of not knowing where and with whom your son is, knowing if he is okay or even knowing if he is alive, but they simply couldn't know that yet. Haminari. I feel like an idiot, throws the pencil out the window. Jiro. You're not the only one, leans down on the desk. Momo. We have to stay positive, it's what Midoriya would have wanted. Bakugo. If he were alive, writing something. His classmates got angry with him but didn't say anything since they didn't want to cause problems, but Todoroki got up from his seat and hit Bakugo's face quite hard, causing him to fall off the desk and his nose to bleed a little. Todoroki. Do you know what you're saying, stupid? Do you even feel a little remorse? Bakugo. Why should I? Gets up and grabs Todoroki by the neck. Todoroki. A simple reason, it's your fault he disappeared. If he hadn't been a selfish imbecile, bad friend, and you had followed the instructions, none of this would be happening. Bakugo couldn't hold back anymore and hit Todoroki in the face, and he responded in the same way. A fight broke out, but Aizawa had gone to the teacher's room with both parents to explain the situation a little more, so he couldn't stop them. Both were tempted to use their quirks against each other, but Kirishima held Bakugo and Iida held Todoroki. Iida. Stop it, both of you. Kirishima. It's true, the last thing we need right now is a fight. Bakugo. I'll just tell you one stupid thing, it may be everything you said, but I still know that he would forgive me for everything, since he's not an idiot like the two of us. Todoroki. You know, I don't even know why he accepted to be your friend, maybe he's always been suffering because of you, and yet he accepted you, you hurt the only friend you had. Bakugo. You hurt your family. Todoroki. Of course not, and that has nothing to do with it. Aizawa arrived at the classroom and saw the scene, both received a punishment from him after class. Class A and B weren't the only ones affected, Hatsume was also affected since she had started to stop making inventions. Since she found out about the disappearance of the green-haired boy, her classmates tried to cheer her up, but they weren't entirely successful. With Izuku. And how is the best going? Doctor. This is very promising, doing several analyses and other exams I deduce that we have improved it by 30%. Excellent, now the mental thing I hope goes the same. Doctor. I'm sorry but no, we'll have to use stronger methods to break that hero's will he has. Haven't the blows, videos and truths been enough? Doctor. No, if we go with the same thing in 2 years we would barely have 50%. It's very slow, I have little time because they will find us, puts a hand on Izuku's hair, what do you propose? Doctor. I need you to improve the torture method and instill some kind of chip in his brain. Not too risky the last one, I don't want a robot, I want a soldier. Doctor? Then maybe they should be much more cruel to him, cuts and blows with bats are not enough, they must use their quirks if they want it to work. Sounds more promising, sits in a chair near Izuku, how long would that take? Doctor? It would depend on the hours they dedicate to it, but I estimate a month or a month and a half. More than enough, I'll warn the members of the League of Villains. Doctor? I want to say something else, member Toga has been very affectionate with him, it could work if he develops feelings for her. Are you telling me you want to try a loving hero-villain relationship? Doctor? Yes, because this girl, despite being a psychopath, has shown incredible affection, even once preventing me from hurting the boy, saying that she was the only one with the right to do so. So if this boy develops feelings for her, maybe he'll believe he can save her and will fall faster. Doctor? It's a guess, but it could be. Well, I like the reports they've given. See you in a month. Doctor? Likewise. Both men left the place, Izuku was tied to a stretcher and unconscious due to the blows and mistreatment he had received from the villains. He had several new scars, but he was waking up and in front of him was Himiko resting on top of him. Izuku? What are you doing here? Himiko? Watching you sleep. Izuku? Couldn't you make him sleep forever? Himiko? You know I would have fulfilled my proposal to other boys, but not you because I couldn't live without you, smiling blushing. Izuku? She's really sick. Himiko? But they asked me to take you with the others so let's go. Himiko stood behind the stretcher and since it had wheels, she took him out of that place to take him to the center of the room where he began to be tortured in a different way, where this time using the quirks of the majority, Dabi burned him for a while, twice beat him up along with his clones, Himiko managed to make deeper and more painful cuts among other things. 1 month later. Izuku's condition was deplorable and he looked quite bad, he was sitting on an armchair being supervised by Kurogiri, but even if he wanted to move he couldn't since he didn't have the strength to do so, and he also had a lot of blood on his chest and hands. In another room the other members of the league were discussing something when Izuku, due to the little strength he had, fell to the ground, Kurogiri went to pick him up, but someone talked to him so he lost concentration, and Izuku took advantage, he had no strength a moment ago, but out of nowhere, he managed to hit Kurogiri's face, causing him to fall to the ground. Izuku quickly crawled on the floor and on the first window he saw he wrote with his hand that was stained with blood from a few moments ago the word help since before he finished writing Kurogiri grabbed him by the foot and managed to sit him on the armchair again, later he cleaned the window and put a curtain and checked that no one had seen that. Outside the building. Man. Did you take the picture love? Holds his partner's hand. Woman. Hi we should take this to the police, they're onto the station. Both young people were walking home, they were newlyweds and were enjoying their new marriage, but when they saw someone ride on a building. Help in blood they did not hesitate to take a photo and quickly hide. The next day, UA. The students were totally out of their minds since today they would dedicate themselves completely to looking for Izuku and the number one hero would help them. Almight. What a pathetic number one hero I am, I can't even protect my students please resist Midoriya. The students walked with all might until they reached the entrance of UA, they were about to leave, but several police cars arrived and stopped in front of them. Police. Wait a second we have news about Midoriya Izuku. All Might. What? Mina. Quickly speak. For a moment after so long Izuku's friends were happy again to be able to have information about him, the policeman took out his cell phone and showed them the image that a couple had taken to the station. Police. It doesn't mean much, but we can deduce that it is him, since you can see a little of a part of the young Midoriya's suit, we still don't know, but we will need to do an investigation. Uraraka. What could they have done to him? Scared. Jiro. Calm down, he'll be fine, we just have to wait a little, he's strong, he'll resist. Puts a hand on her shoulder. Police. But we haven't found someone who can go to the place without being seen, we're talking about a place full of villains, and it's very risky. Most were thinking about who would be good to infiltrate without being detected, and that's when Hagakure spoke. Hagakure? I'll do it after all, I'm invisible. Police. Are you sure? It's very risky. Hagakure? Of course I'm sure, I'll get in and out of there without being seen. Police. Then we have to prepare, I'll call some officers, and tomorrow you'll go there. Hagakure? Understood officer. The destructive successor. Izuku stood looking around confused, he didn't know his name, and he didn't know where he was, he had too many scars all over his body, and he couldn't speak for a reason, plus he didn't remember having done anything in his past, except simply grow and get stronger. In the same room were most of the League of Villains watching him. Do you know your purpose? Izuku? Nods. Despite not remembering almost anything, he has a vague memory in his head. He remembered how he was attacked by people who called themselves heroes and was saved by a man dressed in a business suit, offering him help and sustenance. Since then he swore to protect him and serve him, as long as he wasn't a hindrance to his purpose, which was to kill each and every one of the heroes. Tamura, the plan is practically ready. Tamura. I don't agree with letting an aspiring hero in here, but okay. Himiko. Come here, Deku-kun. With open arms. Izuku had a somewhat strange companion, but he didn't dislike her at all. In fact, for some strange reason he was always with her, and she always hugged him, which calmed him down a little. So when she opened her arms, he walked over and laid her head on his chest, and then closed her eyes. She hugged him, and slowly stroked his hair while she sat on the couch, and he knelt down hugging her waist. It would be a very romantic scene if it weren't for the fact that Izuku got up abruptly and walked towards the entrance of the bar, confusing almost everyone except the man in a suit. It took him a while to realize, but it's okay, he had already arrived several minutes ago. Izuku stared at the door while a man with several scratches was watching him. Person. Will you let me in? Izuku. Closes the door. Izuku walked towards the others and they told him to let him in, so he came back, and when he opened the door he stepped aside. Person. Thank you. The man entered and Izuku walked behind him. Person. What's wrong with the boy, is he mute? Tamura. He can't speak. Person. What at his age? Doctor. His body is in perfect condition and there doesn't seem to be any damage to his vocal cords, so I don't know what it's due to. Himiko. Say Deku-kun. Izuku opened his mouth and Himiko gave him a small piece of apple. Person. Anyway, I came to talk about the deal. I have the information, I just need the payment. Okay, here, takes a briefcase out of a drawer. Person. Opens the briefcase. The good money, here are the papers, I hope and everything goes well for you and your plan, see you. Leaves the place, but not before leaving several files. Okay, everyone get ready, we have something to do. Boy enters the room and waits for instructions. Izuku walked to a dark room and lay down on the floor. A few hours passed and Tamura came in with some chains and tied his hands and legs and took off his shirt. Tamura. This is part of the plan, it won't take long, but your wrists might start to turn a little red. Time passed and Izuku opened his eyes to see absolutely nothing except Himiko entering the room. She untied him and kissed him on the mouth. Izuku was confused, but they both left the place to find the entire league sitting in the main room. Tomorrow you will be tied up again. When the heroes come, because they will and try to rescue you, you will wait until you are out of the building, then you can take action. Twice. They are desperate, they don't even know what is going to hit them. Abi. I just have a small inconvenience. Tamura. What? Abi. How do we know he's not going to break free? I don't plan on keeping him captive forever. After tomorrow he will be free to do whatever he wants, as long as he achieves his goal. The man in the suit got up and walked out the door, followed by the doctor. The room fell silent and Izuku went to the kitchen to start eating an apple, turned on the television and began to watch the news of some accidents and things like that. But a note caught his attention since he saw the image of someone quite similar to him, saying that he was missing. This caused him a severe headache, causing him to fall from the chair where he was sitting, so that several memories came to his mind abruptly, some with people his age that he did not know and others alone, but after a minute they stopped and he was able to get up. He turned off the television and walked to the bathroom to take a shower, where he fell asleep in the tub. Ue. Toru Hagakure was sitting in a chair in the teacher's lounge accompanied by her friends and teachers. Almight. Miss Hagakure, please tell me what you saw there. Hagakure. Izuku Midoriya was tied up, he had so many wounds and was unconscious, he looked like he was dead. She began to shed some tears while her best friend Mina Shido hugged her. All Might clenched her fists, and even though it hurt she had to keep asking. All Might. Did you see someone you didn't recognize from the League of Villains? Hagakure. There was a tall man about your height, he had a business suit and a very strange mask, crying. All Might. All for one. A day passed and all the teachers prepared to go to the bar where Hagakure went. She returned home on Aizawa's orders and her other classmates stayed at UA while they copied some things on the blackboard. Mina. I can't calm down. Bakugo. Bucket, I'm leaving. Iida. Where are you going? Bakugo. Because of that stupid Deku, about to open the door. Kirishima. I'll go too. Runs towards Bakugo. Todoroki. Me too. Momo. I won't stay behind. Mina. Me too. Okoyami. There can't be too many of us, one more and we have to think it through. Iida. I'll go, looks at everyone, I'm tired of waiting. Uraraka. Iida-kun and others, please bring Izuku, clasping both hands together. Okoyami. Don't let us down. Todoroki. I didn't think you were aware of what you did. Bakugo. Just shut up. Kirishima. We'll bring Midoriya back sooner than expected. The aforementioned opened the door to find Aizawa leaning against the wall in front of them. Aizawa. They took a long time, don't say anything and get in the car. All Might and the others are already there. But the League of Villains, 9:30 p.m. AFO. Well, you know what to do, everyone to your posts, I'll be back right now, disappears through a portal. Kurajiri. Is it still downstairs? Tamura. Obviously. Aizawa's car. Momo. Thanks for letting us come, sensei. Aizawa. This was All Might's idea. We need someone to take Midoriya out while we take care of the villains. The car arrived 30 minutes later at its destination. Everyone got out and could see several heroes behind All Might as well as a few patrol cars. The area was totally restricted. Aizawa. When the order is given, they will enter. UA. Haminari. Okay, I know it's not much, but we brought this, carrying a TV. Zero. We'll put it on the desk to see what's going on. I heard a helicopter would be flying over to broadcast the news. Sai. Give it a go and hope everything goes well. Haminari was connecting the TV to a power source other than his own, but someone knocked on the door. When he opened it, he found a young woman with short pink hair. Hatsum. Can I come in? Behind this was the entire Class B. Class B. Us too. Haminari. Sure. Looks like we have an unexpected visitor. Everyone managed to settle in the living room, and when they turned on the TV they could see the scene. It was being broadcast live, and they could see how an enraged All Might broke the wall of the place and several heroes entered behind him. A fight started almost instantly where all the villains of the league came out, and from a portal many petty thieves came out and fought with the police. All Might was facing several large, flying Nomas, while Aizawa faced Tamura and was winning. Battle scene. Aizawa. Enter now. A Nomu flew by and embedded its claws in Aizawa's shoulders to take him flying. Tamura. Have a good trip. Bakugo. Shine. Bakugo appeared in front of Tamura and caused an explosion, hitting him hard in the face, causing him to fall several meters away from him. He got up, but a professional hero dressed as a ninja appeared to fight him. The students quickly entered the building and ran all over the place looking for their classmate, but a Nomu went through a large part of the building and dragged Iida and Momo with it, so Bakugo and Todoroki were left looking for Izuku. Todoroki. I can't find him. Bakugo. And you think I can? Picks up several rubble. Todoroki. Look at that, points to a door on the ground, destroy it. Bakugo blew up the door, and when they went down they couldn't see anything, so Todoroki created a flame to illuminate the place, and they found Izuku chained, with his face down and with many wounds all over his body. Todoroki. Midoriya. They both ran towards him and unchained him and then carried him together. They were both leaving the place and managed to take him safely to Aizawa's car, but they couldn't find him. Genist. Is it the boy? Bakugo. Yes, but two of our classmates got lost. Iida. Move aside. Iida was running at full speed towards Genist being chased by a Nomu, so the hero went into action and managed to hold it back and then bury it in the ground with some kind of threads. Genist. Have you driven? Iida. Once. Genist. This will be your second time, go. Momo. I managed to get back, sorry for the delay, but I defeated a few criminals on the way. Everyone got into the car, and when they were about to get in, Izuku opened his eyes and savagely hit Bakugo and Todoroki. Iida got out of the car, but received a smash with 50% power in the stomach, causing him to fly too many meters away from Izuku. Genist reacted, but received a kick to the jaw, followed by a blow with 50% power to the face, burying him in the ground. Bakugo got angry and ran towards Izuku, but he turned around and grabbed his hand and then threw him into the car, going through the glass of it with his body. All Might. Young Midoriya, what are you doing? Izuku. All Might. Izuku ran towards All Might and tried to hit his face, but he stopped the blow confused, but it didn't last long, since a sharp rock that came out of the ground hit him in the stomach, causing him to release Izuku. Thief. Kid, don't interfere. Izuku. Hits him in the face, leaving him unconscious. You will not interfere with my purpose. Bakugo ran towards Izuku a little hurt, but he simply grabbed him by the neck and threw him briskly to the ground and then kicked him, making him collide with Iida. Izuku. My purpose is to destroy Almight. Whoever dares to interfere will have the same punishment. Turns to look at the heroes. Genist. Kid, it's not personal. Genist attacked Izuku with a strong blow to his face, followed by a quick combination of blows to the chest to end with a strong blow that was reinforced with the threads, causing a cut on Izuku's face, leaving him on the ground, but he got up and in a jump, managed to put his legs on Genist's shoulders, and then hit his face mercilessly, causing him to fall to the ground and continue, but Iida arrived and kicked him very hard in the stomach, removing him from on top of Genist. Genist. Was he always this aggressive? Gets up. Iida. On the contrary, he was very peaceful. I don't know what changed him. Almight. Stop, young Midoriya. Almight grabbed Izuku by the back and caught him in a kind of bear hug. He tried to calm him down, but received a strong blow to his nose from Izuku, which hit him with his head. He broke free from the grip and repeatedly hit All Might with 50% power. Although it did damage, he couldn't defeat him, so the hero reacted somewhat aggressively and with a very hard slap, managed to leave him on the ground. All Might. I didn't want forgiveness, crouches down. Izuku quickly reacted and hit All Might's jaw, causing him to get up, but All For One appeared and grabbed All Might from the back and then rose in the air and aimed for the ground. Afo. Cover yourself, kid, this will hurt. A very powerful air wave hit the ground and the area that was restricted was completely destroyed. Some heroes were unconscious in distant buildings due to the force of the wind, others were unconscious under rubble, and many others scattered around the city, as well as the friends of our protagonist, but he was buried in the ground. The air wave hit him, hurting him too much. Afo. I'll take care of it for now, you watch. Izuku. Gets up with difficulty. My purpose is to kill All Might no matter who interferes, so move. Afo. Do you dare to challenge me? I'm the one who made you powerful, child, obey the orders. Izuku jumped towards All For One and he threw All Might to the ground to fly towards Izuku and hit him in the chest and then fly to the ground and bury him again. Afo. You don't know who you're facing. I molded you in my image and likeness, but you still don't have even half of my power. How do you plan to beat me? All For One grabbed Izuku's face and pulled him out of the ground to start hitting him in the stomach with one hand, then threw him towards some rubble, leaving him almost unconscious and spitting up a little blood. Afo. Sorry for the interruption, All Might, now we can continue. All Might. What did you do to him, wasn't it? Getting up. Afo. He was supposed to be your destroyer, and it seems so, but he doesn't know how to follow orders. The League of Villains left again, but he's still here and tried to challenge me. All Might. I'll defeat you, villain, and after that I'll save young Midoriya. Afo. We'll see, for now fight. They both collided heads and started hitting each other, although All Might was a little more tired and had a little blood on his face. All For One dominated the fight and managed to bury his arm in All Might's shoulder. Afo. This quirk is used for many things. It's called moldability and it allows me to mold my body into any shape. Do you like it? All For One's arm was completely flat but with a very pointy edge. Later he unearthed it from All Might's shoulder, but All Might hit him very hard in the face, managing to destroy a part of his mask, making him angry. The fight was destroying parts of the ground and people were terrified by what they saw since All For One managed to leave All Might on the ground for a moment, and when he was about to act he was carried and thrown towards several rubble. He got up enraged and saw Izuku watching him. Izuku. Don't interfere. Afo. You again, I'll kill you first. Izuku was in a fighting position and All For One jumped towards him with his fist in the air and Izuku was waiting for him on the ground to launch an attack but just heard a voice. Inko. Izuku. Izuku. Who? Unexpected reunion. Izuku was on the ground staring straight into the eyes of a short dark green-haired lady, being hugged by a taller man with a resemblance to him. She had distracted him from his fight, but for some reason he felt like he had seen them many times before, but all that was interrupted when someone grabbed him by the shoulders and threw him into the air. He felt the breeze hit his face and suddenly he began to fall, but no one stopped him and he hit a metal pipe and then fell to the ground. Izuku. What is this? Those people. With All Might. All Might was having a fairly strong fight with All For One, and the latter had a clear advantage. All For One grabbed All Might by the neck and lifted him up, beginning to suffocate him, but received a big blow to his unprotected face, leaving him on the ground. All Might. No matter what you did to young Midoriya, he will return to being the same as before, I'm sure of that. Afo. That boy was supposed to kill you, and now he's fighting against me. You may be right, but it won't end well for either of us. Everything I believed in at some point you destroyed, so I'll do the same to you. All For One stood up and with both hands hit All Might's chest, as if he was hitting a baseball, causing it to crash into a building and destroy it. Then he walked towards Izuku and picked him up by the hair. Izuku. What would happen if I catch fire? Afo. What are you talking about? Izuku. I was conscious when you made a mistake, I have a quirk that. Afo. I'll shut up, kid, covers his mouth, he wasn't supposed to find out. Flashback, 15 days ago. Isaac was on a stretcher when a spark sprang from nowhere and fell on his shoulder and began to burn the clothes he had. The doctor was about to use a fire extinguisher, but saw how the fire spread through his body in lines and in his hands there was a large flame. Doctor? What is this? It doesn't seem to hurt, could it be another quirk? I will investigate more about it. Present. Izuku. Who am I? Afo. Do you want to know who you are? Well, I see that my purpose did not work, but I will take care of it myself. All for One began to squeeze Izuku's head, but at one point he let go and kicked him in the face, as if he had made a soccer shot. Izuku spat out a little blood, but out of nowhere all his memories began to return, from when he was a child, and the bullying he suffered from Bakugo until his days at UA. This caused him a huge headache, and he was writhing on the ground when he remembered a specific scene. Flashback, UA Camp 12:40 p.m. Izuku. Asleep. Aizawa. Midoriya, wake up, I have to talk to you, moves Izuku. Izuku. What's wrong, sensei? With eyes closed. Aizawa. I need you to read this, gives him a letter. Izuku. Ah, okay, yawns, opens eyes. Aizawa. Tell me when you're done. Izuku. Sensei. Aizawa. What's wrong? Izuku. Why did you receive a letter from the hero killer? Aizawa. It's hard to explain, but he firmly believes that you will be a true hero, and one day he entered the dorms at night and went to your room to leave you this letter in case you ever need something. Izuku. Did you take it? Aizawa. Hi, but I decided to give it to you in a private moment, so sorry for not having done it before. You will decide what to do with it. Good night, leaves the room. Izuku. Good night. Present. Izuku. Stain hero killer, I need your help, come here. Izuku was on his knees on the ground screaming into the air. Everyone was surprised by what he said and saw that he had a few tears in his eyes. Izuku. You may not consider me a hero anymore for hurting innocent people, but I need help. Afo. Stupid kid, it seems like he recovered after a minute. Izuku. Please, I beg you. All for One ran towards Izuku and hit him in the back and then carried him, but All Might charged at All for One, causing Izuku to fall to the ground. All Might began to brutally hit the villain in the face with 100% of One for All, but the villain responded by putting both hands in All Might's mouth and releasing an acid that caused him great pain. All Might held his neck, but All for One took advantage. His right arm turned into metal and hit him in the face, causing All Might to crash into the helicopter, if not for a huge ice ramp that stopped him. Todoroki. I can't take it anymore, falls to the ground. Ida. Momo-san, go with Midoriya, he needs help, I'll take care of Todoroki-kun, bleeding from the face. Momo. Hi. Bakugo. That shitty villain is very strong, but what the hell did Deku say? All Might. The strength of One for All is leaving my body, but if this continues we won't win, what should I do? Afo. Victory is near, I just have to hurry. All for One jumped towards All Might, but Izuku grabbed his foot and prevented him from moving forward, then hit the back of his knee, causing him to fall, and finishing with a big right hook with 50% of One for All, causing a small cut on All for One's face. Afo. Kid, you better run, cracks his knuckles, I won't have any more mercy. All for One grabbed Izuku's shoulders and hit him very hard in the forehead, then he let go, and Izuku fell to his knees, but was hit by a metal ball that rolled towards him with great speed, crushing him. He was on the ground very hurt when something grabbed him by the neck, and he was dragged all over the place, avoiding blows from All for One, who had to fight some professional heroes who intervened. Momo. Izuku, please tell me that you remember us. Izuku. A little, but I still have my doubts. Momo. What else do you need to know? Izuku. I have to talk to them, points to his parents, they were the cause, and they will help me understand everything. Momo. Okay, be careful, I have to go back to Aizawa-sensei, runs away. Izuku ran avoiding fireballs and some metal tubes, until he arrived with two men who were in the crowd who were his parents. Inko. Son. Hugs him while crying. Izuku. Am I his son? I think I have many memories with her and also with him. Izuku. I'm glad you're okay, son, we have to get out of here. Izuku. I don't have to fix this, but tell me who I am. Inko. What are you talking about? With tears. Izuku. Come on, tell me everything you know about me. Izuku. You are Izuku Midoriya, you are 16 years old and you currently study at UA. Your best friend is Katsuki Bakugo, who had bullied you before, but you always forgave him and you got along with him. Inko. You are my little one, our little one, gives him a kiss on the forehead. Izuku. You have always made us proud, champion, don't let us down now, puts a hand on his shoulder. Izuku. I am Izuku Midoriya, I am Izuku Midoriya, I have it. Hugs both of them, how much I miss you. Inko. Us too. Everyone clapped and started whistling for the match, since the three present had tears in their eyes, but that didn't please All for One, who flew towards Izuku and was about to hit him, but a shuriken buried itself in his shoulder. He turned to see who it was, but received a kick to the jaw, followed by a fine cut with the back on his chest, causing bleeding. He smiled and turned behind him. Afo. Stain, what are you doing here? Stain. The boy needed help and a true hero can't perish today. Afo. You're only delaying the inevitable. Stain. Your heart is dark and cold, but I'll still pierce it with his sword, pointing at it with his sword. Afo. Let's see if your sword can cut me again. Stain. Midoriya, you better come quickly, I'll give you time. They both ran towards each other, and All For One fired a green ray from his hand that Stain dodged and then threw a shuriken that embedded itself in his chest, but All For One took it with one hand and destroyed it. He gave him a powerful blow to the face, but Stain was still standing, and with a chain, he entangled All For One's feet to knock him down and begin to hit him with iron knuckles in the face. After a minute, All For One caught him by both hands and broke the chain by putting pressure with his feet and then kicking Stain's stomach and releasing him at the same time, causing him to fly a little. When he fell, he received a blow to the face with All For One's elbow, leaving him a little dizzy. Afo. People like you have strong wills, you do what must be done for a better world, but your quirk does not help you with that purpose, grabs him by the hair and drags him across the ground. Stain. I will have to give everything I have. Stain's eyes shone for a second and he freed himself from the attack. He drew his sword and in a second caused a large number of cuts all over All For One's body, causing him to get on his right knee. He spit out a little blood, but Stain stood behind him and with a sharp chain he had spare began to suffocate him. All For One began to crash his back into many walls to get rid of Stain. At one point, All For One crashed into another wall, but Izuku ran towards him, quickly activating the full cowl and hitting him in the stomach as if it were a bullet. Luckily, Stain managed to get rid of it by jumping, and All For One went through the building with his body. Stain. Did you recover your memory? Izuku. Yes, and many ugly things happened in there. Stain. Now I will concentrate on defeating this imbecile. Afo. You two have had enough of me, I'll make you feel the worst pain possible. All For One ran towards both of them and crushed them against the ground, then his fist turned red and hit Stain, leaving him badly injured. Izuku got up but was trampled by All For One. They were both on the ground and All For One began to look at them in an irritated way and grabbed the sword that was on the ground and with it pierced Stain's chest, who almost became unconscious. Stain. Og, spits out blood. Afo. Tell me, did you think your life would end like this? Stain. I can still continue, I just have to give everything I have. Stain slowly got up, while All For One held the sword with his right hand. They both stared at each other for a second, and All For One began to applaud. Afo. I recognize your strength, assassin, but you chose the wrong fight. All For One unearthed the sword and struck Stain, making him fall face down to the ground. Stain got up and knelt down, looking at Izuku, who couldn't move because of how tired and weak he was. Stain. I gave you enough time, right? Izuku. Stain. Afo. How disgusting. All For One held the sword with both hands, and with a precise and quick cut, a very grotesque scene could be seen. Blood splattered on Izuku's face and chest, as well as All For One. A headless body fell to the ground defeated, and the head of a villain with an unusual ideology rolled down to fall on the foot of his murderer. Afo. You were strong, but you let yourself be carried away by your feelings, buries the sword in his head. Izuku. Stain. Why? Why you saved my family, it wasn't supposed to end like this, smiling with tears. Afo. You next. All For One walked towards Izuku, who stared at Stain's head with a sad face. Almight made his sudden appearance, and with a strong blow to the spine, managed to make All For One fly a few meters. Almight. Boy, we have to go. Izuku. Stain will be okay, right? Smiling. Almight. Young Midoriya hugs him, sorry I was too slow. Izuku. What are you talking about? He will get up, crawls to Stain's head, hey, listen to me, we must get up to continue. Almight. Midoriya. Afo. Enough games, with blood on his lip, listen All Might, it is in your hands to decide which of the two will die. Both turned to see the villain, and in his hands he had Inko by the neck and in the other Izuku's father. He ran towards him, but a gust of wind lifted him into the air. When he fell he got up again. Afo. Don't take a step, if you do I'll start putting pressure. All Might. You are a detestable being. Inko. Son, please run, crying. The Izuku. Let her go, idiot. Izuku, please, we always knew you were a brave and strong boy, don't let yourself be intimidated by someone like him, we will be fine. Inko. Your father is right, do what you have to do, crying. The Izuku. You can do it, champion, smiling with tears. Afo. I always hated those kinds of speeches. All Might appeared right in front of All For One and was about to hit his face, but he put Izuku's father as a barrier, so All Might stopped. All For One took advantage, and a metal tube came out of the ground, burying itself in All Might's limbs, taking him far away and later locking him in a small prison. Afo. This is between you and me, kid. Izuku. Let go of them both. Afo. You can't give me an order. All Might. One for all, please, I need your power, I have little time left, I will almost not be able to use my muscular form. Izuku. A deal for them. Afo. That's what I wanted to hear. Inko. No, son. Afo. But as she said, we have to cause more traumas, smiling. All for One pushed Izuku's father aside and with both hands broke Inko's neck, she fell to the ground and Izuku in an act of instinct flew for a second towards All for One and tried to kick him in the face, but he caught him in the air and hit him several times against the ground and then threw him at some professional heroes who were approaching. "The Izuku. You bastard." Izuku's father got up and hit All for One's face twice, but he did not flinch, on the contrary he got angry and held his neck looking him in the eyes. "Afo. Do not worry, your destiny is the same." The Izuku. "Shut up." With tears he kicks All for One's face. "Afo. Rod already, a drill is created in his hand and pierces his chest. Sweet dreams, you already left your son alone, but don't worry, I'll take care of him." The body fell to the ground next to Inko, and with the little effort he had left, he held the hand of his beloved. "Afo. Aren't you supposed to protect this place, Almight? You are weak, you couldn't even defend 2 citizens." "Almight. My fault, it's my fault, I can't do this, my strength has run out," shrinks and becomes thin. "Afo. How pathetic, and to think that a 16-year-old boy hurt me more than you." "Izuku. Damn you." Izuku fired a gust of wind so powerful that it acted like a bullet and pierced All for One's shoulder, walking towards him without stopping his attacks, while he slowly retreated. People looked at this terrified as the professional heroes approached to help, but a portal disappeared them and more were created in the crowd, revealing members of the League of Villains. "Izuku. I'll kill you, I'll avenge his death." All for One smiled and stood still, although Izuku kept running towards him, but he opened his arms and received a blow to the face that did not hurt him at all. People ran, since the members were sowing chaos all over the place, and the professional heroes tried to stop them, but they couldn't. "Izuku. You took away the only thing I had left," starts to cry. "Afo. I like this, seeing such a strong will destroyed, crushed and without strength, but do not worry that the fate is the same for you." All for One broke Izuku's wrist with a squeeze and lifted him up. All Might managed to free himself, but All for One began to speak. "Afo. There's a bomb in the middle of the city that will detonate in 5 minutes. If you don't stop it, more than half of the people will die. Decide number 1 hero, the life of a boy or the life of an entire city," smiling. "Izuku. All Might, please listen, you have to save people," crying. "All Might. Not again, I don't plan on losing someone important again," raises his fist. "Izuku. A city is more important than me, All Might, please, it's what a hero should do." "Afo. You looked for a good successor, but he didn't last long, maybe you should reconsider your job if you can't fulfill it." "All Might. I'm cornered again, but my ethics ask me to save people, and on the one hand my heart tells me to save young Midoriya." "Izuku. A hero is always willing to sacrifice what he loves most for others, even if it means his life," wipes away tears with one hand, "please go." The helicopter moved away a little but continued recording the scene and warning people of what was happening, and many ran away quickly. Total chaos broke out, and among so many crowds you could see All Might running through the streets looking for the bomb. "Afo. It was the right decision, kid, your ethics always came first and I hate that." A small crack was heard, one more body fell to the ground that day, and it was a 16-year-old boy with green hair. Everyone stopped for a second as they saw on big screens what was happening. At UA a large number of students were crying, hugging each other, and All Might ran with tears in his eyes. "Afo. Complete the objective, we leave." A portal is created and disappears. 4 minutes later. The bomb was deactivated by Aizawa, who was quieter than usual. Everyone approached the fight scene looking for the victims, and you could see a family hugging each other to death. Next to them a decapitated being was also present. All Might. All for One hits the ground with tears. That was what was heard. All the people were somewhat sad, and as strange as it was, they did not care about All Might's appearance, but what had just happened. A young promised to be a hero had perished before one of the greatest villains in the world. That night changed so many people because of what happened. Their dreams come true. The day was cloudy, no traffic could be heard, which was too strange, but in a hospital you could see a very tall blonde man hitting the wall, destroying it. 2 men, one very short and another close to his height, approached to calm him down since he had tears on his face. All Might. I couldn't protect him, I couldn't do it. Hugs the lifeless body of a young man. Gran Torino. Remember Toshinori, this is the difficult thing about our job, you can't always save everyone. Endeavor. The old man is right. Aizawa. He saved many lives that day, at least he died doing what he wanted most, to be a hero. Aizawa was in a chair watching the body. He felt great regret in his chest, since he could not do much to protect one of his students. Despite wanting to cry out of anger, he knew he had to stand firm for his other students. The day passed like that, and in UA you could see a classroom completely full with many people crying, some in silence and covering their faces, others screamed in pain, and others simply tried to be strong, but they couldn't. Uraraka. Why did he have to leave? Crying with her friends. Momo. Everything is okay, we can recover from this, hugs the girls in her class and others joined in. Ida. Damn it, this wasn't supposed to happen, we were supposed to protect him. Bakugo. Shut up forever. The blonde-haired boy had red and watery eyes, everyone was a little surprised, but they knew that in part he felt guilty. Todoroki. You shut up, this is not the time for this, we must see how. Bakugo. Shut up you idiot, you didn't even know him. Gets up. Todoroki. But I treated him better than you in a few months. Same as Bakugo. These two started hitting each other hard, but all the boys in the class separated them. Bakugo. Let me go idiot. Kirishima. Close the bucking hole already. Hits him in the face, he was your best friend. Bakugo. Gets up and hits him, of course not. Haminari. He believed that. Electrocutes him, he always made us have patience with you and want to change you, if it weren't for him I wouldn't talk to you. Mineta. Not me either. Akwo. And who needs you guys? You're just a bunch of idiots who don't know what they're talking about. Leaves the classroom exploding the wall. Ida. You went too far idiots. Tokoyami. It's the truth. Ida. Right now he's in a hospital with no heartbeat and you guys say that Bakugo has a lot of repressed feelings and now he's letting them all out. Todoroki. There was no need to treat Midoriya that way. Ida. And did he ever complain or say that he hated that about him? Don't you think before you say things you bunch of monkeys. Shoji. Everyone shut up, this is getting out of hand. Hatsum. You should be united not fighting, now is when you need each other the most and you should show why you are friends. Crying. Sayu. Exactly. All the girls were hugging each other and the boys realized the mistake they had, they went out to look for Bakugo while the girls supported each other, even men from other classes went out to look for him. But Bakugo. He was sitting on top of UA with his head on his knees crying, he was angry, sad, furious, and many more things. There were many mixed feelings and he didn't know what to do, but he felt a breeze pass through his face, so he raised his face and saw Izuku touching his shoulder. Izuku. Thanks Kaken. Smiling. Bakugo. Why thank you idiot. He got up crying, I treated you like shit for so long. Why did you put up with me so much? Izuku. Because you were the only one who held my hand when I fell, it was incredible to see how someone with a great quirk supported me. Bakugo. You're an idiot, you should be dead. Izuku. You were always good to me, even if you don't believe it, you were the only person I talked to before and that made me happy, just don't give up and move forward without me, you always wanted that, right? Disappears. Bakugo. I'm not done, idiot. Bakugo jumped towards Izuku's image but went through him and plummeted down the building, he was about to hit the ground but Shoji caught him in the air. Shoji. I found him. Catches it in the air. Everyone quickly ran over and checked if Bakugo was okay, he pushed Shoji and got up to walk away from them but stopped for a moment when Todoroki spoke to him. Todoroki. I'm sorry, I didn't think about how you felt, I just. Bakugo. Shut your stupid mouth already, I have something to do, leaves. 30 minutes later, Midoriya house. Bakugo walked through the door and saw that the place was completely empty for an obvious reason, and that disgusted him. This house was always full of laughter and happy people, since that was Izuku's family. Bakugo walked to the center of the table and left a photo of him and Izuku hugging, but he was looking away. Bakugo looked at it for a moment and gritted his teeth before leaving the house and returning to UA. 7 days later, 1 p.m., cemetery. There were many people present in the cemetery, the day was somewhat cloudy, but a small light of sunlight could be seen standing out between so many clouds. Those present in that place were Izuku's friends, along with some teachers, as well as Principal Nezu and journalists broadcasting the scene, and there were also many people outside with flowers. Those present inside were dressed in black and had a very sad look, and most of the women could not stop and began to cry, some hugged each other, and others simply stared with repressed feelings. In the distance you could see Almight looking at the coffin in which his successor was, and next to him his two parents were buried. Stain was buried in that same cemetery, but a day earlier. Aizawa. You know that he always thought about protecting others, I would like to die fulfilling my dream, touches All Might's shoulder. Endeavor. Also, you must show yourself strong, people need you. After a while everyone present approached the place where the coffin was and on a small cross they began to leave many flowers. Mina. Please rest and don't forget us Izuku, we will miss you, smiling but inside wanting to cry. Hatsum. You know something Izuku. I would have liked to know you much more, the little time we shared at the festival, and the days you came to visit me to ask me for something I will treasure forever, touches his heart, we see them. So everyone present began to dedicate a few words, and the day concluded a fight had ended, and unfortunately not all stories have happy endings, the League of Villains was free along with their leader, and they were somewhere. Unknown location, 4:30 p.m. Himiko. That shouldn't happen. Tamura. He decided to do it and there is no other option. Emiko jumped towards Tamura and stuck a knife into his shoulder. Kurogiri approached and grabbed her shoulders to get away, but twice threw Kurogiri away. Dabi also got in and hit twice in the face, starting a fight between some members, but it stopped when a large metal pipe fell on top of Twice and All For One began to crush it with his foot. Afo? If you don't like the plan then you can leave, you're just a replaceable pawn. Twice. Is this how you're going to do to us all, discard us? Afo? If it's due, now decide. Twice. Seize him Iko, I'm staying. Afo? Fine, removes his foot, I don't want any more stupidity from you, next time there won't be a second chance, and you girl will you stay? Emiko? You shouldn't have killed him, with tears. Afo? That's not what I asked, answer. Emiko? I'm staying, bows her head. Dabi saw the scene somewhat strange, he was beginning to have several mixed feelings such as hatred, pain, perversion, arrogance, but when he saw both of his companions in that problem, something told him to act. Dabi? How long will we last? Afo? What are you talking about? Turns to look at him. Dabi? How do you know when to kill us? Afo? Simple, approaches and grabs his face, I decide, let go, and I know you're thinking about attacking me, but even if you do you won't be able to kill me, I'm stronger than you, leaves. Dabi? Idiot. Twice. It wasn't necessary, gets up from the ground. Emiko? I should say the same. Dabi? We are a team right? Even if we are psychopaths we help each other. Twice. If you are also a girl, well a teenager, I don't think it's good to take away your first love. Tamura? If you're going to do something stupid like that next time I'll kill you, but I'll try not to let him. Leaves the room. Kurogiri? It seems everyone got sentimental and like they were before, but we have to leave the new base wait and we can't teleport there since it's guarded by agents everywhere. Dabi? And what will we do? Kurogiri? We will deliver a package that is a bomb and when we leave it will explode, it won't cause as much commotion, but we will be able to finish off the soldiers. Emiko? Okay, maybe I'll find an ideal boy again. Takes out her knife and leaves the room smiling with a picture of Izuku and her in her hand. Who am I kidding, there is something about him that I don't understand, but I am attracted to him, maybe it is his blood. 1 month later. The days passed and everything was beginning to recover, Izuku's friends missed him, but they kept going since he would have loved it. Today was the first month without him, and the one in charge of bringing him the flowers was Professor Powerloader, but for several reasons he arrived at the cemetery at night when there weren't many people. L. Sorry kid for taking so long, but here it is, my student created a specific device in your honor, and she also has a picture of you and her on her table from a while ago in the workshop, commemorated and be at peace. The professor turned around, but the place where Izuku's coffin was exploded, releasing a green spark and creating a cloud of smoke. When it dissipated the professor could see Izuku's body lying on the ground, but he looked different, most of his wounds from the fight had healed but not all. L. What the hell? Runs towards Izuku and checks his pulse, he's alive, but how? The professor loaded the leather and put it in his special truck, thanks to his quirk. He went to his hidden workshop and left Izuku on a table. He urgently called Recovery Girl and couldn't tell anyone else. Recovery G. Is what you said true? Opens the door. L. I don't know how, but he came out of the coffin with an explosion and he has a pulse check it. Recovery began to check his heart signs and they worked a little. Recovery G. I have no explanation, but we have to heal him if we leave him like this something could happen. For a week both teachers healed Izuku hidden from the others, he could breathe but still did not open his eyes. One day the two teachers could not be with Izuku's body and he was alone with no one who could see what happened and a green sphere came out of Izuku's chest. It was beautiful and shone a lot and illuminated the entire room with its glow. It slowly went down while a white energy entered it. After a minute it entered Izuku's body and he began to convulse, but after a few seconds it stopped and his eyes suddenly opened. They were completely green, but they were changed to various colors, yellow, purple, blue and 5 more were present, but the final was the white color. Izuku got up and saw that he was in a bed, his vision was very blurry, and his mind remembered almost nothing from days past, except the fact that his parents had died at the hands of All For One. He got up, but crashed into a chair and pushed it aside, but heard something fall, so he bent down to look for it, and when he found it, it was a photo of all the UA teachers hugging and smiling. Izuku's vision was beginning to improve, and he could see normally. Cemetery 12 p.m. Izuku could be seen crying on his knees and hugging his parents' tombstone. He cried inconsolably on a cold and dark night with no one around except one person. Izuku felt a hand on his shoulder, and when he turned around he saw Power Loader looking at him sadly. L. It's okay to cry, don't hold back your feelings. Izuku got up and hugged him tightly to continue crying for a few more minutes, then he wiped his tears and got into Power Loader's car in the direction of his house. L. Look kid, I know it's very early, but are you aware of everything? Izuku. My parents died because of All for One, turns to look at him. Our L. Not only them, Stain too. Izuku. Him too. I remember he went to help me, but I don't remember seeing him die. Our L. Kid, when we get home I'll show you something, but promise me you'll stay calm. Izuku. Yes, sensei. Our loader's house. Our L. Play the video, with a cell phone in hand. Izuku began to watch a video from a news channel announcing his death, that of his parents, and that of Stain. Izuku was surprised, but many memories came to his mind in an instant, and he remembered everything, the pain and suffering that happened in that fight, but also the satisfaction of having saved thousands of people. Izuku. I remember it, but I don't understand how I'm here. Our L. Neither do I, but let's take it as a second chance. What do you plan to do now? Izuku. I can't be here for long, I don't want to hurt my friends anymore, but in the condition I'm in I can't. Our L. You need All Might kid, he could help. Izuku. It's too soon, they are not ready yet, I don't think they can see me die and then come back as if nothing so fast, time heals wounds, so it will be better to wait. Our L. Your friends are young, but we teachers have lived through many things, tomorrow you will talk to All Might and it will be a secret that you are alive. Izuku. Okay, I accept. The next day UA. Izuku was a little nervous because he was wearing a black mask covering his face and a sweatshirt of the same color covering his green hair. All Might came in and told him they could go to the principal's office, so they did. When they arrived, All Might sat on an armchair and Izuku on the other, looking into each other's eyes. All Might. What would you like to talk about, young man? Izuku. About that. All Might. That voice. Izuku lowered his hat and took off his mask showing his face. He looked very nervous about what was going to happen, and All Might saw him surprised. It was his student who had died in battle at the hands of his rival. All Might couldn't hold back and shed a few tears and then hugged him. He wanted to feel that he was real and not his imagination. All Might. Oh boy, are you okay, are you okay? Izuku. All Might, we need to talk. All Might. Just one more moment, I can't believe you're alive. He picks him up. Izuku. All Might looks at him sadly. All Might. What's wrong? Puts him down worried. Izuku. I want to leave Japan. All Might. What? Gets up. Izuku. Wait, let me explain, I don't think my friends are ready to see me, which is why I want to leave, and then I'll come back. All Might. Young Midoriya, they need you. Izuku. No, they need you, looks at the ground, right now I am a nightmare for them, but in the future I'm sure that I will be their friend again. In the meantime they must improve themselves, and I must improve myself, but on separate paths. All Might. I understand, but I can't do it from one day to the next, I'll see if I can find someone. Izuku. Okay, please talk to me and don't call me Izuku when we're at UA, because I'll come back on some occasions with Power Loader and Recovery Girl. All Might. Okay young Midoriya, but it's nice to see you again. Izuku. Likewise All Might, see you, covers his face and hair and then leaves UA. What will happen now? With All Might. All Might took his phone out of his pocket and began to search through his contacts and found the one he wanted. In this one the name that appeared was David Shield. The big three and a confession. Izuku was sitting on the edge of a small mountain watching the sky. 3 days had passed since he was alive again and had gone to UA for his teacher Power Loader, Recovery Girl and All Might, who were the only ones who knew that he was alive. Most of the time he wore a mask since he did not want to be discovered or by the crowd, since the news would spread quickly. The day before, Izuku was sitting in the UA dining room with his face covered while reading a book, but he turned to see his class, which was completely together smiling. He saw them with melancholy and approached without thinking quickly, but when he was a few steps away from them, he saw that Uraraka turned towards him, so he quickly turned around and left the place. She saw him strangely, but did not follow him. Izuku felt so alone. So sad to want to be with his friends, but he knew he would hurt them, and he had to be strong. In the present, Izuku got up and walked towards the center of the city. It was a cloudy day, and the rain did not stop falling, but Izuku did not care. Every drop that fell was a beautiful memory that he cherished with all his heart, but at the same time so painful for not being able to share it with anyone else. He was inside his thoughts until he crashed into a wall and saw that he was in front of a cake shop, so he went in and bought 2 small cakes. 1 chocolate and 1 strawberry, and then left the store and walked towards his house, which was somewhat far away. On the way he was checking his cell phone until he felt something hit his foot. When he looked down he could see a little girl with red eyes, silver hair with a small horn on the left side of her face. She had many bandages around her body and a desperate look. Izuku quickly recognized that look and bent down to talk to the little girl. Izuku. Hello little one, are you okay? The girl took a step back and Izuku decided to take out the small strawberry cake. Izuku. Don't worry, you can eat it if you want, I just bought it a few minutes ago, but it's no problem. He brings it closer to the girl. The girl approached a little and held the cake packaging with both hands, looking at it in a strange way. Izuku. Where is your father? Oh, I see you found my little one, come on Eri-chan, you shouldn't run away like that. Behind the girl named Eri appeared a somewhat tall man. He had a rather peculiar beast, but what stood out the most was a small mask that only covered his mouth, which was characterized by the time of the Black Plague, a time in which a pointed mask was used as if it were the beak of a crow, but it had a few golden details. Izuku saw him, and from the beginning, he knew that something wrong was happening, so he got up, and Eri got scared. Izuku. You should take better care of your daughter, she's all bandaged up, what happened to her? Will you tell me how I should raise my children? Seeing him seriously. Izuku. No, but just be more careful. By the way, I gave him a cake I bought a while ago, I hope he doesn't get upset. Ah, no problem, children should enjoy delicious things, but it's time for us to go Eri-chan. Eri saw the man scared and then saw Izuku worried as if she was trying to protect him so that nothing would happen to him. Izuku bent down and put his hand out, so Eri approached and hugged him and then whispered in his ear. I'm sorry. Izuku got up and they both walked through the rain while Izuku watched them. He clenched his fist but smiled as he put a tracking chip behind Eri's hair when she hugged him. The reason why he had it was simple since All For One had put one on him and it was still working, so he took it off and kept it in case something came up. Izuku ran through the streets and when he got to his old house, he took a somewhat old computer out of a box that was hidden in the ground, but it was still working. He put it in a suitcase and left there to go to UA looking for power loader, but on the way he saw a young man with blonde hair, another with black hair and a young woman with blue hair who were dating. Izuku kept running until they called him. Hey wait. Izuku stopped and turned back seeing that the young blonde man was the one who had spoken to him. Izuku. Is something wrong? I don't have time for this. Mirio. Let me introduce myself, I'm Mirio Tagada, this is Tamaki Amajiki, and this is Najire Hadu. If you're looking to get into UA they just closed the doors. Izuku. Why? Approaches them. Najire. Calm down, the weather just isn't right for coming to class, so they just closed it. Izuku. Damn, kicks a rock that gets buried in a tree, do you know where Professor Power Loader is? Najire. Oh, he said he'd be busy these days so I guess he must be at home, by the way we already introduced ourselves, but you didn't. Izuku. Ah, sorry, what the hell am I saying? Almight. What are you doing here? You should be at home by now. Izuku turned to look at All Might and quickly approached. He explained what was happening in whispers until All Might answered him. All Might. They are the big three of UA, they are the closest to becoming professional heroes, they are quite strong, although considering that they genetically modified you, now you are at their level. Izuku. They ask me my name, what do I do? All Might. They are trustworthy, but we can't tell them here. Izuku. Okay, walks towards them, could you follow us? They all walked inside UA and went to the teacher's lounge. Well there Izuku took off his mask and everyone was surprised since they had heard about him and had thought about going to look for him. Mirio. You were supposed to have died. Izuku. It's hard to explain. Najire. And why haven't you returned to your friends? Izuku. I'll hurt them emotionally if I go back so quickly, they still haven't gotten over me, nor have I gotten over my parents, so I don't want to be a hindrance, lowers his head. Najire. Approaches and hugs him, you are no hindrance, not to your friends or anyone else. Mirio. It's true you must be strong, approaches and puts a hand on Izuku's head. Tamaki. You must overcome yourself, scratching his cheek. Izuku. Thank you, but now I must talk to Power Loader. All Might. What happened now? Izuku. A few moments ago I ran into a girl, she looked so sad, worried, overwhelmed, scared and a man appeared behind her and he didn't look very good let's say. Mirio. And what happened next? Izuku. Approaches the suitcase, I brought an old computer, but here I could track its location since I placed a chip behind its hair. Najire. Oh I understand, you're smart. Izuku. Thanks but I need Power Loader's help to program and find the location. All Might. I'll call him, while you wait here, leaves the room. Izuku. Sits in a chair, has anything changed? Tamaki. Not much. Mirio. Leave it, he's a bit shy, but the truth is no, maybe you left a gap with your friends, but they are strong. Izuku. I know that, smiles, but I don't know how strong I am, looks at his right arm. Najire. We are all strong we just have to discover our potential, sits next to her. Izuku. I hope it doesn't take me too long to find it. One day later UA. Izuku had created a friendship with the big three of UA, and today would be the day he would meet Power Loader since the day before he was not in the city. When he arrived at UA he went straight to the workshop, and being there he saw that no one was there, so he took off his mask. He sat on a chair to wait for Power Loader until he heard something fall. When he turned around he could see Hatsum with both hands on his face surprised. Hatsum. Izuku. Izuku. Damn, don't scream please, I can explain s. Izuku was about to approach Hatsum when she ran towards him and hugged him. Izuku was a little surprised, but also hugged her when he heard that she was crying. Hatsum. Why you're supposed to were. Izuku. I can explain but not a word should come out of your mouth to the others, looks at her face. Hatsum. But. Izuku. Promise me. Hatsum remained silent for a moment and accepted the condition. A secret that at first was a 3, ended up becoming a 7 in a short time. Izuku began to explain how he could everything that happened and calmed Hatsum so that she would not cry anymore. After a while she was happy to see him again and they were talking calmly until Hatsum got up. Izuku. Is something wrong? Hatsum. I want to tell you something important, turns his back and puts a hand on his chest. Izuku. Are you okay? Gets up, you can trust me with anything, hugs her from behind. Hatsum. I know and that's why I can't say it. Hatsum was so deep in her thoughts but didn't know what to say at that moment. She had no words to express the affection she had for the green-haired man, so she turned around and with a blush on her face, she gave Izuku a short and tender kiss that surprised him. Hatsum. I like you and I needed to get this off my chest, nervous. Hatsum looked down while Izuku had a huge amount of memories and after a second he reacted and saw Hatsum in a way he didn't know. He was afraid of rejection, but that was something that wasn't going to happen. Izuku. Hatsum. Izuku approached and lifted her face holding her chin. Izuku. I like you too, you're beautiful and something inside me needs you just like many other people, just one more time. Izuku approached and gave Hatsum a deeper and more romantic kiss. They were new to it and it was a bit clumsy, but Izuku got used to it as the seconds passed, so he hugged her a little tightly and Hatsum put a hand on Izuku's chest. The kiss gradually escalated and they both walked around the place bumping into tables until they found a free one and Hatsum sat down. They continued kissing but in a more passionate way and showed that they needed each other. Izuku. You're beautiful, Hatsum. Hatsum. Wait, Izuku. Izuku. I'm sorry. Izuku looked into Hatsum's eyes and they were shining. It was a mesmerizing gaze and he proceeded to give her another kiss, only this time he slowly took off his shirt, leaving his torso bare. Hatsum took a quick look at Izuku's abdomen with many scars and blushed even more. She knew that if they continued like that they would get to something more, but that was what she wanted. Izuku kissed Hatsum's bare shoulders as she was wearing her typical black sleeveless shirt, then gave a small lick to her neck and went down to her belly, where he slowly lifted the shirt giving small kisses all over her body until he reached her breasts and stopped. She was wearing a black bra, but Izuku turned to look at her and her face was almost completely red. She nodded. Izuku lifted the entire shirt and proceeded to slowly remove Hatsum's bra, leaving her breasts exposed. They were quite large for her age and were so round, her nipples were sunken, and Izuku saw that Hatsum was shuddering, so he hugged her. Izuku. Am I going too fast? Hatsum. Oh okay, I'm just nervous, swallows. Izuku. Do you want me to continue? Hatsum. Please, looks away. Lemon skipped. Hatsum. I love you, Izuku, falls asleep. Izuku. Me too, falls asleep. Izuku's mind. You could see how in Izuku's mind a small pink fragment appeared that transported itself until it reached Izuku's heart where it stayed. It was a small part and other fragments were missing that would be joining little by little. Illegal experiments, a big battle. Izuku was sitting next to Power Loader in his house. Both were trying to track the location of the little girl that Izuku had run into a few days ago, but couldn't find her. Izuku began to despair a little, and several memories of his stay with the League of Villains were present, making him believe that this girl was living something equal or worse than him. Our L. Sorry kid, but I have to go to an important meeting tomorrow and I have to rest. If you want to keep trying just close it when you leave. Leaves the room and goes up some stairs. Izuku. Well Izuku, just think about how you felt when you were captured. She's a girl and she's probably desperate, so I don't have time to waste. 3 hours passed and Izuku hadn't managed to find the location and he gave up but would continue tomorrow. It was 3 a.m. and Izuku fell asleep in the teacher's room. Next day, UA cafeteria. Izuku. Hello. Najire. Oh you came Izu. Izuku. SHH. Covers her mouth. Remember that no one should know that I'm alive, whisper. Najire. Sorry. Mirio. Isn't it uncomfortable having that mask on most of the time? Izuku. A little but you get used to it. I have to ask the three of you an important favor. Tamaki. What is it about? sits in front of Izuku. Izuku. See, a few days ago I ran into a little girl with red eyes, silver hair and a small horn on her head, but then a guy arrived and she didn't look very good to say the least. The girl had bandages covering her body and a gown as if she were sick. Najire. Next to Izuku, do you want us to help you find her? Mirio. We could do it since we are on guard duty around the city, next to Tamaki. Izuku. That would be a great help. If you see her please follow her. It may sound bad, but I feel like something strange is related to her. Mirio. Okay, don't worry, we will do what we can. For now it would be better if you relax. Izuku. I still have something to do. Enjoy your break, I'll see you later. Gets up and leaves the cafeteria. Midoriya's house, ground floor. Izuku. Come on, it should be around here. Moving several pieces of furniture. I found it. Izuku lifted a small red box that was behind an armchair. When he opened it, he found a small remote control and a large button of the same color as the box. He walked to the table and sat on a chair and then opened the red control and took out a small memory from inside, and when he opened the red button, he took out a piece of paper with a password. Izuku. I remember Dad telling me it would be helpful if I wanted to find somewhere in the city. Power Loader's house. Izuku opened the door to Power Loader and ran to the room where the computer was. Upon arrival he sat on a chair and inserted the memory, and it asked for a password. Upon entering it, a program opened showing a detailed map of the city and others. Izuku was glad that the program was still working and tried to intercept the signal on that map since it was more detailed. After an hour he saw that a red dot appeared and blinked several times on the map. It was a mansion that was located on the safest and most expensive streets of his city. Izuku. How is that possible? It's supposed to be one of the safest streets. Izuku saved the file and took a screenshot of the map in case by chance it started to fail since it was somewhat old. He left the house and went to UA and asked for Almight, and they answered that he was teaching 1A. He thanked them and ran to his classroom, and when he opened the door, he could see how everyone was staring at him. Izuku. Sorry for coming in without asking. Almight, can you give me a minute? Almight. Of course, wait here kids, I'll see you right away. Leaves the classroom. How did you feel? Izuku. Nervous, bad and a little sad. Almight. It's normal kid, but you're strong and you'll get through this, I'm sure. Give him a hug. What did you want to talk to me about? Izuku. Breaks the hug. I think I've found the girl's location, but I know we can't just make a scene like that, so I want to infiltrate. Almight. No. Izuku. But. Almight. No kid, we already lost you once. I'm not going through that again. Puts a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku. That girl is suffering. Almight. It's very likely, but you have to understand that I can't risk you like that again. Seeing your parents' faces staring at me, as if they were telling me to take care of you, I plan to do it. Izuku. I'm not a kid, takes his hand off Almight. Almight. But you're not a hero either. If you're correct, we're talking about something much bigger. Izuku. You know she's going through the same thing as me, and I'm not going to let her suffer for a second longer. Izuku turned around and tried to leave, but Almight stopped him. Almight. You're not going. Izuku. Are you going to stop me? Almight. I can do it. Izuku. I already know that, the question is if you will. The place remained silent for a few seconds, and Izuku left UA. He was about to head there when someone fell on top of him and left him on the ground. He tried to get up, but felt like he was being handcuffed, and when he tried to use one for all, it didn't work. Almight. It's for your own good. Izuku. Let me go. Tries to free himself. Almight. You'll understand me at some point, carries him. Almight walked towards UA, but Izuku hit him with his knee and fell to his feet. He ran hiding from Almight and managed to remove the handcuffs by hitting them hard with the head of a car. Izuku was about to leave when Almight grabbed his shirt. Almight. I don't want to hurt you. Izuku. Me neither, but you leave me no choice. Izuku turned around and tried to punch All Might's face, but he stopped the attack with his right fist. Izuku tried to attack with his other free hand, but the same thing happened, so he jumped, but All Might put pressure and slammed him into the ground. All Might. Stop this. Izuku. How long will your muscular form last? We're outdoors. All Might. Long enough to stop you and make you see reason. All Might lifted Izuku and began to put pressure, causing a little pain in Izuku. Then he put him on top of a car and hit him in the chest that Izuku covered with both hands. Later Izuku got up and tried to kick All Might's face, but he stopped the attack with his right hand and threw him to the ground face down, staining him a little. Izuku got up, but as he was giving the sword to All Might, he received a kick, falling back to the ground. All Might. You know I don't like to hurt you, stop. Izuku. Shut up, someone is suffering and you won't help her. Where is the #1 hero? Izuku got up and hit All Might hard in the face. He did not flinch and people began to approach the scene. All Might. Recovery girl warned me about this, his time with the League of Villains affected him and corrupted his sense of justice, it seems that he combined the two personalities. Izuku. Come on damn it. All Might slapped Izuku and he held his face for a moment, then he saw Almighty and he gave him a strong blow to the stomach that made him crash into a car. Izuku. Oh. Izuku got up in pain and saw how All Might ran towards him, so when he was close enough he ducked and dodged another blow from All Might, he stopped in his tracks, but Izuku gave him a powerful blow to the chin, and then a kick to the stomach, followed by a burst of air that knocked him away from him. All Might. You can see that he has improved. Izuku. You're getting slower All Might, is it because of so many fights you've had, or because I'm too fast? All Might. None of those causes, I just neglected myself. All Might approached Izuku and stepped on his leg preventing him from moving, then he began to give him a flurry of punches to the face quite quickly and ended with a blow to the pit of the stomach that made Izuku almost vomit and knocked the air out of him. He knelt down and held All Might by the leg getting up slowly. All Might. Please don't get up. Izuku. I fought against the person who almost killed you and I could have hurt him, you are no different. Izuku's eyes turned completely green and several red rays appeared on his body, his right arm began to accumulate power and after a few seconds he jumped and gave All Might a strong blow to the face, who also released a discharge and pushed Izuku several meters back falling lying down. All Might. His blow was quite powerful, but it was still missing something. The people in the place called the police and began to get a little upset because of how strong the blow had been seen. All Might. If the police arrive they will take him away and he will be discovered, I have to end this now. All Might ran towards Izuku who was getting up and carried him and then slammed him against a wall and began to hit him hard and fast without the possibility of freeing himself or protecting himself. After a minute Izuku was on the ground with his mask damaged and very injured, so All Might carried him. All Might. Don't worry, it was all a little training to see how he would react, this was something that was planned to do. The people calmed down when they heard that and left the place without causing any disorder. All Might took Izuku with the big three who had 2 hours free and asked them to take care of him. All Might. Please, if he wakes up make him see reason, he wants to go alone for the girl. Najire. Okay, don't worry, we'll try. 1 hour later, UA rooftop. Izuku woke up sore and a little dizzy, but he managed to see that the big three of UA were doing some UA chores. Tamaki. Oh, you're awake. Najire. How are you feeling? Gets up and helps him stand, do you want water? Izuku. Please. Mirio. Here, spears it and Izuku catches it. Izuku took off his mask and began to drink a little from the bottle and then splashed water on his face. Izuku. Thank you, I needed it. Najire. Did you really fight All Might? Izuku. Yes, but I felt different at that moment, I felt a phase of myself that I had never known. Tamaki. Maybe because of your history with the League of Villains you have a personality disorder. Izuku. Maybe, but I will apologize to All Might when I see him. Najire. By the way, do you already know the girl's location? Izuku. Yes, but I think I'll have to notify the principal to see what we do. Mirio. He is already aware of the situation, you just need to show him the location and he will send someone to see what is happening. Izuku. You know, I think I'll go tell him now, thank you for taking care of me, puts on his mask, my rib hurts. Izuku went to the principal and when he saw the principal Nezu he explained the situation, but he also had to find out Izuku's identity, he understood the situation and promised not to talk about the subject. Nezu. Well, young Midoriya, I will take someone to explore the place and if something bad happens we will all go. Izuku. Thank you, and how long will that take? Nezu. I will immediately call someone and tomorrow we will see what we do. Izuku. Understood. Night Eye, 8 precepts. In some sort of mansion there were several people talking, dressed in somewhat expensive suits, and they all wore glasses and carried guns in their hands, in case something were to happen. Subject. Don't you think they're exaggerating a lot with everything the leader does? Subject 2. Well, it was always something strange, for a reason he rose so quickly to become the leader despite his physical ability. Subject 3. Having a couple of brains in the world of crime doesn't matter how strong you are, but how much time you can go without getting caught and continue committing crimes. Subject 2. Anyway, he's still too strange, whenever he passes by he gives me a somewhat strange vibe, as if he's hiding something. Subject 1. What isn't he hiding? Reloads the gun. Subject 3. Exactly, maybe he'll use us as experiments in the future and we won't know it. Subject 1. Like his daughter. Subject 2. Do you really think she's his daughter? I think he found her on the street or stole her from some poor family. Subject 1. If that were the case, she would have already told the doctors. Subject 3. We're talking about the leader here. He's got a leash on all of us, even if we don't like to admit it. Drink some coffee. Subject 2. By the way, where is he now? Subject 1. I don't know, he just left with the other 7 precepts. Abandoned factory, new operations center for the League of Villains, 2:30 p.m. You could see 8 silhouettes arriving at the place. One of those silhouettes was exaggeratedly large compared to the rest. When they arrived, the first thing they did was talk to the guard there to get them through. Chisaki. Ah, I expected better security. I expected a better welcome. One of the guys spoke but a knife cut his face, causing a cut that he didn't care about and looked for who had caused it. When he turned around he saw a kind of mutant turtle with a bandage covering its eyes. You want to fight? Cracks his knuckles. Chisaki. Remember we didn't come to fight but to negotiate. Where is your leader? Spinner. He'll be here in a few moments but he didn't mention that we had visitors. Takes out a large sword. I'll beat you up before your boss arrives. Walks towards him. Jiskai. Rappa, we didn't come for this, I don't want to cause any more problems. Rappa. Okay, returns. Spinner. I'll have to politely ask them to leave for the moment. Tasaki. Look, we'll stay and wait for your boss, if you keep bothering us, Rappa will take care of you. Spinner. Let the big guy come, he won't be able to do anything. Both villains saw each other face to face, and when Rappa took a step forward a purple-colored portal was created next to Spinner, from which 2 men emerged. Kurajiri. Looks like the visitor has arrived. Tamura. Are you overhaul? Tasaki. Tamura Shigaraki. Tamura. Well, let the meeting begin then, I hope you haven't done anything stupid. Spinner. Spinner. I just had you wait here. They all walked towards a room that was with the remaining members of the League of Villains, or what was left of it. Tamura. They will have to wait outside, just like you, points to the League of Villains, I am fair with my deal, right? Tasaki. Let's get to the main topic. All the henchmen left the room but were watching and listening to what they said in case things got tense and something got out of control. Tamura. What is the big offer you mentioned? Leaves on the sofa. Tasaki. An alliance, all of you will work for me for a common purpose we have. Tamura. And what is it apart from finishing off the villains? Tasaki. I have the ability to create a weapon that will end quirks forever, I just need the support of a few. Tamura. So you want me to introduce you to some of my villains and then you to some of yours for a while? Tasaki. You're not understanding, puts a card on the table, you and all your henchmen will work for me, you will be under my command, places a hand on the card. The silence occurred in the room that prevailed for a short time. Tamura. Buck your deal, I don't work for anyone and our plans have nothing in common. Tasaki. You're wasting a great opportunity. Tamura. Listen doctor, stands up, I don't plan to serve you or anyone else, in the future you'll end up serving me. Tasaki. Ah, I see that you can't negotiate with a child, gets up from the chair, when you're in trouble and come crying for help I'll kill you. Tamura. Why don't you try it already? Tasaki. I have more important things to do, leaves the letter on the table, we're leaving. Tamura. I'm afraid it won't be that simple, now that you know where we work you could rat us out and we don't want that. The loud bang was heard in the room and Rappa could be seen hitting Dabi hard, causing him to crash into a machine. Chisaki looked at Tamura and he lunged at him to try to touch him with his hand, but Chisaki wouldn't allow it. Chisaki. We'll play dirty. This guy kicked Tamura in the stomach and then hit him in the face with his right fist, causing Tamura to let go. Chisaki got up but received a cut on his chest with a knife that Tamura had. Chisaki tried to use his quirk on Tamura but saw that Tamura's hand, which was on the wall behind him, began to disintegrate. At that, Chisaki simply punched him in the stomach and left the place. Chisaki. Do you have a similar quirk? Meanwhile, outside the place, the fight between Precepts and the League of Villains could be seen. Rappa was fighting Spinner and Dabi was trying to hit each of them, but Dabi's flames made him back down so as not to harm any of his companions. Rappa. I'll tear you all to pieces. Rappa grabbed Spinner by the neck and hit him hard in the stomach and then threw him to the ground. Dabi continued attacking him, but Sakaki, one of the 8 precepts, fell on top of Dabi while drinking beer and began to tear him all over his body. Himiko entered into action and buried a knife in Sakaki's abdomen, freeing Dabi, but she was defeated by Rappa, who gave her a hard kick to the head, causing her to crash into a wall and be injured. Dabi. Come here big guy, let's see what you're made of. While the other members of each side continued fighting, Rappa stopped right in front of Dabi. Rappa. I see you have enough guts to challenge me. Rappa ran towards him and Dabi disappeared turning into a puddle of mud. Behind him Twice climbed onto his back and Rappa began to crash into several walls so that he would get off, and so it was, but when Twice got down a very powerful blue flame of fire hit Rappa and he was left out of the place injured but could still fight. Dabi. One less. Tasaki. Get out of the way. Tasaki appeared in front of the League of Villains and all the precepts left the place. Meanwhile the League of Villains was regaining strength from the fight they had had. UA, teacher's lounge, one day later. In UA you could see a thin man with glasses and flat black hair who was in front of several heroes talking about the eerie situation that Mirio had told him about since he was his mentor. Everything was calm until he received a call. What's wrong? Bubble girl. I'm sorry, I know you're busy, Sir Night-Eye, but we found something very important. It's about a confrontation between the League of Villains and the 8 Precepts of Death. Night-Eye. This city never lets anyone rest. Okay, I'll go in a few moments and you can inform me of everything that happened. See you later. Nezu. What happened? Night-Eye. The 8 Precepts faced a League of Villains, it is still unknown why, but I will be investigating it. Nezu. You are always a great help, now we know that Mirio has found even more information about the little girl. Night-Eye. But your spy has not returned, what proceeds? Nezu. Almight is already helping me with that, he's looking at security cameras and all that. Night-Eye. I see he's still involved in this world. Nezu. You can't make people stop doing what they love the most. Night-Eye. At this rate he will end up like his teacher, even if it hurts me to admit it. Nezu. Since he found out about the great injury he had, he set one thing in mind, to find a worthy successor. Night-Eye. Mirio was the perfect one for that, I don't know what's going on in his head. Nezu. Mirio is and will continue to be one of the best without the great power of All Might, since he has gotten to where he is with training and effort. Night-Eye. We are talking about the best for society. Nezu. I thought you would understand since you once said it. Heroes care about society, but sometimes they should care about themselves. All Might is calmer when he found a worthy successor. Night-Eye. I will not accept that, I can't accept it, leaves the place. Nezu. Someday when you are in his situation you will. Overhaul's lair. Tasaki. How is the experiment going? Scientist. Well, we haven't progressed, the diluted blood and apparently the concentration of minerals that the human body needs to survive affect the substance. Tasaki. So should we simply stop giving her the nutrients she needs? Scientist. That's not certain, she is a child and she would die in a few hours because her condition is already bad, it's not the safest thing to do. Tasaki. Will it give results? Scientist. I can't be sure. Tasaki. I'll ask you something, what are you? Scientist. A scientist. Tasaki. And what do you do, finding new cures or methods? Scientist. Experimenting, swallows. Tasaki. Then we will do that, heads towards the door. Scientist. It's very risky, she's just a child, we shouldn't do falls to the ground. Tasaki. Shoots him, someone pick up the body and cremate it, I don't have time for this. UA testing workshop. In the workshop you could see a boy helping Hatsum create some new devices that would help him in a fight and she looked too happy. Hatsum. It's been a while since we talked, takes Izuku's waist measurement. Izuku. Sorry, I've been busy, all that Eri-chan stuff and the problems I've had since I got back haven't been easy at all. Hatsum. Okay, I understand, and I thank you for coming to help me, but I don't know, I'd like to go somewhere, playing with his fingers. Izuku. I'll be honest, right now I'm very focused on everything that's happening, but when it's over, without a doubt. Hatsum. Okay, smiles. Izuku. How have the others been? Hatsum. They're recovering and making progress. I think every day they water some flowers that they put where you used to sit. Izuku. I see, smiles, it's a nice gesture, I'd like to be able to say thank you. Hatsum. I know this is difficult, but I just have something to ask you. Izuku. What? Hatsum. Why don't you just go back and live peacefully with everyone around you? Izuku. I couldn't not yet. Since you died, they've suffered enough and I don't want to go back just when they're recovering. Hatsum. And is it fair to you that you come back after so much time? Izuku. I don't know, sometimes I want to stay, but I can't, bows his head. Hatsum. It's okay, sits in a chair, opens his arms. Izuku walked towards Hatsum and hugged her waist, resting his face on her abdomen while she caressed his hair. Hatsum. I will support you in the decisions you make because I like you and I want the best for you and the others. Izuku. You are incredible, thank you for appearing in my life, starts to fall asleep. Hatsum. Thank you for belonging to mine, gets closer to Izuku's ear, rest, it's the first time I see you do it so calmly, smiling. Izuku fell asleep while Hatsum accompanied him, watching him, after so much time he was able to rest peacefully once again. The fight you can't lose. Izuku was sitting in the teacher's lounge asleep, for several days he had been coming to UA to find out about the spy who had not yet arrived from his journey. He was already getting desperate as the days went by, and when he saw a man in a suit arrive with glasses and black hair color that he did not know, he thought it was the spy. Izuku got up and walked towards him, shaking his hand, which the man accepted but found strange. Izuku. Nice to meet you, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Night-Eye. Call me sir. Night-Eye, nice to meet you, young man. The two stared at each other and broke their grip. The place remained silent until Izuku spoke. Izuku. Well, and the information. Night-Eye. What information? Izuku. You already know you are the spy that Principal Nezu sent, right? Night-Eye. You're confusing me, kid. I'm not a spy, but speaking of Nezu, where is he? Izuku. Wait, you must be the spy. I've been waiting for you to appear for days. Night-Eye. I'm not the spy you're talking about. Now tell me where Nezu is. Izuku. Damn, if it's not him then he won't come back yet. I've waited too long. I don't know, but I'll go look for him personally, angrily. Izuku was about to leave the place, and Night-Eye looked at him strangely, but decided to sit in the place where the boy was and wait for Nezu to arrive. The UA entrance. Izuku could be seen leaving with an angry face that was covered by his mask. He saw Nezu walking towards him smiling, but Izuku grabbed his shirt. Izuku. We have to talk. Nezu. What's going on now? Izuku. Don't play dumb, where is the spy you sent to investigate? Nezu. Let's calm down first, you're making a big problem here. All the students were watching what was happening, and some had their quirks ready in case something happened. Izuku tightened his grip. Izuku. Nezu, I've waited too long, don't lie anymore, where is the spy? Nezu. I can't say it here, remember it's a mission C. Izuku. Say it. Some students approached but stopped when they saw that Night-Eye grabbed Izuku's arm. He turned around, and Night-Eye hit him hard in the face that made him drop the principal and take a few steps back. Night-Eye. Angry, what is the reason for such a stupid and dishonorable attitude towards someone older, kid? Izuku. There are always people interfering now, everyone is getting in the way. Night-Eye. I'm talking to you, there's something wrong with this boy. Nezu. Night-Eye come, he beckons and Night-Eye brings his ear closer. Nezu. The boy has major personality problems, he suffered something very bad and he can't deal with it, he's still desperate, we have to calm him down. Night-Eye. I understand, stands correctly, hey kid, what do you want? Izuku. Where is the spy? His eyes turn green for a moment. Night-Eye. What was that? Look, don't talk to me like that, if you come with us we'll tell you calmly. Izuku. Why trust you? Mirio. Because he's my teacher. Izuku. What? Izuku turned around and saw Mirio walking calmly towards him. Later when they were face to face, he put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Mirio. Everything will be fine, you shouldn't despair, the time will come when we will save her. Izuku. But it's been a long time. Mirio. No matter how many days pass, there will always be someone waiting for help. Right now she is being strong, resisting because you say she seemed to protect you, do not waste that opportunity, smiling. Izuku. It's okay, starts to calm down, I just got a little alarmed, sorry. Director Nezu lowers his shoulders. Nezu. I have no problem, I just have to ask you to do some clinical tests to know your condition. Everyone returned to class. 1 hour later. Izuku was sitting on a hospital gurney with several connectors around his entire body without a shirt. Mirio, along with Nezu and Night-Eye were looking at him and the nurse recovery girl was treating him. Recovery girl. You are always giving me more work, kid. Izuku. Sorry. Tamaki. Opens the door, we arrived as quickly as you said. Mirio. It's good to see you, Nezu and Night-Eye want us to take care of you know who. Night-Eye. By the way, what's the boy's name? Everyone started sweating in the room, Night-Eye looked at them seriously and Nezu decided to enter the room to help recovery girl. On the other hand, Tamaki simply went to a corner pretending to be nervous and Najire, who came with Tamaki, began to look for various medicines. Night-Eye. Mirio. Mirio. This I don't know. Night-Eye. Aren't you going to tell me? Mirio. I already said I don't remember, sweating a little, I think Najire needs help so. Night-Eye. Then I'll lower your pay, take more time from your life and give you more work. Mirio. 2 wouldn't do that, you are a fair person and you wouldn't do that just for a name. Night-Eye. Are you sure? Mirio. Well, his name is make something up. Izuku. Night-Eye right. Stands in front of him. Night-Eye. What can I do for you? Izuku. I'm sorry for my behavior, Bahahead, I just got desperate and didn't know how to react. Izuku winked at Mirio and he started to leave the room. Secrecy, while Night-Eye talked to Izuku, but when he touched the doorknob Night-Eye spoke. Night-Eye. Aren't you going to answer my question? Izuku. Sorry, but I'd like to keep my identity anonymous. Night-Eye. Okay, I respect your privacy, you're saved Mirio. Mirio. Thanks, Midoriya-kun. Izuku. But now I want you to tell me about the spy. Nezu. Well, things are complicated, he hasn't arrived and we think he might not return. Night-Eye. Maybe they captured him or in the worst case they killed him, we still don't know exactly. Izuku. Sorry for what I'm about to say, but shit. Night-Eye. Are you going to lose control again? Izuku. I wasn't just trying to vent my frustration, so what's the next step? Night-Eye. Since he hasn't returned, we are already planning an assault on the mansion. We are counting on the support of several professional heroes, police officers and aspiring heroes, so it will take time. Izuku. Count me in. Night-Eye. I've been doing it Nezu for a long time, you seem like an interesting person to me, boy, but the things you do make you look bad, you should learn to control yourself. Izuku. I know, but. Night-Eye. No buts, just do what you want, it was a comment, see you later, leaves the place. Izuku. I want to rest, my head hurts, leaves the place. Hotel. Izuku was lying down while trying to fall asleep and sleep peacefully for once, everything was going very well, but an image of little Eri appeared in his head and he woke up abruptly. Izuku. I'm not fooling anyone, I think I'll take a little walk. Izuku washed his face with water and left the place with a sweatshirt and his mask. It was night and the cold but subtle breeze was present throughout the city. Clubs, restaurants, and others were open late at night, but one caught Izuku's particular attention as he saw a small man with a rather strange mask, similar to that of a crow, enter an old club. Izuku followed him and entered through the roof, destroying it with a one for all. When he entered the place, he was in a kind of abandoned warehouse and he could hear the music playing at full volume nearby, so he left there and was guided by the sound. Upon arriving at the place, he could see many people and began his search for that individual. An hour was necessary when a shot was heard near him and a person fell to the ground. Later more shots were heard in the place and people ran away for fear of being bulleted, but Izuku quickly helped the first wounded man. It was a tall man who was slowly getting up in pain. Izuku. Don't get up, I'll help you. Move, this idiot has been following me for days, pushes Izuku and gets up. The man took off his shirt and began to put pressure on the wound. When he removed his hand, it was healed and Izuku was surprised by that. The man cracked his knuckles and ran towards the small man, grabbing him by the neck and throwing him against a glass table. Doesn't Chisaki learn? This is personal. The small man got up again, but a kind of metallic rock came out of the ground and hit his stomach, making him fly a few meters. Have you forgotten that this place was designed to use my quirk to perfection? Izuku. What am I about to do? Izuku jumped towards the man, but two metal tubes caught him in the air and buried him in the ground. Then he was grabbed by the legs and began to spin many times to be thrown with force to some lights on the ceiling that broke, and when he fell on a glass table, fitting a few pieces into his back. I think I forgot to warn you, kid, stay out of it. Izuku. A metallic quirk. Izuku got up, but the man threw a very sharp knife at him that Izuku dodged. Later they both approached and began to hit each other hard in the face. Izuku hit him hard with his knee in the stomach, causing the man to kneel. At that moment his fists were covered in steel, and he got up to hit Izuku in the jaw that made him fall. The man grabbed Izuku by the hair and dragged him around the place and then left him on top of a bar. Well, one less. The man put his hand on Izuku's chest and he held his arm, then he put the shin of his leg on the man's neck and with his left leg, he began to make a strong grip, also with his hands he put even more pressure on the neck. Izuku. You haven't finished me yet, he puts more pressure. You're an idiot. The man began to carry Izuku with one arm, but the ceiling collapsed on top of him and the blocks fell on his back, splitting in two. The man only got on his knees but managed to compose himself and with great effort he lifts Izuku and threw him to the ground, hitting his back and head on the ground. The little one is missing. The man turned around but a truck ran over him, leaving him on the ground very injured. Well, now I only have this. The small man broke the ground with a mini explosive. He had little time since it would be very noticeable that a truck was inside a den. He went down to a kind of basement and from there he took out several documents along with a memory. When leaving the place he checked that he had everything but the memory was missing, so he returned quickly and looked for it for a few minutes until he realized that Izuku was not there. That kid. Street. Izuku was walking very hurt with his back bleeding until he lay down on the ground. At that moment it began to rain, so he went to the nearest hotel, making sure that no sample of his blood fell on the ground so that the police would not find him. When he arrived he asked for a room, and when he got there he collapsed on the bed with a tired face, but before falling asleep, he stared at the memory that stole the little man before he left. The next day, UA. Izuku was bandaged all over his abdomen and had more scars on his back. He told Almight, Nezu, Night-Eye and the big three everything that happened. Night-Eye. Could you describe the appearance of the two? Izuku. If one was small, he had a mask similar to that of a crow and a kind of brown blanket that covered most of his body. On the other hand, there was a tall man, hair color between a dark purple tone. He had a very elegant suit and his quirk was related to the metallic. He is also physically strong and healed quite quickly from a bullet wound. Night-Eye. I see the police yesterday began to make the incident reports, but the place was in tatters, although there was no one there when they arrived at dawn. Almight. The good thing is that you are okay, and the memory you mentioned. Izuku. The little man said it was something personal. Power Loader is searching through all the files, there is something strange. Mirio. Wow, you showed off. Izuku. He beat me up, and that was even though I used my quirk, although with 25% control. Najire. Then we should train to be able to prepare. Director Nezu said that he is almost ready for us to go rescue the little girl, do not despair. Izuku. I know, it's time to train. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.